Welcome to Blast Premier 2023. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group state. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that failed to qualify for the season final will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format, where they will be met by 10 teams from open qualifiers from around the world. Each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle in the Americas and rest of the world bracket. Winners of each showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by exceptional skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO majors, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams that topped the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be open to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2023 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
Blast Premier is coming to North America.
NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO is coming to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier,
Washington, D.C.
Sleepy time is over as yesterday went late into the night. Rise and shine, boys, as we did have the very highest highs of Upset City coming to it. You stretched out, feeling good there?
Don't talk to me before I have my morning coffee, okay?
Yeah, we'll deal with that in a little
Give me
bit.
a few minutes.
Pimp's already been to the gym, done a lap, done a stream, done something else.
He's running a 50K.
Done a lap. What is a lap?
Lap of the
Lap with the studio.
Oh yeah, cool man.
Just went
Come
around.
on, some push-ups as well.
Yeah, I owe you 100 push-ups, I guess. So we'll get to that later.
That's compound interest, probably 110 right now.
Calm down, calm down.
Well, we did have a lot of fun yesterday. It was Upset City in full effect, and we're back for day 4 of the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. And today we will decide which of our teams will have their final chance to make it all the way to Washington. That's what it's all about from start to finish. But Maniac, yesterday was something that was very special because look at the teams we have here now and which ones remain. It's all normal in Europe, basically, right?
Yeah.
But now we're in this normality.
I was going to say Europe has somewhat followed a normal ship, but that's not the case for all the games that happened yesterday. We can quickly cruise over to Cloud9 and NIP. Cloud9 dropped a map, but after that they acted with confidence. But at the very bottom, there is that little bit of a story of Furia losing to EG. And that is not an April Fool. I know it's the 1st of April, but it is very real.
Yes, EG are still within it, Pimp. And Furia, the ones that everyone was like, yeah, Furia should be going all the way at 10 versus Liquid. They dropped the ball, but you got to give a lot of credit to EG.
Yeah, I think we're all very positively surprised by EG, the way they played, the way they conducted themselves. Junior in particular, that man had one hell of a game. He was assertive and he was giving it to his ex-teammates in Furia. So for that storyline, that was cool. This round right here, you're seeing where Rush is getting 2 kills through the smoke. That destroyed Furia completely. They were leading 13-6 and ended up losing 16-13. All I'm saying is, yes, I want to give a lot of credit to EG, and it's going to be exciting to see them play today, but I'm happy we don't get to see any more Furia. That was absolutely embarrassing what they delivered yesterday.
Yeah, I still fail to comprehend what just happened. I mean, for the European fans of the world who are tuning with us, first of all, welcome. We're happy to see you here. But again, I know you were probably sleeping last night, but this little double fadeaway kill we saw from Rush in the highlight, this was 13-6. Furia in the lead. 3 versus 2, bomb planted, 10 seconds away from detonation. That's what it was. That's where we were at. And then Rush just finds that double kill. And then from that moment on, just, I don't know, we just stepped into the upside down, Stranger Things Season 5. And just, Furia could not put a round. They couldn't want a round after this. This was madness.
They were broken well and truly. But I will say, right, I would look at one thing as a positive is that EG now is probably the best EG we've seen coming out of it.
Yeah, I guess that's a positive spin out of that one. They were playing good Counter-Strike yesterday. I was not sure whether or not they were going to have, any team play, any synergy, or whether or not the players would be gelled together. But it did look like they had a good understanding of what they wanted to do, and they were able to execute it as well. Take nothing away from EG. They beat Furia. They deserved that win. They were the better team yesterday, but it's Furia we have to put in the loop because they were really abysmal.
Yeah, we have to be careful. Remember when the other EG roster beat Heroic in that first game and the group stage, then we were trying to be a little bit careful with the hype, and this is the same scenario here. We can say, yes, this was a beautiful series from EG. It's amazing. The comeback was great. George had some insane moments. Junior was my MVP for sure of that whole series. That we can say. But it was just, it was a best of 3. Let's get a bit more.
Well, let's wait and see what happens across the rest of the best of 3s that are coming our way. But let's also take a look at our CS Money play of the day because we had some banging clips coming out, and I want to see who the victor was.
Well, first of all, you cannot have the victor first. You have the third, and this was Halzerg with the AWP at 120 ping, ladies and gentlemen, but a very well-constructed play with flashes galore.
Fang fantasy pickers in shambles, James, but he did do a nice play yesterday with the Galil. This round right here coming in, and he was crisp, picking up the AK, instant headshotting, running back the ramp, getting another one, and he's finishing it off with a clutch as well, with just a couple of HP left. That was a nice play from Fang, and a good start to the game for him.
And our CS Money play of the day is none other than Head Trick with this very cheeky little clutch against that of Cloud9, of course. On Ancient, you see the scoreline. It was 1 versus 3. Good movement as well, picking up the AK, quick thinking, and then he completely outplayed his last opponent with a great rotation. Head Trick play of the day.
He ran all around Cloud9
the whole marathon.
himself that, but he didn't get himself the win, and they didn't do it today either. But you know what? It's time for us to get into our first game and see who Cloud9 will be facing when it comes to the European Showdown. It's Big taking on 9. Big taking on 9, and this is what it's all about because 9 is a team that's been grinding it out plenty of games, over 9,000 games, I would say. We're going to go for an anime reference with it, but they've not quite got there yet. I'm just trying to throw Pimp off some more of it. You know, we missed out on some of the anime references for sure for a little while.
We still wait for Jacobs to put his own anime reference.
Yeah,
we get there eventually.
He will get there eventually. But Big, We spoke about the worries we had with this team. We've seen a lot more positives for him for sure. And I will start by looking at this man that was just on your screen, tabseN, because we were looking at the issues and the pressure he was putting on himself, but things have started to look better, Mania.
At least against Rare Atom, he had a great resurgence. I think map 2 and map 3 were much better from tabseN, but I don't think this is enough for us to change our tune.
Yeah.
I think we still want to see more from him. We still hope to see more from him, because with the current quality of the roster in Big, I struggle to see them punch upwards if tabseN is not one of the players to look for. He's not one of the players to deliver. We have the scoreboard against Rare Atom. That was the case. 54 kills, of course, at the very tippy top, and it is something that you would like to see, because the numbers don't lie, Jacob. It's much better than is here so far.
That's the issue with tabseN, right? He's still the lowest rated player in the past 3 months for Big. So yesterday was almost an anomaly in that regard, where I would love to see tabseN get back to his best. I would love to see tabseN play as well as we know he can, because his stock value, it can be very high still as an in-game leader. He can be the guy that once again put Bigs on the map, but without tabseN playing well, this roster in as a whole lacks a bit of firepower, lacks a bit of edge, lacks a bit of, ability to take over a game. So tabseN to me is the talisman. He's the X factor. If he's not playing well, if he's continuing down the road of not performing, Big is going to be in deep, deep problems.
But the one person you can also rely on to do some good damage, though, is Crimbo right now. This young star is showing us why he's like the one we need to look at for the future.
I like what Crimbo is turning into. I really do, because I think when he first joined the roster, the first few games, people slightly overrated him. I think we saw a couple of his clutches, and then suddenly everybody caught on fire and said, oh my god, he's the one, he's the messiah, he's going to save Big. And obviously, the future, or rather the past, showed that this wasn't going to be the case, but still, he's slowly morphing into a consistent player, and we know from hearing from the Big Slan that he has a voice as well, he has ideas, he has responsibilities, and he could definitely become one for the very long term of German Counter-Strike. I personally think this was a very good finding.
Yeah.
He's doing what he needs to do in Big, but he's also no extreme superstars. He needs people around him.
He's developing slow, and I like that. I like when a player is not necessarily, going to the top straight away, but he has a slow progress. He's getting better and better, more responsibilities, as you said, helping out tabseN a little bit and producing on the server as well in terms of raw firepower. So yes, if he can continue that trajectory going upwards, then Crimbo is going to be one for
That's how you get the best meal, James. The bolognese, you have to slow cook it, like the
Chef Maniac is back, huh?
The longest you leave it in the pan, slow cooking, like 2 out of 10 or something. You just stir a little bit from time to time, That's how you get the best bolognese.
Ready to eat straight out of the packet. God.
If you're a cook, I'm an astronaut. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm a very decent cook, okay, y'all?
Well, we're yet to see that, so you'll have to go make us some food, Maniac. But I want to see what Big have been cooking up, and let's speak to Gob B.
So, Gob, I do want to know, you as a coach, what do you do to make sure that Hyped, your newest operator in the team, is comfortable and gets adjusted to the team as quick as possible?
With Hyped, it was we had a very good start. He felt very confident, had a lot of good impact and big performances in the Rio qualifier. He had a lot of kills and felt very well. Lately he's like a little bit struggling, and we try to figure out why. And I tried to help him out by watching his in-eye more. Be with him in a Discord while we are in a TeamSpeak and whisper in his ear, like, you should do that, tell your teammate to go there, to get him into more comfortable positions, which I know he likes to play, but he's maybe not as good as commanding his teammates in the right place. So we tried to figure out on that, and we've been doing a lot of one-on-ones lately, not only with him, with everyone, where we try to define what we are doing good, what we are not doing good, what we need to work on, and maybe that reminds people also that what they need to do and what they are doing great. So that's why he was maybe performing a little bit better lately again, and hopefully we can keep that up.
Now, we know what the likes of Gob can do for the whole team, and especially helping out tabseN, but Crimbo came in, he's been edged in nicely. Now with Hyped as well, we have seen these positives.
Yes, and I like to hear from Gob that he is using a lot of his time and devoting his resources towards Hype. And I think this is the right choice. This is what you have to do if you're Gob and you have that wealth of experience. Look, the loss of CERSN is something that they have to grieve over at Big, right? For the longest time, he was the one guy that would push the barriers, push the limits. Then we all had to come to terms that this wasn't really meant to be in the S-tier tournament. But still, Hype now is a gamble. He's a long-term investment. And
yes,
if you are Gob, you are going to dedicate everything you have to make sure he pops off. If he doesn't, fine, but at least give him a chance.
Well, there's a lot of long-term investments in esports right now, and in terms of long-term investments, it's Hades' time on the Polish side and bringing some Polish skill back to the world.
It's good to see him finding his footing in 9. I think we all were sympathizing with his exit of ENCE. It wasn't the nicest time for him. He wasn't really delivering on an individual level. They found him too light, and they had to kick him. They had to move on, and I don't really argue against that decision, because Hades wasn't performing as well as he should in ENCE, but he's coming to life in 9. He's doing a good job. He's consistent, and he's brought this team on the table, right? It's a team we're talking about. It's a team that is only 2 games away from potentially qualifying to Washington. It's a team that's going to be at the RMR as well. They've been making waves in online Counter-Strike, so the fact that he's the spearhead of that excites me a lot.
And having already taken down Fnatic, and now with Big in their midst, this could be something very interesting for us to see what could be going on with this team. But Danny, you're over in your Mahone zone. What have you got for us?
That's right. So 9, they took down Fnatic the other day, and it was off the back of this beautiful performance on Vertigo. So I got this round that I want to break down here. So it's this run boost over towards B. We're first going to watch the round here where we see Kyler run boost over towards his B main area, find these 2 kills. And what I really want to kind of highlight here is really just kind of the coordination that they do to kind of set up this play. So the first thing you're going to see here is the run boost. So of course, these 2 players, they jump on top of the railing here to give themselves the fastest way to get over towards this run boost spot. But more importantly, what you're going to see is that there is actually a height difference between these 2 players. For the first player here, he's on the floor down here, and then the second player is up high. What this allows is a more seamless transfer for this jump on top of his head. When you do it normally, typically a player has to crouch, and then the second player has to jump on top of his head, and then there has to be a synchronizing jump to then get the timing. By just simply using this railing, they can have a more seamless transfer to allow Kyler to jump on top of his head and then go all the way around towards this B main position. That allows him to go through like that. Now, the second thing you'll notice here is that Minyo, he facilitates this play by using these flashes. These flashes pop just in front of the window like this, and take a look at Mezzi, who's right here. Take a look at how blind he is when he comes in. As he comes in, he gets totally blinded, so he misses Kyler coming in with that run boost. As a result, Crims and him both end up going down. The last part here is Kai. As he comes in, he throws that B main smoke to draw attention towards him. But ultimately, all he's doing here is to provide an extra angle of attack for both him and Kyler to take the B main side. So although it was this nice run boost, there are a lot more details around it. So when we look at this again, you'll see they use the railing, jump on top of his head, go for the run boost. The flash is there to cancel out or block off Mezzi right there, allowing Kyler to come in. And then secondly, you got Kai right here on the side to help facilitate this attack. So really nice stuff here from 9, and Vertigo is a really comfortable map here, so we'll have to see if it really actually comes up.
Geeking it out, and I absolutely love it.
That is sexy. That is a sexy play. That's a sexy round, a sexy breakdown. Let's be honest, right? We talked about 9 coming in. They were having a bit of a repetition as being someone who is innovating the game. They're coming up with new strats. They're trying out stuff like this. The level of detail to this play, so beautifully broken down by Danny. It's just beautiful. The flash right there, I've never seen that before as well. So that's one I'm going to steal and one I'm going to use myself.
Vertigo ban.
Well, goodbye to that.
There is a little bit of a redundancy in the ban because Inferno is not being played by 9 and Big is happy to float it. So that gave Big basically get out of jail free card on whatever the hell they wanted to remove. They decided to remove Vertigo, and now we have Nuke, Mirage, and Overmass as the third map. That's a good map pool to start with.
Big will be tested, Nuke. They'll be tested. Right? We spoke about them in the group stages. They were trying to integrate Nuke into the map pool. They weren't really sure where they were at. They had some mixed results on the map. So that Nuke pick right here coming out of 9, it makes an awful lot of sense, but it's also one of those maps where Big really will be put to the test.
Well, guys, you know what? I think we should take a look at our unicorn predictions, because I feel like this one might have split things up a little bit. I know one man's going to be a big smile on his face, and that's name is Maniac.
Yeah, I thought that today would be a little bit more chaotic, and we just have it delivered right in front of our eyes. I'm surprised by how many 9 picks there are. I thought this would probably be more of a 45-55 type of situation. Apparently not. Only 3 people and the community, of course, going in for Big. Then the Liquid game, somehow we still believe in them. And I feel like I've gained, maybe I've converted a bunch of Imperial believers out there.
Present it. So easy, Black.
Well, they did beat Furia, so...
Oh, come on, man.
It's like so interesting to see how sometimes we give so much weight to one result in part of the bracket and none to the other. You're telling me that the 9 pick against Big is not based on the Fnatic win? It's based on a little, but then when it comes to EG beating Furia, we don't give them the same leeway.
I've seen that EG team play 1 game in my entire life. I've seen 9 play a lot of online games, you know, 113 maps in the past.
You watched all of them?
I watched 113 9 maps, you know, so I'm ready for this one. I believe in 9.
He's an expert. He knows all of the maps.
He does know all of the maps. He's watched all over 9,000 of them.
113 maps from 9, huh? That's commitment.
Goddamn crazy.
It is commitment. You guys have been busy. We've been busy. It's time for us to get into the game. But before that, we're heading to a quick break, and then we'll get to decide who will be winning the first map of Nuke between 9 and Big.
Enders!
brand new day of Counter-Strike is coming up, but it doesn't really get any better than this. We've got Big and Nine playing each other. I'm excited. I actually think this could be a really, really cool game. The odds are dead even.
I love that.
Yeah, that's exciting.
That's a good sign. When the unicorn odds are dead even, you know that this is going to be one that you just have no idea who's going to come out on top. Who did you pick, Anders?
I picked Nine. This is the official Nine fan club now.
Yeah.
The anti-NIP, but pro-9 fan club.
the NIP hate train and the all aboard the 9 fan club.
Yeah.
Yeah. I uncharacteristically actually picked against Big. I picked 9 too. I thought that the veto would go very well for 9. I thought it would even go better than it did, but we're going to nuke first. And I actually think that this is a little bit of a sneaky map for Big, where they don't necessarily, in my opinion, have the biggest scalps. They haven't always defeated the best teams, but they're really close. They barely lost to Heroic in overtime on this map. They lost to Furia in 29 rounds, and I think those kind of losses just show the caliber that Big is playing when they're on this map.
Oh, it looks so close when you look at the stats there.
Yeah.
But you could be right. I mean, we've talked a lot about 9, but obviously the more the more we talk about it, the more they get upsets, the more they prove themselves, the more they're going to be on everybody's radar. If people weren't already watching them, and then we know Big is a team that does a lot of research. So I don't think they're going to be going into this one blind, and that's obviously going to be working against 9. I just think they play such fun Counter-Strike. It's a lot of teams, maybe especially we've seen a few of them here at the Showdown where it's been not looking nearly as impressive as we would have wanted.
Not as fun.
It's been a lot of slip-ups, a lot of lack of focus, but yeah, 9 is kind of bucking that trend at the moment, and that's great news. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think the odds 50-50 is probably pretty reasonable, to be honest.
Definitely. With Big, I think I would give the edge to them in terms of player quality. I look at what Crimbo has been doing lately, and I look at just kind of the potential of some of the players. The fact that Pimp was talking about how tabseN had stepped up in there, or at least at the Showdown. I mean, a couple things are clicking right now for Big, but I just think Nine's, the amount of reps that they've gotten in online CS gives them a huge edge in terms of them having seen so many different situations in officials. They've worked through these in live circumstances and now have come out better for it.
Something else, though, I mean, I feel like Big is kind of... I don't know if this is true internally, but from the outside, it certainly feels like they're like trying to make this project work, and it feels like 9, that project is already working. Now we're just searching for what is the upper limit of what could be done with the current lineup, you know? But it feels like they're still, you know, trying to get all the puzzle pieces to fit together on the Big side.
Yeah.
But I do agree, man, especially the last game that you and I covered with tabseN was playing unbelievably well, and that was really fun to see, and obviously that will make Big a very different team.
Yeah, see, the concern I have for this one for Big is, will tabseN be able to do it against European competition? Last win for Big here at the Showdown against Rare Atom. 9, a whole different kettle of fish.
They certainly are. Well, we're going to find out. We're heading into the opening map here. We're on Nuke to begin with, and it will be 9 on the T side, Big on the CT side. And already a set of dualies has made itself known on that CT side. Farven, the one to pick it up. Going to be challenged early on, but a cool way to try and use that smoke. I bet you if you're on the T side, it's going to be very hard to look over. And Keto is on a mission. This is kind of risky, but nobody knows. Oh, they could have maybe seen him from the high ground. There's Farven with the dualies. Goofy's picked up a kill in the meantime, but he's going to reign supreme. He's still got plenty of bullets left, so sure, they're on the bomb site, but they can't really go anywhere. This is a huge problem for 9. I don't mind that they're pushing out. They kind of have to do something. They can't just stay on the bomb site. They're already under a lot of trouble. Goofy, he wins that fight, but Crimbo coming in from the other side. And it's a 2-on-3 here with Key and Goofy left, and already one of them low on health. Hype, instant. That was Keto getting the kill. Good job.
Yeah, they were able to actually contain 9. That was very interesting. We saw there Keto pushing towards outside, able to sneak in on the lobby flank. He just barely dodged those 2 players that were jumping on top of Mini Garage from the silo. Such an interesting way that one played out in terms of positions, but we see that Big came out better. Although, Big, or 9 that is, inflicted some damage, got the bomb plant, so you know that this is going to be a challenge coming into round number 2 for Big.
Wild shots here at the end. But yeah, winning the pistol round CT side, great stuff. And like you said, they really did contain them. And I think 9, to their credit, did understand that they needed to escape that, even with the bomb down. Planting the bomb and just sitting on the bomb side does nothing, right? You need to find a way to move away and try to play the after plant, not just on the bomb side itself.
Oh, actually, 9 didn't invest into this round, which is a little bit off meta. Usually when you see a bomb plant in the first round, the T-side team is just going to force into it with whatever they can scrounge together, Galils, AKs, and this should be a pretty easy cleanup because of it. Okay. That one deagle from Key inflicts some damage, but nothing big or too worried about.
I'm going to go try and see if we can find the pistol up there. Yeah, I guess that's the only potential downside for Big here is if they lost 2 rifles. Because obviously, if you invest into the M4s, expecting a buy, and then it doesn't come, and you still lose some of the rifles, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen right now. They're in a fine position. If they lose the MP9, nobody cares. Kyler is on his own, and it's a good hold in the second round, but that is kind of to be expected.
Yeah, you really wouldn't expect this to fall apart or anything like that. I think this veto, though, went actually very interestingly. Like, the way that Big kind of rolled it back to pick Mirage. Big haven't picked Mirage for at least their last 6 series.
Oh.
They've kind of moved away from that as a pick, so Seems like they thought they could catch 9 off guard with this, and yeah, we'll see what happens. But of course, Nuke has to unfold first.
Yeah, but that's interesting to think about, right? When we get there, we're gonna have to see if that turned out the bigger really geniuses and they kind of kept it hidden for a little bit, and 9 just aren't going to be expecting it, or if it's going to backfire. I feel like that happens more often than not, but I'm happy to be wrong. Running outside, Tabs are so scary with the grenade in hand. Quick smokes coming down the shorter wall, headed towards Mini. Tabson just taking a blind guess. He's pretty close to getting that kill. Minio almost dead behind it. But they get everyone that they wanted downstairs. One of them holding them up, and a lobby player all the way on the other side too.
Big aren't even here. They haven't even rotated. This might be just a round for 9. I don't think Big can justify this.
Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah, this sometimes happens. You see teams just kind of gamble and commit to the fact that they're just kind of calling out the bluff.
Oh, but I wonder now with Tabson getting that kill, even if it was Minio who was already low, that might be the kind of thing that makes you say...
That might bait him into it.
Yeah, are we really going to go for it? You know, 4-on-5 retake?
Only one
like
kid.
You have to.
They only have one kid. I don't know.
They're already very, very slow. If they were going to go... Well, now they definitely won't. Keto goes down. They realize they have to try and retake while getting shot in the back. It's not a good choice. What an awkward round in many ways. But you're fine. I guess credit to 9. And like you said, Big were expecting that was going to be, you know, a deeper strategy than just going downstairs. They were expecting there must be something else going on here, but there just wasn't.
That feels like Big had a read in their prep for 9 that they throw those smokes and don't really do anything for them.
Yeah.
I don't see why Big wouldn't rotate the way that most teams standard do. Just send your ramp player down, have him play towards lower. So kind of a freebie there. It's always one of those weird rounds. But you see this every now and then. Say 1 in 6 Nuke games, you'll see a round play out like this.
Yeah. But I mean, credit to Big for not getting super baited into just running down there, because that really does happen whenever those rounds come up. You see it sometimes where a CT side will throw away every single rifle. Retaking like that, if you're not even close to the bomb and you're in a 5-on-5, could just be, I feel like most of the time, not really worth it.
Oh, okay. Mini already on top of the mini garage, but 9 just kind of posturing towards lobby at this point. They've thrown a bit of utility to try to get Big to rotate, but Big haven't really bid on anything. No one's rotated towards B, although the cross smokes come out once again. Slightly different iteration from what we saw last round, but still serves a similar purpose.
Yeah, this time instead of going down the secret stairs, they're deciding to sneak everybody into the garage out here. They do have that AWP up towards CT spawn and hyped. Could be tricky to get rid of him. They need some deep flashes to set it up. Otherwise, he might take a couple of them down. And he's got a little bit of backup in Mini, although they are getting very close. I thought he'd take more of a look. This is so dangerous right now. Hype, I don't think, realizes how much danger he's in. Look at Key. He's on a secret mission. What an insane play. He knew that was going to happen. Now, he does fall to Tabson, but you've got to give him some credit for that. That's absolutely beautiful.
Oh, yeah, the positioning from 9 was so good there, but the kills are going the way of Big. 4 versus 3. CTs have the advantage here. Flash to set up a mini drop. And it's going to be pretty good, actually. That's well constructed from 9. They have a way to break this in now. 3v3, but Crimbo, still standing on the site, is able to inflict damage. And now, Minio and Hades, they're faced with a pretty tough decision. 20 seconds left. It's hard to justify going for it, so they're scrambling towards lower.
Yeah, they just pulled the trigger on this one. They have a single Molotov they're going to use to try and hold the vent, which is probably pretty important there. Don't want anyone flanking down below. It's going to be 5 seconds, and they go straight for the bomb plant, and nobody dare to interrupt them either. So, a big round right now. If 9 can win it, they're going to have such a better first half, but it's not going to be easy. Hades ducked down, good headshot. He continues, taking down Tabson as well, and Farvin. He thought better of it. He realizes somebody could be there. That could be helped by Minio. He's not sure, wants to bait it out, and he's going to give it up. What a great conversion for 9. Started up badly, even if they got that early kill on the AWP, and they end up winning it anyway.
That is so impressive from Hades. We've been talking about him and his redemption arc on 9, and last time when they played Fnatic earlier in this, he was the top performer in terms of frags. He had 65 kills, but only 20 of those were with the AWP. He did a lot of damage with the rifles, and with the pistols, and he's keeping that up here. His form has looked excellent thus far at the Showdown.
This is, for anyone who's old enough, this is what it was like playing Commandos. So it's a weird game where you sort of had to sneak soldiers around. That's what that felt like what Key was up to. You had to, like, you know, not get seen. You had to crouch in certain moments. All the rest of it was a cool game. There's like 3 of them, so maybe people still know. But what a great move to start with.
It's the CS equivalent of going prone.
Yeah.
Just looking straight down, hiding as much of your view model as you can. Yeah, if anybody's kind of a newer viewer here, turning down actually does change what the opponent can see in terms of just how your model is positioned. So it's actually necessary in certain situations like that. And it leads Big to call a timeout. They were positionally outplayed. They still found the frags, and yet 9 were somehow able to mid-round that and come up with a victory. So a bit disappointing on the German side of things.
I don't know if it's possible to probably not. There's going to be no science behind it, but if you could do like a measurement of the amount of initiative that's taken by 9 in some of these rounds, it seems like it's super high up there compared to so many other teams where it's much more, you know, let's try and develop the plan along the way. Let's hope that we get one of the entries, and then we'll kind of see what happens. Like, 9 really manufactures some of these openings, even if it looks like they're not even there, and they just do it anyway.
You can tell the level of communication with this team is so good. They always have a way to use teamwork to find a new opening in a round. But Hype this time, he doesn't care if you have teamwork. He's got an off posted right on the angle. Oh, but it's a slight miss. Big opportunity that he misses on, and now Hades posted on the angle, but he can't find the shot either. Minute 10 left. No casualties yet in this one. But Hyped, he's still maintaining some space towards outside, and he really wants this fight. There it is. That's the opening pick, and survives with just 1 HP.
They have a great move. They were putting a lot of pressure on him with those nades out there, and if he just falls back and it becomes irrelevant, then he's kind of leaving his teammates on the A-bomb side completely on their own. That mini player will have to do all of the work, so credit to Hype for sticking around under a lot of pressure. The boost up here, said usually good for the 1 kills. Auto shotgun in play. It's gonna blow up Goofy. And yeah, this round is done. I don't think there's gonna be no way to come back into this one. Kido, even from beyond the grave, will take down Kyler, and it's just Hades now with 26 seconds. And he's gonna get caught mid-air. Hyped. 1 point of health is enough when you have the AWP. It'll be big to pick up the round. Really well done.
Yeah, good stuff from Hyped. Pretty big risk to peek in credit card in the mid-round there, given that it was his only option. But he still is able to hit the shot in time. Yeah, this one right here. Just maintaining all that space, figuring out how many bodies are headed towards outside. Really helped his team out there, because then they're able to center their defense so easily. And so 9 back to the drawing board.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait it out a little bit here. Pistols, that's about all they can get. And this is obviously a great sign for Big to be able to stabilize the game early on. A little bit shocking to be losing some of those rounds. The one where they just let them down, and obviously the conversion, the 4 versus 3 one that they lost. Those are some tough rounds to lose, but Big seem not that bothered by it. And I think that's a really great sign.
Yeah, they took that timeout at 2-2, and I mean, pretty clean round after it. So credit to the coach. And ooh, okay, a little bit of a run boost made it pretty difficult for Crimbo to line those up, but still able to find a pair of frags.
They actually just threw a player at him.
Yeah.
It's really aggressive. Farming out here. Having a very long and awkward battle against Hades. Finally comes out on top, as he should. Now they're kind of in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, we haven't really seen too much A pressure. Oh, that's how he got that one.
Classic.
Okay. Nice. That's always pretty cool, those kinds of lineups like that. Nice to see it work for Favin. But yeah, we haven't really seen 9 actually pressure the A bomb site too much. They've flirted with the idea of going outside to mini, but none of that door pressure that so many teams really make a staple on their T side.
I mean, Big keep putting down that smoke that one way where they're standing on top of the boxes to look in through that squeak door. Oh, Key, this could just be a huge opening. Well done. Tabson, you could tell he was not ready for it, and they got to be careful now. Favin makes his escape down the ladder, but looks like he was getting attacked a little bit too.
Yeah, I think he just was forced to do that. I mean, this position's a little bit redundant given that he has a player in secret already. So he's going to have to find a way to get back in the round. Now, Big are actually out of position because of this, but Hype might still be able to recover it for them. Spots an arm right there. Not blinded by the flash. Still holding the line. And there we go. Yeah, Hyped doing a great job keeping these eyes towards outside. But because of that rotation earlier, it's just the two now. Keto and Hyped. And Hyped striking from the heavens leaves 9 in such a tough situation. It's so hard to break this bomb site. Feels like Hype's just everywhere.
Yeah, Minio also no choice but to walk out there, and he's going to get downed. Hades, not much you could do here, I think. You do have the bomb on your back, so I guess, yeah, you might as well try and go for the B bomb site. Hope that you can isolate a fight out there. Makes more sense than anything else. Knife out, though, and there is someone waiting for him. Oh, I can't believe he's still alive. The timing, quite lucky for him. Does he realize 30 seconds? I feel like actually going for it might have been a better choice here, but obviously doesn't know what we know. 25 seconds as he's trying to sneak a little bit closer. And some backup is coming in for the big side as well. So they're going to be in a position where they can probably drop down the vent pretty quickly, or they can flank through. He's trying it one more time here, and he's going to get dropped by Farvin. Good conversion there. And Big get to keep 3 rifles alive, which is not that bad.
Yeah, I've been loving Hype's movements, though, in this game.
Yeah.
He has been doing such a great job in terms of being really pesty for the side of 9. Like, he's just consistently rotating any gap in the smokes. He's always trying to find that little edge. And yeah, that's always one of the biggest banes to a T side, is just a mobile opper. That's why people like Simple obviously are just so strong on this map. You just never really know where he's going because he's just calling his own number the whole day.
It's really been working out, and kind of makes you think maybe in some of these rounds they do need to pull the trigger a little bit quicker when they get some of the openings, because the slowing down the game is great for the AWP player on the CT side, right? Maybe if they are a little bit faster to, you know, get Molotov up into heaven and try and get in there, they can put some more pressure on. Probably not going to be this round, though, because, again, we're down to the pistols.
A lot of utility, though.
Yeah, they want to see if they can go for it.
This seems like it'll be the A test. I think the utility here should be good for that. Might actually be a late door drop, but I don't think they've blown it up yet, so there they go. Okay, I think they just naded it. All right, we'll see how many players are able to get down. Okay, they got 2. Oh, no, just the 1. Oh, that's not the door, Minio, and that leads to a lineup. That's a disaster for 9. Oh, could have actually swarmed the lower bomb site with a handful of bodies, but instead it's just Kylar on a solo mission, and now just leaves Hades. 1 guy left with a P250 and a Dream. Yeah, there's a target presented, but nah, it's just too easy for Big. Just zoom in your radar. Sometimes players need a command to just zoom in the radar so you know where in the smoke you are. It's a little bind that so many players I've seen use, and it's incredibly helpful for that specific situation.
Yep. Don't want to get stuck like this. Oh, that is unfortunate. They would have had a shot at it. That would have been interesting. Would have been fun to see. But honestly, we got to give him some... I mean, look at the kills on Big. 7-1 on Farvin, 9-1 on Hype, 7-2 on Crimbo, 8-4 on Keto. It's just looking very, very impressive right now. They're getting everything that they need, and the money, obviously, when you get those kind of score lines, you are just going to have a lot of money to work with. There's no way around it. Hype is going to get 1 more kill to open it with, but they've got Key down below, although he's walking into a bit of a crossfire. Heavy setup down here at the B site for Big at the moment.
Hyped has gotten such a variety of kills already in this game. It's really refreshing to watch this guy play.
It's what they needed, right? And replacing somebody like CSGO, you know that's just going to be very, very tricky.
CSGO had more skill, but Hyped has more ideas. That's how it's feeling to me thus far. All right, smokes towards outside. This will grant 9 a clear path to lower. Crimbo and Favin await them, though. This is a deadly crossfire. Very hard to deal with both players effectively.
Yep.
And they're going to walk right in. There's Favin. First contact is there. Now Crimbo finds his time to strike, but oh, it's Key actually. And Favin falls as well. Okay, this just blew apart for Big in a matter of seconds.
Super unfortunate for Favin that the doors are already open like that. So then when he falls back, there's absolutely no cover. Crazy turnaround. 9 beating the crossfire down there. And they'll give them the round. Big don't feel like they could justify going for it, and I can't really blame them. I think the CSGO comparison is one that's probably worth getting into. Maybe not in the middle of the game, but just in general, because I guess I kind of agree with the skill part of it, but there is something about being able to follow through on like seeing an opening and just going for it. Even if you have less skill to actually convert that opening into a kill, it's like, yeah, but if you don't go for the opening at all ever, then what's the point? It doesn't really matter if you had the skill. It's like, it was sort of like, what if I went for it? Would I have gone for it? Would I have won the fight? Yeah, maybe. But you didn't. And the Hype seems to be doing that a lot more. He's just finding those openings.
Yeah. It really reads to me like Hype has taken in a lot of fresh ideas to this team in terms of how he wants to start rounds, how he wants to get active in the mid round for rotations. That has actually sometimes worked against him, though. In the games where Hype doesn't deliver, it's usually because he's getting punished for those re-aggressions, the movements that he's making. Sometimes it just, teams are just recognize what's going on. But okay, 9 run boosts. I feel like we're good for one of these per game. Key, it's a lot of space, but I don't know how Hades took that much damage. It's just a Molotov. I'm really curious to just run right through that.
He was trying to stomp out the fire, and turns out that doesn't work.
Maybe in Source 2.
Yeah, thanks for testing it, though.
Yeah.
The setup is cool. Again, it's a setup that requires... I mean, Mahone was just showing us this, right? It's a setup where he was showing it on Vertigo, but the same principle applies, right? Instead of doing the boost and then the little timing jump to make sure, they actually just do it off the ladder and keep running, which gives them a lot more timing, which is super sick. That's the kind of stuff people just don't want to practice. Most teams, I think, will discard that kind of thing, saying it's not worth the effort to try to learn how to do that. I disagree. I think it's super sick.
Okay, this was a successful bait from 9. Just using a little bit of utility, and you see that bait so much from Big. At this point, Big, just a handful of flashes. They don't even have any more smokes left. And so 9, if they actually just go for a re-exec on this A bomb site, Big are going to feel very vulnerable. So they've stacked 3 players here in order to try to defend it adequately.
We're down to 30 seconds, so yeah, they are going to go for it. Let's see if the stack from Big is going to be working out. They do have the manpower, just not the grenades to defend with. Farvin's feeling the pressure right now. He's going to be going down. Keto, that is a great spray, and Hyped again all the way in the back line. They're going to be switching up their target. They realize that's just too much. But down here and waiting is Crimbo with another AWP. I don't think they were expecting it, and Minio gets dropped. Hades just going to try and see if he could live through the round here. Good defense from Big, in spite of not really having the utility that you normally want in that round.
Yeah, just so many bodies there, able to stay alive for so long. Keto's able to activate off the back of Favin taking the early fire. And yeah, just good stuff from Big. I mean, they read what the likely hit was to be from 9. They had some good information. And so they just solidified their defense.
Time for a timeout then. 9 want to talk things through. They've already come up with very, very many different ideas, but they seem like a team that also just has probably a long playbook of different stuff that they wanted to do. You could even tell the run boost in that previous round was really close to working. They almost caught maybe Tabson, I think it was, at that corner, but not quite.
Interesting to see that Crimbo actually picked up an op too. I'm not sure if 9 are going to be able to put a plan together to deal with a double op. There's a few ways you could try to handle that.
They're doing back-to-back timeouts?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure if it's... Oh yeah, it is. I think 9 did this before.
They did, yes, last time.
Yeah, sometimes...
Now just not shy.
Yeah, he really wants to get his message out.
Only thing that makes me sad right now about Big is the fact that they're back to doing the high fives instead of the handshakes. I feel like that was a distinguishing feature for a minute. I was excited for the civilized handshakes.
Gabi just has a deep playbook in terms of his positive and physical affirmations.
True. That's his prep work for the day.
It keeps him guessing. Okay. Early utility exchange outside. Okay, Key able to find the kill onto Tapson. Hype there for the trade. And Keto, above it all, is able to get one. But, man, this is such a melee outside. Hyped. He wants to keep pressing forward. This is so bold, but he's able to find the frag onto Hades. And now you see Kylar trying to find something with that deagle through the smoke, but unable to return. And 30 seconds have passed, and it is a graveyard outside.
It really is. I've got to say, Hyped is an absolute badass. He, inside of the smoke, he was getting shot at, and he didn't fire a single shot. If we can get the replay of that, he gets tagged when he's re-aggressing for the second kill. And I think most players, if you are getting shot at like that and the bullets are actually connecting, you're going to panic a little bit. And he just stayed focused, just waited for it, just assumed, and rightfully so, that it was just a stray bullet that caught him and that nobody actually knew where he was. But that's super, super hard to do in that moment. Kyler is now on his own, and for an otherwise good start to the round for 9, Big are able to overcome it, and Hype will get the last kill. He's 14-1 and a triple in this round. What a god.
Yeah, Hyped is just taking over this game. I mean, the way that he crawls outside with everybody is so fun to watch.
So he's at 100 HP here, but when he comes back again, I think one of these bullets from Hades, yes, he's got tagged in the meantime.
Yeah.
I think one of those bullets tagged him, and he just decided to ignore it.
Right.
That is super difficult to do.
Just pure focus. And I think we see the benefits of that double timeout, though, from 9. They kind of half-bought with some of their players and full-bought with others, and now we see a full buy here. This might catch Big off guard that there's this many rifles against them after that loss.
It was close again. Just the timing there and the speed behind it. Very nearly catching Tabson. But nearly is not really going to cut it here.
Yeah. I think Big have done actually decent prep work to understand some of the openers from 9. Because they're barely surviving so many of these. And if you don't give 9 one of these early picks with one of their, I would say, kind of gimmick plays, then you're playing 5-on-5 Counter-Strike, and that's where you would think Big should just come out on top.
And you're probably also forcing, once the gimmicks are out of the way, you're forcing 9 to play more default on Nuke, right? You can even see that now with the wall outside. Crimbo, though, he gets blown up. What a shot from Kyler. But yeah, forcing 9 back into something standard probably is overall just better for Big anyway.
Yeah. Okay. They know that there's a ramp player, and oh, Hyped. Yeah, that's a tough one. Left eye peek against a rifle that's waiting for you. And 5 versus 3 advantage. This is very nice for 9. Should be able to convert off of this. Although Keto still here at that opposite vent.
Yeah, but look at the space they're taking towards CT spawn now. They're going to be walking in from all sides.
Oh, unless Tabson's able to deal with this guy.
That's the way out. It has to be. But they locate 1 out of the 3 players, so that's some great information to work with. And they have their eyes on this corner. They were going to hard clear that every single time. So time, I think, for Big to maybe call it a save, and then 9 could pick up a 4th round. And this one, just really, really well done. Obviously, a slight help getting the early kill from Kyler there towards the lobby. That obviously helps them out a little bit. But still, good round.
Yeah, the 5-on-5 CS actually worked out for 9 there. That's pretty impressive on their end, because it did seem like Big had done such a great job at either finding opening picks or just making sure in the mid-round that they were the more stable team. But this time around, 9 are able to compose themselves, even without that.
Do you think maybe Crimbo and Hyped wanted to have a better timing between the peek into Hut or into lobby from both Ramp and Hut at the same time? It felt like they both were kind of aggressive there. They just died with, 5 or 10 seconds difference. They never really could help each other out. It seemed a bit odd,
Yeah, I think they just had a couple of ops, and sometimes you just feel like everything's going your way. I think Hype right now is in a zone where he thinks every peek will just work, because that's generally not actually a favorable peek, to just left eye crouch peek with an op into that space. But if you're just deleting everybody every time you see them, you think you can get away with it.
He's been getting away with it, so he's got reality on his side, except in that last round. Scoreline 8-4. Red 9 would love to try and take the economy away. Tabson gets counter sprayed down for the smoke.
That just looked too easy for Key. If it were the A1S, you can go for that all day.
Yeah, it's not quite the same, is it? Let's see. Where is Hyped at right now? It's Crimbo out here taking a look for the moment. But that AWP on the CT side has been a really big deal, and he's down below, so he's quite far out of the action at the moment.
He seems really ready for this, but he only has 13 HP. This could be a frag for Keto. Yeah, just barely had to tag him through the corner of that wall. Otherwise would have been a great position. And now Big, they even things up, 4 versus 4. Favin on a bit of an island, though, towards Mini. Not too much help. Crimbo's there in the rafter to at least try to support him, but these frags are pretty hard to trade for Big.
Especially if they can get one good grenade in, maybe from the other side. I don't know if they have a flashbang on that side, but if they do, it's going to be tough. Oh, there's the kill on the early one, but Crimbo's going to get traded as well. And Favin, the only one that gets to hold the bomb site, and he's going to do a good job to begin with, but Minio was in the perfect position, and they catch Keto trying to get up out of the vent. It's a 5th round on the side of 9. They really have to battle for these rounds. They're not easy at all, but they are starting to get back into the game.
Yeah, that was actually looking pretty good for 9. This is the opening kill that he found, and yeah, I just had that lineup so easily and almost got the second, but took too much spam damage earlier on. And we saw the way that Big wanted to rotate in this one felt a little bit rushed. Sometimes you would expect players like Hyped and for Keto to try to work their way back up secret, but instead they both opted for the vent hit. But okay, let's see, Kylar this time's able to get down. No worry about having to zoom in your radar or anything like that. We'll see how 9 are able to play off this.
Yeah, you could see tabseN is well aware out here. Oh, he's actually much further back. I thought he was going to try and go down. It looked like he was moving for a minute, but Kyler would love to find him. He's not going to find anyone here. That's interesting. Hyped. Oh, with the scope up. If Kyler is feeling really frisky and he actually goes for the peak, that could have been dangerous. But Big, otherwise, they are not really reacting to this. They're saying, fine, if you want to be downstairs, then go do it. They surely must be aware that the vent is blown open and everything else.
Yeah. Okay, cross smokes to connect with that player towards lower. This journey is going to be a little bit safer for 9 just because they have that player already down. And looks like they'll be able to get down scot-free. Okay, they make a little bit of noise, but Big should already know that there's a couple now down. And, oh, Hades.
He wanted that. He had a feeling. Well, the bomb's on Goofy. Minio is kind of on an island out here. And they finally brought someone down to defend. It's Crimbo, but he's very much on his own. It's an awkward position to be in. Goofy's ready and waiting, opens the door and just takes him down. Some interesting strafing going on in that one, and it's a 4-on-4 with a bomb plant to follow. tabseN's walking in pretty quickly, I think, ahead of the rest of the team. He's a little bit disjointed here. There could be a problem, but he's going to take down Goofy. That's a good start, and even shooting Kyler in the back. It gets a lot better for tabseN here. This is starting to look really sick for the retake. Minio is far away. Again, he was designed to be a late flank in for the retake, and then, straight for the defuse. Kind of come off it again, but there's nothing Minio could do. Even if he got both the kills, he could not win the round. Great retake, most especially for tabseN.
Yeah, it felt like it was actually a possibility for Big's retake to find just a split that was actually going to fall apart, but actually, it's kind of surprising that Big actually approached like this to me. I feel like you were talking about it, just the way that it almost felt a little disjointed.
Yeah.
If tabseN fell, that was going to fall apart in a split second. That's all. But
they don't, but the way that it worked out, they kind of almost get pushed towards the ramp where the rest of Big are coming from. But if tabseN dies, they can kind of escape that way. 9 can just say, all right, fine, we're going to leave the bomb site, but not through the ramp. Either way, great stuff. Big are definitely well prepared on this map. 15th round is here, and the last chance right now for 9 to get a little bit more of that pie in the first half.
Okay, Hyped. He's been the man of the half thus far. Great opportunity for him to stat pad even further. Looks like there's going to be a jump across, peek from Hades, but Hyped, he's ready for it. He's seen that one before, and he's going for the re-peek, actually. Doesn't quite find it, but covers his trail with a Molotov. Although it'll allot 9 this space, they're down a man.
I would love to see the slow-mo of that when he gives up trying to shoot the guy and just, looks for Hades instead. That's when you know you're in the zone. 16-3 on Hyped, and you mentioned this earlier, how many different positions he's been playing, outside, inside this time. Just pretty standard stuff on the ramp, but ultimately just a very powerful position. tabseN doing the work. Long range. Teaching Goofy a lesson or two, and Minio too. He trying to see if he can magic his way back into the round, but that's not going to happen. Kyler is out here. And he's got no teammates that are still alive. So this is, I think overall this first half, it'll look like Nine were about to wow everybody again, but Big just looked very well prepared, which I think is kind of, it's, you know, part of the brand really at this point. So you got to appreciate it. It's really cool to see. Kyler on a, yeah, 1 in a million mission to try and bring it back here. 1 versus 4, 10 seconds left, and he's going to get dropped by Fav. And 10-5 in the first half for Big. That's a great job. Let's see if they can close it out.
In die Harz. Lass mal die Schacht runtergehen. Mate einer. Ich heile gerade. Vor mir, vor mir. T-Schacht, einer. T-Schacht, ich will ein Killbill. Schacht runter. Wo Sink? Einer. Sink, glaube ich, ja. Sink. Bombe down. Rampe. Ja. Okay. Nice, Mann. Da muss ich aufstehen. Sehr, sehr gut verschoben. Ey, Leute, guck mal.
It's got to stand up for that one. Makes me want to stand up, actually. Big are playing some great CS. Hyped is on fire. And despite the attempts at disrupting that defense, Nine were only able to find 5 rounds. This is their map pick, Anders.
It is. You know, I guess I become so jealous when I listen to Big call like this, because it's a sharp contrast to the people that I play Counter-Strike with, that just shout out really random things in the middle of a in the middle of a battle, and this is just so sharp. I love it. Makes everything a lot easier. Oh, Key back here. Nice, easy. Double tap to bring down Keto. Flashbangs are in, and he's in an awkward position out in the middle of nowhere. Oh. Hyped with another great headshot, this time on Goofy, who was much more concealed. But Hype just doesn't care right now. Oh. He is on a mission. Up to 19-3 now. Starting in the pistol round and absolutely wrecking 9. He's ready for more. Finally, Kyler will take him down. But I'm ready. I'm on the Hype train. Kyler and Hades are left here. 2 versus 2. Awkward sound being made. The bomb is out here, so if it drops, if Kyler somehow found that kill, it would be really, really weird for Crimbo, who would be on his own.
Yeah, well, they already spotted Favin. They know something is afoot towards outside, and this is probably the best thing that Favin can do, but he doesn't even know that. He doesn't know he's spotted. Oh, this is a big fight, and it'll go the way of Hades. At the same time, looks like Favin peeked out, and Kyler was able to finish things off.
That's a pretty good recovery from a shaky start there. Hyped almost winning the pistol round on his own.
Hyped has just been an animal in this game. Okay, this guy is a one-man wrecking crew. Pistols, op.
Boom.
I bet he's going to get it done with the rifle somehow, too.
Yeah, why not? So what, he's died like 4 times so far on Nuke? it's pretty disgusting, but well played. But for 9, that's kind of the door held open to get back into the game. No bomb plant either, obviously, for the big side. So let's see what they have planned. We talked a lot about Big looking prepared for all of the tricks of 9 when Big were on the CT side. Let's see if 9 have some prep work of their own for the CT side of Nuke.
Yeah, I've been actually looking at a few big demos on Nuke lately, and one thing that they love, we'll see if they do this in the first round, is they love their vent dives. They sometimes send 2, even 3 people down on a gun round. And I'm going to just say, that's not normal. For a lot of top-tier teams, you send 1 guy every now and then down vent. I think like JKS is usually that guy for G2, for example.
Right.
And it's only kind of when he has the spawn, then they decide to run it. Big will just design entire plays to get 3 people down there. They have really impressive nade combos to ensure that they don't take casualties. Because if you do it haphazardly, you're just going to lose everybody. But watching these MP9s clean up and taps in. 1 Glock kill. We'll see if this gets out of hand, but it seems pretty unlikely. Favin, he's got the burst going, and could see actually.
Oh, he just wants to find him.
Yeah, Goofy has such low HP, but he's just tucking, and no way that Goofy could die. Yeah.
That's really funny. You could tell Favin knew, but he just couldn't find him.
Yeah, Goofy stole our hearts in the series against Fnatic.
He did. It just has to be one of the best names of the moment.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
All right, we'll see what Big opt for.
I think...
Wake up, Gobby.
Yeah. It's like you haven't won yet. You can relax when Nuke is done, you know. You can go lie down for a second, but need to still be awake for this one. Yeah, those vent drops are so much fun. It's what makes Nuke, part of what makes Nuke such an interesting map, is that vent that connects the 2 sides of the map.
9 already put a player in vent expecting it. And this is something also Big loves to do. The nade stack back silo. Yeah, they always try to inflict damage in the cheekiest of ways. This time around, doesn't work. Looks like 9 did a little bit of homework to avoid that. Oh my, so close. It's got to keep you on edge.
Yeah, yeah, that'll wake you up.
I love that they used to also do the triple boost for Sursen to shoot through the ceiling light, or the ceiling window, that is. I wonder if they'll do that in this half. It's just, again, both of these teams are so fun to watch because they have so many tricks to start rounds up.
Nade wall to come up here. Trying to look right over it is key, and one thing is getting the kill, another thing is successfully actually escaping. He's almost got the second. Didn't even take that much damage for it. And Hades out here expecting the walkthrough is going to get both the kills and the bomb delivered right to his feet. Favin and Crimbo, I mean, again, this is where you want to see 9 play this one really safely. You don't have such a deep economy that you could just go hunting this. It's probably not worth it. Take it a little bit easy. Oh, Crimbo. Allowed to get one there.
Oh,
Favin gets another one. Now, they are very low on health still on the T side, but this is how things slip.
And time.
Yeah.
No way that Big can actually win this one, but those 2 kills, not meaningless. Yeah, Favin and Crimbo, they'll walk away from this. just good job there from 9 to capture the outside play. I don't think that Big expected Key to already be on top of that outside CT blue that early. He was pretty much just ready for the cross smokes and able to nail that first player instantaneously.
Yeah, they definitely weren't. Obviously, strong position there with the bomb dropping. I think the bomb dropping is kind of what made the follow-up peaks for the CT side a little bit less useful. But obviously, they have the confidence, I guess, on the other side. They're like, you know what, we're going to win every single fight. It's not going to matter. They have the AWP now on Hades. He's been way less impactful than Hyped at the moment, but now that he's on the CT side, a chance for redemption maybe for him.
Okay.
Shuffling around the grenades.
Yeah, ferrying some nades over. I think Big... It's kind of hard to say what they want to do with this, but they'll nade the door once again. It's a staple of their T sides. Just gathering up in lobby right now, hoping that 9 gift them a frag. But 9 are playing a pretty disciplined game. No one getting too eager against this half-buy.
They need that. They absolutely need that. Don't give them an opportunity when they only have the 2 AKs. Smoke goes up, and more grenades behind it if they need it. And Goofy's expecting something. Smoke coming in from the T side, but...
Yeah, they just smoked off the outside locker room window, which is kind of irrelevant for this, so it's a little bit of a ruse.
Yeah, hoping to catch someone maybe. Goofy, good spray to begin with. Farman will live through it, though. They're going to try and see if they can make their way with a wide swing onto the site. Kyler is down here below, and he's going to catch an instant headshot. The crosshair placement is so perfect for that kind of a fight. So Keto... He'll be on his own with 18 seconds left. Just going to try and inflict some more damage before the round is up. And he could do at least the 1 kill there. Again, not much else to really be accomplished. So a 10-9 scoreline. Big still with a 1-round lead.
Yeah, I haven't really gotten to see Big get going in any of these rounds. Feels like they're not finding any entry to bomb sites or outside yard space. 9 are doing a good job stopping him.
What's your favorite strategy for T-side nuke? What's something that always gets you a little bit exciting when you see it play out?
I think my favorite overall strategy are just strong A execs because it opens up the rest of the map so well once you have a good one.
All right, yeah.
It's kind of a conditioning thing. If you win one of those early in a half, they have to dump so much utility, sometimes keep 3 bodies on A, which makes ramp and outside more vulnerable at the same time.
So not so much the strategy itself, but what it means down the road. Yeah,
what it
that's
implies.
fair. I mean, that's totally fair. People have already underestimated that a little bit, but yeah, if you can prove to the other team that we can take this site, we have the right execute for it, could definitely impact how they look at the rest of the half. Good wall. Walk down. Orb is waiting. Keto doesn't know it yet, but it's death if you're slow around this corner.
Too easy for Hades there. Throws a smoke also to cover his retreat, but it's actually a smoke that he leaves a gap. If anybody were to peek that, he would have been able to see their legs. But now it's Goofy that's contested. They smoke off his angle, which means Kylar will be the next to fight. But they're smoking this area off too. Big are doing a great job at finding a lot of space, but they eventually will have to take a fight.
This crossfire between Kyler and Minio is kind of weird because when the smoke fades, it can be broken up in a weird way, but maybe it'll work. Ooh, pushing in from Mini.
Yeah.
But Key still goes down. And Goofy, he's kind of revealed his position, so they definitely know. Spray, it's some damage, but it's still... The players are dropping on the 9 side. Kyler, he doesn't realize that he's very exposed. He could get shot in the back as well. The Eagle coming in and almost getting the kill. The bomb is planted. Tabson will get one with the Tech 9. And it is still a 2-on-3. I can't believe that Big have managed to thread the needle in this round. It feels like they had every chance of giving it up. Kyler's going to be winning the fight against Crimbo. I can feel your desperation because they did not need to fight that. They could have kept it cool, and instead they get the round back. And 9 will tie up the game. For all that work that they did, Big, a couple of unnecessary peaks at the end.
You're not supposed to lose at that point when you're Big. They have to fly up the ladder. just hold the top of the ladder.
Yeah.
Crimbo had the angle towards outside also, that if they wanted to get back up there, they shouldn't have been able to, but...
Haven't they seen Star Wars? They had the high ground.
Yes. It was foolish, but Anakin made it happen this time.
Somehow.
I can't believe Big lost this one. They probably weren't supposed to get that close anyways, but yeah, look at the disappointment on their faces. They fumbled that one. They were right there. They were right in the end zone, and then they just decided to do a little dance, a little shimmy, and that cost them.
The double hands to the temples is a universal sign of what's happening.
Yes.
All right, different defensive setup. Double position towards the ramp, and
what is this?
This is wild.
He just peeked in a molly. Wow.
That's disrespectful.
Yeah, Hype just wasn't ready for it. I mean, he was holding it, but mentally, he never was prepared for that. Okay, 5 versus 4. Things are looking a little bit shaky for Big. There was a gap in that smoke. Keys here towards Secret anyways, and now, yeah, without too much utility, no smokes left for Big. This is gonna be a tough nut to crack. Taps in, trying to flash in desperately, and tries to go for the vent dive. Not gonna work out. And now that really, I think 9 know that there's at least one more player in lobby.
Yeah, they can guess. And just like last time, I mean, they have a little bit more money in the bank, but not so much that, you know, running into it here. And Big, they're gonna be in a weird position no matter what in some of the coming rounds. Oh, good opening from Crimbo. Still 30 seconds. See if 9 can set up some more trades just to make sure that this doesn't get out of control. And Crimbo trying to optimize every single angle there, you could tell, but wasn't quite possible. Now it's Farvin, and he's going to get caught by Key. So just the one casualty in Kyler, and now 9 are in the lead.
That's almost unthinkable. That first half from Big was so good, but they've had nothing to show for it in this second. Some close rounds, but a lot of them actually decisively in the favor of 9.
Yeah, they're playing really good. Obviously, the most heartbreaking one is the previous one where they actually got outside and held the ladder for a minute, and like they had the bomb plant. They could have won that round. That was sick. That was their way back into the swing of things, but Money started the build on the CT side, and for Big, I don't know if they're desperate yet, but they're going to have to dig deeper and deeper into the strat build here to figure out how do we get around on the T side. They're going to try and run their way through. It is a cool idea to see if you can edge your way into the smoke, but they get caught instead. Wow. What a reposition from Kyler. Just in the last second, he goes to hold the opposite side.
That was beautiful. Yeah, just pirouettes right there on top. He should give out ballet classes.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Just smooth footwork. And Big, yeah, they're going to try to get into this one at ramp. Hades already holding on. It's got to just be the instant headshot from Hyped. Okay, actually the flash works, but now no more utility. Minio, he's already here. Bombs dropped at his feet, and Crimbo, excellent in the clutch, but we'll see what he's able to do. Just the one. 9, 12 to 10.
What an obscure position for Minio to hold. If I'm coming in with the T side, I'm not expecting for somebody to be in the middle of the ramp like that.
It's a really good off angle. Yeah. I'll say that, because a lot of times they want to jump down, and it's kind of hard to just fully clear that as you're making your way down. You have to look at a few angles. So, yeah, it's one that just kind of has to be in your playbook, but you don't throw it out that often if you're a ramp rifler.
I mean, it's obviously very risky, but when you have Hades, I guess in Hell, it's a little bit better.
Yeah, because you'll have that forewarning that they're coming at you. Looks like Big are trying to mull things over, figure out what it's going to take to break open one of these bomb sites, because Big have only found one plant in this half.
One of my favorite strategies for the T-side nuke is if you get the spawning, you can pull off the really quick mini rushes where you sort of like you jump down there and you just you keep on gliding down. I think it's super sick when people do that. A lot of different ways to approach it, but I think those mini players sometimes get almost a little bit stiff holding their positions. They're kind of bored looking towards the squeak door, or they're listening for a wall outside or whatever. So if you could be pretty quick out there, sometimes you can just catch them sleeping, which I think is great fun.
Okay. Upgraded pistols for the side of Big. got a handful of bodies in lobby, but actually most of their players are on the roof right now, but that'll change in a second after they hype these Molotovs. Gonna toss these into a handful of positions. Looks like 9 are trying to center their defense around A though, so this is also going to be very difficult. But if the utility's good enough, it's possible. And that's all big need right now, just a little bit of hope.
Oh my god, the flashbang was a good idea. Hades.
What a shot.
Yeah, very important kill to get back into it. Otherwise, what a great opening for Big to start by being gifted one of the Tech9 kills there. Oh, and pushing through the smoke. It's a great idea. Tabson's there for the return. So far, so good for Big. They're actually in the driver's seat in this round. Hades and Key, 2 versus 3, and they're in trouble. This is sick.
Yeah, just flat out the best strategy Big have shown so far.
Yeah, you said that a good AXX, you know, could sometimes be all you need. And just maybe we'll put some pressure on the 9 defense. I don't know if there's much they could do here. Key is just solo on health. Hades is going to try for it. Does duck right under, but they're getting flanked as well. And Crimbo, this is going to be a free kill without a doubt. And I think Hades should probably call it a day. The bomb is planted right out in the open. I don't think there's anything you can do here. Going to give it everything. Hype will take him down at the end. And finally, the first round on the board for Big in the second half.
Yeah, that's really nice to see from Big. That was well constructed too. The way that the player through the mini smoke was able to crunch with them. Good stuff. Bit of misdirection there. And all in all, on top of that, a strong default. That's what's important there. That kill from paiN makes things pretty interesting in terms of what 9 thinks is coming next. And Crimbo, man, so sneaky in the late round. You don't have many teammates alive. If they die too quickly, you're in a very poor position. But Key this time wants to be a bit more aggressive outside. Back red in a very strong off angle. Usually this is good for 1.
Oh,
and the flash setup might even be better than that. No, he doesn't even swing with it, actually.
See if they walk into the AWP first. Hades is back there. It felt like, from our point of view at least, he's had multiple opportunities already, but very, very patient. Now he's going to start to move forward just a little bit, and the swing, the timing is great. Could have been a multi-spray down. Very nearly a double kill, but it could have been way more than that even. Still, they get rid of hype, and that's probably good news. How's that only 3 damage?
Looked a little far, but it'll only be 3. Keto's pretty lucky to be alive right now. Hades reinserting himself into the big garage outside. So we'll be able to lock this down. I'm not sure if he's aware that Keto found space towards lower, but 9 have actually rotated 2 players towards B now. This could work out very well for Big.
Yeah. Goofy back here. They have Molotovs. I mean, if they get the right Molotov behind this position, he's not going to have many teammates around that can do anything. This is super scary. 25 seconds. You can see he's trying to jiggle it out, trying to find some information. He's got no nades. He can't put out a Molotov. Tabson's the one that holds it, so let's see if they actually get it into a good spot. Already been thrown out a little bit early, perhaps. 14 seconds. Now they drop down, and that's a problem because this is exactly where 9 were. Kyler with a double. Keto comes in with a shot at the back, but they can't get to the bomb site. Even in a one-on-one, he wouldn't have had the time for it here. So, interesting switch up, and I think it played right into 9's hands.
Yeah, I think Big... I'm not sure if they read that incorrectly or what, where they thought that maybe there were more people towards A than they expected. I thought Hades was tucked in at Heaven, but they spotted, I think, Goofy, at least on the floor, and that sent them into a frenzy down the vent. Good positioning from Kylar. It looks like him and the other player towards lower, Minio there, were just fortunately pushing Secret at the same time, and that's basically the best position to defend exactly what Big were doing.
Yeah. A little bit of a roll of the dice, really, on both sides. This is terrible news, though, on the side of Big. Key, I don't know how he wins that fight. He was looking way up at the heavens. And I definitely don't know how he wins that one. Farvan's going to be frustrated once again. But that first one, his crosshair is miles away.
One thing I just have to point out, though, is Tabson was using the A4 a lot towards outside.
Yes.
And look at what Key is able to do with the A1S.
True.
There's still a clear difference, and I'd say it's just objectively better to use the A1S outside for that reason. You need to go for those spams and not be afraid of being spammed back.
Yeah, true, and A1 pilled.
I like the A4 better too, but it's just that's just what it is.
I almost feel like I'm almost 50-50 at this point. Like I'll use whatever is coming my way most of the time. I'm just happy to switch it up. There's more satisfaction sometimes. I feel like we're using the M4A4. I don't know why. Oh, timing is godlike. They don't even have a Molotov on the other side to get rid of it. But
what the?
They're not gonna need it. That
was pretty lackadaisical.
He's super relaxed.
He just walked out. Okay.
Feeling casual about the game. Like, all right. I don't want to wait in this corner.
Oh, little boost being constructed. Got to get it down silently or Hades is going to know exactly what's happening. Okay, yeah, Hades definitely knows now and just drops the molly. It does 1 damage to tabseN because it hit him, but the molly itself doesn't even explode.
Just when you see deep breath here from 9, it's a little bit frustrating that they actually got onto the bomb side and are getting the bomb plant, but just, you know, coordinate this.
What? Oh, what?
Come on.
I think he just shot through the mini smoke. And look at that. That was set up. That flank kill from Minio was set up because Hades threw the one-way towards heaven. He threw that all the way from the mini garage.
Yeah.
Hades, in a way, got 1.5 kills there.
We're going to have to see the shot from Hades, though.
Yeah.
What a disturbing way to get a kill. That first fight, it could have made a huge difference.
Yeah, this round was weird because... And there it is. Oof. Yeah, Gabi's just... Also, when it's the little head shake, it's not even like the wide shake.
Looks like Gabi's chastising him for a sec. Why did you let yourself get shot for the smoke?
Yeah, what do you teach someone there? Oh, okay. Well, this has been a landslide of rounds for 9. They've only dropped 1 in the second half, and Keto, he wants to change that. Not the best position that you want to be in. Don't want to get caught up there. So it falls down. tabseN swinging outside. Smokes look a little jumbled, but...
That could have been the fast mini play, I'm just saying. It could have been. Nearly had my way.
Key's doing the boomich. Pixel hold into smoke drop.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're going to get to see boomich in the RMR.
The RMRs in general are going to be wild.
Yeah.
I hope you guys have cleared your schedules and are just, you know, are ready. You stocked up on snacks or whatever else you need. Lot of hydration. That's going to be a marathon.
The RMR has become, in some ways, more exciting than the major for some people.
There is so much on the line for some of the teams, right? It's kind of true in that sense, right? Because if you make it through there, even if you get blown up at the major, it could change a lot. And maybe especially this one, because it's the last before we get into CS2, right? So now's your shot. tabseN snuck through. Not going to find anyone. Going to be very, very careful. And careful enough. Gets shot at the back. Pre-fire towards the boost, but nobody's there. Farvin wants to hunt down Minio, but it's too late. 4 and 5, 9. They're 2 rounds away from winning this map here, and they need an entry. Minio stabs him with the AK. That's brutal, and he's taken down Farvin as well. This is so wild. A triple for the defense on Minio, and the first one, that was a savage kill. And they're at 15.
Minio is hilarious to watch. I feel like he's out of position so frequently, but he still finds kills. It's hard to explain how some of his actions work. Like, this is a very labored spray, and yet he finds 3 kills with 1 magazine.
It's tactically genius. How can you miss if their face takes up the entire screen? You can't miss. It's sick.
Minio he's to me I'll get into a metaphor later, actually. So we got 1 more round, potentially, of Counter-Strike to be played. Hades outside, pushing on forward. Him and Key, they've just been so aggressive in this space, not giving anything up for free. And Crimbo able to find the return on Key. That's going to help Big's chances, but seems like they've already set their eyes on this A site, and Goofy falls. Okay, Big, they might have a little bit of fight left in them here.
Kyler needs help. That's why Minio's walking out there. He has to help out his teammate, but that's also what exposes him. Very nearly an insane double kill coming out. If Kyler would have got that, maybe they could have changed something. Crimbo almost caught sleeping, but it's all good. They've recovered. They win the round. A second one on the board in the second half for Big. They're getting closer. They need 3 more right now. They need a string of rounds to get into overtime.
That was a big saying, screw it, let's fight round. They were very quick with that.
The gloves have come off.
Yeah, they've said, you know what, all these attempts at trying to positionally outplay our opponents, trying to trick them, trying to out mid-round them. I think Big need to recognize that in a lot of ways they're the favorites in this matchup. They are supposed to have the better players. If they just take fights, you would think that they'd come out on top. It's not something that Big can usually say, but okay, the fight is being taken to them this time. 2 kills for 9. Not like this, Big. Surely not. No way. Minio just jumping around the corner, takes down Hype, and Tabson, he'll try to recover it. 3v2, pushing through the molly. A second headshot for Tabson. And Kylar, he's right here, and no way. How does he win that?
That's such a fun team to watch. We've been saying it. Tabson's getting caught as well. He is a bullet away from death, hiding inside of the smoke. All of Nuke riding on Tabson's 1 versus 2 here. He's already got the double kill, but now needs 2 more. And he's got no more teammates. At least he's picked up the bomb in the middle of all of the chaos. That's a little bit of a help, but how do you make it all the way down? Oh, he's going to find the timing for it. Hades maybe kind of cheating himself a little bit, expecting that maybe Tabson would have gone down the vent instead. And it's straight for the bomb plant. Kyla's going to know, and he's just going to be running straight for it. But again, all of the health advantage here. Even if Kyla has no armor, Tabson 1 misstep, and it's done. He's in a great position right now, out in the open. Door's going to be here, and Kyla, how does he check this? Not going to be easy at all. Tries to shoulder peek it out with Tabson. Very, very patiently waiting. And now it's dead even. Tabson to clear it out. Quad kill to save his team and clutch that 1 versus 2. That is experience for you.
Yeah, it feels like it had to be Tabson there. Anybody else might have broke under the pressure, but good moves from Tabson in the 1v2. And 9, just the classic CT strategy, just lobby crunch. And it worked out so well, but they couldn't put it together at the very end of the round. It was Tabson who was able to come out on top. Feels like that's just the value of some of these legacy players, that in those kind of hectic moments, they're always the ones that are able to take the deep breath in the middle of the round and just hold on.
Hades, he's expecting a jump. He's waiting for it. He's going to get it, but maybe not the kind that he wants. Oh my God, he's still getting the flick. Stop. Hyped must be wondering, how is it even possible? He's, for some reason, madly scoping back and forth. They do boost on the box, but then they boost at an even higher elevation, and he still blows his head off.
What is it? Why? What is this?
I don't.
Oh my gosh. 110 left. Hades is just pushing on forward.
Yeah, we're back on the crazy pills.
I almost just let out a goofy little yelp. Oh, that's perfectly timed. What a molly from Goofy there. Oh, but he keeps going for more. 3v3 now, but the bomb, Big 9 know exactly where it is, but it might not even matter. They're just getting all the kills. Minio, 1v3, trying to make something happen from heaven. He's actually dropped on down. Chance for the headshot. There it is. Takes down Crimbo. And Big, they've recovered the bomb, and they're trying to avoid this player now.
Yeah, and they're not really making this too complicated. They could try to fake it, you know, like pretend to run and then walk back to the A-bomb site, but they're just going to do it the easier way, straight for the bomb plant down below. Minio wants a chance. 1 versus 2. Farman is very, very low on health, so if he finds him first, it's going to be a little bit easier, but he can't really do that without revealing his position. Highly unlikely that you win a round like this one, but it can be done. He's got the Molotov. If he guesses right, he could get rid of one of them right away. Oh, there's a chance. A little bit of damage, and Keto's gone. Yep, that's the right idea. Farman, you're in trouble. You're going to have to walk on out of there. Doesn't make so much noise, so that's a little bit helpful. Now he does, but Minio's out of time, and Farman will find that one. A triple on Farman. Huge stuff, but I'm not going to lie. We just talked about the experience of Tabson to win the previous 1 versus 2. This is some of the inexperience of Goofy to go for this kill following it. He didn't have to.
No, there's only one place that Big can even look right there. He already mollied them off. He segmented that attack. You get the one and you just hold on. Buy time for the rotations. Let somebody else take the next crack at him. And Nara going for the timeout here. Almost wanting to say something to us, looking right at the webcam. But yeah, this is actually tense stuff. This game has gone down to the wire. And despite the onslaught of rounds that 9 picked up to kick off this half, it's been Big clawing their way back in.
And you got to think, if it goes into overtime, that's when Big again should be just favored a lot.
Yes. Yeah, the experience there really shines.
So that utility damage on Tabson was almost like 370. What's wrong with him? Whew. Okay. Wow. Pretty cool.
Right. Outside smokes here. Oh, he got the angle on Keto because Keto jumped.
Christ.
Oh, that felt so unnecessary, but that might throw 9 off a little bit. They saw the one player outside.
They need that, though. If they can get the AK, it's huge. They don't have that much to work with, so I don't know how he lasered him with a headshot. It's for Mars, after all.
It was a tough hold from Goofy. If he gets more than one, I'd be shocked.
Not even worth it. I agree. Fighting to the death on that corner, probably not going to get you anything. They got Minio down here, and now a second player started to rotate in. They still haven't picked up anything outside, so...
Oh, my.
I could maybe try. He is going to be showing up with the MP9. Good smokes to make the cross. And now down below. This is very telegraphed, but Big. They're going to have to trust in the better rifles. Open up the door, and they blow up Hype. Farvin, one in return here. Tabson's going to get blown up. Farvin and Crimbo now holding onto this map for Big. And it's all on Crimbo. 1 versus 3. And they know exactly where he is right now. That bomb is freshly planted, so plenty of time, even without the kit for the defuse here. Crimbo going to try and jiggle it out, but it can't happen. Goofy making up for the previous round. He gets a triple, and it's a 16-14 victory for 9 on Nuke as they take down Big.
Yeah, impressive stuff for 9 to win their map pick. But we've got much more left in this series, and it's coming up after a break.
Big were looking to bring the hype in the opening game from the very start of this, but then it slowed down, and 9 showed us why this practice, the amount of games they're playing, how they're playing as a team, is better than what the Germans can offer.
And I will take you up at your word. They started with Hyped, and he was present from the very beginning. The start of the game for Hyped was insane. He went up to 15 or 17 kills extremely fast. He put Big on track. He did what was needed to do. He was being aggressive, but yet the harsh truth is I believe 9 is a much better team on Nuke rather.
Yeah. And it goes to show, look at this, 10-5 first half, and then the string of CT rounds before Big, the team we say is tactical, did nothing on the T side.
But we're not surprised, are we? We saw 9 playing CT side against Fnatic as well on Nuke, and they were destroying them. They were really putting up a great fight. We know the CT defense on Nuke is very, very strong. We know they can play that map to a high level. I was a little bit worried after the first half because I said 9 on the T side was struggling equally to Big, and I thought to myself, okay, Big, maybe you have a shot of making the surprise happen right here. But unfortunately for Big, that T side fell flat as well. In the later stages of the second half, sure, they were racking up rounds, they were making a comeback, but it did feel like 9 were miles ahead anyway.
I echo your sentiment. The beginning of the T half for Big was flavorless. There was nothing was happening. They were struggling. The spices were all gone. They just basically put the pasta in the water.
Are we hungry today, boys?
I'm a little hungry. I think dinner is coming.
There's biscuits out there.
It's true. Like, joke aside, I was watching that game and it just fell flat. The rhythm wasn't really here. There was not a whole lot of idea. It was very disjointed. It was very individual. And even when they were put in a good position, things went to hell. Q round 20, because that is an example. 9-10 scoreline. We're still in a relatively decent position for Big. They're being completely predicted. Again, Hades in the right position, 5v4, and they're going to be able to thread the needle. They're going to find the only gap that there is in the defense and find themselves in a 3v3 post plant with paiN on top, and this should be it. The positions should guarantee Big to have the round. That kills closest, and then Crimbo is going to do what I suppose to be a huge mistake, put his life on the line when everything was under control, allowing his opponent to come back into it. Chaos ensues, taps and peaks, his teammate paiN is alone, and just like that, when Big had already lost 4 very excruciating rounds, they let that one opportunity go, and I guarantee you, emotionally speaking, that hurts.
And this is the thing, it's always those moments where you're so close, yet it then becomes so far, and then you can potentially break. And now I'm just sat here thinking, okay, it got to 16-14, but it could have been a lot more one-sided for 9.
It could have been a lot more one-sided. There was a couple of playmakers over on 9. I think we need to take a look at the scoreboard once more, because when you look at it right now on the 9 side, you can see a very equal scoreboard. Teamwork. But I will say sometimes the scoreboard is lying. Look at K. He's 20 and 25. 95 ADR, that's good, but he's went -5 in this game. You think to yourself, that's not that well. He went 10 for 10 in opening kills. A lot of these kills you're going to see on your screen is him opening up the rounds. 10 out of 10 he won. He had so much impact on the server, especially on the T side. He was the one player who actually could put 9 rounds in there, and on the CT side he continued aggressive, assertive, all over the map. And again, if you go 20 for 25, yes, your KD will say you're -5, but with 95 ADR and 10 for 10 in opening kills, that is sheer impact right there. That's a scoreboard that is lying you straight up in your face.
Let me put it simply to you. K found as many opening kills as the entire Big squad.
Wow.
Boom. 20 to 10.
10 for himself individually, 10 packed for Big. One player, a whole team.
This is problematic. And now we come back to our same worries when we look at Big, right? Is that we said, okay, look, they're coming back into it. We're looking at the positives, but it was against Rare Atom. We look at Hyped, and I'm saying, yes, this is a great sign, but there should be so much more. They've got players with so much experience here.
The thing is, we have to manage our expectations too big right now. Where they're at right now, we're in a rebuilding phase. They're trying to integrate Hype. Crimbo is getting more and more responsibilities. tapSTN is still, I'm going to say, stuck within Big, right? He's not going to go anywhere. So right now, we're in a position where Big is rebuilding. So I don't really consider Big to be a team that is contesting to be number 7, 8, 9 in the world. I consider them to be where they're at right now, a top 15 team. Maybe a little bit better, maybe a little bit worse, given the day. So I'm not too disappointed. It's also the map pick of 9. I'll give them that, right? We know Big is a little bit flustered when it comes to Nuke. We haven't seen them consistently play the map well, so it's not like I don't believe Big can still win this matchup. It's just that our expectations for this lineup, our expectations for the organization of Big, we have to manage them. They are not a top 10 team. They are not a top 5 team. Those days are long, long gone.
And you mentioned tapSTN, and I think we would be remiss not to mention the mistakes he's made, right? I know I hold him to a very high standard, and I praise him most of the times when I can, but in this game, before the very, very end, when he had a little bit of a resurgence, he had that 4K that kept Big alive, he made a couple of errors on his own where he either took too much on his shoulder, put his life on the line to take risks, and never really had someone with him to help him. He gave away a couple of opening kills. You could see he was a little bit lost at the beginning of the game, and of course, that cannot happen. You need to have tabseN that is lucid and thinking straight in the game.
And it's hard for him to think straight right now because there's so much going on within this team as we keep coming to. But we're going to Mirage next, and it's their pick. But I'm worrying about, we're going back to this like Dust 2-star, Mirage picking Big here, where you don't have CSGO anymore. For me, that's why I'm still worried.
It can be. It can be. I have the stats in front of me right now. And guess who's the by far worst performer, individually speaking, for Big on Mirage? It's your boy tabseN, 0.94 on average. That's a player.
Good, though. He's so good.
He is so good, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense. k1to, on the other hand, surprisingly enough, is a Mirage guard for Big, and he is delivering on that A-bomb side. He's a strong CT side anchor. He finds impact on the T side as well. You're going to see him roam around with the Deagle. So if you want to, put players under the spotlight, it's k1to who normally performs for you. But tabseN, I agree with you. I hold him to a very high standard as well. He was a big point of conversation coming into the game for us as well. We need to see more from tabseN. He cannot pull off a 0.94 rating against 9 right here, then they'll lose.
And there needs to be more inspiration on the T side, right? Big Mirage, they're going to start on the T side. I cannot watch the same thing that happened on Nuke unfold again. I cannot see Big being put up against the wall with a 5-0, 6-0 lead from 9, where it feels like they're predicting their every move. They're always in the right position. There is no movement. They don't tip and tap the defense a little bit. That cannot happen. We're moving on to Big's map pick. It has to be more depth. It has to be more finesse, more details, more movement. And this is why they justify a pick like that.
And now when it comes to this Mirage, though, if, just say, there's a world where Big don't win this one out, we start worrying.
Are we past that? We're not there already. Or?
Yeah, I'm already worried,
Okay.
And then again, I'm not really worried because again, manage your expectations, James. Big is not a team that is supposed to fight for top 10 as of right now. I don't see the team, the quality of the players. I don't see the rebuilding phase they're in right now with Hype being integrated, with Crimbo taking more responsibility, etc., etc. I don't consider Big to be a team that I expect to be in top 10. So no, I'm not really that surprised. For 9, it's a good win, but for Big, it's just part of their fate right now.
That's the other side of the coin. We are blaming Big right now, but we can also hype the hell out of 9 because what they're doing is extremely interesting. Maui Snake touched on it at the cast. They always have that little exotic little trick to open the round. They have a whole lot of ideas. They play a truck ton of Counter-Strike, so that gives them the opportunity to practice them, and we'll see if they can use it on that second map.
Well, let's see if that exotic style will work, or let's see if the tried and tested Big can get it done on Mirage. That's where we're going to next. Before that, we're going to a short break, so grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, and come back and strap yourself in for Mirage.
great day of Counter-Strike it's been already. 9 playing big, and on Nuke, it was 9 to walk away with a victory. That has affected the Unicorn odds. They're a little bit favoring 9 now, actually quite a bit. They started out completely even on the first map, but now it's, yeah, they've converted some people into thinking this could happen, although it is Big's map pick coming up.
It is. It's Mirage. I think that Maniac might have slightly tipped over. He was calling 9's brand of Counter-Strike exotic, and in some ways it is. It's really, really fun to watch. It's just got so many... It's like Inspector Gadget has a new gadget for every single episode of that show, and that's like 9 every single round. They say, go, Gadget, run boost. Go, Gadget, weird smoke. Go, Gadget, this play. We'll see what they have for Mirage.
I like it.
It's a map that many people think is figured out, but let's see if either of these two teams can shake that expectation.
They're just, from watching a fair bit of somewhat uninspiring Counter-Strike where people are kind of like, they're trying to get the teamwork. Nobody really knows their roles. They're all trying to make it work a little bit. There's been a lot of that going on in mainstream European Counter-Strike in general for a while now. So watching a team like 9 just, yeah, play with such confidence and such conviction is great. And Big, honestly, I mean, for large stretches of the Nuke map, looked really convincing too. So I hope this keeps going. I really want to see how this plays out. Big on the T side and 9 on the CT side, and already a fair bit of mid-control for the Big side, which is kind of the sign 9 are saying, we're not going to try and fight this. We're going to try and hold the extremities and maybe be quick on the rotation. They are leaning towards the B bomb site, so if it's A, it's going to be a retake.
Yeah, bench smoke is there. Good timing on that. Minio will be able to spot some feats coming out, but it should actually allow a plant. Hype getting that one down, and it looks like it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake here.
Yeah, they're grouping up. Still one of them holding the B bomb side, just in case there's a very late flank, but that's not going to happen. The flank is maybe coming through jungle if ever it happens. Kido sending out some shots this way. Range with the P250 is looking good, and some great opening kills. There's a little bit of return finally coming in from the CTs, but it might be too little and too late. Minio goes down last, Farman with a good, strong pistol start.
Always so strong to just leave one player on the bomb after it's planted. Hype there, also springing the trap right around triple. Didn't seem like 9 had any idea he was going to be so up close and in their face. I think a lot of teams have really taken that philosophy to a couple of maps now. It was kind of the Cold Zera special back when he was on LGSK to just sit wherever he planted and then play off the crossfire of his teammates. But you're seeing that taken now to maps like Mirage on both A and B, and also on Vertigo especially. It's really strong to just stay on wherever you plant on either site there too.
And it worked out beautifully this time.
It's almost it's too obvious. You know, it's like, where would they last look?
So too obvious, and also, if you're coming in like that, you're getting shot at from the P250 at range. Like you said, there's a whole crossfire that you're trying to navigate, and then suddenly your attention is drawn really close. It's just, it's an uncomfortable position. One scout on Hades here, and then some deagles, and a single 5-7 on Kyla.
Big are doing a great job, once again, of getting mid-control. Minute left on the clock, and no utility left for 9, but Big still have a couple ways to pounce onto a bomb site. Looks like they will be centering their attack around B, and there are 3 people from 9 here. This is a worrying sight.
I wish Hades was more aggressive with the scout. I don't like this hanging out at the back of the A bomb site kind of thing. He's now starting to move a little bit closer towards the middle, so I guess if he could join everyone a B, maybe it's ultimately a good thing. But I feel like if you buy a scout in this round, I much prefer it to be active. It's more fun that way.
The pot shots can do a lot.
Yeah, they really can, but he's...
Oh, they're coming in the stack, though.
I might take it back. He's found the right position. This is interesting. Waiting back here. A little bit of damage coming out. A little bit more to Crimbo on top. And now Hades. That's an easy pickoff. Crimbo getting body shot again. Kyler at range. Oh. And he's actually going to keep going. This gets completely chewed up. Crimbo's back here with 14 seconds. Just don't fight him. He has to plant the bomb. If you fight him and you die now and might get a 1 versus 2, he's got a shot at doing it. But if you just wait, there's absolutely nothing Crimbo could do. Well done on the side of 9, and just very upsetting for Big, obviously, walking into that stack.
Yeah. Good job of getting mid-control from Big, but 9 just gambled towards that B side of the map. But it was based off of Minio pushing A ramp earlier in this round. Didn't really catch it, but notice that the in-game leader of 9 decided to take matters into his own hands, acquire a lot of information for him and his team, And so even if that actually fell apart on the B side, I think Minio had a really good flank position too. So 9, positionally, we're in a very strong place for much of that round. And that's upsetting for Big because after how close last game went, you know, every round in this game is going to matter. These two teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, that's definitely what we're seeing right now. Keto. Wow, actually, I don't know if he got spotted. It was just random timing. Wallbang from Hades. And Goofy's out here keeping an eye. Making sure they can't group up easily outside of the B-bomb site. Probably not worth it to fight the Deagles at this point in time. So just another one of those tests for 9 here where you just want to see them not make any big mistakes. Don't give them some easy fights.
I'm getting worried about Goofy. Yeah, it feels like he's just dry-facing for way too long there. All right, Kylar's still here to back him up, but Hades has to rotate on over. If they deal with Kylar quickly, this can really spiral out of control, but nope, he's just going to hold his own around the bench, doing a good job weaving around there. But no, Hades actually falls too, and okay, this could be an interesting situation if Keto gets the kill, but oh, Kylar does such a great job. 4 kills for him, and I'm just going to say, though, Goofy put him in a very bad position very quickly.
Yeah, that's the confidence born from having the M4 and feeling like this is it, I'm on top of the world. But these Deagles, this is what they do. A nice shot from Tabson.
Yeah.
This is super scary because he actually did see him when he's going for that fight. I just don't think he realized. Okay. Back to even worse pistols for Big.
Let's see what Hades can do. MP9 already pushed up mid. It's like this is a really interesting play with Glocks, I'm just gonna say, for Big. Sending him underpass, keeping some people towards B apps, top mid. It's like they're going for a mid crunch with Glocks.
Doubt it'll be successful, but you know. But maybe. It's better than, I guess, doing nothing. Give it a shot, why not?
Any plan is better than no plan.
Yeah, that's definitely true. There's a huge presence here anyway for the 9. They've just got such a crossfire. Well done. 3-1 in their favor. You know what I realized just would be unintentionally super funny if at some point throughout all of these cameras, they get to Farven and Goppy's still there like high-fiving him, because that would suggest that he's at the boot camp, but they've just put him in like a separate room. Guess he's playing from home, and the rest of them are in Berlin somewhere.
Why is there always one guy on Big that just doesn't go to the boot camp?
I don't know, it just has to be a thing, I guess.
Can they stop doing that? Can they all just show up?
You've got to commit to it. I don't know, I mean, Germany is kind of a big country, I guess. So
It is, yeah.
Maybe it's a bit rough.
Yeah, it could be all the way down in Bavaria.
Exactly.
Okay, good timing on that Molotov from Goofy. Looks like the nades were coming out for Big already, so this will mess up their timing just a bit. Yeah, now it gives 9 a little bit of time to clear mid. Tabson's there on alert, and it's really just up to 9 to try to stay alive. Okay, the molly flushes Kylar out. Favin's there for the entry, and Key playing around that smoke. He needs to come up with a multi-frag in the next couple seconds, or this round is done. But, yeah, it looks like Big are just going to take all this space away. No real hope for 9. Key, okay, actually, on cue, it finds a couple of kills, but just not enough. Big had so much space, so many frags in their name already.
That's interesting. I think you mentioned this at some point during the second half on Nuke, that there were a couple of rounds that Big were throwing in there that were much more about sort of straight up fighting, and maybe even recognizing that they should have the better players for some of these battles. And I mean, Mirage is a map that lends itself pretty well to that. In this fight, I mean, they just blow it open. 2 kills to go their way before I think 9 even knew what hit them.
Yeah, and this is talk about the pick a little bit later, but oh, hyped. Despite getting blinded, just held his ground, hit the flick shot onto Goofy. They're able to recover that op, though.
How did he only take 21 damage? Hyped. Did he got tagged by an orb on the other side? Was it through?
It might have been through the pole.
It might have been, yeah.
Ooh, that was a little bit risky for Minio. Okay, Big are just speeding up onto A now.
Yeah, they see the opening.
This might just be a safe. Yeah, exactly. Jinx.
Exactly right. It makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, what a great read, though. That says something about how little Big need to understand everything about the setup. They see that, and they're like, all right, you tried to smoke that to buy time, but it landed way behind us. We're good to go. Wow, that's tied up the game.
Yeah, I just want to remark on this pick a little bit. Yeah, it's been quite some time since Big have actually picked Mirage. They were pretty famous for, despite all the labels we've given them as a tactical team, their bread and butter were Dust 2 and Mirage, which feels very counterintuitive to the style that they play, but somehow it just worked for them all the time. But they've really shifted that over. Ever since they brought Hyped in for Searson, they've started focusing on a couple other maps. Nuke, Vertigo I've seen. They've even really brought Inferno back into their pool. They've actually become a 7-map pool team. And yeah, I just haven't seen them pick this for at least their last 6 or so series. Could even be longer than that. But we know they got it. That's the thing. It's almost like Big are trying to flesh out the rest of their maps first to build it up for some later stage, maybe really gearing for the RMR and Major. But here it is. This is them unveiling it again, and it's looking good. I like how decisive they are on it.
Yeah, it's convincing right now. It is. You have to think as well, if they don't lose the second round by walking into the stack, I mean, a lot of things also look very, very different in general. Time I've been called for 9 to try to talk things through and figure out what's going on. One of the things I really like about this map, in spite of the fact that we've seen it a lot, is the fact that it does, I think it has such a good balance between what you could do on the T side, but also what the CTs can do in terms of actually, you know, taking initiative away from the Ts. Like, there's so many ways to be aggressive that I think maps where the CTs can't do that tend to be a little bit more flat in a way. I kind of like that.
Yeah, agreed. A lot of options for everybody. Very interactive map.
Wow.
And Kylar, whoa, really cheeky play. Bobbin probably thought that was nothing.
Save that in your memories for when you're playing matchmaking next time. You can do that on your own, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because people intuitively hear the smoke and they assume that it's just, I mean, a smoke all the way from the other side or something like that. You can tell when Farman is peeking that he's like, not quite ready.
We saw that exact same fight between Zipnix at the top before, and he also was caught off guard. Feels like anybody over the age of 20 gets caught off guard by that.
That's when you're officially old in the Counter-Strike world. He's past 20.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. Hang it up.
Yeah, we got people like Tabson in here showing us that that's not true.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course.
It's sick.
All in jest. Okay. Once again, trying to make their way up connector. There's a player here in jungle, caught off guard completely. Key wasn't expecting the dry walk up. And Hades, he might be ready for it though. A couple flashes though in his face. That's just beautiful stuff. Good conversion, but the bomb hasn't been planted. Minio keeps this one interesting and Hyped, already holding for the lower flank. That is such an interesting position for him.
Who does that? That is really, really rare. But that might be the round-winning shot right there. Tabson's going to be walking into it, and he takes down Goofy, who must have not had head armor, because that Galil had a lot of stopping power. Minio is low on health. A bullet will do it. Headshot was not required, but he got it anyway, because it's Tabson after all.
Tabson's first bullet accuracy in this match so far has been really fun to watch. Hasn't always translated to finding the most impact, but that's just something he's always saving for a rainy day. When his team needs him, just get some instant kills. He's pretty good for it. That's why he's such a great pistol player, too.
This is super well done. Great opening that they spotted there in the middle. Again, that connector has become the source of a couple of problems now for the 9 side of things.
I have to say, Narot's camera has been just changing angles from underneath him for the last 2 days.
He's moving it closer and closer and closer to his chin, like slowly.
Yeah.
He needs lighting that's like very different, where like the lighting should come from below as well.
He really doesn't want to put it on his monitor for some reason.
Of course, that's where all the secrets are.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
There's a whole book of strats right behind him, just posted on the wall, and he can't reveal. Okay. Yeah, big again, looking pretty good on that round. They are very fond of connector in this game. They've been getting a lot of value once they found that position.
It's because if we look at his stream, he's typing everything that happens into chat GTP, and it's just giving him commands back.
New strats.
Yeah, new strats. Well, here we go. Round number 8. Money is looking unbelievably sketchy for 9. If they don't win this round, Big are going to have such a great crack at the first half here. So, yeah, a lot rides on this. Look at the speed behind this. They're already there, and it's just a single defender. Second one's about to come in, but they need this to work out. Kyler has to probably get a double kill. He's done a lot of damage already, and there's a bit of a crossfire setup. Hype goes down. That's a nice kill to begin with, but rotations are difficult through the middle as Keto was holding it. And it's a 3 versus 4. A little bit slowed down. Big, I think, giving a space right now for 9 to make a mistake. I don't think they're worried. I think they're just allowing them to maybe misstep. Hades goes down as a result. Farven, the one to pick up the AWP, and now they can call it back. Tabson super ready. You're not going to catch Tabson like that. And Minio on his own. This is an enormous amount of tactical control for Big.
Yeah, this is the Big you really want to see on Mirage. Yep. They are way more comfortable on this map. They just pause in the mid-round, let 9 walk into their advanced positions, and it was just easy pickings for him. We'll see if Tabson gets the last one here all day.
One of the first teams that I really saw effectively utilizing some of the really fast catwalk plays in CSGO was Neo and the Polish team back in the day with Taz, who just recently announced his retirement. They had some really, really cool ways to attack that early on before everybody else kind of figured it out. I think they figured out how to throw some of those top connector smokes that are now super standard and common, but back in the day wasn't. So they could do that in obviously the window smoke, and then they could just rush that catwalk position. It's a long time ago now, probably back in 2014 or something, but still. It was good, it was cool.
Yeah, this map has had some great evolutions over time. Once again, I'm going to shout out Mahone's video on the evolution of the window smoke on this map. I think one of the most interesting things about that video, for anybody that hasn't watched it yet, is just how some teams just didn't adopt more optimal window smokes. They just were lazy.
They just didn't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that can really happen, can't it? A lot of Molotovs, a lot of grenades, and a lot of deagles as well. One of them has found a kill early in the round, but now the AKs have taken over. Key will pick up a kill right there, but yeah, they're running out of time. You said that accuracy, the first bullet accuracy on Tabson, that switch up to the second kill is it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Yeah. Big just look way more comfortable on this map. Hard to see a way that 9 is going to get back in this one. It seems like the amount of structured plays that they have to kick rounds off is much more limited on this one. Their playbook's not as deep, but still room in this half to change that opinion. Would love to see 9 fight back in some different way that isn't just starting in a default setup.
Can we get a close-up at some point of the slippers that Gorbia wearing? I feel like that's worthy of some kind of analysis, you know? We don't do a lot of fashion analysis on the stream, but I feel like we could.
The question is, why don't we?
Yeah, why not?
Well, it's because they're usually wearing just jerseys.
They are just wearing jerseys.
Yeah.
We were trying to get Crocs into play the other day, you know, trying to make them a thing. Apparently there are camo Crocs. Someone was tweeting me about, like, DMing me about it.
Oh yeah, yeah, they definitely are. Yeah. Most guys in Florida wear those.
Yeah, well, of course. The Florida man, he's on it.
Yeah.
Crimbo, this is the great idea. Patiently wait. You know the timing on the smoke. One misstep from the back bench there, and you're going to get blown up. And now they're going to be putting on the pressure from the other side. Oh, Crimbo loses the fight, actually. Kyla's been on point. Hades also here to help out. Impressive hold right now for 9. This is very hard. They're actually being forced and pressured so much. You kind of can't really see it from this round, but both the positions they were in, both Hades and Kyler at the back of the site, if they step even a little bit to the side, they just get blown up.
Yeah. They knew what was available in terms of angles for Big. Favin, 25 seconds left. Not going to be finding anything significant here. Might get the kill. But that would be it. Okay, yeah. Just good counter utility from 9, though. Yeah, like you said, I mean, their angle management was very strong in this round. They knew once there was that middle sight smoke, how to play off of it. I think it was Kylar that was able to find a couple kills just on the edge of it. And we're going to hunt Favin down. 5 alive for 9. Just instantly snuffing this one out.
Super important. Again, their economy is at a spot where they can't afford to lose more rounds, and definitely can't afford to lose a bunch of rifles either, so this is huge. 6-4.
The only thing I'm worried about with 9 there is that was kind of just a good site defense. They're not really like Big were more or less able to enact their plan. It's just that 9 had a really heroic hold on the map. Or,
yeah, if they had thrown a Molotov or someone back.
Oh, that's fortunate.
Yeah, through the smoke. And Key deciding no one's going to be expecting this. And nobody is. Does he keep moving up?
This is the first time 9 have had mid control. Just got to point that out.
Yeah.
They have been devoid of information there for so many rounds. But this is a little bit worrying because if Kylar dies here towards B-Apps, it's going to be game over. tabseN has to hard clear this angle, and Kylar is ready for it. Okay, that's going to force the hand of Big towards A now.
Yeah, definitely will. 3 versus 5. They might as well go for it right now. Minio is a good angle, and he's got a teammate up close as well that will always be able to catch them if they swing out too far. So Hype now with a minute to try and stay alive. They know exactly where he is. There is no escape. Except death.
The ultimate escape, some may say.
Yeah, Key ready to hand it over. It's no problem. It's a start.
That's a good way to get mid control, just shooting through the smoke and finding a kill.
Yeah,
can't really argue with the results, at least.
That's true. That is definitely true.
All right. I think Big don't have to overthink this. I mean, you really have been doing a great job at finding mid control. A lot of these bomb site splits have been very effective. It's just kind of an aberration. He said, Hades, try it twice, and he couldn't do it.
Why not? Why not do it again if you could? They don't have a lot of money now on the T side, so it's a bit interesting. I think this is a huge inflection point in the first half. If 9... Oh, just one bullet there. Also Goofy trying to tap it away now. They're going to recommit to it. Good kill, but the return is even better. Hades is going to even up the score once again. It's a 3-on-3.
He's holding this with an AK? This is so bold. Minio, okay. He has such faith in his mechanics sometimes. It's just absurd.
Yeah, very, very dangerous. No question about that. Now you want to see him play maybe a little bit safer. It's a 3-on-3. You got to wait, and they don't have the bomb plan yet. He's going to spot that one, and nearly a kill. tabseN instant on the return, and now it's a 2-on-3. Hades goes down. It's all on Kylar, and he's going to get absolutely ruined by Keto. Good long-range headshot there at the end, and yeah, right at the edge. Again, this would have been an upcoming save round for Big, and it probably would have been 9 taking a lead in the game.
Every single time Big have wanted connector, they have gotten it. They're doing a great job still when it comes to mid control. Obviously, the round prior to this one was a bit fortunate for the side of 9 with the shot through smoke, but once again, they just test that space, and they come out better.
And it's kind of curious how 9 don't... Whoever is playing CT Spawn at any given point in time, they never fall back to play the retake.
No. They just keep fighting. Minio there played like he had the best mechanics on the planet. He wanted every single fight from the toll booth.
Yeah.
And those are hard, long-range fights with a rifle.
It's sick to see someone with that confidence, but obviously that could betray you as well. The top Counter-Strike is not easy to be fighting at that level.
Good timing on the smoke. Just gray screens Big right at the bottom of Con. Still pretty good position from Big, but it's going to feel like a danger zone once that window smoke fades.
Oh, this is sick. tabseN assassinating Goofy. He was not ready. And alone at the B-bomb side now. Kylar is going to be trying to defend it here. I mean, they're not really attacking him just yet, but they're putting the pressure on. And even that is great news. Kylar gets blown up, and they know that he's that backside player.
What?
That's the connector smoke.
Yeah, what?
That's all the way at the back of the A-bomb site. What a disturbing kill.
Oh, wow. Big are just outplaying him so hard in this round. That's crazy.
That's the kind of kill that I love to see Hype's reaction to. It's like, oh, yeah. I just had a feeling. I had a feeling.
What do you think? Do you think Hype's going to have a surprise reaction? I feel like he's just going to be like, yeah, that's it. You know, I think he's just going to call one dead A.
I wish he'd give like a little kiss to the camera. Like,
yeah, I don't know if he's there yet in terms of showmanship.
Probably not.
He will be soon, though.
Either that or like a really firm handshake. Probably that would be. That's still up there for me.
Let's see if we got it.
He's having a good time with the scroll reel. But yeah, this is a cool trick, neat trick to pick it up. Hype gets this one, and then he's
just like, yeah.
What
the? It's like he lined it up too.
See you later. That's pretty cool. Well done. Big look. Like you said it many times already. Look very comfortable on this map. Everyone is playing well. It's not like 9 are really getting completely blown up either, but they need to win around here where they can stop the big economy, and it's kind of almost a little bit too late for that. We're in the 14th round. Good shots coming out. Hades with the deal. And a little bit aggressive. He's still pushing it, and in the middle, paiN, just deep breath right now. It's a 1 versus 2. You've got the bomb on the other side. You don't need to be fighting paiN. Just let him try and show up and come for this bomb, and eventually he's going to have to.
Yeah, we see that Kylar is actually just going so passive on this one. I think he's going to want to push B apps. paiN, even though he's moving away from the bomb, he's making the correct play. If he gets this kill right here, oh, just missed it. Yeah, you could see the frustration in his body language there. And now he's going to just have to take the 1v1 towards A ramp. But he does not know where Hades is. There are so many positions that he's going to have to check out. He has a lot of time, though, and that's the only thing that's working for him.
Yeah, it would be cool if he had a smoke or anything as well, just to try and secure the bomb plant once he picks up the bomb, if he actually can pick it up. Hades been waiting down here for a long time. He's got his aim trained on that corner, and paiN goes straight into it. So 9 winning a very unlikely round, up to 6. I actually think this was critical for them to actually have a real shot at winning Mirage. With this one, if they can get up to 7, I mean, they're going to have something to fight for.
Yeah, this was just very chaotic. A lot of battles taking on simultaneously across the map, and 9 showing that they can shoot back in this one, even with a couple pistols here and there. But big, they've still already won the half, and we'll find out here in round number 15 how much they win it by. Good chance for 9 to close the gap, but Key, first player in Con, and there's a double cat setup. Okay, Keto's gaining a lot of space, but he's taken down by the Con player.
Yeah, he was making a lot of noise, so I bet the people over at the B-bomb side also would have been able to hear it and sort of say, someone's running up catwalk at the moment. 4 on 5 to start with, and all of them are at the A ramp. We talked a lot about connector and how much they've been able to do from there, but this time they're just going to completely dodge that and see if they can make their way out. Very aggressive, very fast, but without clearing the palace. And Hades up there with the AWP. They are walking into what's maybe not just even a crossfire, but like a 3-way crossfire.
Why is he going?
Into the fire. He's just ready to fight. Like you said, he's got the confidence. Yeah, hyped on his own. Gets taken down. That is the 7th round for 9. Not bad. A very open game. Second half will be exciting. Stay tuned.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, so that's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me this one. Okay, let's try Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf, but then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to Russia or Europe.
Russia's not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27. Imagine, maybe he's playing Valorant.
which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go.
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
Ticket links. Helfen tot.
Nice.
Ticket
nicht weg, Ticket nicht weg.
Und Jungle auch.
Jungle nix.
Komm, einer P, rechts
Con.
Halt mich CT. Ich leg die voll.
Down.
Hat mich jemand CT.
Warte,
CT einer, CT.
Hab dich.
Jungle letzter.
Jungle.
Nein!
CT.
Schön.
Haben wir. Josef, Alter.
Words of affirmation around Big. They looked good in that first half. Definitely the team that was under control. 9, they were able to bring it back though. 7 rounds for them. But it felt like for so much of that half, Anders, that Big were the ones in the driver's seat.
There's some really questionable rounds here, but this could have turned out so differently. Obviously, if 9 don't win the second round after losing the pistol, Big probably had an even more impressive first half, and there were a couple of other slip-ups maybe along the way, so I don't know. I don't disagree. Big looked like they're the stronger team, but the scoreline is very, very close at the moment. Farmer with some shots. He's going to be taking down Key. It's a 4-on-4. Opening kill went to Goofy, and Hades ducking and diving, and that's the bomb. Why was the bomb in the window on his own? I don't even understand. That's a problem.
Oh, yeah. This just makes things so awkward for 9 now. I'd be so shocked if they fight their way out of this, but Goofy and Kylar are going to try. 1 headshot for Goofy already, and Kylar sniping Favin from the air. A second kill for Kylar there. No way. Big. They had the bomb right there in front of their faces in the most awkward position, and 9 have brought it back. Crimbo, 1 versus 2. He's got a kit. He's got a smoke. But does he have the timing? Yes. Makes his way through the murder hole. This gives him an opportunity.
Yeah, he's got a good shot at it right now. Trying to look right over, you could definitely see that, but if they swing him at the same time, it's not even necessary. Oh my god, the pistols on 9, they bring it back. What was that, a 2-on-4?
I think so. That's unthinkable. That feels unforgivable if you're Big to give these kind of ones up.
This is a devastating kill.
I can't believe it. Yeah.
This kill as well. Oh, he blows him up.
All Big needed to do was just settle down there. But they tried to collect so much space, and yeah, look at that. Gobby can't even believe it. He's wondering what even just happened. Oh. All out push towards middle. Big just said, we want to get this one over with. They're able to find a kill, but
clapped in the middle.
I would love to see a timeout from Big. I feel like they gotta settle their emotions a little bit.
Yeah.
Go into this one with some more composure.
Gobby's hands saying a lot right there. What's happening in my tiny kingdom? What's going on? Oh, that's rough. It's pretty rough. But it's only the start of the second half, so maybe no reason to panic completely yet. Hyped has picked up an AWP, and he doesn't have any armor, so it's just all-out glass cannon right here. Org as well onto Kido, so they got a couple of scopes to play with on that side. And there's a MAC-10 on Kylar, so actually that MAC-10... Alright, everyone else has head armor, but I was going to say... Could be a little bit fun to try and change the speed of the round.
Yeah, 9, they have no map control to speak of. It looks like they are posturing for a late mid-take. See if Hype does even get involved. Yep, one of those window smokes. That one's kind of fallen out of fashion. You don't really see that one as much anymore.
True. I guess in a pinch it'll do.
Yeah. Okay, run boost out. And 9 are going to recognize that there is no contest towards middle. It looks like they are trying to outline some sort of B split, as they do have that player still in the apartments. But paiN, oh no, doesn't hit the jump. Maybe a missed opportunity there, and tabseN is trying to find something, but this is an all-up charge cat.
Yeah, they got to be careful. That hallway pop behind them could be dangerous. Favn, the spray down is absolutely magnificent. He runs out of bullets at the end, though, but it's just in time for tabseN to show up. That could not have been better. tabseN, the hero of the round in terms of saving his teammate there. But Favn getting the 2 kills is really great, too. And Minio, he's going to walk right into the orb. Does let go of the Molotov, but it's not going to make a difference here. Good round out of Big.
Yeah. Settle their nerves. We're able to stop that cat play. And they're able to put themselves in a pretty strong position for this half now. High scoreline. They just got mowed down. The fist of confidence.
Yeah. God, B's filling it again. That's good. This is a second map, so if you are just joining us and wondering where we are in the series, there is potentially a whole third map to be played on Overpass, which, honestly, this is some of the most enjoyable Counter-Strike I've seen in a really long time. I'm really in for this. Even if we're seeing a couple of individual mistakes every once in a while, that's definitely happening, but overall, both teams are playing with just a lot of conviction, and that makes it so much fun to watch.
Yeah, the fact that they outline so many of their plays, nothing feels too random, but we'll see Hades on a bit of a solo mission here towards the B apps, but after missing that shot, it's pretty hard to find a second. And the slow creep out of A ramp. Okay, Keto spots the fight. I think he saw an elbow, and that's all he needs to go for the wide swing. 5 versus 4 advantage. Key can't really get involved just yet. Has to let the rest of his team get into this one. And good molly timing from Keto to push him back. Now they'll be able to recenter their defense around A. Although at the same time, 9 are finding some space.
Tricky. Crimbo boosted up. Looked like he had the timing for the kill. Kyla's just barely alive behind that. Key could be an interesting player in this one. If Keto gets a little bit too... Well, he's going to get down all the way.
Wow.
35 seconds. Starting to rotate back. Look at the timing. Minio, he's come up out of the ladder room and managed to find the kill there. So now, good shot from Hype, but also reveals that he's here and he's alone in a 1 versus 3. So why would you fight him? You know that he was playing so sick on Nuke. Just put the bomb down on the other side of the map and win the round that way.
Seemed like 9 were actually trying to head A. They definitely were. But after Minio was able to find that double kill, it's a pretty easy call for the mid round. Would actually not mind seeing a bit of a hunt from 9, given that you're winning this one and you really want to take this win condition away from Hype, because we've seen how explosive he could be. Got a little bit quiet in the last couple halves of Counter-Strike that we watched, but that first half that he had on Nuke was sensational. Had 16 kills in 1 half of play. And so you know he can make it happen.
Yeah, I think at one point it was like 19 and 4 as a ratio, which was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, second half was obviously it's just hard in general on Big, I think, to find a lot happening on that second half of Nuke. So maybe we can forgive that. They're not going to be hunting too much, although I kind of agree with what you said. I think this is one of those times where you have a little bit of money in the bank, and yeah, that one AWP can come back to haunt you in the next round. Curious if they will try and design the round around the fact that they know the AWP is in play to just minimize it. I mean, that's the kind of thing where you say, well, maybe actually doing something like a more aggressive play towards the B-bomb side with all the flashes and the smokes could minimize the effect of that AWP. We'll see if they try.
Yeah, there's just so many ways to approach it. So it's really just dealer's choice in this one. Hades. Oh, I think he spotted him. Okay, they might already have an idea of where this AWP is now. Not sure if he knew it was the AWPer, but oh, that is not a great fight for a CZ. Nope. Goofy strafing on out wide, tagging Crimbo, and Hyped is already all the way top mid. This is one way to force your hand.
That's so unbelievably aggressive. I really like it. It's a shame that he hasn't found anyone or walked into anyone in here, because I feel like you should get rewarded for that kind of boldness. Smoke in the window, but the real fight's going to be over here, and Hype is kind of in the right position. He could maybe find a spot for it. There's the kill, and paiN boosted up in the corner, and they're not committed to it yet. They could fall back, and they probably should. They're in trouble right now, 9. This is a scary round.
Oh, yeah. I think they were actually really trying to feign the footsteps away.
Yeah.
But now they're going for the reapproach. This is a really strong mid-round play for 9. Oh, no. Hades, he shot a boot of a ragdoll, and I don't think that gives the chase up entirely. In fact, Big might second-guess that. Like, is it a fake?
It's like, it's too obvious. Like, there's no way.
Like, why would he do that? Yeah, they don't know what just happened. And so, with 35 seconds left, 9, considering their options, looks like they want to at least check out mid, see if there's anything happening there, and they might go for a B split. Tapson's taking so much space away. This is going to really help Big out in terms of the rotations, but he's carving out quite the space for them up connector. Really going to find out where this op is. At the very least, 9 have information, but there's still 2 players in this B bomb site.
10 seconds, or a must-hit shot there for Minio, but they still don't know about that boost up, or if they did, they forgot about it. paiN with a nice triple in this one, and a huge round for Big. That's what we talked about earlier. You give up the hunt for that AWP, and it comes back to haunt you in this one.
Yeah, they just went right into the stack from Big. Couldn't really thin the numbers out too much. And so Big able to walk away with the victory. Felt like that was a great chance for 9 to build some momentum in this half, because once again, this is Big's map pick. Once they get rolling on that defense, you would expect that they're able to close things out. But 9, they're going to get one more crack at it. Go for the full force buy here, and it's a pretty fast mid play for them.
Yeah. If they ran through, maybe they could have actually run down that AWP, but there's no way for them to know, I guess.
They're already in con, though.
They are really close. Hype is in a lot of danger right now. I don't think he recognizes it. A little bit of backup from a teammate. Important shot for Kido, but he's also feeling very lonesome back here. Some almost wall bangs to take him down, and he still should be dead. Hades is thinking about it. Yeah, the Molotov would have worked, but he's really second-guessing himself. Finally going to get that kill. And now, yeah, he's worried about Hype being on the other side, and for good reason.
Oh, tagged up so low. Hype is doing God's work from the back of sight right now. Just picking all these players off, peeking them from multiple angles. Is he going to go for more? This guy is disgusting. No way, Hyped. Leg shot onto Minio, looking for the 4K in the round. Of course he's going to repeat. He has to do it. The bomb is right there. There's no way for Minio to get back in this one. They triangulate his position, and paiN takes him down.
That is really bold. What an exciting player to be watching. He's, you know, a little bit slow at the gate on the second map here, but you see some of the potential right there. That's so aggressive. And the recognition as well. Some good communication must have been happening on the big side, because they heard them jumping up out of the window. And Hype is just immediately on their tail. Timeout called.
Yeah, I felt like 9 actually had pretty good positions. They had a player up con, sneaking into jungle. They had a player palace. They could have just gone for the flat-out A crunch, but it seems like they tried getting a little sneaky with things, trying to out-game Big, and Big, they just covered those angles well.
Yeah. These are the sort of good shots, but yeah, the fact that he managed to jump down behind them, this would have been a different round, but we'll never know. 11-10, it's a very close affair once again, but the money is on the side of Big. And 9 will have to, I don't know, try and make it work with the Glocks. Doesn't even feel like good to say it, doesn't it?
No, not quite. I think that Molly was supposed to hit the lampshade. Try to bounce right, but it's a really, really hard throw. Like it. That's clinical. He actually got hit. He actually shot him while blind, but
to absolutely no effect.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's a little tickle.
All right, nobody's here. It's gonna be just an easy cleanup.
Yeah,
I don't know if there's any other way to play it.
No, not really. Just maybe bait a little utility, make someone hopefully make a mistake or something, but that's going to be 12 for Big as they try to push us to a third map. If that is the case, it will take place on Overpass. Hard to get a strong read now, though. Who's got the momentum? say Big, definitely the favorites to close this one out, but I feel like there's just so much more that 9 have to give.
Yeah, it does feel that way, but it's a pretty good lead right now, and the economy for Big is pretty terrifying. Hype has got 10,000 in the bank. So they're going to have to dig through a number of rounds here for this to even really get close. Keto back here again. It's a very similar triangular defense set up at the A bomb site. If they're quick to jump down and if they have the right pressure onto Hype, then they can sort of put him out of the fight, even if that's been proven very, very tricky in the last couple of rounds, then maybe they can find this fight. But, man, oh, that's really good timing. Yeah, I think they wanted to go for it.
Well, actually, the contingency plan here is 9 can just set up for a Con and Palace split, but with no ramp presence, Keto has done such a great job of taking away angles from 9. Now the A approach is nearly impossible.
Yeah, except Hype is, I guess, in a very scary position. If Keto dies, then Hype is definitely going to get overrun as well. The flick not connecting, and Hype he goes down. Keto's next in line, and Farben, he's holding it back here with the AWP. Secondary, there's a long flank coming in all the way from the other side by Crimbo, but the rest of the fight might be decided before he gets here. All right. Fighting for the afterplan instead. This is something that 9 really didn't do a lot. They just kept fighting all the time on the defense, but there's Cedar coming. Yeah, good stuff. Minio, and he's going to fall back. It's not really worth it. They're on the bomb site. It's a bit uncomfortable, but I think Big have already called it quits.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Mexican standstill. Everybody's got their guns out, but everybody's done shooting. I think that's going to be it. Well, we'll see what happens. They were kind of posturing like they wanted to push there, and I think Tabson's going to run out to try to inflict some damage. No, it'll be Crimbo, actually. This is all very good damage if he's able to find even more. And yeah, this actually puts a lot of pressure on 9. But yeah, round victory for 9. The positions for Big were very good there. They just didn't hit the initial shots.
Yeah, that would have changed everything. That first flick from Hype. But unfortunately, didn't work out that way. So, I mean, they did attack a very well-defended bomb site and came out on top. So you got to be happy about that. The question is, can they keep it up? They have, again, a huge economy to chew through. And even in that last round, when 3 people survive on the CT side, they don't lose that much money. So confident, isn't he?
Yeah. He's not even worried at all about a swing mid, which is kind of insane. But 5v5 here, round 24. Hype still just dancing in middle. He is doing what star players do. Like, this is what Simple does, just locking down a position by himself, and now the rest of the defense can just focus on their side of the map.
He's still there on his own.
Yeah, this is really impressive from Hype that he's this confident.
If anyone walks in, he doesn't have someone in the window behind him or anything, they could decide swipe him, but so far so good.
If they crunched him at any time, he was so screwed, but just calling their bluff.
Well, let's see how long this can continue. They are eventually, I think, going to start to show up from middle and underpass, and there's going to be some more pressure from the Palace, and this time from ramp as well. So it's a slightly different iteration of that same A pinch. 30 seconds left. And Keto's ready. He does not have a smoke to put out any Molotovs or anything, so there's going to be one landing right on his head. That'll put some pressure on. 23 seconds, and they're starting to get a bit closer. Tabson, it's a good hold to begin with. The bomb is still to make its way onto the bomb site. Tabson is doing all the work right now. This should be fine. 1 versus 3 in Hades. He can't make it in.
Yeah, they smoked Palace with about 30 seconds left, and that just iced 9 out of the round. Good utility hold from the side of Big. They still have a smoke and a Molotov left at 0 seconds. Really nice stuff from Big. Good counter utility on that defense. Last time around, they had good positions, but they just didn't hit the shots. This time around, the utility makes their job so easy.
Yeah, super well played. And that means that first, if Tabson dies, it probably will set into motion a series of really bad events for Big, you could imagine. But this hold is so good.
Yeah, just that off angle right there on the stairs. Oh, the second kill too is really clean.
God damn.
Oh wow.
Didn't need the third one really. That was just all for points.
Yeah, for show.
But yeah, the second one was sick. Well done. Last timeout being used from 9. They're really under a lot of pressure. This is where Big has a pretty clean run, I think, to the end of the map and can just sort of finish it out. If they win a couple of strategic rounds here, you can see the money is looking dreadful on the T side.
Oof, yeah.
For 9 to bring this back, they probably need to win 2, almost 3 in a row, and then we can talk.
I wonder what Hades is going for here. Okay, just wants to try to catch somebody peeking without actually revealing himself. Okay, contact play into A. There's nobody CT, unfortunately. It should actually allow the pistols to scale pretty well. Flash is there, and Key takes down Keto. All right, Hyped. He's under some pressure right now. He had a nade in his hand, and there's a player right in that smoke right there. Oh, it's so tense. Little do they know, and Katie's, that is a big kill to find. But Hyped, he is a maniac. He has a chance to bring this one back for his team, but he hits the leg of Minio. No!
How does he hit the leg from above? I need the replay. That's impossible. He shot him almost straight from above. How does that work? That's a very unlikely round for 9 to be winning, but it worked out perfectly. Hades got the right kill at the right time. Goofy gets the double, and Crimbo is just gonna have to try and save this rifle. So 12-13 gonna be the scoreline here. Okay.
Yeah, unlikely round for 9 there, but it felt like one they had to find just to stop some of that momentum from Big. They give him that one, and I think Big, like you said, would have just ran away with it. So 13-12. These teams are just so evenly matched in this bout. 9 still a chance to end it in 2, but Big, they'd love to move on. Like we were saying earlier, this pick of Mirage kind of feels almost like a gamble where they just haven't really been picking it in officials for so long. And yeah, let's see it. How? Oh,
he shot under his elbow.
Yeah, it went between his hands, his arms, and hit his foot through that.
Oh my god, that's so ridiculous.
I'm almost impressed the hitboxes are that exact.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the times where you wish they weren't, probably, but... Okay. Double AWP is still in play on the side of Big, but if I look at that money now on the Big side, it looks questionable. It's not quite all or nothing for Big, but man, if they lose this one, 9 take the lead. They're at 14-13. The pressure is definitely going to be mounting really swiftly. A lot of damage early on from nades, I believe. Minio and Hades both taking a little bit there. Pimp wants to make that work, and instead it's Farvan that opens it up. Not a bad kill onto Minio.
I think 9 should know now that it's a double op setup, given that it's Farvan with the first kill. We'll see if that changes their plan in any significant way. Crimbo's taking so much space away. Big. They've set themselves up so well already in this round.
Did he get leg shot, Goofy, in the middle?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it must have been. Wow, so 4-on-5 with a couple of players that are already tagged up. You've got a little bit of mid-control, but the troops are kind of scattered all over the map at the moment. This feels really uncomfortable. Crimbo, again, very good with the accuracy. He's up to 17 kills, by the way. Going to be taking down Kyler, and I don't even know what the plan is right now. 25 seconds? Are they just going to save out the round?
I feel like you just save. I don't think you can go for this, but Keto's not going to let you save. He's already in T-spawn. This is going to be a free kill on Goofy. Yep. And now that they know the bomb's down, they know that the rest of 9 are just trying to save as well. Big, not really pressing the issue, though. They want to really just keep their money intact for the rest of this game, and yeah, that's one kill to go the way of 9, but it's really just cosmetic damage.
Not a big deal at all. Well done. 14-12. And this is oddly a very flat round. They took a little bit of damage. They lost Minio in the middle to the AWP, and then there was really nothing after that. There was just... It was very... Like, not the group up decisive play that we saw for the T side of Nuke, where there always seemed to be a plan B for 9. This was a little bit more one-sided, one-dimensional.
And you'd really love for someone on 9 right now to just step up, to just say, let me run my favorite individual play just to get an opener, because it seems like it's been pretty unusual for them to just find a 1-for-0 kill. Been a lot, and then I think we're getting it though. Hades, he really wants to make something happen towards B apartments, but he's mollied off the angle so quickly. Mirage, it really just leaves so many individuals to try out a heroic play here or there, but it feels like Nine are really set in stone with their structure, or attempting it. That's what I would say is the better smoke. It's a lot easier to throw that one than the
running one?
The timing running strafe one, yeah.
I'm not a big fan of that either, but, you know. It does look kind of cool, I guess.
It's stylish.
They still know that double op is in play, so... Kyla decided to go for a second peek, and that'll get him killed.
This smoke timing is also so good. Allowed taps in a rotate in, hyped. He can actually just take some pot shots down connector still while that smoke's available.
This feels like, again, very, very hard round for them to try and win. Goofy with a good opening key, gets one more. They found a way to crack it open. Oh, and they take down Hype. How does it happen? Every single position there for Big looks so safe and so secure, and in 3 seconds, it's all over. I can't believe it. I think that is going to be kind of hard for Big to deal with.
It's really tough to look back at that one and say anybody did anything significantly wrong other than just hit your shots.
Yeah.
You're in good positions. And Nine, this is not the first time this half that they've cracked open a bomb site that they probably weren't supposed to. I didn't think going into this I would have said that Nine had a firepower advantage, but with rounds like that, it's making me lean that way. 14-13. Money still decent for Big. They should be able to buy everybody up into the upcoming round.
Yeah. But man, it's close.
Yeah, there's going to be some concessions they have to take. But this is where things really heat up.
If that Big economy cracks so close to the finish line, that's one of the most heartbreaking ways to potentially lose a match. Is if you have to play the 30th round with 5 7s and a scout, and that could happen the way that this is unfolding right now for Big.
Wow, Goofy.
What a time. He's had a not a really great showing so far in Mirage.
No, we haven't.
This was something.
We haven't really had any reason to say his name thus far, but that's a huge double kill for him. First time out for Big. Despite the game being this close, I guess they've just always felt pretty confident about things. But now,
yeah.
Finally, they're bringing one out.
Getting a chance to talk things through. They're so close to getting us on to Overpass, which is the third and final map if, and only if, Big can find a way to make this work. They surely should be able to. This is their map pick, even if, as you pointed out, it's been a minute since we've seen them actually play it in officials. They look confident. That T side was really cool.
Yeah, I've liked their T side a lot, but they got to get it done on the defense. Early pressure middle from Hades, just throwing out that Molotov. It looks like we might have an underpass play from Crimbo. This might be the X factor in the round. Goofy spots him out. He was on a heater last round, but he doesn't want to take the engagement just yet.
Yeah, not enough mid control either for Nine to really punish Hades. To punish that play from Crimbo down there. That would have been maybe the way to go, but they couldn't really catch him.
Look at the buy though from Big. Tabson's on a P250. Keto just has his Tech 9 save from, I guess, a round prior, and this is so awkward for them. They didn't want to fully invest around the op and the save rifles.
It's going to be a run boost all the way out there. And Crimbo just deciding to play it for the timing on the smoke. Maybe slow them down just enough that it'll become a problem in the later of the round. Oh, what a shot from Hype. Looked like he didn't have enough time for it, but Minio gets destroyed at trying to get a little bit of information.
Oh,
but
what?
Goofy, what? He's just on speed running into the bomb site. I can't believe it. Farven all the way to the back trying to get something done. It's Tabson to go down. That was the concession you talked about. He only had the pistols. It is a 2-on-3. And Big, if they can win this round, they might be able to get all the way to the finish line right now. Farven, he is pushing forward, and Keto on the other side. And that's a good retake. They managed to take a deep breath. Almost looked like Goofy was going to be able to beat them to the punch, but it's 15 on the side of Big. And they're just delaying the defuse to pick up anything they can.
Yeah, they need it. They definitely need it. This game is coming down to the wire, but that's a huge round for Big to win. Good opener from Hype there. Despite the speed up that 9 had in the mid-round, actually catching hyped off guard, it wasn't quite enough. Big recovered in time.
That's great.
Yeah, I think as soon as Minio does that, he probably is like, oh, why did I do that?
You always feel like you're airborne so much longer when the orb is on the other side.
Yeah.
It's just time slows down. All right, Big, they've almost got a little bit of a failed jump, but Hype will shrug it off and pretend like that was part of the plan all along.
Yeah, just gets a little bit more space, actually. Takes a slightly different angle, and 9, they're just holding.
Yeah.
Big haven't really been pushing too much in this game, but they really seem to expect it here. Smoke for window late. Looks like we're going to see Minio and Kylar attempt some mid-control. And that's going to be a little bit tricky because Hyped is in the underpass. And I'm going to say I don't think they expect this.
Yeah, why would there be an AWP back there? He's going to be walking up for a free kill. Minio, he got killed in the same spot last time, but this time it might even be more frustrating. Grenade right on top. Hades, he's hoping for a mistake on the other side for someone to peek into that AWP, but right now it's looking grim. This defense is tight at the moment. Hades and Kyler actually will bring it back a little bit. It is a 3-on-3, but Hype is still up here on the stairs. How did you win that fight? Again, walking right into him with the Galil, but Crimbo, he surely should have had that kill. 35 seconds, a 2-on-2 now as Hype gets that one, but he nearly a double spray down. Farvan, could he end it here? Stop the nightmare for Big. They don't want to go into overtime. They don't even want to go to the 30th round right now. They just want Farvan to do this. Bomb is being planted on the other side, and he's going to go out in the open, hoping to get that shot. Not quite connecting. He realizes someone's back there, but how do you force them to fight right now? If he had a Molotov, sure. Probably love to pick up anything other than this AWP right now. But he's going to decide to go back and check and might even just decide to give it up.
Wow, he goes for the save already?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I guess tabseN has, what, $150?
Yeah.
So they're probably thinking, let's just win the 30th round.
The rest of them could buy pretty well, but can't blame them too much. It's very hard to approach in that situation with an op, but all right. 9, 14 rounds. Felt like Big once again positionally outplayed them. They got the opening pick. They centered their defense around A, and just the star fragging power from the individuals from 9 were able to bring that one back. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it looked like they were walking into a certain map loss here. This kill and sandwich is so ridiculous. I really don't understand. You could tell he's pretends to check it, aims back away, and then swings it back and still wins that fight. Here we go, round number 30. Might be a real shock to Big if they have to play overtime now. I feel like mentally they were almost out of Mirage. They almost had this map locked up. Run boost to get the jump on over, but Hype is going to be catching Hades nonetheless. Good shot at the edge of the smoke.
Hype's been holding up his end of the bargain. Another opening pick going his way. 5 versus 4 advantage. Big, they found themselves here multiple times. To fall short on round 30 would be backbreaking.
Yeah, the fact that he's got 22 kills and so many of them are opening up in middle, just taking the space. Nice fight from Minio. tabseN, I don't know if he was caught looking the wrong way or if it was just a really clean fight, but either way, that's a bit of a start. There is still an AWP on the other side of the map. Hype is again going to be finding Minio. That's, I think, a 3rd or 4th round in a row that he's been able to do that. And Crimbo's walking up. This is scary. Yeah, time to get on out. You don't want to leave your AWP alone back here, so just stay alive. 40 seconds in the round, and they can't go to Hype. They wanted to. And now they're being shot in the back any second now. Keto is going to stop this overtime and just make absolutely sure that Big can cruise into a 3rd map. He sees the lineup, and that kill is everything. Key is low on health already. Big, it's their map pick. It was a little bit of a twist, but they've managed to pick it up 16-14. You can see the exhale there from tabseN at the end, but Big will be victorious. Great play, great map, and now we're going to see the conclusion on the 3rd one on Overpass. It's coming up after the break.
culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple!
What a flick from Yakinda! It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, smoky in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
the nades are raining. Kenny's hiding up.
He's at the ground.
He's in the ground.
The ball. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All three dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
Nine were never allowing Big to get too far away in this one, and that is why it went the full distance once again. These two teams making it highly competitive, but the mistakes start to come through slowly but surely from both sides. But one thing that is certainly hype, it's hyped once again. He's still doing it all day.
He keeps on delivering, James. He keeps on delivering, and he kept on bailing Big out of their mistakes. Out of the last 8 rounds, no teams won more than 2, or rather 1 in a row. It was always back and forth and back and forth and back and forth up until the very end. Big losing situations where they had all the right positions, then Nine somehow not being able to capitalize because Hyped is actually in their faces, finding so many important kills. That was a great map from him.
And this was funny, when you get to games like this where it's back and forth and all this rounds going one way or the other, normally the CTs are the one that kind of end up losing it away, but this time Big still got it done.
Yeah, they still got it done. They were good at winning some of these rounds where they had a couple of 5-7s, they had a couple of MP9s in the mix, and they were still able to capitalize. I just want to point you guys towards this round distribution as well. Big winning the first pistol round as well, and then it's Nine coming off to a good start in both of the halves, and yet Big was still able to win. This round right here is also another good one for Hype and for Big.
Yes, that was Big, showing us that they were way more proficient in map number 2. It's a 4v5 that is very cleverly played, where they find this timing at 50 seconds. They hit jungle, and once they get the kill, you will see how quickly they spread and scale. Flash is coming over. Hades has absolutely no chance. He's pushed back from the CT spawn. 4 versus 3. And even when they find this kill, there is no panic on the side of Big because Hype is in a great position. He punishes the flank coming in. 3 versus 2, low HP, and that is it. The Fat Lady sinks with that one. It's Big winning the 4v5. They looked much better on their T side than on the previous map.
I've got to keep saying this. I know it's a lot of focus on Hyped, but he is doing moves we would never see Sirison make, you know. Serious and be saving in these situations. He can be aggressive when he's feeling it, when he's on a roll with it, but he would never be taking some of the risks I'm seeing.
No, I agree. They're not the same player. It's two different player styles, and definitely Hype is still a product, you know, that is under development. He's only going to get better. I think he has shown a lot of promising signs. We saw him in Big Academy as well, making waves, coming into the main team. I think he's been delivering. All things considered, where Big are right now in the development, in the rebuilding phase, etc., etc., I think this man is delivering, right? So credit to Hype. And again, another map where he's finding impact, another map where he's making the difference, and another map where he's not a liability whatsoever, which sometimes were the case with CSGO. He could have really, really good maps, but he could also have games where he completely fell off. I feel like Hype is bringing a bit more consistency to Big.
And what is really impressive is the context through which he had some of these plays, because this was a high-pressure situation.
Yeah.
Big, one map down, definitely facing financial disaster, you could say, on that second map. They could have just taken the small exit door out of the showdown, and he kept taking these risks. He kept on facing, he kept on being aggressive, being proactive. In terms of attitude, I love what I have seen. If this is what he's made of, and he can bring that type of philosophy in different contexts, there's really something to be done with Hype.
And this is only the beginning of it all as well. We're going to take a look at round 20 at the same time and see, I guess, why we started to get so back and forth like this.
It was a very much back and forth. You see it right here as well. 10-9. 9 is in a good position, and the buy coming in for Big right here is not that impressive. Even gets off to a good start. An entry kill, it's a B-stack, sure thing, but at this point, it's a given that 9 is supposed to win it. We saw it in the first half, though. This boosted position on site, backed up by Hype with the AWP. That's enough to put a spanner into the works for 9. They reorganized. They want to go back towards the A-bomb site, but without the grenades, without anything to cover off, it's just an easy pick-up game for Big. One frag at a time, even though they're trying to flank in here again, they forget about the man who's boosted once more on the side, and that is it for 9. That was the moment when it completely went out of control for them. As you said, the last 7 or 8 rounds, it was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and this was in the moment when 9 could have picked up the win. They could have picked up the game and stabilized, but they didn't.
Put Big on the right tracks. I would like to maybe change the tone for half a second here and consider how Big had many occasions to put this map to bed. They had many opportunities to just make this a very painless, harmless second map where everybody can take a deep breath and move on to overpass. But they had a few moments, and it was brought up by Maui at the cast as well, where the defense was just right where they needed to be. Some of the back and forth over the last 8 rounds, Big had the correct reads, they had the correct positions, they had the number advantage, and still the A defense crumbled. Somehow the connection between tapzin and Kido was faulty. Sometimes tapzin was fighting, Kido was waiting. Quimbo was in a position he couldn't save. I mean, we have a couple of highlights. I think tapzin had a great first half, but for my money on the CT side, he missed the mark a couple of times.
I'm glad you bring that up, right? Because you're right. A lot of the highlights you can see on your screen is from the T side. Guess who's the lowest rated player on the entire server after the first 2 maps CT side? Well, it's tapzin. Guess who's the highest rated player out of all of them T side? Guess it's tapzin, right? He's finding impact on the T side right now, but struggling on the CT side. And normally you'd think to yourself, an in-game leader, he's supposed to struggle a little more on the T side because there's more micromanagement, there's more calling, there's more you have to think about, whereas the CT side is more so setups, etc., etc. So it doesn't really make too much sense that tapzin right now is not finding his footing on the CT side, but is the best player on the server on the T side.
Well, now we're moving to overpass for the decider. And this, for me, so far we've seen it, it's been completely even. It could go either way. But are you sitting one side more than the other here, Maniac?
It's quite complicated for me to make a call right now. I would have liked Big to be more disciplined and have more authority on Mirage so that I can just very calmly tell you, that's it. You know, that's it. They're winning overpass, that's for sure. There is an incredible amount of discrepancy between the maps played on overpass the last 3 months. Big have played this map 4 times. 9 have played it 24 times. 24 times they've played overpass in the last 3 months. It is insane. Way more reps in terms of officials.
I want to reuse one of my points we spoke about earlier when Big were playing overpass, the fact that faveN have been struggling a little bit on the map. He had 5 games in a row where he meant -10 on average on the map in KD, so he wasn't finding any footing at all. Last time they played it Big, he was looking good, he was looking assertive, looked like he found his place as well. I still think it's a player they have to test. He's been so far doing a good job in this series, but if you're 9 right now, you want to test faveN. You want to test where he's playing over towards the B-bomb side, because that has been the one weakness Big has had on the CT side. The B side is not always as strong as you would like it to be.
And how much are we putting into what Hype can do? It's been map after map that he's been able to deliver, but this is not the man that we're looking at the whole way, right, to be able to carry the flag for him.
I mean, in this series, contextually, I think we can keep on putting pressure on him and praising him, right? He's delivered now back-to-back 2 maps in a row with the AWP, and I see no reason why it would be any different on Overpass, honestly, if he carries over the attitude, the risk-taking, the map control taken away from 9. I mean, 9 seemed to, at times, forego a couple of utilities, maybe try to, you know, be a little greedy, grab that map control without a flash on top. You'll get punished.
Big is activating Hyped on the CT side. That's been the case for this game so far. A 1.82 rating on average so far on the CT side, whereas T side rating is 0.77. So when you talk Hyped, it's the CT side he has to step up at, right? T side, we need to see him activate a little bit more, find some more impact, but so far so good for Hyped, who's the best CT side player in this game.
Who's going to be taking it, Pimp?
I think Big is going to take it, to be completely honest. I predict the 9 coming into the game, but I've been a little bit disappointed. I think like we've seen a skill ceiling, a skill limit to what they have to offer, and I still believe that Big, despite being in a rough period, is a better team.
Gemeinsam, auf geht's, Big Clan, gemeinsam. Oh, I didn't know you were going to put the camera on me. I'm moving like an idiot.
You knew that.
No one is telling me they're going to be on me.
You knew that.
Big Clan, gemeinsam, auf geht's.
Get the clown out of here.
Let's see what's going to happen. Let's see if our analysts are going to be right or wrong, because either way, it's been great games so far. Big versus 9 concludes on Overpass. We'll see you in just a few.
Blessing it is. We get a third map to decide this epic series with the Unicorn odds are back. More even, slightly favored to pick this time, but yeah, they've been a little bit all over the place depending on who's been winning or losing the different maps. Mirage was, I think, pretty cool. Good to see Big come up with a bit of a strange map pick and still make it work. Now, Overpass, what do you think? Who's taking this one?
The one thing that I fear for 9 is that they've played Overpass recently. We saw them play Fnatic on it. They lost. It was a close game, 16-13. But as soon as you play a map recently against Big, I mean, Gobby's just going to gobble that demo up. He's going to look at all the flaws that you had. He's going to look at what your game plan was, and he's going to anti-strat the hell out of you. And that's why I'm worried about 9 in this one. Do they have more left in the tank? Do they have more to their playbook than what we saw versus Fnatic? And can they play better than they played against Fnatic?
They had better do that. We've got the hopes up now. We've got everyone's hopes up. We've been hyping them up, and for good reason. But Big also look impressive the way that this squad is put together right now. Hyped seems to be the perfect addition to this team at the moment, so it'll be down to the test for both teams. 9 are going to be starting on the CT side, Big on the T side, already setting up. Actually, I thought it was going to be an explosion towards the playground, but they're walking it. All right.
I'm not sure if that's a set piece. Just opening the door, getting a frag, but it gives 9 an advantage.
Boost as well, right? I think Goofy was inside of the bomb site, boosted up.
Okay, so there it actually was.
It must have been, right?
Okay.
Hades spotting it out. Seems risky to stay and take this fight, but I mean, he gets the headshot anyway. Now, 5 versus 3. You've got a potential flank coming in from the restrooms. You don't really have to fight this on your own. Hades still sticking around. He gets one more headshot. This is getting completely picked apart. Just Tabson left. Not a single casualty on the side of 9, and a good job.
Great opener for them, and it feels like it's needed. When 9 played against Fnatic, they were only able to find 6 rounds on the CT side. That being said, I would actually rate Fnatic's T side overpass a little bit stronger. Yeah. Okay.
Did he not even open it? Was it the T that opened it?
It actually might have been. How did that door swing? I think it... Well, no.
We need more replays. Either way, a scout and 3 deagles and a tech 9. So Big are going to answer back with, yeah, some utility and some weapons in this one to try and see if they can maybe upset 9, who are not that aggressive right now. They're a little bit further back, so they're going to be difficult to find. Sylar, I think, is the most forward player at the moment.
Yeah, 9 are giving up a lot of space. This is probably the only worrying sign. Always really actually love to see these kind of rounds played by CT with at least one in connector or a guy spotting from divider. Just give some sort of forewarning. But Kyler might be that guy. He's posted up at the lampshade, and he's able to spot one out. But it's only a single body, so 9 isn't going to rotate all in just yet.
Scout back there. You never know. But no body shots have rung out yet. It's down to 50 seconds. Up close with the MP9, and he's going to sneak on in. Great position to have that fight in, but Farben somehow is a little bit quicker to Hades. He's very flashed, and he's actually in a little bit of trouble. Farben just keeps on ringing through with the headshots. They got to be really careful now. A little bit close there. Minio, he swings around for a third one, and that might have slowed everything right down. Farben was about to completely change the outcome of this round, but now it's all on Crimbo with just a scout. And picking up the bomb again. I don't know. Maybe if we get the bomb plant, it'd be worth it.
Yeah, he could go B. He could definitely go B. Oh, he's actually going to cut rotations with that. Or he tried to stop anybody that's rotating off of A, but there will be at least one player here. He might get this bomb down, actually. Wow. Great job from Crimbo to at least secure some money for the upcoming round, but no chance for the victory as Key made it jump right on. And yeah, it's going to be pretty simple for 9. I think they are looking for some better weapon over there. And yeah, they take 3 M4s into the next round. That's actually pretty much an ideal situation. Keeping 5 is even better, but every premium rifle taken moving forward.
These are some scary headshots from Farben. The fact that they saw Hades and that he was under that much pressure also obviously really helps out. If Minio doesn't come through on this one, who knows?
Goofy threw a great flash. I think as he was rotating from B up there to help out, really allowed Minio to pick up that multi-frag, and we see 5 M4s now for the side of 9. Big, because of that bomb plant, go for a couple upgraded pistols. Got a molly and a couple flashes. You'd expect some sort of B play with that. The molly already is just going into connector. Looks like they want to do the short monster split. But maybe go for a pick on the railing first with a deagle. We'll see.
Yeah, these either way, it's going to be very, very hard to reliably get into a bomb site with just this. They've got a flashbang on Tabson, so if they get the right call, then, you know, if they see someone up on that right-hand side, maybe they could catch him. But right now, it looks like they're kind of slowly walking back.
Yeah, I think they're reconsidering. Likely will be the A pop here. Hades had a tough time on the forward defense last time, and this is a bit concerning for 9. They have 4 players towards B now, and if Hades falls because of this boost, okay, no, they disassemble it. Could have been the in, but yeah, Keto, he's trying to find something. This round has really actually gotten a little weird for Big, where it felt like they really had a plan early on, and now they're making a mid-round, and we'll see if it pays off. They still have that one flash on Tabson.
We love the one flashbang. $200 investment to try and get onto a bomb site. It's a decent flash, but no one, I think, was near enough by it to be able to do anything. Oh my god, he's back again with a deagle! 3 shots, so accurate. I don't even know how that's done. I can't believe that he did that. They were all over the place. They weren't just in one spot. And somehow he's found 3 headshots before anyone could call the retreat. Trying to get the team back to sanity. Now it's Goofy and Key left, and they've got to be worried here. They do have a kit, but no smokes to try and block off Farven and that ridiculous aim of his. And he's walked back into it. He's waiting for it. They tap it again, and he can't get one more flick. My god. That is horrifying if you're on the 9 side.
Oh, yeah. Farven inflicting so much damage. In fact, he's the only person from Big that has inflicted any damage. He has 5 kills right now. Nobody else on Big even has 1, but we're seeing those kills back right now.
It's 3 bullets.
Pristine.
He shot 3 bullets to do that.
That is nuts. Wow. Not enough, though, unfortunately. You could see that retake was really tough for 9, though. That really came down to the wire. They didn't have any utility left over, so Big, they're keeping the money really honest. This, even though they're down 3-0 right now, this is a brittle position for 9's economy.
Yeah, it is, and they know it. They definitely recognize that there's a huge weakness right now for the CT side, and if they can just do, I mean, about as well as they did with the Eagles, they're going to be in a good position. Minio, though, it's very awkward when fighting people on those stairs because of how their models are displaced as they're coming down. It just always feels really weird. And Farven, for all of his heroics in the previous rounds, he's the only one with any kills. Everyone else is at 0.
This is already looking like a pretty tough round for Big. 70 seconds remain, and they don't have too much map control to speak of. Their utility is running fairly thin, and down a man. I mean, Crimbo, yeah, this is just one of those moments where you feel like you need to make a solo play. He's getting some space. If he finds a shot here, this could really open things up. But Kylar is already so far forward at bathrooms, he's going to have pretty advanced forewarning. Shadow advantage is his, and he's able to find the kill. But Crimbo, okay, he's trying to make something happen at B. This might really give Big an in. It has to do something. Goofy playing on the edge of that smoke. Crimbo spots him out. Another headshot for Crimbo. He's paving a way single-handedly. Now Minio presents himself as a target, and Crimbo finds a 3rd.
This is just so individual right now. It's just single players on the side of Big that are trying to bring it back. Hades is going to get a double kill out of nowhere. They couldn't cross. They didn't have a smoke, and now it's all on hype, and he's trying to get the bomb down, but he's already being isolated. The flick is not connecting. I feel like 9 are getting away with some rounds here that they could have just as well lost, and obviously it keeps the economy in a really bad place, but Big have got to be frustrated too, right?
It feels like that we've seen 2 Herculean efforts from the members of Big. This round, Crimbo, Farven the round prior, and yet Big have nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
The individuals are popping off. It isn't getting them over the finish line.
So close.
Oh.
Unbelievably close.
Yeah. Well, another buy for Big. They're going to keep the pressure on. They know that they've been inflicting a lot of damage. And this time around, okay. Not how that one's supposed to go, but Minio is not in connector, so Farven will be able to find safe passage through Con. And yeah, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a great round like that again out of Crimbo. And so he's just grouping up with the team. He just wants to make sure that they activate this A default. They need to find some serious map control to at least open up the rest of the map. But look at this from 9. Already pressing into water. They have so much information, and Big, they're going to be red relatively shortly.
scout and not an AWP on the side of Hype, so that is a little bit of a disadvantage, no question. Hades is going to come out on top. You see, Hype did get the tag on him, so that weapon betrays him at this moment. Crimbo's going to be going down, and like you said, it might be hard to find another round like that where you just have a single player walk onto a bomb site and pick up a triple kill. tabseN, very nearly dead. He does find Kyler, so at least they're not getting completely stuck, but it's only 35 seconds left. Wow. That's a great flick coming out. farbin gets one, but the flash is so good for the setup. A little bit of a jump. Scary for Hades. You don't want to be dying here, but Keto's going to find him. 25 seconds, but the stab is already in. Key coming up out of the connector, and it's 5 in a row for 9. Again, only surviving with 2 people alive. And the round loss bonus is really starting to build up, obviously, now for the side of Big, but without the bomb plant, it's not ideal.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to go for a half buy, probably Tech-9's armor. We'd love to just see a full 5-man B pop from Big. It feels like the mechanics are there for some of their players. It's just that they're not finding instant trades. A lot of 1-for-nils that 9 are able to find. Yeah, things are getting a little frustrating for Big. And there we go. Yeah, we get the 3 Tech-9s, Deagle, P250. This is what the doctor ordered, and by doctor, I mean tabseN and Gabi.
Dr. tabseN. I don't know why that was funny. Crimbo with a good headshot. Oh, the Tech-9 is doing its work. Goofy goes down. Key. He's going to have to be a real hero in this one. Tries to smoke it off, create a bit of space. He sees a player, but very careful here. He's going to be found. Crimbo doing all the work once again. And a very unlikely round. It's so weird. I've never seen a team be up 5-0, and I've been so worried about their CT side. It feels like Big have been able to almost do this 5 rounds in a row. And now they get it done.
So many rounds that have just been so close. And finally they break open with that doctor's order, B exec. It's just sometimes the simplest call. That's all you have to do.
I've got to be honest, though. I'd much rather be seen by Dr. tabseN than I would Dr. Goofy. I'm just saying. I'm saying no to that.
I mean, it's funny is on 9, you actually have a slew of animated character doctors. You have Goofy. You have Minio Mouse.
Nice.
You have Hades from Hercules, of course.
All right, yeah.
Like, why do they have 3 Disney characters?
Okay. They're angling for a sponsorship, perhaps. Or a lawsuit, one or the other. You never know.
Yeah, but you see that's going to fire up Big. It really just felt like they needed a team play where they're going to trade off of each other, where the utility that we so frequently praise Big for comes into play, and it assists them so wonderfully to find that opening round. And look at this, timeout even after that round victory, and Gabi is fired up. Look at this. Look at tabseN. He looks like he's a school kid getting scolded by his teacher.
I promise. I'll do it. Man, yeah, he was so excited.
If they lose this, they're going to be writing lines on the chalkboard.
They have such a great position right now. 5 in a row for 9, but instantly they're out of money. Back to the Deagles, and Big, they can pick up a lot here. They got the AWP on Hyped. Generally speaking, they're just... The score is really deceptive right now.
Yes.
You're just tuning in and you think, ooh, 9 up, 5-1. I'm happy for them. Don't get too excited yet.
Yeah, stop being happy.
We're taking that away from you for the minute. You can be happy when we say you can.
Okay. Triple, or actually quad long setup for 9.
Yeah, they're defending the baguette out there.
Yeah, the picnic. It's under watchful eye.
Let's see. This is a little bit scary. Wide swing so far. A couple of kills. Got to be real careful. Do you stay and defend the weapons and risk potentially running into another Deagle out here somewhere? 2 on 3 now, and Minio, I think he's dead if he turns this corner.
Yeah, you are right. Definitely the case. Still a chance for Goofy to maybe pick up one more kill, make things interesting, but it should be a trade out for Big. Just guns out, make sure that you're all moving together. And
did you know that you can Molotov the A default plant from the B bomb site?
I didn't know you could do it from B.
You can do it down from B.
Is it with a glitch molly or is it a real, like, legit molly?
It does blow up in the air, I guess, if that's what you mean with...
Well, like one where it hits like that skybox at a certain tick so that it...
No, not like
going?
that.
Oh, okay.
Not like that. You just get the angle. It's from the L bend, almost from the sandbag side.
Oh, like short.
Yeah. So
okay.
You can
yeah, that
toss
seems,
it.
okay, that seems
kinda,
like it could be legit.
It just hits the top of the boxes, and then it spreads down to the default.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Always wondered in certain situations if, you know, it's really hard to imagine one where you'd have the space to do it and there would be low enough time that it would be worth it.
Yeah, it feels like also, why are you defending like that? Like, you'd be on a really badly timed lurk for that to come into play.
Something really, really odd where it's... I mean, this actually would have been one of those rounds, right? If he has the Molotov down there and there's like 10 seconds left.
Ah, yeah.
And he just throws it. But again, that's... I don't know. I don't know how you would ever know that. Here we go. The USPs. It can't be a gaggle of USPs because that's the Glocks, right? It has to be something else.
And undulation? No, that's not, doesn't really make sense. I don't even think that's a word.
A rumble of USPs.
Yeah. You know, we were talking... Okay, let's just see how the stat goes actually for a second. Oh, okay. That's the bomb down. Wait, no. Big. You gotta put this one together. Goofy... Headshot onto Hype brings us to a 1 versus 1. The bomb is right there. Goofy has control of it.
Love this.
And it's up to Favin to bring this one back. It was never supposed to be like this.
He's going to try and reposition it. I think Favin's got the right idea. He reads it pretty well, but he wants to get a bit closer with the MAC-10. Oh, the timing is absolutely deadly. Favin has no idea. Goofy's jumped up and he sees it. The spray is in. And Big have given it up. That is unforgivable.
That's unthinkable. No way. Look at the face of Gabi. The disappointment is there. It should never go down like that. The push towards short to find that early frag onto Crimbo, that can be forgiven. But all 4 players with guns running into a bomb site that is defended solely by USPs, I'm not sure if I should be disappointed in Big's lack of trading, the lack of utility being expended to take that space. I don't know what to be mad at, but I need to be mad at something.
That's probably what Gobby was thinking at this point in time. It's like, I'm so disappointed on many different levels. There's a whole dimensions I can delve into to just look for that disappointment. You're right. A Molotov, a smoke, a flasher, anything like that could have completely changed it.
If you molly truck, that round's over, and you win.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. That's just crazy stuff. I mean, 9 we're going to buy in this round anyways, but the scoreline should be closer.
Scoreline should be closer, and it takes away from the otherwise great undermining that Big have been doing in terms of even if 9 win the rounds, they don't get to feel any comfort, they don't get to feel any joy, they feel like they're constantly under pressure. Some of that gets taken back on Goofy. Again, it's Crimbo sneaking in. My God, he's good at this. Key will finally stop him, but it's scary that he's even allowed to do it to begin with, and taps him, follow up. Good double, and it's time to save. I don't know why Hades is showing up to this corner. Favin is trying to trick him into it, but it's a good shot from Hades, and now they're going to be able to walk away. Crimbo's going to win way too much down there.
Yeah, this is so weird from 9 that they're just letting him walk out a monster. Second time that's happened. I'm not sure how many more times Big can just call Crimbo's number and say, go kill.
You know who I associate with that kind of play? Had some project, some content that I wanted to do at one point in time, looking at Astralis versus Fnatic, I think when Flusher was there.
Oh, Flusher loves doing that.
Flusher's walk through the monster tunnel was sick. It was, I think I counted one map where he did it maybe 6 times versus Glaive and to get the kill. And that much is so frustrating.
I mean, I think this is something that if you're just a confident rifler, Rops was doing this in the ESL Pro League Grand Finals recently against Cloud9, just absolutely battering them by just walking out. And it's always a play that's available. What's nice about it if you're that rifler that's pushing is that, sure, you have that long window where if you're just flashed, you're dead, but you're right-eye peeking into a bomb site where you can procedurally clear every single angle. If anybody's played like Refrag or any of the pre-fire maps, I mean, you've already trained yourself for that exact moment.
And it's funny because that part of the map is such a notorious choke point. It feels like it's the last thing that should be possible.
Right.
But sometimes you can just get away with it. Crimbo's shown it a couple of times now. Well done, and obviously the follow-up from Tabson was on point as well, well timed. Everyone's looking a bit stressed right now, but I mean, if I'm on the big side right now, I still feel pretty good about this first half.
Yeah, there's still a lot to recover. Overpass, we've talked about it before, that in terms of statistics, map stats, that is, it is the most CT-sided map in Tier 1 CS. So if you put 5 on the board on the T side, you're okay with that. You'd like more, but opening pick goes the way of the CT, so this will be tough for Big. Kylar still holding on to this space, even though he found the kill. Didn't back up, actually, and if he backs up now, those con players are going to take him out relatively easily. He's trying to find the window, but oh my gosh, he actually gets another one. Tag on to Tapson as well. 3 players remaining for Big. Hades right there holding the line, but they should flash him off this angle.
Yeah. Well, they're going to try anyway. I'm well aware that he could be back there somewhere, so he's going to go take a little bit of a look. 3 versus 4, and again, not a lot of reasons right now for 9 to really do anything crazy. Let Big show up, let him come. Hades, though, I feel like is one of these players sometimes that will take an extra risk in a moment where maybe it's not needed, which it's also hard to blame because it is sick when he finds the kills. This wasn't much of a risk at all. Crimbo going down. Oh, wow, he baited that out with a grenade.
Yeah, Hades is figuring out a lot very quickly. The rotation also coming in for 9. 3 players are going to be defending this A site. Smoke right behind Hades. Waiting for something to happen, it seems like, before scoping, but what? How did that miss? Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, Big are finding a way onto this bomb site now. Key, not sure if he found the timing to flank. There it is. Yep, tags there. Finishes the kill onto Tapson. Leaves hyped in the 1 versus 3.
He's 1-7 right now. He's really been shut down so far on Overpass. This is his time to shine. He's going to get that one. Spins back for it. He knows where it is, but Key backpedaling gets the headshot to bring him down. I really thought he was going to be able to get that one done. If he gets the second kill in that one, he probably has a third one as well. But good retake, even if a bullet disappeared for Hades for some apparent reason.
I'm not sure if he started moving or what happened because that was right on him. Yeah, okay, let's get it. How does this miss?
Again, probably
I don't know.
The wind.
Yeah.
It just carried it a little bit.
Notorious. That's actually why I miss my smokes on this map.
Yeah.
The wind. Yeah.
Oh, the pressure is on. I can't believe that 9 are getting away with so many rounds. I mean, they are playing decently. It's not like they're just lucky right now, but man, it feels like Big are all the time right on the verge of stringing, 3 or 4 rounds in a row because, again, the economy for 9 is just, it's not there.
Oh,
what?
Wow. That molly kept burning behind the smoke.
Yeah, but how far? Why is it so deep?
I don't know. That's so interesting. Wow, okay, well that's one way to even things up, but Crimbo's back to his old tricks, but they're not going to let him do it this time. That is the appropriate response from 9. Favin still trying to prod into it, but yeah, this is going to settle Big down a lot.
Yeah, once you've gone trick-and-treating to the same house, a couple of times on the same evening, eventually
have you tried that?
Treats.
Have you tried this?
Obviously, even as an adult, I do. Even if it's not Halloween, I show up.
Yeah, I just show up asking for dinner sometimes to my neighbors.
Do you have any chocolate?
I smell what you got cooking over there. It's pretty good. But it doesn't work for Crimbo, it seems like.
Here we go. Good flashes over. Actually, it looked like they were ready for that weird angle from Goofy. Minio holding the defense, and this is looking a lot more respectable on the side of 9. They will still lose 3 players because apparently that's just how it's meant to be for them on the Overpass on the CT side. They can't have any economy, but they can win all the rounds. And I mean, if this goes through to the end, it's going to be one of the most disappointing halves for Big in a long time because they'll be able to go back and look at any point in the game and say, if we just win one more round here, then we get probably 1 or 2 for free, and it's a completely different story.
Oh, yeah. They've been so close to breaking 9 so many times now. Tech pause, unfortunately, coming out. But yeah, I mean, I think also the one you really are going to look back at is the 5 USP one.
Yeah.
That's just unbelievable, really. And the fact that Goofy closed it out with the MAC-10 that Crimbo gave them at the beginning of the round.
Yeah. It's Mac 10 of Destiny.
How did that even happen? Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, credit to 9, though, and really credit to Hades. It feels like every time he's been locking down some of these even tough shots, he's been good for the reaction or the flick, whatever it takes.
I really like Hades, and I really sometimes feel like he is right on the edge of being too bold and giving away some rounds. Here
look at this, though. This could go badly for 9.
Yeah, it could. Again, they're really far back. There's that one AK in play. Decent nade, but Keto, that's beautiful. That's even better than the nade. Straight headshot to bring him down. Bomb being attempted on the other side. Very important double spray for Kyla there, just to control the situation and also keep them locked in. Minio, not really being silent about it. The bomb is only just planted. You don't need to be that stressed about it. That gives away quite a bit. Smoke onto L-Bend. Farvan's here with the deal. He's done it before, and now would be the time to do it again. The team really badly needs this round. Keto's done everything that he could in the round. He's got 2 kills before he's out. There's a shot from Tabson, and now it's on Key, and he can't get it done. Big allowed again for what, the 3rd or 4th time to walk through the monster tunnel and take the B bomb site. That's unforgivable on the side of 9.
It is. This has been the one win condition for Big.
Yeah.
They beat you on a Tech 9 round here. They beat you on Crimbo walking out Monster Tunnel. Crimbo's walked out Monster Tunnel tried walking out 3 times now. This is really the only way you have lost rounds, and it just keeps happening. There needs to be a timeout. There needs to be a team talk about the fact that you can't let them have Monster.
He's taken trick-or-treating. He's now one of those people who takes the whole bowl of treats outside. Like, he's not even knocking anymore. He's just stealing all of it.
Those families, though, that actually leave their bowl out and say, please take one. Like, how naive are you?
They're children.
Yeah.
They don't have self-control by definition. So.
Yeah, they're always going to take more. Those bowls are empty every time I get to them. Not that I'm still going trick-or-treating, though.
There should be like a version of it where adults can go, where they have like hors d'oeuvres, and it's like
these are just the
little wine tasting trick or treating. You go around.
These are the debaucherous Halloween parties in the downtown part of every major city.
Yeah, that's what we need. It's 8-4, but it's a very pedestrian scoreline, but it's been anything but. If you've actually been following the game, it's been a very, very odd series of events. They're going back to the monster tunnel, and I cannot blame them. Why wouldn't you do this? It's been working pretty much every single time. This time, though, there are at least a couple of pistols on the site. Everyone is flashed. No one can see anything. Key's going to get a couple of kills, but the rest of the forces here, Big, they're all committed to this right now. Nobody's coming through on the other side. And they're just going to slow it down a minute here. Wait, there is a scout. That's dangerous for Thompson. He's going to get shot right in the face, but Hype is back for it. And Minio, he can't land that shot. Goofy with the deagle. We need consecutive headshots. He's going to get none of them. Instead, it's Farman to close out the round, and Big will find 5.
If I'm 9, I'm just throwing every nade I have at Monster for the entire round. Like, this is all Big have been able to do. But to their credit, they have 5 rounds. And we were talking about it. Generally speaking, this is a... Okay, that was pretty funny. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
This is a very CT-sided map. And so to already find 5, potential to put yourself even at 7, Big are feeling very good about this half, given the buy of 9 especially. They've finally broken the money of the defense. But we've seen them lose these.
Surely not this time.
I'm taking nothing for granted, Anders.
I'm calling it already. They can't lose this one. It's already been won. They've already won the round.
Tapson's at half health. Okay, all right. All right, it's falling apart for 9. All right.
Good setups. But again, obviously not as direct and not as aggressive through the monster tunnel. I think they were probably anticipating kind of what you said about all the grenades coming in. So like, let's not lose it to that. But still, the same attack towards the B bomb side. They found the weakness, and now they're just attacking it over and over again. Reminded me a little bit when I think you and I were casting with Twist at one point, and he was saying sometimes it's just better to just go for one bomb side. Like, if you feel like you've got the advantage or whatever, just don't make it complicated.
Yeah,
that's turning out to be true for Big right now.
I've seen IGLs just run a handful of B execs on Inferno just because they couldn't stop the first one or the second. Hades, though. Wow. There we go. Opening pick going his way. Question is, do Big just go to Monster?
It is tempting, but they are a little bit more stretched out this time. So I guess they did want to try for something different. Crimbo, though, not the tunnel. Elbend instead to hope for a mistake. 3 people down at the B-bomb site for 9, and they're leaning hard towards that monster side. They really want to make sure no one's walking through that.
Yeah, still a lot of time on the clock, though, and 9, they have to keep their defense pretty honest. Can't overcommit just yet to Monster or to B. And Kylar, very strong off angle here, gives him the shadow advantage and gives him a lot of cover. It seems like Big actually want to end this one towards A. Ooh, good flash.
Yeah, feels out that AWP. Not that much by way of utility left on the 9 side at the moment.
Oh, but they've pulled a rotation. Wow, okay. This is working out perfectly for Big. That little pressure they showed towards the A side of things might have actually gotten Minio off this bomb site. He's kind of flirting with the idea of both right now. And Kylar, okay, this is the play of the round. To understand where Big are going at this point, this should very much so solidify that defense.
Yeah. Timing, they go take a look. Goofy, and yeah, such a great crossfire. Minio with the triple at the end, and that will seal it pretty nicely. Well done.
My name is paiN, and I'm playing for Complexity.
Hey guys, I'm Config, playing for Team Complexity.
I had a situation pretty recently, honestly, when I was playing in a Blast tournament, and we were playing against Vitality, and it was the last round of regular time, so I guess the score must have been 15-14, and what happened was that Vitality had planted the bomb on lower bomb side on T side nuke, and we were the CTs, and we had to defuse the bomb, and we had a pretty good situation. I think it was like a 3-2 situation or something like that.
And the bomb sound on A and the bomb sound on B is different, but it's really hard to hear the different sound the further you are away from the bomb. So my teammate Rush, he made me believe that it was upper when it was lower. And then when I went up the vent, I was like, no way, like my teammate is lying to me, like it has to be under. And when I went down and opened the door, I got instant owned because I had to rush the bomb.
I don't know, like in the end it was just like a stress situation, I guess, and like a must-win round, and then the sound just betrayed us a little bit.
That was pretty rough. It was a rough moment. We lost against the team. We should have won the match, but we lost because of it.
Schieß mal einer, Ruhe, wir gewinnen die Runde. Die Headshot-Angle. 2 Leute, glaube ich.
Nice, einer.
Ja. Heaven, Ave, ich bin stuck. Und CT, Heaven und CT.
Smoke okay. Aus, Smoke mit gleich für nix.
Kurz gesmoked.
Smoke mit Smoke.
Wasser. Wasser. Lass uns rechts kämpfen, Nietz.
Wasser viel.
Noch einer Wasser. Ja, ich kill den gleich. Gut, Wasser, AWP.
Brücke!
Ich hab aber.
Du hast gesagt, wir holen die jetzt!
Ich hab aber.
Komm!
Nice.
Ey, 7 Runden ist auch Half-Win, okay?
That was one of many rounds that Big were able to find by rushing out the monster tunnel. I love that actually as soon as it started, Tabson said, we're going to win this one.
Yes.
That sort of confidence really permeates throughout the team, but we're going to see if they're able to actually close this game out. It starts with Keto, and he's not able to find the shot.
Yeah, he's getting a run. The Glocks, they're on their way. Oh, what a beautiful shot. That was so crisp, so clean from Favani once more. Another couple of headshots to follow it. He's out of his damn mind right now, pushing forward, and finally Minio will end him. But he just destroyed 9. It's all on Key. The bomb lost to him. He's down at B, which, honestly, if they would have made their way through, would have been a sick play at this point in time. But I don't even know what Farman was on for this round.
He's had a couple pistol highlights in this already.
He's got 19 kills after that, so generally been really, really impressive. All right, sneaking up. Surely you can't check every single angle coming around here. Oh, he's going to get that one. There's a chance, but that Goosh might make it impossible. Height will take him down, and Big with a very, I think, important pistol round win here. They just need the momentum. They already feel pretty good. This is a super winnable game for them right now.
Definitely. Overpass, most CT-sided map of the pool. And Favin, we're going to get to see it all back here. First shot, beautiful. At the apex of Hades' jump. And then just...
Oh my god.
Target selection.
Did he aim
here.
at the front guy?
Yeah. I think he just aimed for the still target first. But that's just excellent stuff from him.
I don't know which is cooler. It's so cool if he chose the further away target. It's also kind of... It's just a freak miracle if he actually was aiming for the guy running close and just happened to hit the guy behind him. Either way, that was insane. All right.
Oh!
Well played, Key. Well played.
Not bad. Oh, no. No! No. 3 kills? Really?
Come on. No one's allowed to have any CT-side economy in this map right
now.
No. It just can't be allowed. Hades.
That's crazy. What? Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to die.
Yeah, but I was going to say...
Oh my gosh!
Throw it away a little bit further than that. Oh, they're not going to...
They didn't know. Yeah, he just hit it in the water.
All right, that worked. Well played.
Almost got that kill on a Crimbo despite throwing the A1S away. Imagine if he had it.
Key, obviously the real hero of the round. Check this out.
Oh! He did a little, like, spin, too, as he flew around that corner. I'd love to see it again. I actually really would love to see it again.
Absolutely hilarious.
Okay, well, we're in a gun round.
9-8.
Better buy for 9.
Yeah, it is. Economy for both teams, not really there. The pressure is back on for both teams right now. This has been such a struggle all the way through. All the maps have been close. It's looked very competitive throughout. You could tell that Nuke 9 looked more comfortable. You could tell the Mirage, it was Big, that looked a bit more comfortable, but it's not like any of the two teams really disappeared from those two maps. And this one, well, it's again, you could tell on the scoreline here, 9-8. Curious if Hype will find more to do on the CT side, though. He only has 6 kills right now. It's the first time that we've really seen him go quiet a little bit. That could change.
Pimp always calls overpass and offers playground. And this could serve Hype very well, but flash into water to take some space. There's no one here from Big, so that is some free real estate. Let's see, Key might catch Crimbo on this jiggle right here. Oh, actually, I think Crimbo might have missed the timing, but deploys his smoke anyways. Now Hyped, yeah. This is where he can really come alive. Mid-late round, when 9 just has to pursue a bomb site.
Speaking of late round, 30 seconds with the bomb and playground. There's not much utility left to defend with. I mean, that's the big advantage here. Tabson goes down. Crimbo's going to find one. That's all the way down in the monster tunnel. And Hype showing up. Good headshot. 20 seconds left. He's pushing forward. He wants to take the fight. He's not scared. In spite of a slow start, he's got the confidence to keep this fight up. But he walks into the shot eventually. 10 seconds left now on the clock. And Guido, he's going to get coastline. Shooting through the smoke. Minio, I don't think you've got time for the reload either. He's going to go for it here, but he can't find the last player. If he would have, maybe a time to win the round. But it will be big to walk away with just 17 point of health on Crimbo. Man, that's close.
Oh, so close. Tabson kind of gave up the chase there. He was slotted at divider in the middle of bathrooms, and he went for the push. Put a lot of pressure on Hype's shoulders, but he withstood that pressure. These shots, just excellent stuff. Man, every time I'm getting to see Hyped, I feel like I'm falling more in love with his explosive play style.
Yeah. Tabson has to get up out of his seat.
He knows he saved his ass.
Yeah, and this is actually where a lot of AWP players having a bad start, feeling like you're not in the zone, and then, you know, like you become even more passive. And maybe you just get one shot there, you get smoked off, the bomb is down, and it's they just win the round. The fact that he can find that courage in a kind of a tough game here is pretty cool.
Yeah, for the young kid to make it happen like that. It's a promising sign for the future of Big, but it's not really about the future. It's about the now and whether Big can win this round. The money for both teams, it's not pretty stuff, and this is a big swing round.
Farben has 21 kills, but bottom of the scoreboard is Keto at 5 and then Hype at 8. If some of those players, one or two or both, can change that a little bit, man, it's going to be a different half here for Big. Oh, right at the edge of the smoke. Minio, lucky to be alive behind that. Oh dear.
A little
Panic is taken over.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't love to see that. Just a little bit of friendly fire. But Nine just have no space right now. This is a very awkward position for them. Feels like the comms are actually getting a little bit hectic. Minute left on the clock, and they're just getting out of T-steps.
Yeah, they wanted to relocate everyone to try and figure out how to do this. They've given 2 Mac 10s over to the 2 players that are low on health. That's fine, but it's taken quite a bit to do that.
This is even better than Big were. This is a better position than Big were in last round.
Yeah. Tabson MP9 up close. He's going to have the advanced warning. Means even if they find Tabson here, they can call in some reinforcements to help up Hyped, and he can hold his line and just wait for it. 30 seconds. Tabson's all the way down at long, so he's kind of flanking them. I don't know. They need to be so fast. They need to run down Hype before he can really get everything going. And it's very awkward, but he did get the job done, and that's enough. Now he just has to stay alive. Kyler's going to find one there. 15 seconds. Tabson runs to pick up the AWP. Not his normal weapon, and he misses the shot. But Keto's been put into play, and this round is secured. Tabson is a bit of a labored fight, but he got 3 kills at the end.
Can't believe that they just had that op on the ground there. I mean, it was a bit too much to ask for them to shuffle it away from him, but if Tabson didn't have that, I don't know if he's going to be able to connect. MP9 from that range, tough stuff, but good rotation into the site. There was great forewarning from Big there. As soon as Hype died, all of the troops from Big rotated it on up from B, and they were able to defend that bomb site. This is a case-in-point example of when people say, why buy the FAMAS when the MP9 exists? Because the FAMAS just gets that kill easily.
Instantly, yeah. Probably better suited for that one. Tech9's 1 Deagle, 1 AK. It's starting to slip a little bit on the 9 side. You can kind of feel it in the air. Big don't have any real economy once again, so that's kind of the silver lining, but it feels like they're slowly building this second half up in their favor. Slowly but surely. It was 9-6 at the end of the first half. And we're at 9-10 now.
Still a lot for 9 to show. They have no utility to try to breach this bomb site. It's just going to be a dry entry in. Crimbo Playing behind the pillar. That molly is a bit late. They are past it. Okay, Key gets the entry. Kylar, another. Now, Favin tested there in the pit. They're swarming him right now. He's going to have to come up with a multi-frag, but he's only good for the one, and that might just be the round that 9 needed to break this thing open.
Yeah, it certainly is. Even Keto getting called out there. Right. Has to try and see if he can get it done with the AWP. Not so much to win the round, but just to try and escape. And it's a good kill.
Money.
Yeah, they don't have anything. And the fact that they attacked right when he was letting go of the Molotov, and the first kill wasn't on him, but it was his teammate that just got instant one-dinged. It's the worst possible timing for the defense, right?
Yeah.
And you said there was no utility, not a flashbang, not anything thrown from the 9 side. And they just managed to get the job done anyway. That's going to tie up the scoreline at 10-10.
Yeah, just such a brief window, and it works out for 9. Yeah, this game, it's pretty hard to separate these teams. Big have put together a solid CT side already, but they got to keep it up. If they drop this one, then 9 are really going to get rolling. And ooh, mirrored reactions between the IGL and coach.
You spend enough time with somebody, you know, start to rub off on each other.
Yeah. Start to match their cycle.
Yeah, it's got to be sane. Do you want to lose this game? Are you guys trying to lose it?
Do you think he's that passive aggressive?
I feel like that's got to be one of the worst qualities if you're a coach, right? Like everyone's trying to big themselves up, and you're just undermining them.
Yeah, no, I don't. I feel like he's a little bit nicer with his words.
He should have like a little sticker with like that just has the shape of an L that he can put on people's foreheads.
That's what you would do if you're a coach. You should do that if you're a coach in a show match.
I might in the future. It's not a bad idea. Nobody wants that L. Yeah, they actually did force up into the round. That's in itself kind of scary. I don't know if I don't actually know if I support this.
Yeah, it's tough. Loss bonus wasn't good for them, so
yeah.
If not now, then it would have had to wait even longer. And because Hyped had the op, I think they really just wanted to try to support it. And it's an interesting style they're playing. They're just letting Hype just do whatever he wants. This is unbelievable how forward he is. There's not even going to be a trade here. This is so ridiculous, and he gets away with it. What on earth? Now the defense for Big can shift all over to help him out.
He just moonwalks out of there. He just doesn't care. An absolute...
Kills a guy at Fountain, refuses to further elaborate.
Yeah. He's like, no. I bet if we could freeze the game and ask him why, how did you know? He's an absolute lunatic. He's just taken down 2 players. First one, obviously, how do you not get punished? How do you know that nobody else is there? If somebody else is there, you're just instantly dead, but fine. 3 versus 5, and Hype has brought them right back. And remember again, what a slow start he had, how rough it was in the first half. But the ability to mentally stay in the game and just wait for your time to shine is super important at a pro level. Because you will have games like this. You will have games where the first half is miserable and you can't get anything done. Good shot. He saw the shadow. Kyla, he knew for sure. But now Hype is back here, and he is never letting go of this bomb site. Good triple so far. Hades getting up close, and he's going to have 6 seconds here. He could put the bomb down. They can't really stop that, but they're going to be right on top of him. Hades peeking for it. Headshot on Crimbo, but he doesn't know where Keto is. And Keto, he could walk this. He doesn't have to run. No kit on him, though. Did he see? I don't think he did. Oh, Hades! That's some great accuracy. And that's a round stolen back in spite of everything that Hype did to win it.
It felt like Hype did enough. The early double kill, the lack of punish, the fact that Big rotated on in. But Hades, second time this series we've said his name after a round with a rifle. How impressive was that?
So sick.
1 versus 3.
He gets the kill, and as the ragdoll is still falling, he pulls out the bomb and planted. If he waited a second more, then I think that player coming up from the steps would have just taken him down.
Oh, man, and that force we were talking about looks like it's coming back to bite Big. That round should have been theirs all day, but now they're feeling the repercussions.
There's a Zeus in play. I'm immediately excited.
Oh, what? Oh, okay. That was a sandbag boost?
Yeah, but how did he die so quickly still? I feel like...
The flash is there. What setup? Oh, this is just beautiful from Big. Making the absolute most out of these USPs. But, okay, 1v3. Kylar, he's got to take a page from Hades' book.
That's not going to do anything. The HE a little bit too soon. Trying to spam through. He's going to get hyped. But 1 versus 2. Bomb back there. He's got some time to work with. But Big, remember they lost to the USPs themselves at one point? This would be such a nice bit of justice for them.
But look at that. The fact that Big took such a plan into this round.
Yeah.
They had Crimbo up close with the Zeus, which probably could have found a kill. They had Keto on the sandbag boost to look into T-spawn. And then they set up a flash peek for Monster. It was like every single stage of this round was mapped out by Big. And 9, they played right into their hands. Kylar, you got to peek this perfectly if you want to get past the scope of Tabson, who's trained it on the angle, and that's going to do it. Big tie it up, 11-11.
Oh, it's so... No matter who loses this one, obviously, because it's the showdown, right? You lose this and you just get knocked out. Let's see. I still feel like it's just... He's thinking about it. Boom, boom. That is deadly accurate. What a beautiful setup.
Oh, and it almost had to be the Opper, too, because the rifler would have reacted to it. But, jeez.
Sick.
That's just perfect.
Imagine how heartbroken either of these two teams is going to be if they end up losing this one. It's been such a battle. It's been a very, very long game. And you don't get a second chance, right? It's not like you can say, okay, we're in the lower bracket, we'll fight our way back, we get revenge later on. No, you're just gone.
This is to have a chance for a spot at Washington. And for a team like 9, I feel like that just means so much to them. They've been grinding so hard online, haven't really had the chance to prove themselves on land. This would be a great spot for them to do it. Favin, he's going for the jump spot right there. At least he notices where they are, but couldn't obviously go for the shot. Inaccuracy would have been too great with the AK. But they're forcing him out of that position. This is excellent setup once again for Big, but it's actually 9 that come out on top.
I'm so confused. The jump, I mean, it is good to get the information, but then the swing in there, I don't know. Maybe they had a different plan. Maybe they knew something we didn't. I thought they were going to double nade it or something right after the fact. I thought maybe that was the plan. 3 versus 4 at any rate, and we're about 45 seconds left of the round. Key is ready and waiting. The bomb is quite far back. I think they're not sure if someone's pushed up. You can see the holding connector as well. I think they think that somebody from Big might have taken the walk. Smoke right on top, and that's frustrating for Minio. They need to make up their minds. If they don't want to go B, they have to walk to A right now, or they're going to be out of time. 25 seconds. Molotov is down with pretty good timing. A little bit of a jump, and Tabson knows everything. What a jump.
Yeah, that's all the information, but it's still 4 versus 3. Hype holding the line, but he misses. Crimbo and Tabson connect. Minio taken down, and that's it. That one jump spot from Tabson right there got everybody from Big in the right positions at the right time.
Absolutely godlike from Tabson. The first boost looked really miserable. It's really weird with the booster looking on top, but that second jump, when you see those two players out there and there's about 19, 17 seconds left, super helpful. I mean, not just in terms of getting the rotation in, but getting the... But the players that are here, right, their conviction in the fights they're about to take just goes way up.
Yes.
You're not jiggling to think, ooh, I wonder if someone's going to show up. You just know, and you're laser focused. Those... They are red Crocs that he's wearing.
They might be. Are they Crocs or slippers?
I feel like they got little holes in them. I could be wrong.
My gosh.
Either way, when you're winning like this, you can get away with it.
You can wear whatever you want when you're a winner, and it becomes a fashion statement.
Those are the rules.
Yeah. That's why Michael Jordan's sense of style is iconic. If you were bad, everybody like, you just dress bad.
Yeah. But instead, you can rizzle-dizzle your way out of it.
It's, I think they're slippers.
Are they slippers?
Because I can't see holes in them.
You can't? Red slippers. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask him in an interview. We need to get to the bottom of this. Oh, Tabson not. No. Please don't. It's only Tech9. Don't lose this round. Well played. Deep breath. Kyler goes down. He nearly could have had the opening that they needed. And now instead should be a warning to Big and a reminder of how close this game has been. Don't let 9 steal around like this. Don't let them back in the game. this is, again, Big have had no economy throughout this entire second half. This is maybe their first chance to actually build one.
Yeah. Great opportunity here for them to solidify their position in the lead. We see that the side of 9 has 4 flashbangs to work with. They could chain these to try to breach this B bomb site, and I think that is what they are opting for. That means they only have 2 players running forward. Goofy and Key, they gotta hit these entries right away. Crimbo holding the line at barrels. And it looks like this is going the way of Big. Well defended, good counter utility on top of that. Crimbo with another, no, it's Keto actually from the heavens, but overall, great stuff from Big.
Yeah, you kind of see how much it matters not having a Molotov for the barrels back there, because breaching that crossfire, it looked like Crimbo for a minute sold out his teammate a little bit by just sort of stayed peeking back there, or sort of stayed ducked, but at the same time, his position when he comes out is just so powerful. 13-11. Big are 3 rounds away, 3 rounds from surviving this 9 scare. Their economy is the best that it's ever been, I think, in this game, which is saying a lot. And Tabson is at 22, Farman is at 24, Crimbo's at 19. This is the version of Big that just looks so cool. Makes you hopeful, makes you want to get back on the train.
Are you speaking to me?
Just in general. I feel like you never really left. I just feel like this is like a meeting of 2 great teams at the moment.
2 teams that are just pure entertainment.
Yes.
They both have plans so frequently. It's not just based off of individuals. Like, both of these teams have earned their right to be here. That's for sure. We see 9, they're putting together yet another plan, but that player at Woodwall just departed. Second or 2 earlier, and that would have been a dead Favin. But escapes with full HP, and that actually gives up a lot of information to Big. At least 3 players there in water. Big probably know that they're going to leave at least 1, and now Hyped. He's holding this divider angle. He's been so good at getting such early information for his team.
Bomb is being brought back onto the B side, so I think they're hoping to clear the restrooms. If they try to clear Hyped, that's probably not going to work out so well. He's not missed many shots here in the second half. 28 seconds. And Hyped is still up here, and I think now Keto is going to join and try to move forward a little bit more, so they're kind of getting boxed in. This is going to be very obvious what's happened. I think Big know everything. Crimbo walks right in as the attack is happening. That's a good start, but he's very flashed, and Key will take down him and also Favin on top. Tabson makes a heroic jump down onto the site itself. Bomb is going to be planted here in Keto. A labored spray, but he'll find the kill on Kyler nonetheless. Everyone's low on health except for Hype, but he's got the AWP up here. Don't think he could easily be the first one in. Look at the position here from Key. Very, very strong if he'd held it. That AWP trying to get up onto the high ground. A little bit of a shot, just a blind one to try and tease someone into it, but no one is at the moment. They're not moving at all on the 9 side, and they're going to give it up. Wow. That actually works. What was that? An execution of 19 seconds left. Everyone knew that was going to be an attack to the B bomb side, and still they managed to make their way through.
Yeah, the flashes from 9 were pretty commendable in that one. Even though Crimbo had such great advanced positioning, he ended up finding himself blind after the first frag, and Keto too. I mean, he had a great flank timing, but because Tabson lost his life later on in this, I'm not sure how that happened. Okay, that was the kill. Because Tabson made that jump from heaven, and then he actually just swung for the fight. If he maintained position towards water, I think that retake's on.
Yeah, because he can allow for some of his teammates to actually get into the fight. Maybe, yeah. Whew, okay. They get to save a couple of rifles on the big side. They buy up on the rest because they did have that 1 round where they had an economy going, so that's helping them out right now. But again, if Big lose a round right here, it could be completely devastating to the entire project. Nice little boost up when the door has been blown open, but nobody's there to be caught.
It's got to be Tabson. He's got to come up with a multi-frag. If he dies too quickly, 9 could just speed up into this A-bomb site. Flash is there. No chance for Tabson. Actually, looks like he found a headshot, but not enough to find the kill. That is really going to play into the favor of 9. But
look at the rotation back. 3 people running back there for Big. They're really worried that 9 would speed it up.
Yeah, and the thing is, for 9, obviously no idea about the positions of Big, so have to be Minio just absolutely throwing caution to the wind. But wow, look at this. Big. They want to get a little bit of information here, stand their ground off the bomb site.
That's what Heroic would do, right?
Yeah, a lot of times. You don't want to play on site. That's where all the nades, all the executes, that's where they nail you. If you're playing a little bit forward, it's a lot tougher for those nades to catch you. But this puts a lot of weight on Hype's shoulders.
He doesn't care. I feel like he's not going to worry at all. Oh, what a flick to take down Key. You knew, you could see it coming. He has that quality about him right now. And up with a long Crimbo with a spray. Oh, they've managed to lock it down. That's everything they needed. As soon as they hear that AWP on Hype down to the B bomb site, they want to push to the A site and try and get away from it. And they walk right into Crimbo's double. Nice shot from Kyler, but the round is lost. It's 14 on the side of Big. And 9 has started to fall just enough behind that they might end up losing this match.
Man, if Hype doesn't hit that flick,
he's dead.
It's over. Yeah, the round is probably over too.
Yeah.
9 would just speed up towards B, but he does. They're putting a lot of weight on this young player's shoulders, and he is delivering in this match.
He's sick.
Good setup too. Crimbo with the spray down off the Keto flash. They just knew what was coming right there. Look at that.
Sending kisses his way.
You gotta. If Keto threw that flash for you gotta give him a little kiss.
I feel like that's exactly right. We got Tech9s, got the 1 AK, and they are making a straight run to the B bomb side on the other side, lining it up. Crimbo! He's slaughtering them! He, Kyler, and Goof, they never knew what hit them. The flashes from Keto as well behind. Everyone was flashed and inside of the smoke. And they will never make their way out. Minio and Hades now 2 versus 3. Man, this is it for Big. A very, very hard match, but I think right at the end they found the extra bit of energy, and they are so close to closing the book here on 9.
Hades, desperate attempt to try to get back into this one. There is a world where Minio carves out a path if he takes down tabseN, but with tabseN's position, you'd never expect him to be outplayed. There it is. All right. No hope. 1 kill for Hades, but 3 chances for Big to move on to the grand final where Cloud9 awaits him. Winner takes it all. Oh, what is this?
Yeah, this is it. The hero shot. Oh, it's so good. The flashes is making his life easy. 15-12.
Just keep the music on.
Yeah. Celebrating early, maybe for Big. Man, this has been such an impressive best of 3. I'm really happy we get to catch this because both teams have played at a really, really high level. Big, I think, now are showing, again, that depth of experience. And the fact that this team... this is one of those things where, if you ask me in the past, can I have a game where tabseN, Crimbo, and Favn are all playing really well? I would have said no. That's kind of what I learned historically from Big, is that I don't get that luxury. But right now, they definitely are. tabseN, same flashbang that got him ruined last time. This time, he's relocated himself. He cannot be flashed from that. And he's got a double kill behind it. 5 versus 3 now. Things have come apart at the edges for 9.
Oh, I just love this position from Hype. He's playing to win. He wants to end this game.
Yeah.
It's a bit risky, but you gotta appreciate how bold he is. tabseN still taking the fight, and Hype's right there with him. Right-hand man in this series. 2 kills for him. Who's going to find the last kill? That's really the only question left in this one, because Big are moving to the grand finals as Kylar desperately tries to get back in this one. Kill onto Keto, but you know Hype's just going to swing. That was always going to happen, and Big take it. 16-12. They're headed to the grand finals, and they have a chance to make it to the spring final.
They really do. What an impressive performance. Really well done. I've got to say, also an impressive performance from 9. They look like still a very, very strong team, but today Big just come out on top. And luckily for us, we have a desk that's ready to break it all down for us.
Both teams were fighting all the way until the very end on both maps. But it was Big that find themselves in the grand final, and normality was somewhat restored. But I will say that 9, they came here, they impressed us, they've been putting in a hell of a lot of work, and they certainly gave Big a run for their money.
Yeah, they did the best they could. Listen, there's going to be regrets on the Camp 9, there is no doubt. We talk about normalcy. I don't think anything about this last map was normal. I think we stepped into the pure madness. Rounds were being thrown by both camps, clutches being won that made absolutely no sense, ecos, whatever you wanted. This was a war of attrition. It was about staying in it mentally. And I have to commend Big because it was far from perfect. Let's jump into this. 21, 5v2, 18 seconds on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. And somehow Big find it in themselves, creative as they are, to let this one go. 1 versus 3, very well played from Hades. He pushes immediately onto Hyped. Then there's going to be a little bit of a giveaway happening here. I don't know why the commit is so early. And Hades reclaims control of the 1 versus 3. This was a 5 versus 2, 18 seconds. But Jacob, it's all good, because in the world of madness, nothing makes sense. At full USP works sometimes.
A full USP round. I like the boost right here, you know, be creative with these eco rounds, but the fact that it's going wrong, even this right here, a fantastic flash coming in, and everything is just going to hell for 9 at this point. Another 5v2. They're trying to come back into the round. Big maybe overstepping a little bit, but they're getting the trades in, and they end up winning this round as well. Nothing Kyler can do about it right here. tabseN is finishing it off. That is not okay.
And that's the reaction.
That is not okay.
That's what I mean when I said this was not perfect. It was messy as hell. There were mistakes. There were stupid rounds being lost. But you have to accept the reaction from Big after losing this 5v2. Yeah. We had the webcam. We saw them. Pure silence. We had a still frame of Gob that was just deadpanning the camera like this. This was Gob after the 5v2 they lost. And this is the reaction. They actually pull immediate USP round and they get behind it. That I can respect, but holy hell, that wasn't pretty.
And I'll say one thing as well, when you talk about the mental fortitude shown, it's how many times we see someone pick up a pistol round and they'll just kind of play something default, play something normal. What we saw there from Big was the icing on the cake.
I like it. You know, you got to try a little bit in a round like that. A full USP round, you're not supposed to win that. You play that 99 times and you win only once. You know, that's just the way it is. This time around, they found the timing. They had one good flash as well. That one piece of utility won them the round, you know. So points for the creativity, but for 9, there's no excuse. You're not supposed to lose a round like that. As you said, it was a messy game, but I feel like, again, as we discussed coming into it, Big have a little more experience, you know. They're still in a rebuilding phase, but they had that experience that they've been here so many times before. They didn't get rattled out, despite the fact that it was a rather ugly game, let's put it that way.
Luckily, you flip-flopped before we went into this third and final map, mate, on your prediction. But we should also talk about someone we haven't spoke about much on the desk, is paiN. This guy did deliver right when they needed it as well. Because remember, at the beginning of this game, it was really much in 9's control.
Yes, and I think paiN would have been in his own right to be mad at the beginning of this game. I think he could have been frustrated. Some of these highlights we're about to show you guys are from the very beginning of Overpass, where he put his best foot forward. He really tried with a bunch of deagle crazy kills. He basically almost gifted rounds to Big and to tabseN, and they let it go anyway. Big took a little bit of time to warm up into this last map, but it felt like paiN just hit the ground running from the very beginning. He cooled down a little bit on the second half, but still a very good performance.
I love the fact that he's playing well. I called him out for having a strugglesome period on Overpass. The past 5 games on Overpass before coming into this tournament, he's been struggling massively individual, going on average -10 in KD. So the fact that he's coming into this tournament, seemingly having worked on himself, having figured out his position, and is playing much, much better, credit to paiN, right? That's probably an area he's been working on, and it's showing on the server.
And one thing we should do as well is just highlight how much you see the effort and the energy being spent by both Gob and tabseN.
I know.
There was one moment, I think Maui and Anders pointed out, where Gob literally looked like he was telling tabseN off, like, this is not fine, we need to do this, and it was pure emotion. But tabseN, he took that and he took it into the server.
Yeah, this was the most impressive, impactful map from tabseN throughout this series, and you can put some value in the fact that this was the last and the deciding map in this. In terms of expression, you mentioned it, that's correct. Since most of these players but paiN are actually together in the bootcamp, you can actually see how they interact, and it is fascinating. In the hard times, frustration, silences, ugly looks, and then whenever there is a crazy round happening, they have this faculty to kind of catch on fire. We saw even tabseN standing up from his chair, run to Hyped, and just give him like a hug when he saved them. That I like to see these images.
Look at that scoreboard. You know, the lowest rated player the past 3 months is stepping up for the occasion. He's been the best player in this tournament so far, I'd argue. He's been very, very influential in this game, finishing on the server with the best T-side rating out of all the players as well. tabseN found impact today. He was calling well as well, so it was good to see tabseN back where he belongs.
Overall, though, we should really have a look at what this man that we spoke about in all the maps has been getting on with. It's hyped, and we get to hear from him as he's talking to Heku.
Hype, first of all, congratulations. It took us 3 maps, 30 rounds on the map 1, 30 rounds on map 2, and 28 rounds on the 3rd map. How do you feel? Do you feel relieved?
Yeah, I'm feeling relieved. Like, we had a couple of rough weeks before Burst, so we were kind of like not too confident in this tournament on us. But with the win against Ray Atom, we gained a lot of confidence back, and I think we showed it today. We lost the first map again, but came back and won the last 2. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy to be in the grand final.
We noticed that Faven is not with you in the boot camp, and whenever the map would end, you would all gather together and move out of the room. So I wonder, would he participate somehow like in those discussions?
Yeah, we're still like in TeamSpeak. Or like calling him. I mean, we're only like away for 3 or 4 minutes, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, as you mentioned, you indeed like reached the grand final, and one team is already waiting for you in that grand final. It's gonna be Cloud9. What do you think is gonna happen in that best of 3? Like, is your goal maybe to try to outfrag Shiro?
Nah. I think we all just want to win, and I honestly think that Cloud9 is a good opponent for us. I think their playstyle fits us really well, so I think it can get really competitive, and I guess we'll win. So, yeah.
Is it specifically the playstyle that fits you very well, or is it the fact that like now you are open to the idea of banning Vertigo, and Vertigo is one of their best maps?
Yeah, I don't. Of course, maybe it's good for us, but I think the biggest thing is like that their playstyle is good for us. So. I think that's it.
It's great to hear from Hyped, and he put up one hell of a performance across the entire series in the Young Gun.
Yes, I said it coming into the last map as well, but look at the difference in this matchup. On the T side, his rating was 0.68. Not good. He didn't find a lot of impact on that T side. The AWP was struggling, couldn't make a difference whatsoever. Only 18 kills over 3 maps. But the CT side performance, 48 kills, 1.80 rating on average, and 100 ADR with the AWP. Involved in a lot of opening duels as well. Hype was ruling that CT side for Big. Now, obviously, that's going to be a problem tomorrow against Cloud9 if he's not finding more impact on the T side. On the other hand, if he can play like that on the CT side going against Zero, then that could be an interesting matchup.
That's going to be complicated, I think, because some of these kills came from, let's say, audacity, risk-taking from Hype. You know, it was mentioned at the cast by Enders and Maui as well, how he was sometimes just roaming around, like taking an incredible risk
on his own.
On his own, exactly, not necessarily with a safety net behind him. And we know how Cloud9 have this airtight map control. You know, it's like almost a laser defense with just turrets aiming at you when you're trying to come through. So we'll see if he can have the same kind of impact.
Well, let's take a look at our bracket as we do have our finals underway for the European side of things. It'll be coming tomorrow, and it is Cloud9 taking on Big. A lot of the teams that people predicted in this, Fnatic maybe not going as far as what other people expected, but Cloud9 are set to be the favorites coming into this. Can they lose it, Pimp?
On paper, no. I don't think Big has played well enough so far in this tournament that you can argue that they have a chance against Cloud9, but anything could happen in a best of 3, and you can never rule out Big in blast circuits, right? They've notoriously been doing well here, so I'm not going to say that they don't have a chance, but I doubt they'll win.
Never say never. It's time for us, though, to gear up for our first Americas game of the day. Liquid versus paiN. It is an epic clash, and it is one that paiN certainly have Liquid's number in, but now Liquid need to show us a better form. Let's see if they can. It's back to the Americas, and if you're just joining us, we're now getting the clash that everyone has been waiting for. This is the most exciting matchup, especially as Furia are now down and out. We're going to take a look at our teams here in the Americas and look at the 4 teams that remain. Liquid, you expect them to be here. Imperial, maybe so, just a little bit. It could have gone either way. paiN, it was almost a sure thing.
And EG!
Wow!
Woo! That's a good jingle. NEG! Wow! That should be your
that was a very
sound.
American adverting for them. We could have done that for them. There you go. EG, you can pay us some of the big bucks.
Are you surprised that EG is still in the tournament?
Well, that EG was the best EG we've seen in forever, so I'm really hyped about them. I like it.
I'm surprised that they are, honestly. I don't think any of these winners outside of Liquid was very easy to predict. I think the Imperial Complexity game could have gone either way. The MIBR paiN, that was a barn burner, 3 maps, never knew who was actually going to pull through. And of course, Furia losing to EG. Never mind, we've already covered that one.
Yes, that it was a wild state of affairs. But now let's look at this paiN lineup because we're getting excited about them. They're putting some damage up. Yeah. This team is looking better than ever, and they're constantly on the rise here.
They're ranked number 19 in the world as of right now. They had a good showing at Pro League as well, getting to the playoff, getting a win in the playoff. And you see some of these players slowly but surely migrating into becoming very interesting topics. Sevi being one of them. You see Bigosera hanging around there as well. Hatsao, Skulls. The names maybe doesn't ring, you know, of pure quality, but I think what we're seeing on the server right now from paiN, as you said, James, it's better than ever. It's a team trending upwards, and it's a team that Liquid has to respect.
There seem to be different players that can at times make a whole difference in the game, and that is always healthy. It's always healthy when our conversation doesn't always revolve to one player, and we always point to the same guy. Yep. You talk about Sevi, it's been our MVP so far in the tournament. He was lights out in the first game. When paiN beat Liquid at Pro League, it was actually Skulls who was at the very top. In both these series, Bigosera had very good numbers. So it feels like the danger can come from many different players, and that is a great asset to have.
It certainly is a great asset to have. And they've got another great asset who's just come back into the team as they've started to succeed. It's Nekkers. He's with Heku.
Now with the addition of the two new players, does the team function in a different way?
I think it does because we changed the IGL, right? So we're thinking another way, but it's similar. It depends of the map actually, but yeah, sometimes it's similar. It depends. We mix a lot.
And in the span of 1 year, like you were in paiN, then you were in a different team, and then you came back to paiN. Was there any knowledge that you brought into the team?
I don't think knowledge, but I think I changed a lot in my game. I think I'm a more aggressive player right now compared to the last time I played for paiN Gaming. You know, I think I'm playing more aggressive, and yeah, I changed a lot of places that I'm playing too. So yeah, I'm a different Nekkers right now, maybe.
You don't get to play against Liquid that often, even though you're kind of technically from the same region. Every time like you've been playing them recently, you were winning against them. Do you think that maybe they're kind of like underestimating you every time and they just forget how good you are?
I don't think so. I think they're a very good team and they don't do like that stuff. So I think we're just playing better maybe in this matchup. And hopefully today it keeps like that. I don't know.
Hopefully it keeps like that, especially if you're rooting for paiN. But the Vito's are out, Maniac, and what do you make of this?
A couple of surprises, honestly. First of all, we have a completely different map pool than their last confrontation at Pro League. Anubis been picked by Liquid. That is interesting. It's been a map that they've very openly put a lot of effort in. They were usually floating it, but now they actually go for it. And the nuke pick coming out of paiN as well. We'll see if they actually walk the walk on the T side.
I think that's a straight up punish pick, you know, coming in towards Team Liquid. Nuke is a bit of a rough map for them. We saw them in the group stages as well, where they wanted to implement Nuke into the map pool. Didn't go too well. So I like the paiN is trying to bring the heat to Liquid.
Well, I think next we should go to our favorite zone. It's Danny. He's in his Mahone zone to bring us some of this nuke magic from paiN.
That's right. So the last time we saw paiN play, it was actually against MIBR. They lost the map, but they actually had some pretty creative solutions at times. So I want to break down this one round here. So first starts off right here, 5v4 situation, and we see 3 players outside towards this position. Now, take a look at the radar, or not the radar, sorry, the HUD here. You'll see that they don't really have any smokes, so it's actually going to be very difficult for them to cross outside. But take a look at the way they kind of convert this round. First, you'll see that Bigosera and Skulls, they're going to throw some utility. Skulls is going to throw a mini smoke as well as a flash. And then Bigosera, he's going to toss a Molotov for the top of hut, as well as a flash. And what this does is it basically puts pressure towards this upper position, because now for MRBR, they're expecting an upper hit with all these nades. Now, the interesting part about this round is that Big Uzera, after throwing those nades, he actually runs on top of Mini here. He runs on top of Mini, and by making all these footsteps and jumping down, the CTs, they can actually hear him doing this. As a result, you'll notice that the CTs, they start putting their attention more towards that Mini position because they haven't seen anyone come out of the hut, they haven't seen anyone come out of the door, so maybe the pressure is coming in from Mini. But what really happens here is that pressure allows these players to cross outside without the smokes, and it basically locks the CTs towards that upper position. Now, Big Uzera, he doesn't actually go into Mini either. He decides to go all the way up to Heaven. And with him coming up towards Heaven, look at what this does to MRBR. They think at first that it could be a Mini split, but they start to understand that it could be towards Heaven as well. And what paiN have done is essentially created a situation where now they think that this Heaven split is coming through because now the idea might be that they're going to pinch through hut, they're going to go through door, have a player come through Heaven. MRBR, they try to avoid all of this by just pushing into Mini and trying to catch that player who went outside. Because they heard him go there, they try to catch him, but the reality is that he's already far too far. He's already here towards this Heaven position, he gets that kill onto Turtle, and now this has basically put MRBR in a very difficult situation. They forced them completely out of the site, and the rest of paiN are now down towards this lower position. It's put them in a spot where they can't rotate through vent, they can't rotate through that secret position, it's locked them out of the site completely, and that's just that. paiN are able to convert this round off the really just 2 kills, but they're able to move the rotation so badly to the point that they couldn't even have a chance to take the site. So for Liquid, this might be a little bit difficult for them just because they're not so experienced at Nuke. All the rotation's going to be on point. We'll find out.
Oh, it is so very true, Danny, because like you mentioned, Liquid just adding Nuke in, we've seen them look uncomfortable.
Yeah, they've been struggling a little bit on Nuke, and you could see here paiN had a clear game plan. I do want to add another layer to this one, because I don't know if you guys noticed, but when Danny broke this round down so beautifully, the smoke in Mini was failed from paiN, and I think it was failed on purpose. Ooh. You know, there was a little bit of a gap in the right side of the main smoke, so they actually wanted their attention to be in that right side of the gap smoke, right? Because if you're failing a smoke on purpose, you're thinking to yourself, oh, they're failing. Now I have an opportunity to kill who's ever coming in main, which is taking away even more attention. There was different layers and a second layer to that strat as well. Beautiful by Mahone as well.
Beautiful idea as well. Let's see if it comes into the game, but let's also take a look at Liquid, because these are supposed to be the kings of North America, but right now we're starting to look and doubt some of their abilities when they go up against some of these South American sides.
Yeah, they're kind of a hard Rubik's Cube to solve, I have to be honest.
I've never solved one.
You've never solved one? We can talk about it after, maybe in the studio.
It's boring.
But when it comes to the quality of this roster, there should be no conversation. There should be no conversation. They should. Now that Fury has been booted out of this showdown, they are the stack of 5 players that have the greatest stature, tenure, achievements, level, HLTV rankings, MVP rankings, Grand Slam, anything. You can just put all of these, and this should be a no-brainer. But the matter of the fact is, they haven't always delivered in situations where they should have had the upper hand. Notoriously a little bit complicated at the beginning of tournaments. They've de facto lost to paiN at the playoffs of Pro League. So this leaves us in this weird position where we say, which Liquid are we going to get today? Is it going to be the 100% Liquid, or is it going to be a quiet, soft, timid Liquid where Yakinder is a little bit alone trying to make moves? That's my problem.
Yeah.
I have lost my confidence that the good Liquid will show up.
Well, let's find out what OC's thinking, because this man, he's been talked about quite a lot. We're going to see if he's going to do damage against paiN and how they're going to deal with it.
It's like the balance right now in the team, like who is like the most vocal one and who's like kind of like maybe the right hand of the IGL.
Yeah, it's. I'd still say that Yakinder has a really big voice in the team. Obviously, Nitro will still be calling a lot, but when maybe he's running out of ideas, or when Yakinder has a good idea that comes up in his head during the match, he'll just call it. And he's a very big voice in the mid rounds as well. So yeah, it's usually Nitro and Yakinder talking a lot, and then Elige and I will chime in once in a while, and Naf is usually just doing his own thing at lurking.
And today you're gonna face against paiN, and we saw that you were not very successful against them, like maybe like 1 or 2 weeks ago. How do you feel prepared this time, like from a scale from 1 until 10?
On a scale from 1 to 10, I'd say like an 8, 9. We know, especially after EPL, how they like to play, and obviously they caught us off guard a good amount, and I have to give them props as well. I think they have definitely shown a lot of improvement. So But I think we're coming into this match showing that we should be able to beat these teams consistently, and I think we'll be able to do that today.
Now, OC there needs to show us exactly what's going to be going on in this game against paiN, and it's got to be revenge time on the cards because these past results, this past Liquid, have not looked like the Liquid we know and love, Pimp.
Dear Matt, you said something very interesting, right? You look at these two teams going up against each other, and there's some history. A year ago, the two teams were playing against each other, right? paiN versus Team Liquid, you see it right here. paiN is winning more than they're losing. That in itself is quite interesting. You see the showdown a year ago. Sure thing, it's not the same lineup, it's not the same players, but there's a bit of history, right? Because paiN Gaming actually beat Liquid last time at Showdown at the Spring, and they qualified all the way for the Spring Finals. This time around, though, again, the favorites are Team Liquid, but Matthew, you said it so beautifully well as well. At Pro League, just a couple of weeks ago, paiN won once more 2-2 against Team Liquid. So maybe there's a case to be made that, yes, on paper, it shouldn't be a game, but maybe paiN is the nemesis of Team Liquid.
Yeah, and they look very much in control. I think that's what really surprised me. At no point, really, did it feel like Liquid had any say in that game. We just had the scoreboard. Unfortunately, Nitro really missed the mark on that one. 15 kills over the course of the entire series, but it was a different Nitro that we have seen against Nouns, and hopefully now it's a different setup, it's a different context, and I'm expecting Captain America to show up with his shield.
With the shield. He's going to need more than a shield to deal with paiN. Liquid now need to fight back in style and try and show us why they are the best within the region. Let's see if they can make it happen after the break.
Well, you recently played already against paiN. I think that was like 1 or 2 weeks ago. You probably dissected and analyzed like all of the demos against them. What did you learn from those demos?
I mean, I don't really want to say what I learned per se, but because we could play them in the RMR. But I mean, they're a team that's definitely like improved a lot from what they used to be, and I think we underestimated them a little bit at EPL, and you know that's not going to happen this time.
Not going to happen this time. Dabs didn't learn anything. I know what that. I can recognize when you're trying to dodge those questions. The Unicorn odds are teaching us that Liquid are heavy favorites in this one. It kind of makes sense, I suppose. But I don't know. I mean, I don't feel as confident as this is saying, like a 3-1 type situation.
Especially because it's online too.
No.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I believe in those. I'm not sure how much I believe in Liquid after what happened at ESL Pro League. I still rate Liquid as one of the better teams in the world. I would consider them in that top tier for sure. But they have to prove it today. And paiN, as the desk has highlighted, has been their nemesis. What a great word, Pimp. What a great way to describe this rivalry that's been emerging between paiN and Liquid, because on paper, all day, all week, all year, you're going to take Liquid to go deeper in tournaments, but paiN continues to stop them.
They have that magic key that's just maybe enough. We'll see if it's going to happen here. paiN starting on the T side. It's Liquid on the CT side, and we are on Nuke to begin with. And already setting up for something that they were expecting. You see 2 on the ramp. They were ready already. One of them, I think, falling all the way down. So they're expecting for some sort of a play where they need that. OC, nice headshot to start it with. First kill of the series. And it goes to him. Bigozera charges him right afterwards. And Nitro, well aware that they could be coming through the smoke. I think they have a good read on where everyone from paiN is right now.
Yeah, they should have a great idea. I think OC has basically spotted everybody. Oh, wow, Elise just getting in their faces, but instantly traded out. Nekes holds his ground, and now Nitro, he's in a tough position. Opposite vent, Bigozera approaching from heaven. This should be a freebie, and there it is.
I think that was such a cool play from Elise, but unfortunately, he just got the one there. Naf and Yukindar, that's a nice crouch shot from Naf. He'll take down Sevi, and it's a 2-1-2 now. Nekes and Bigozera are still left. Bomb only just planted, not seeing a kit on anyone. Close range with a Glock, and Naf is out looking for the kill. He's going to find one. He realizes where the second player is. Comes charging in. That's dangerous if you're Nekes. Naf definitely on point with these kind of rounds. He's going to try and go for it all the way through. One of the 10-second defuse, but instead he gets shot in the back of the skull. Triple kill, and a nice finish to the round in favor of paiN.
Yeah, that already looked a little bit like the round that we got in the Mahone zone, and the way that paiN just loves wrapping outside, the way that they love to drop down from the top of mini always seems to be one of their favorites. causes a little bit of chaos in rounds like this. And yeah, it really did feel like there was a good chance for Liquid to recover this one, but I think as soon as Nitro got tagged, it was going to be tough. And Nekka's good stuff. Good stuff. Always have to praise Nekka's.
In my mind, I imagine there's like a world in my brain where I'm thinking that whenever Danny goes to like try to get someone on a date or something, he just invites them to the Mahone zone. He's like, do you want to come back to the Mahone zone? That's what I imagine.
I think it's worked for him.
It's a strong sell, isn't it?
I'm not trying to talk about his life too much, but I think it's worked for him.
100%. Who wouldn't want to go to the Mahone zone the way that it's been set up? Best place to learn about Counter-Strike at the moment. Ooh.
He'll teach you more than just about Counter-Strike.
That's exactly right. Oh, Yakinda's down here with the Deagle. Oh, beautiful! Oh! That is sick! And he's back for more. He says, if anybody else wants to show up, I am ready for it. Hartzau, yeah, bring him all. He's going to continue at this rate. Back to the next corner we go. 3 headshots from Yakinda as he has absolutely destroyed paiN in this round.
That's that star power. That's what Liquid's got. Yakindar.
Who wants to be the next victim?
He's so quick. Anytime anybody peeks into his crosshair, he's so good at holding those angles.
I mean, they should just save you. This is obviously horrifying.
There's no way back into this.
No, there really isn't.
Yeah, 25 seconds left. I don't even know if they'll be able to stay alive. I feel like they should have a decent idea. Liquid should have a decent idea as to where paiN is right now. And they might be able to take down Nekka's, but Skulls is in a very safe position. Yeah, Molly there, but that's a bit early. That actually is a bit early. You might actually get punished for that.
Yeah, there's another one, I guess.
There's no reason that Liquid shouldn't push right now. Yeah, they're going for it. Oh,
get it.
Death after time.
Oh, these shots from Yakinda, though. Let's bring it back.
Yes.
This one, okay. This is already wild.
L.A. Kindar. I think he's in their LA studio right now. Where they're
it's working, yeah.
Just cover the camera. The shame he can't take it.
That's a classic now. An instant classic.
Yeah, I never see that one. Oh, that's good.
I think it was made better by the fact that Hartzau kind of took his time before he went for the third peak. He's like trying to talk himself into it. Like, don't worry, I can do it. I'm going to be the one to bring them around back. Oh, I'm sure I'm dead.
Yeah.
Instantly dead.
Okay. Nitro stepping up. Couple kills in this round. Maniac was talking about how last time these two teams faced off against each other, it wasn't the best showing for Nitro. In the whole BO3, he had 16 kills, 41 deaths. Never really want to see that. Given that Nitro seems like he's one of those guys that can really step up in the big games. Remember in the grand finals of Season 16 Pro League, he was pulling a lot of rounds back for Liquid in that BO5 thriller against Vitality. But his form has been shaky, but, you know, he's the in-game leader. You're not always trying to put all the weight on him. Got a lot of heavy hitters on this team, a lot of people that have proved themselves over the years.
They're not lacking in firepower. I mean, it shouldn't be the case that even if Nitro is having a worse game in terms of output, Liquid should still be quite competitive. But there could obviously be some big rounds where, you know, all you need is the 1 versus 1, and if you're having an awful game, it could be pretty tough. Naf, hard corner to clear right here. We got a little bit early on it, and that's a bit awkward. Yeah. Runs out of bullets, ends up going down nearly a 2-for-1. It was a 2-for-1 shot, just with the scout instead. So OC will step in, pick it up, probably pick up the M4 as well, and keep it going.
I think that OC has the streamer setup going. He's got the mic arm.
He's on the grind.
Yeah. I never see him stream, though. Maybe it's too late.
One of the most confusing things about Counter-Strike, given the continuous monthly records and everything else, there are no really huge Counter-Strike streamers in that sense. I mean, we obviously know Pimp does a lot of streaming, Maniac does some streaming whenever he can.
We got Flom.
Flom, I think, is the one that I usually go to hang out and just to troll him in the chat, which is great.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things.
Yeah.
Flom's chat is amazing, I'm not gonna lie. Shout out to those people. Even though
The Flock.
Maniacs.
Flock. And Maniac streams too a bit. James Banks streams, basically everybody.
Yeah, but my point is, there's no 20,000 viewers.
That's
like
right. Gaules would be like the only one, and it's not even in English.
That's, yeah, in other languages there are, right? But it's a bit different for some reason.
Oh, he's teleporting. Okay, that was laggy. All right.
Can't be,
I wonder if
be teleporting.
Yeah, Elige put a loop on his webcam. Someone check him cam.
Oh, that's the next level. I'm assuming that's a golden retriever in the background. I've never not seen a happy golden retriever ever.
They're always happy. Corgis too, always just so happy.
Crazy.
That those breeds just never a day that's bad for them.
That's the chip implant I want from when the scientists get.
Oh! This is an interesting play. Okay, well, Naf actually takes down Hardzao through the smoke, but that's a funny one.
Yeah, without that kill from Naf, that could have got a little bit out of control, but I guess it's definitely worth it now. 4 versus 3. And paiN. The bomb is making its way outside behind the main portion of the push, which is mega dangerous. Sevi could easily die, and then they have a minute to go back and find the bomb, but nobody wants to do that.
Oh, this is risky. And
I don't like
on the other side. Yeah, he's been so sharp. This is a tough duel for Zevi, but he's actually giving it up.
Yeah, but even now, where does he go?
Yeah, right. How does he connect with his teammates? He basically has to go this way.
If I'm Sevi, I'm on the microphone telling somebody to come back and help me with this.
Help me.
Yes.
Help. I can't do it by myself, guys.
It's a dangerous world out there. I don't like it. I need somebody to escort me over the courtyard. Well, Big Zero is going to pick up the phone, try and help him out. Down below, there's still a little bit of a battle going, and we're down to about 27 seconds. So things have got really weird in this round. The paiN, I don't know, unless they get a headshot right now, it's almost not worth going for.
Well, they're going to try to come up the ladder and go through mini at the same time, but they don't really have all the positions they might need. Yeah, there's so many angles they need to clear, and Elige already from the first one is able to find 2. OC, this should be a freebie. Yep, there it is. 4-1 scoreline, and Liquid completely in control that entire round.
Easy peasy. I suppose that can work for paiN if they really just blow up out of the vent and get, a couple of great headshots, but it's one of those rounds where one tiny mistake and there's no chance any longer, right? Even if Elige only got 1 kill, I don't think they win the round behind that. So, kind of sketchy, but not for Liquid. 4-1 in their favor. Building the money, building the confidence. It's all working out right now. So it's a really, really good start.
Looks like it'll be a pretty fast play for paiN, given the weapons they bought. There is the Deagle here on Nekkaz, which is curious, because Big Azera on top of the silo with a Tech 9. Not usually the gun you'd want for that, but okay, well, I feel like they already know the strat. Liquid seems so ready for this one. Yeah, they're just holding all the angles. Kinder's already rotated into A on top of that. I don't think there's any way that paiN find more than a single kill here.
Yeah, I think the constellation of grenades plus the guy outside trying to make the jump on, and you're like, okay, we can probably guess what's coming next. So well done.
This is a really, actually kind of interesting, just because the last time these two teams played against each other, which was just a couple weeks ago at Pro League, they played Ancient and Mirage, and we went to entirely different maps in this veto. I think that paiN probably thinks that, Liquid recently incorporating Nuke into their pool should be a little bit weaker on it, but you can tell Liquid have just done a lot of homework on this map lately. They're no slouches on it.
Good for them. They need the depth of map pool to be able to compete at the top, so probably a good sign that they could do it. 5-1, round number 7. Some rifles back on the paiN side of things. Quite the shot that he wanted. Okay.
That was synchronized.
It really was. And yeah, they're going to try and put some pressure on, but Yakinda's got some teammates out here. Another flashbang, but he's just in the smoke.
Wow.
And he comes back out. That is great game sense on Yakinda. It's one of the things that makes him really scary.
He didn't even play this map for 3 years.
Yeah.
They didn't even play it on VP Outsiders.
It's true.
Now they're just incorporating it. He's looking like a natural. 3 alive for paiN. A dire position, and Big Azera, or no, that's Hardzao actually. If you peek this angle, probably not going to make it out alive. OC already scoped in. Yeah, paiN, I mean, looks like they're trying to force something, trying to bait some fight out. Actually, they might have found a timing here. No, okay, Molly is going to force Hards out forward. Okay, Elige is caught off guard right there, but Nitro there for the trade. Not able to hit the spray, though, and this is still looking very positive for Liquid, as Zevi is going to punch in the digits 1 versus 3. No, just fakes it out, but yeah, they are slowly getting closer and closer. Okay, wait a second. Things are getting interesting now. 1v2 has an opportunity. Nafly and Yakindar, they got to stop him. There is no way you should be giving this one up, and they won't.
Yeah, super important. He was a little bit low on health. Otherwise, good attempt from Sevi. You've got to say, I mean, that was the first kill that he got in the game here, so he's 1 in 7. That's obviously a problem, but overall, pretty well done. I think also something that an easy mistake to make right there in that 2 versus 1. I think Yakindar coming through the hut actually had an HE grenade, and if you know he's low, it's so tempting to pull that grenade out and try and throw it. It's also one of the quickest ways to get instantly peeked with an AK and just shut down. So they were just holding lines. They were saying eventually he's going to have to peek one way or another, and all we need is a bullet. So, wow, Liquid they're a fantastic start right now.
And Nitro has fantastic hair.
He's got it all.
Just had to say that.
I think touching it. I still think Nitro's return to this game is just in the history. When somebody goes back, he's gonna have like his own little weird chapter of having been almost, I think, maybe the only one that I can think of who has done this. Most people, when they leave, they really, I mean, at the top level, it's very, very hard to come back. It's one thing if people sort of, you know, take maybe just a break in general, but you go play another game and all the rest of it, just feels kind of strange. I guess Device in a way also was out for a long time, but
kind of a different story there.
Different story there.
Yeah.
It's really wild that Nitro's managed to come back in any way.
Yeah, and he's a positive contributor on the best team in North America. Good spam early there. OC unable to find an easy fight. But yeah, paiN, they got to get into this half. This is their map pick. No reason that you should be walking away from this half with nothing to show for it. Give yourself at least some sort of buffer when you switch to your stronger side.
Sevi's said, you know what? You guys don't need to learn the smokes. I will learn all of them. You guys just focus on the shooting.
Make yourself useful somehow.
Gotta find a way. Well, they got the wall up. Yakindar is making sure that nobody's going to try and sneak through up there. Bigusera looks like he wants to come through the wall. Is there going to be a flash, or is he just going to try and walk it? Oh, Yakindar, did he spot it? I think he did, and he's ready for another one. Oh, Bigusera turns around. Nice awareness for Bigusera. If he just keeps walking, I think they're both dead instantly. So that's a little bit scary. Still 40 seconds here. They got to make their way through Nafly and the Orc. And the spray looked like it was okay, but he's going to get traded right away. 2 versus 3. And both of them right now on the upper side of the map. Nobody down below, which looks like that's where paiN are going to end up.
Okay.
Yeah.
20 seconds. paiN got to make up their mind. Yeah, they're making their way to lower. This is kind of an interesting spot for Bigusera. He can really pull off a late lurk, but in the meantime, this actually gives Liquid a 2 versus 2 on the site.
If they're quick with it, they have the Molotov as well, so if they get a couple of kills here and just go for the defuse, it could be a little bit tricky, although yeah, he's still lurking outside. He's just still out there in the yard by the garage, so now he's going to start to realize, okay, I need to get a little bit closer. They're not quite sure where he is, so confusing right now for the Liquid side. Sevi's going to go down, but it won't matter. Hearts out there with the instant return and a second round for paiN. They really needed to win this round, so good job.
Yeah, good conversion from them. This was a little bit scrappy towards outside to kick things off. Kindar, I think he spotted that first player, but Bigusera just making sure that he clears every single angle possible.
Yeah, I think Yakindar was trying to go 2 for 1 instead, but what can you do? Backfire this time. Still, they have money on Liquids even after this. I mean, they just bought everything, and there's 10,000, more than 10,000 in Yakindar, so they're gonna be fine.
Yeah. All right. paiN looked to be setting up for a hut pop. Got a couple guys on the roof right now, and Elige holding the angle with the A1S. He's going to have a lot of targets presented in just a second. The lineup's there, and Elige, excellent spray.
Yeah, that'll do the job. Nitro to pick it up. It's kind of an afterthought at this point in time. Sevi also going down. So absolute blow up And Liquid will take another round. You mentioned this in the previous series when we also had Nuke in the map pool. But in case anyone missed it, right? The power of testing that A execute just to see if you can force the defending team to change their setup if you are successful doing it. Obviously, this wasn't successful, but definitely an attempt there for paiN to try and see if they can, if there was a weakness, if there was something they could exploit there.
Yeah, if you never throw that out, it just allows the CT defense to have so many options. They could play double ramp, a couple outside. Yeah, if they can play a weak side A, then they are just flying. Like, they feel like anything's possible for their defensive options. This time around, yeah, paiN, I think they want to go for a pretty similar play, actually. See if it's better this time.
Nitro's a pretty good Molotov. Look at how it slows them right down. He's going to get 2 kills behind it. A third one to add, and I think OC was there to back him up. I think one of them was about to sort of wrap around and shoot Nitro in the back, but OC had that covered. Another good defense. It's really working out for them at the moment.
Really convincing for Liquid so far. Yeah, you wouldn't have really felt if you just watched this that paiN were able to defeat them relatively convincingly at Pro League March 21st, that was. So, yeah, just not even that long ago. But this is looking like a renewed Liquid, one that went back to the drawing board. Daps, in that interview with Heku, didn't really reveal anything, but I've noticed this too. Every time I talk to Daps on camera, he doesn't say anything. But if you get him off camera, he'll tell you everything. So, it's kind of frustrating.
So what you're saying is we need to have like a mic planted on Heku next time, and let's pretend it's not an interview.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll give you all the sweet details after. And man, paiN, I mean, it feels like they just kind of push in a variety of directions this round. Ramp didn't work out for them, and Liquid, they're just getting, they've got a head of steam right now. No, yeah, when I talk to Daps sometimes, it's like, he'll tell me all these trade secrets about certain teams and their tendencies, but as soon as you put a microphone in front of him, he's like, I don't really, I don't know. I'm not really sure if I could tell you this right now.
The Canadian side of him kicks in.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
Like, he does have answers. It's just, he's the worst at selling his own ability as a coach.
His track record for picking up NA players and bringing them to a high level is pretty crazy.
Oh, it's so consistent. Yeah, done it twice now.
So he should, I mean, if anyone should have the confidence in that sense, it is probably him, right?
Right. He'll just say generic things like, we worked on our system. Or we noticed something about them.
Thanks, bro.
I'm not going to tell you what, though.
Okay, Elige. Pretty aggressive stand right here. I think Liquid, this is really early on. We're only 11, 12 rounds deep right now. They're already playing like they're just so confident in taking these fights. A measure of disrespect, and I'm saying that in a positive way for Liquid. If you can get into this zone of the game where you just feel like it doesn't matter, we can win every single fight, and oh my god. But look, speaking of which, Yakinda should have been dead, but he takes another couple of people in the grave with him.
Okay, little missed shot from OC there, but Nitro finds it. Okay, Skulls, yeah, 1v4. Yeah, if Liquid just feel like they can do anything on the map, they're probably one of the most infuriating teams to play against. It's when Liquid start to bottle up and start to play to not lose, which we've seen so many times happen with this team, that they really start to drop the ball. Okay, are they going to drop it here? No, not going to happen. 2 flashy kills there to close it out, but still, it's Liquid with the round victory.
Out in the lobby, they have the vending machines. I feel like I irrationally wouldn't want to eat anything from a vending machine at a nuclear power plant, even though presumably it's got to be one of the safest places ever to do it, because presumably they test things a lot more.
They do. They're actually looking into wave power now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've been seeing that?
Well, yeah, it's been like theorized for such a long time. I think somebody did a calculation of how much energy is washing up on the shores of all the beaches on Earth, and it's like thousands of nuclear bombs per day worth of energy, that just isn't used.
Like what is that also from now? Like,
he's just doing it. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they
could just do anything. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is a lot of energy that's not actually being harnessed right now.
We're wasting it every day. 4 versus 5. Yeah, it looks like Liquid have just individually been let off the leash a little bit, saying, don't show these guys any respect. Like, whatever you feel like doing, you should do it. And as long as they can pull it back if things change, as long as they can get the leash back on some of these players, it's probably fine. Look at this move from OC. He's just dodged him on the high ground. Bigusir is going to be wondering, my God, we had someone on the high ground who was watching for that kind of play, but when they watch the replay, they're going to be able to see he missed him by a second.
I love that from Elige, little one tap there, because if Skulls had positioned himself where he is now, he would have just dinked him. Yeah, every single person from Liquid has the green light right now. Full stop, full send. Okay, Nekaz might get a timing here, and he does. Okay, 35 seconds left. I'm not convinced yet that anything's happening for paiN, as the last two players are just kind of stuck here at the door. But Skulls gets a headshot back. Molly at his feet. He might go for the dive. Yeah. This will actually allow him a bomb plant if he can get past Naf, but that's not happening.
Already there. He's just set up for it. Oh, man. They have absolutely everything under control right now. It's brilliant. Liquid they're running away with the game. I feel like almost all the games we've had so far in the Showdown have somehow ended up close. Liquid are, I think, one of the first teams I've seen just make an absolutely insane run of it.
Liquid are the only team that have had convincing victories at the Showdown. Over Nouns, Nouns weren't able to find double digits on either map. And if we even go to the European Showdown, I mean, almost all of them are 2-1s. The only one, all but two series in both Showdowns has been 2-1s.
Oh, here we go. Trying to rush him down. It's a very nice grenade. OC. You could make an argument again for not re-peeking this because it's just so dangerous. Oh. He does, and Hardsau will clear out him and the leash both. Yeah, that's one of those things where, again, when you're off the leash, you make those plays. If this was a lot closer game, I imagine he would have been happy to just get the one kill and fallen back. But, yeah, what could you do? Nitro's pushed up behind. You can see the bomb right there. So he's in no doubt that eventually someone will show up. I don't think Sebi's going to check this at all. He looked like he was not aware. Hardsau with a good kill in return, and it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, you can see paiN are actually really trying to make sure that they get this one. Rounds have been far and few between for them in this half. So to put a third on the board would definitely instill them with some confidence.
Yukinda's position just became a lot more valuable. If they go down below, well, I guess actually Naf is down there as well, but Bigusiro's walked all the way around. He might have the jump on Yukinda here. He should.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, let's see how quick he is. He's been pretty fast in the past. Crosshair's not in the right position. He does manage to nearly adjust, but it's a 2-for-1. Naf now at the wrong bomb site, and the bomb is going to be planted. So far, so good for paiN. Looking for that third round that they absolutely needed right here.
Yeah, Naf is so far away. He's got so much money, he should definitely go for it. And he's going to take all the time he's allotted. He's got a smoke, he's got a flash. It'd be a big shame if he just threw a smoke on that bomb and defused it.
Yeah.
It'd be a really big shame for paiN.
This is exactly the kind of round where maybe you could. He's thinking about it. Wants to wait to the last second. Out. There's the one. Now, it's on the other side, though. He's going to go straight for it. Oh, baits it out. And Hardsau with a Tech-9 just managed to run him down. That could have been really sick. That could have been great fun. Nice attempt from Naf. But a slight bit of relief right at the end, maybe, for paiN. If they can get up to 4 rounds, it's still not that great. But at least they could be competitive if they win the pistol.
Yeah, we see that. This is really where it came undone for Liquid. Good flash from Biguzera to set up Hardsau there. It was Elige and OC that were just getting a little bit over-eager, perhaps, but with how this game has been going, it's hard to fault him too much. But, I mean, paiN, they're not to be trifled with. They have had Liquid's number, and they might be gaining some momentum. Nekaz takes down Yakindar, who has been such a thorn in their side towards that outside area. And finally, they have a clean man advantage.
Yeah, time for paiN to really wake up. And I mean, even if you feel like you've kind of got run down at the start of the half, there is always a way back. If the individuals here on paiN can start to challenge Liquid, it's definitely going to be a different game. Nekaz is at 9 kills, Hardsau is at 8. Some people starting to wake up on that side right now.
Yeah, that's scary for Liquid. I want to give him anything to work with. Elige down lower. He should be able to intercept Biguzera here. We'll see who's able to win this 50-50 duel. There it is, and it's Big Uzera that comes out on top. 5v3. Okay, this is shaping up really nicely for paiN. Nafly has to come up with a multi-frag if they approach him at ramp, where this round is absolutely done.
Okay, a little bit scary. Naf not quite ringing true with the AUG at the moment. And OC, that's actually a really good flick, but unfortunately he's also on his own, so don't think it really matters what he does here. A 4th round on the side of paiN, definitely a bit of a recovery at the end. It's still quite a far ways back into this one. Neckers with the final shot. 11-4 in the first half in favor of Liquid. paiN, they need to wake up right now.
Welcome everyone to Name That Skin by CS Money. I'm your host, Maniac, and today I am joined by two lovely gentlemen. I have Twist and I have Hampus. Today, guys, I will have you guess skins. I'm gonna progressively show you bit by bit parts of skins that you have to recognize. As soon as you know, you hit that buzzer. If you're wrong, give a pass to your opponent. We have our first skin going on.
Oh no. Yeah. I won't know this.
Okay. Oh, he's done it. We have a first clue buzzer.
Is it a Glock Franklin?
Boom! 5 points straight.
How do you know this, man?
We have a serious contender. 5 points from the get-go. I guess we move on to round 2. Let's go.
USP Cyrex?
I unfortunately cannot accept it.
My bad.
You can actually have a guess now.
USB Cortex. It wasn't C, right?
Boom! Let's go. Let's run the third skin. No one's ready to make a guess? Should we go to the next clue? Should we see a little bit more?
Yeah.
Let's see just a little bit more.
Bro, barrel? What? How is there a barrel with a... I've never seen this before. Really?
You have to make a guess. If you make a guess...
I'll make a guess.
Oh, you go. All right, we got a buzzer.
Has it the Hydrophene?
You are very close, but I cannot accept that one. But no, you have a shot.
I don't know.
I'm gonna give you 3 choices, and then you guys have to react, okay? The Jaguar, is it the Bloodsport, or the Hydroponent?
Yeah, it's the Hydroponent.
There we go, reaction time. There we go, 1 point
Yes.
for Hampus.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the second half still on the first map. We are on Nuke, and it's Liquid versus paiN, and it's been a fiery start for Liquid. They didn't look so excited, but they were really fragging out inside of the server. paiN kind of woke up at the end, and I think the only thing that Liquid have to do is just to maybe calm things down a little bit now. All they need is 5 more rounds.
Just 5, Anders.
Easy, right?
It's so simple.
Right there for the taking. Just to stretch your hand out, and it's done. You can move on from Nuke.
Can count it on one hand.
Liquid do have a history of screwing up these kind of games. I'm just gonna say it.
That's true. That's true. Let's see how it starts. But okay, Elige, he wants to shoo away those demons.
I'm saying it just to mess with Ryan.
Okay.
All
right.
Oh, the Julies are in play. What a beautiful triple. He's collecting skulls at this point. It's another one. He takes every single one of them down. What a hero.
Unbelievable. Just overlooked him there at the back silo. Liquid are shell-shocked. They thought they had this. They were going to march on to the second map, but Skulls had other plans. All instant headshots, too.
Absurd. An absolutely absurd performance.
Dang. What a guy.
Okay. That's obviously winning the pistol. If ever there was a way for paiN to make it back, winning the pistol was an absolute necessity. But that's also the kind of round that just gets the team fired up. Reminds you, we can win. We can take these people down.
Yeah. When you know that you can match them in firepower, and now you're on the defense, you have all these options for plays you can make. That's when you start to feel like anything's possible. Good nade onto Naf, but oh, what a shot. Okay. He wants to bite back. He wanted to give the deagle to Yakindar. There it is. And wait, he's probably thinking, Yakindar, I thought you were going to fight up there now, but no, Yakindar headed to the ground, but this position from Zevi, if Yakindar clears this and they find the 4v3, I'll start to believe Anders, but as it stands, paiN should be in a comfortable position.
Yeah, they should. And Yakindar's kind of fallen back from this one anyway. Sevi's going to spot it out and say there's absolutely nobody here. So be ready inside of A and obviously towards the ramp. Only positions they can go to right now. Nekkers is in a position to fall back, no problem. Yeah, attempt there with the deagle, but Yakindar not finding the headshot. And Sevi's already showing up to shoot him in the back, so very tough to deal with. Probably not necessary for Nekkers to take that aggressive fight, but they're going to win the round anyway here. OC in a 1 versus 3. He does have the bomb, but with only 24 seconds. Oh, he's trying to make sure that they can't pick up that M4. Why not? Make it more expensive.
Yeah, not too bad. Liquid are going to be buying into this round anyways, so it's fine. I always think, though, when they drop those M4s, it's like, maybe you actually could have gotten that one more kill. Like, that fight wasn't that bad for OC there. But you never really know, and I'm not going to overthink it.
Yeah, that is probably, it's probably even hard to find data on, right? Because how would you don't have the counterfactual, so you don't really know what universe is out there where he did go for the fight, and you know, obviously if he gets a kill and gets a bomb plant, suddenly you'd say, okay, hold on to it, you know?
It's like when you're playing poker and you know you shouldn't call that raise, but like you just want to see one more card, you know?
Just one more.
You know it's bad.
That's how they get you.
You don't have the odds to call, but you sometimes just go for it. And then, okay, we'll see.
Yeah, Yakindar is on the hunt. He had a really explosive start, but the rest of the team actually kind of took over for him. Nice position to be in here. Sevi's on the other side. If they want to make it past without dying, probably a smoke or two are going to be needed at some point. And just like we said, they're going to be setting them up. Elige in charge of that. He's going to go inside with the rest of them. And oh, he actually peeks right over them. That's, oh my, crazy. That's a dangerous play. But he's put a lot of pressure on Sevi. And now this ramp, Molotov's going to be going down. They're going to immediately extinguish it. Still, the MP9 will do great work for Nekkers, and Sevi showing up to force back from earlier.
Wow.
A double kill for him and an absolute shutdown. It looked like there was the beginnings, or there were the beginnings of some good pressure from the Liquid side, but paiN, they survive no problem.
Yeah, great rotation from Zevi. Even if Yakindar found that kill towards Heaven on him earlier, that was probably a dead Nekkers, but having that help right there, able to clean up that entire ramp aggress. Now things are getting a little bit interesting for Liquid. 11-7. This is not the scoreline you probably expected. And I'm a little bit worried, Anders. I think this game is maybe getting out of Liquid's hands because
I think the blueprint might not be working.
Different North American team, but yeah, okay. Whoa, big vent dive here.
Oh, you love to see it, don't you? Everyone down below. It always makes for a fun round. See if they could get any kind of a bomb plant. They still need to make their way past Nekkers. Little burst. That first one was deadly accurate. Nekkers, he has come online again on his own. 3 kills for him in the round. That first 2-bullet burst is just so sick. They don't lose a single player, and there's no bomb plant.
Liquid waited at the door at Decon.
Yeah.
They thought that maybe there would be a smoke or something to cover it, but pace was actually the only resource you had. And so it's a pretty quick cleanup. Yeah, 11-8 now.
What's the scale of worry here? What are we talking about? Is this when you thought the paper that you had to hand in was next month, but it's actually tomorrow? How worried are you?
I mean, we got the nail biting.
Got the nail biting.
So it's already there. There's a little bit of worry. Yeah. I'm still worried, Anders. I was worried last round.
Okay. Even more worried.
Yeah. I don't think anybody that's watched Liquid for more than 1 week is thinking, yeah, they got this for sure. Yeah, totally, dude.
Yeah, the hardcore Liquid fans were worried at the 11-4 scoreline.
Yeah, exactly.
Those were the real fans.
Real fans, actually. Yeah, 11-2, actually. Just all the way.
Oh, man.
Until they hit 16, there's worry.
It's a 3-round gap. 17 on OC, 17 on Elise, and 16 on Nitro. That looks so compelling, but so many of those kills are from the first half.
Yep. Not much to show for anything that they've done here. Big Uzera, he wants to press on forward, and he finds the timing. Oh no, it's going from bad to worse for Liquid. They tried sneaking into Mini there, and now I think paiN know exactly what's happening. It's pretty much have cornered them before they've even made it out the door, and not a single kill goes the way of Liquid. It is out of hand, Anders.
Yes, it's way out of hand already. I think what's really alarming is not that paiN are making a game of it, but it's how quickly it's all of the memories of Liquid just having every fight their own way. It's just completely gone. Like the switch from super confidence into just kind of getting beat up in reverse has been very, very quick here. And that's obviously alarming. Money, it's an enormous amount on the paiN side. They've won 5 in a row. And Liquid, they got some Tech 9s. Could be a fun blow-up round if you get the right flashbang. It can work. Here we go. Molotov goes down. Flashes are raining in. Hard cell. It's only good for the one kill, and so is Skulls. He's going to go down with nothing, in fact. Big Uzera out in the open. There's a really good tap there. Going to get a couple of kills for it. Still a 2-on-2. The bomb not planted yet, but Nekkers, he's trying to take the attention away. Ooh, got to be very careful right now. You need your teammate. Sevi's on the other side. Yeah, and they'll sandwich them in. Fine line to walk there in the 2-on-2 for the CT side between over-peaking and dying and leaving your teammate in a 1 versus 2, or being so relaxed that you allow for the bomb plant and then, wait after plant.
Yeah, Liquid never really could decide in that 2-on-2. Do they want to commit to fighting that guy Heaven? If they had, they could have actually double-teamed him, but despite the entries that Nitro provided the team, yeah, Liquid kind of fell apart in the latter portion of this round. Good shot for Big Uzera there to keep things interesting, but this is now, I mean, it's been a problem. Liquid haven't found anything on this half. That was the closest round, practically speaking. So they're going to use their first timeout. Daps looking like an evil mastermind with the light behind him. It's like you could barely see his face.
I know what's happening.
It's like he's a criminal being interviewed on a national television broadcast, and they want to blur his face and his voice.
He's not giving anything away. You can't even know who he is.
He's got the voice masker too. He's like, yes, we will take them out now. We've learned a lot. We've learned a lot from the demo.
Turns out he was lying. They haven't learned. They've learned nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's obviously still doable. It's just that the mood has really changed dramatically. I'm sure it has on the paiN side of things too. Kind of hard to keep your spirits up when you're losing as bad as they were in the first half, but sometimes when you don't give up hope, you get rewarded for it in the second half.
Very standard round from Liquid. Cross smokes, 4 down lower. They've got a single lurker who's going to protect their secret flank, and that'll put a lot of pressure on Zevi.
Oh, does he stay inside of it? Yeah, he's going to just stick around and take down Nikinda. Good so far. And revealed that there are a lot more people down there if they didn't know already. 4-on-5 in this one. And all of Liquid are down below. Sevi, he's going to get that one practically for free. Doesn't feel like they put a lot of pressure on him. The Molotov maybe the closest. Oh, that's tricky. They jump down and they think no one is there. Sevi with the triple, Nekkers with the double. It's a complete blow up and the scoreline's been tied up now.
Oh my.
Oh dear. This is rough, isn't it?
Wow. This game looks so cut and dry for the first 13 rounds. And now, if we just started in this second half, Liquid wouldn't have a single round. This has been a brilliant defense from paiN. Every player having their moments, Zevi having his there. Yeah, he's had a tough one so far, but you put this guy on the off and defensive positions, and he is back, baby.
Oh, through the smoke. They don't even get out. Elige, not a chance to play in this round. And Sevi's quite happy with that, saying, all right, no need to risk it. I mean, that's all paiN need to do right now is just get the advantage, don't take too many risks. Skulls with a headshot right there, and he's going to keep it going.
Okay,
oh,
this
his crosshair placement is beautiful.
Oh,
he
my.
gets one more. Another quad headshot for Skulls. Last time was the dualies. This time the AK. But the man is a god.
God, he's like a human trigger bot. Every single person that peeked him, just instant death. What can you even do if you're Liquid there?
Die.
Yeah, that's all they did.
We need that, was it Crims, where we had like the still shot of him with the eyes? I think from the other day. I think we had some ridiculous meme-worthy photo. We need that back.
I will say, looking at this back though, the spacing from Liquid, like these are just 4 separate bursts. He never had to even try to drag a spray or anything, catch him mid-recoil control. That's really concerning. It feels like things have broken down for Liquid. This is a huge collapse.
Yeah, it really is. Flashbang to go in. They get up on the low ground. That's usually the hard part. But Skulls and Bigosira, oh, they drop down in front of you. And never they get a shot on the high ground. Sevi taken out by Naf. Huge kill right there. Bigosira hoping to get to the smoke, but he's not going to be accurate enough. And could be a tough retake here. 2 on 3. Best chance for Liquid right now to try and get a second round. Or first round, sorry, in the second half here. That's what they need.
No
but
way.
Nekis gets another headshot, and now it's all on Yakinda. When that smoke fades, he's in trouble. He's in the sandwich right now. He gets one and spins around, expecting Bigosira to come for the smoke, but he's got every advantage right here. Bigosira would have to throw that smoke and then run straight for the defuse. He's going to do that. Makes his way past. Yakinda already knows and is just waiting inside of it. Has the timing in his head. 1 second left. He's waiting. Oh, but the bomb gets defused right in front. He played it perfectly.
Wow. He tested him. He thought Yakindar wouldn't push, despite the fact that he's the fiery entry fragger.
I think
didn't
that's
go.
the only way he can win that round.
He didn't get him. Wow, that's so crazy. Just not in time. And it's got to be a 1/10 of a second or so that, oh my goodness. This game is just completely fallen apart for Liquid. They're in their own heads at this point. You do that much work on the CT side, and this T side completely betrays you. But okay, they're given a lifeline here. A push from paiN. Maybe a bit too bold, too early.
Yeah, but it is kind of sick as well to try and do that when you're winning this much. If that actually works, it's gonna destroy Liquid, right? Like, I can kind of see why they want to try and do it. Obviously, when it doesn't work out, it looks a little bit deflated.
Yeah, I don't blame him at all. I mean, when everything's going your way, to just impose yourself like that, you're playing to win. If you're getting mad at him for that, I mean, that's the sign of someone that just wants to play back, play default. Let's just play standard, guys. Like, no, these top teams, they want to make sure that they're the ones dictating their own fights.
Yeah. Ooh, nice shot. Also, maybe especially because there's been a couple of rounds now where Liquid actually have got onto the A-bomb site. So it's kind of showing a little bit. If I'm paiN, I'm also thinking, man, when we give them the space to execute onto that A-bomb site, they're actually doing a pretty decent job. It's down to the wire. There's been a couple of 2v2s on that bomb site. Maybe we can try and take it away from them before they even get close. This is beautiful.
Yeah, we'll see how this changes the approach, because the call for paiN now could be, all right, let's just not give them anything for free, and that's when you play too passively. That's when you let Liquid enact whatever plan they want to on the map.
First round in the second half for Liquid right now, as they get to 12. The money's not infinite either on the paiN side. There is a way back for Liquid in this one. A beautiful opening. Here we go. Flashbang assisted by Yakinda on a couple of kills, and the Molotov to the high ground. And I think paiN, again, given the economy here, they have to be worried about giving up too many rifles. Retaking 5 versus 3, not going to be worth it. They're packing it up already.
Yeah, look at that giant utility dump from Liquid. They just tossed everything they had towards heaven. They were yelling at the clouds.
Yeah.
Just saying, not today, God. Not today.
tied up again.
Yeah, 13-13. These explosive plays towards A, though, they have conditioned paiN to really recognize that they probably have to dump their own utility now. Heavy door, heavy hut.
Yeah, it's very late, I feel like, for Liquid to have that second wind. Try to see if they can just get to the finish line. They obviously built the first half heavily in their favor, 11-4 if you missed it.
This is like Liquid are just the worst disciplined sprinter, basically. Like you're running a 5K and you just give all your juice for the first 4 kilometers, and then you just start walking.
You stop for a hot dog.
Yeah, you ask Pimp, hey, can I get a hot dog?
Can I get a hot dog? And coaches on the sideline just screaming like, don't know.
Why are you walking? And then they're like, oh, still got a race to go. All right, but their opponents have caught up with them. But now they're neck and neck once again.
Yes, they are. And I'm sure paiN probably feel the pressure pretty soon as well. Especially some of those rounds where they just get blown up in the A-bomb site. They don't want to let go of this comeback. Good flick, but OC will take the return, and that is going to favor Liquid. They'll fine with that trade.
That's big. They got this ramp control now. This is going to force a rotation from one of the paiN players to be interested in how Liquid want to approach this mid-round. They should know that the A site is slightly weakened, but you never really know how many people from paiN have rotated. That's always the big guessing game at this point in the round. So they'll try to find anything, any gift given up. And this close door player, that's going to be Skulls. I mean, he has been a human trigger bot. Let's see if he's able to keep it up here. He's got to find a multi-frag, or paiN are going to be locked out of this round. One, not the second, though.
Yeah, he needed that instant headshot. Although, a couple of people up on the high ground, they've already made the drop down. Let's see if they can find more shots. Nekkers is real close. Did he see anything? Oh, surely does now, and the spray is good. He realized that. Yakinda goes down, and we're about 30 seconds away from the end of the round. Naf and OC left, and he's going to try and get up this ladder. Timing is everything, and it's going to work out against him. Now just OC. I don't know how he gets back in the round. He's being dunked on now. Nade right in his face. He has got the bomb, but there's someone waiting down here for him. 15 seconds, and he's going to have knife out running right into hard sal. That's 14 on the side of paiN.
Yeah, even though they found the 4v4, Liquid just couldn't easily gain space towards A. Good recognition from paiN, and they actually kept themselves in a position to rotate relatively quickly. If Liquid wanted to press into hell, they already had some players there. If they were going to go down ramp, they could have gone for the flank. A lot of ways that paiN were still in control in that situation, even though that, generally speaking, does favor the T's.
The money is okay for Liquid. If they lose this, they don't immediately lose the map. So that's something to think about. But obviously, you don't want to get paiN up to 15 rounds. Okay. A little bit of a dangerous jump. No AWP on the T side. But they do have one on Sevi. He had a pretty tough start to the game, Sevi, but he's up to 15 now.
Yeah, sometimes that's just how things go when you're a T side opper on Nuke. Very hard to get involved. But let's see, Liquid, yeah, they've had some success getting down with multiple players, but man, Bigazera has been picking the timing so well. Good damage inflicted. And Zevi through the smoke right there. Not sure if he caught Elige as he was jumping, but
feels like it.
Yeah, it was a good shot either way. And Naf still locking down or holding on to this lobby area. But Liquid, they've been having a lot of trouble when they've been in these 4v4s or 4v5s. Finding a way back into the round has not been easy.
A lot of discipline on Bigazera to fall back from that fight instead of just committing to it and dying all the way, because he probably felt like he had a couple of kills there. Again, up close for Skulls, and with a Molotov on top, that is some expert timing. Absolutely nothing that Naf could do. 28 seconds, the bomb is inside of the fire, and it's a 2-on-4. paiN well positioned to just walk away with this round. You get up to 15. The nightmare resumes for Liquid. They had a little bit of a breathing room. They won a couple of rounds here in the second half, but now paiN have come back. And Yakinda can't do anything about it. He's going to get caught on the ladder. 15-13, and map point for paiN.
This is unbelievable. paiN have put together such a great defense. Every mid-round, it feels like they know exactly what Liquid are going to be doing. The timing on that molly was just sublime.
I don't know why that shot on Dabs is so comical.
Just the lighting and the angle is pretty funny, actually. It's just, it really feels like he's some super villain.
Second time up for Liquid, so chance for Daps to have a little bit of a say. They've had many things that have worked. I mean, even in some of the rounds they've lost, it's been, especially the A-bomb side, super impressive. But now, it's no more mistake territory. One slip up here, and they lose Nuke in a heartbreaking fashion.
Yeah, one more narrative, obviously, driving this game is the fact that this is the Americas, and with the RMR coming up, with Liquid wanting to secure a legend spot, there is only one legend spot available at the Americas RMR. If you lose any match, even the BO wants to kick it off, you do not get that spot. And I think Liquid right now are fearing a matchup versus paiN.
It surely must be. Yeah, that's kind of a horrifying thought, right? If you end up losing this, you could have that rematch and you would be living in the shadow of this loss. Nobody wants that. Neck is having himself a real game. 24 kills on him right now. But everybody on paiN is kind of stepping it up. Maybe Hardside's a little bit behind, but let's see. One slip up here for Liquid. And Nuke is going to go the way of paiN. Big Osira is outside listening, hearing a lot of footsteps and a lot of shots out there. So he's realized it isn't just the one player fake. It's definitely a lot of people making their way down secret, and they're going to respond in kind. They've got Sevi down here, and they've got the crossfire with Neckers as well. This should be powerful, and it's not like Liquid have a lot of smokes to try and get rid of this, or a lot of utility in general. They're going to make a walkout. Brilliant shot. That's what they needed.
That's exactly why they pay Yekindar the big bucks. Excellent opener. Neckers tries to get back into things, but OC takes him down. Skulls, though, he's been a hero in this game, but he's only able to find one. Nitro, quick on the trade. Big Osira and Hards out. They have an option to go for this, but they are well out of position. To go for it now incurs a rather big risk. You could take these AKs into the next round, but with how much money paiN have, there's almost no reason not to.
It's tempting to at least set up for a mistake, right? If somebody was to walk into the shot and Hardsal makes it a 2-on-2, then maybe you just pull the trigger, but they are kind of running out of time. Big Osira's been smoked off on the one side, so now it really is on Hardsal to create the opening.
Oh my god.
Big Osira's walked right through the smoke. That's so bold. Now it's definitely done. No way that he could have done that. Elige will take him down 14-15 as Liquid take one more step towards overtime.
Wow. I think paiN feel a little bit of pressure here, but they've got great money. They know that they've been in control for this second half. All they need to do is put one more round on the board, and they're going to be moving into map number 2 with an advantage. The 7-map pool, or the faux 7-map pool from Liquid, coming back to bite them here. The switch from Vertigo to Nuke. See if they can actually right their wrongs, though.
Man, the pressure is on. I can't even believe it. From an 11-4 first half into a 14-15 scoreline the other way in favor of paiN now. Liquid, they can still redeem themselves. They can still make it back. And the calling here in the last couple of rounds, it's been good. They've had the openings. They've managed to secure the sites. Can they do it again? One last round here.
A little bit of A pressure with these nades. Looks like Naf will be smoking off the locker room window. So take the space away from Zevi. So this will give Liquid an opportunity to find some room outside.
Oh, here we go. If they swing too wide, Sevi's going to be there. Takes down OC. That's a good start. That's the bomb as well. And Sevi will continue. Elige, the next victim, and almost the third. Yekindar's going to get shot. I don't know. Oh, that's up from above. I thought it was through the smoke, but Skulls with the high ground advantage. Big Osira with the headshot on Naf, and now Nitro. 35 seconds. If they don't fight him, he can't win this. He needs for them to swing and try and take some of these fights right now, or he just will not have the time to complete this mission. 1 versus 4, and they're everywhere. Good spray, but it's too late. 16-14 as the reverse comeback happens for paiN. An absolute misery for Liquid. That's a hard loss to take. they're going to need to take a real deep breath in the break here between map 1 and 2, try and recompose themselves, or they won't make it back. Second map coming up right after this.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Sir. No, it cannot be Cold Sir because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Cold Sir was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Quartian. JTM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Well, we know that Nuke is CT-sided. We could not expect to see such an epic comeback from the likes of paiN. They continue to have Liquid's number and kick them down just when they feel like they have a chance. Liquid need to be asking themselves some serious questions as paiN get the job done.
This is nerve-wracking if you're a Liquid fan, if you're a Liquid player for that matter. You were 11-2 in the lead, and when the scoreline is 11-2, all the lights are green for you. All of your players are firing on all cylinders. OC is at the very top. Elige is having multi-kills on top of multi-kills. Yikinder is allowing himself to be super aggressive. And then something happened. Some little things, little mushrooms along the way on the forest. And then...
mushrooms.
For some reason, we end up 16-14. I am a little confused.
Well, if that's what mushrooms do to you, maybe avoid them at all costs?
Yeah, avoid them at all costs. If that's the result of that, for sure. Liquid's T-side was just abysmal. Let's be completely honest, right? They got exposed right here. This is a massive issue. We talked about it coming into it. They have one weakness in the map pool right now. That's Nuke.
Yep.
They picked them a little bit right here. Sure, Liquid had a good CT side, but the T-side was nowhere to be found. And that's an issue heading into the RMR and potentially the Major.
Well, I want to get some answers. So, Danny, over in your Mahone zone, help me understand this, bro.
Well, I can only help you understand that why Liquid's CT side was so good because what I want to kind of go over here is just, you know, we talked about how paiN were really good on the T side and they can make things tricky for Liquid. And Liquid, all they did here is essentially just really aggression. So what we're going to see here, 3 rounds. So first one, we're going to see Nitro gets aggressive towards this ramp area, tosses a deep smoke, but there's a little nade set here that he does. So he tosses a Molotov here that's going to land towards this radio room position. This is going to flush out people here, isolate a fight over here towards the trophy room. As well, he's got Nap that's going to throw this flash that's going to land in the smoke to allow Nitro to push in, and that allows him to get this kill, making it a 5v4. He gets traded, but Nap gets the return. This puts Liquid in another man advantage situation. Take a look at this next round as well. Yakinder gets aggressive outside off the back of OC's Molotov. Now this Molotov normally is to block off any T's from going outside aggressive right at the start of the round. This allows Yakinder to come in towards that yellow position here and play in a really aggressive spot where essentially he can bypass the outside smokes that T's like to do. By playing in this more aggressive position, the CTs here, they don't have to be blind to what's actually behind the smoke. As a result, Yakinder is able to find this first kill into Big User as he jumps up. Elige is able to help from this mini position. And as he helps him, it allows Yakinder to find the second kill. And the last example here, we're going to see OC gets aggressive towards ramp with the off, a very common pick to do. But at the same time, you'll see that Elige comes in towards this hut position to back up the kill that OC gets. Finds that kill over towards that radio position, and essentially the effect that this creates is that Nekis, he dies here, so Hardzal, he wants to help over here to retake that ramp position, and then Elige, he comes in from the side over here to get that kill, making it another 5v3 situation. So we always talk about how Nuke can be rather difficult because of the rotations. All Liquid did were just get aggressive so they can get the man advantage and make it uncomfortable for paiN.
Thank you so much, Danny. It would be nice if you could have found their aggression on the T side because they needed that and it was seriously lacking. But Danny is the positive to our negatives because there was nothing positive for Liquid on the T side.
Yeah, listen, I think we need to hone in Mahone's incredible analytical skill and just use them for the bad. Like bring him to the bad.
Yeah, just give him to the evil side.
Bring him to the dark side.
What did they do wrong?
We're gonna take that and we're gonna put him into a room. We're gonna say, listen, now you have to analyze mistakes. You have to find gaps. What the hell was wrong? He's so nice, so positive. Little sunshine, like, yeah, Liquid lost, but listen, this is what they did amazingly. And yes, that is true. Their CT side was great, but the rest of the game, a bit more complicated.
Yeah, big red button being hit at that point. But we'll touch on some of the positives of paiN because the positives continue to come for this team. If you look at Big Uzera, for example, in-game leader now, this guy has just been able to be a monstrous player as well. This is what you're talking about, Pimp. Every single player on this paiN roster can do the damage.
And he's fracking. He's a fracking in-game leader, and that is a very great skill to have these days. You want an in-game leader that can frack. You want a player who can make the difference. I think he was very aggressive in this game as well. There's a couple of times when he was sneaking up secret on the CT side, finding an awful lot of impact on that CT side, T side here as well. Being in these sneaky positions, it feels like he's calling, surrounding himself in the sense that he's the one creating chaos. He's the one opening up the map and creating, once again, you see it right here in secret, creating space to the rest of the teammates. So right now, I am really loving this Big Uzera X in-game leading combination he got going.
And what I like, you mentioned this flank he had from Secret. The scoreline is 11-8 at that moment. And this is something I really appreciate with paiN. You could be at home thinking, you know what, that's a comeback on the CT side. It's Nuke, that's okay, it's easy. That's wrong. That's not how it works. Just because you're CT doesn't mean you're naturally going to win rounds.
Definitely.
You still have to play correctly. You have to play against the scoreline. You have to take risks. And when the score is 11-8 and you're at risk of being reset, I appreciate that he has the cojones to actually go up Secret and get it. What if he gets caught? That's it. So they played with the intention to win, even though they were at risk, even though they had the score against them. And that is why they were able to mount this comeback.
Now, before we move into Anubis, we should look at round 20, I believe, for you guys as well, right? And have a look at the breakdown into that, what Yakinder was able to do.
I'll take it. I'll take that one. Listen, round 20, if you're a Liquid fan, just, well, stay with us, but drink some coffee, because this is not looking well. We see the scoreline a little bit complicated. Execute coming out of Liquid. We see the utility being used is relatively decent. Yakinder is going to do his best to trade the kills. That third kill should be it. Napai should have closed it, but a little bit of lack of lucidity here. They don't see that flank coming in from ramp. OC is impatient somehow. He had him dead to rights, and now Yakinder is in 1 versus 2. He makes the best move out of the situation, and then it becomes a mind game. It becomes a mental chess game, and he decides to wait a little too long, and just like that, it's a defuse, ninja defuse through the smoke. But it hurts because if you're Liquid, you're still at 11. You've been trying to find a solution for about 6 rounds. You finally have it. You have your 3v2. You have the bomb plan. still it goes away.
I think this is a great example of what Liquid is like on Nuke right now. They're not comfortable. You see that 3v2, teams who are playing Nuke a lot, they'll be stale. They'll be sitting still. They'll be waiting for that aggression coming in from Rim. They'll be waiting for the move. Liquid are constantly moving around. Every single player feels like he's the one responsible for winning the round instead of doing it together. And that goes into my point we're talking about as well when it comes to Nuke for Liquid. They suck at the map. They won at it 3 times in Pro League, sure, but with all due respect, they won against Rare Adam, Astralis, and Nouns. Other than that, every time they face a good team, every single time they play a team that is, I guess, within top 20, they lose. They can't play Nuke right now, and that's a massive issue heading into the RMR and a massive issue heading into the Major. They gotta fix that.
And do they have a massive issue, though, going into Anubis? Because they've been playing it a lot, been playing against good teams on it, but it's still an up and down set of results. Obviously, when we look at paiN's results, it's heavily in paiN's favor, but they're not playing against top-tier opposition.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. The stats don't paint an accurate picture. It's true that the caliber of opposition for Liquid is much higher than likes of paiN, but still, you have to understand the situation. If you're paiN, you're in the best possible opportunity that is. You've just won the first map. You're arguably going to start on the CT side here, maybe. Who knows? There's a great danger for Liquid.
And how much do you think at this point that paiN's in Liquid's head?
I think they're quite much in Liquid's head right now. We spoke about it. The last showdown they won. Last time they played in Pro League, they won. I think Liquid right now is very, very close to exiting this tournament.
paiN are 1 map away from getting the job done and knocking Liquid out the park and sending them out and stopping them from getting to the spring finals. Will it happen? Well, you'll find out after the break.
Well, paiN have been on this new fad diet, a Liquid diet. They've won 5 of the last 6 maps against Liquid, and we see that the Unicorn odds are now in their favor for this matchup, Anders.
Yeah, and Liquid diet's treating them well. They look great.
Looking thin, looking healthy.
Yeah. It's all working out. So
just blend everything.
It's been a success. Oh man, how does Liquid recover from that loss on Nuke? Up 11-4, 11-2 at one point, and then you end up losing it 16-14 in the 30th round. It's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, they really closed the door on Nuke on them. Liquid, of course, trying to incorporate that into their rejigged map pool, but now Liquid have to do what no other team has done. Take Ancient away from paiN. paiN 100% win rate on this map.
Sick. Yeah, they got the work cut out for them, but we'll see. Liquid, I want to see the comeback. I like that story. We have a tradition here at the Showdown of playing all 3 maps, and I don't want Liquid to let us down and lose this in 2. So here we go. They are already attacking the A bomb site. To the bathhouse they go. Sevi is waiting, and he puts out a bullet. It's a straight headshot to bring down Yakinda. Oh my god, they're all headshots all across the board as paiN win the pistol.
Oh no. It's happening. It's starting. paiN looking good on the pistol, but it's just the pistol. Let's not get too excited. Let's not get too carried away. I think most of the people that are tuning in at this point in America are wondering, what the hell happened to my dear Liquid?
What is going on? Well, we don't have any answers. I like the Mahone song thing.
The Mahone. I know, that was just comical timing.
I'll show you what they did on the CT side.
James Banks really wanted to know what happened, and Mahone was like, yeah, let's see what Liquid did, actually.
But just on that CT side, we'll forget about the rest.
Good breakdowns, of course, though.
They were.
He don't miss. Mahone don't miss.
No, it's true. It is true. Second round, and just the pistols. They've been smoked out. Eventually, I'm sure they will run out of grenades on the paiN side, and Liquid will try and make a run at it. They should be just completely shut down. There's no flashes to clear any of the corners here, so the SMGs, they should just be heavily favored here. Nekis might be a tall task, you know, if they swing, if they jump past, maybe with the M4A1 it could be awkward, but then there's the MP9 to follow it up, so I'm not worried.
No. Yeah, this is just seemingly waiting for the inevitable. Liquid just hanging out. I mean, they burned a lot of utility from paiN at the very least. I think that's kind of an underrated way to play these, because you're probably just going to lose anyways. Yeah, but, you know, burning all the utility from your opponents actually is a pretty serious reinvestment. You know, all things considered, it's potentially like $1,100. So, you know, that's not too shabby.
High-level Counter-Strike, the margins are pretty small, right? So if you make them use that, I mean, you don't have to do anything. You're just waiting around, and they have to use a couple of, you know, maybe $1,000 more or whatever it is. In the end, it's pretty good. Yeah, they'll take it. But so far, so good for paiN. AKs being invested into mostly here on the Liquid side for the 3rd round. They're up against 3 MP9s, so that's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. I'm really curious what play paiN are going to go for here with these SMGs. Sometimes you just kind of stick these all over the B bomb site. There's a couple pushes you can do, but without real rifles, some of those sight lines are pretty unfavorable for you.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Good counter utility, though. This is actually nice from paiN. But Elish is disrespecting the smoke right here.
Yeah, the flashbang did kind of catch him, but I like the idea of trying to beat that timing if you can. He's going to be pushed off with the Molotov, so didn't really work out, I think, the way that he had intended. And Nitro, Galil in hand, going to try and take a little bit of a peek over on this side. It's quite a lot of time off the clock, and it's not like Liquid have really done anything with it. Ooh. Because here even showing a very short barrel of his gun there.
Wow. I mean, this is a pretty good utility exchange for paiN. Displaying pretty solid understanding of what it takes to dissuade oncoming Ts. But Liquid, they have found some space now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they could hit that bomb site over at the obelisk. It seems like that's where they're going. Yakinda started to make his way in near the E-box, and Nekis is back here. They have kind of a sketchy crossfire. Nekis is going to take one of them and maybe try and draw them in, but Yakinda, he hard clears that corner, and that's the defense kind of wiped out. So bomb plant to follow. It's a 3-on-3, and paiN Again, they're retaking with 2 of those MP9s.
And no nades. Yeah, this is not possible. Be shocked if they even stick around for more than 10 more seconds. Maybe when that smoke fades, they'll see if they just get a freebie, but yeah, this should be Liquids all day. One of the toughest bomb sites to retake right now. Good damage onto OC. He's able to hold on there. And at this point, yeah, Zevi, you gotta survive with that A1S. Take it in the next round. Seems like they really want to get OC, and I think that's just gonna be a parting gift from paiN as they take what they've got into the next round.
Yeah, you could kind of see that coming from some distance away, but not really the most advanced take of that bomb site. But it worked just fine. It was just you know, it wasn't, I can't even call it a crossfire. It was more sort of like a bait and switch, right? You get one kill, you try and fall back, you hope that they don't clear that close position. But as soon as your Kinder does, it feels like it's kind of all over for the defense.
Yeah, there's been some slight criticisms with Anubis thus far, and this is kind of one of them, showing where you don't really get a lot of map control as the CTs. Even though there was that good exchange towards the bridge, it didn't really amount to much in terms of what you can do with it. So,
you know, we've seen some teams try and actually push out of the B bomb site to try and remedy that situation, but it's obviously very risky.
It is. There's just so many angles at long B for T's to take up. And Yakindar already has Dark. This is a tough position to be in for paiN, and I think they recognize it. They've got to go for something aggressive here.
Sebi. Could be a mistake that you make on the T side. Could see Nitro's keeping an eye on it, but you only have to slip up once here and you walk into the scope of that AWP. Instead, it looks like Liquid are going to put 4 people at the center of the map. It's going to be really, really effective if they keep on going, because they're going to be able to walk into the back of that A bomb site, into the bathhouse, and not sure if that's going to be easy to hold either for paiN. Still 55 seconds here. Look at how deep they've come.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and that Molly actually went right behind Zevi. Skulls, though, he's got to find a multi-frag here. Okay, playing right around the pillar. Yakindar first to challenge him, but he spots him.
Wow.
Just a sliver. That's all Yakindar needs. And Zevi, he's pretty close up that long side, and Naf is just slowly stalking his prey. Zevi's right there. Not a chance. The Sloth comes out on top this time.
That was, I think, the most shallow peek that Yakindar could have got against Skulls and still be able to see him. It's kind of uncanny how they're able to do that. If he steps out a little bit further, then maybe Skulls is going to have a time to react, but that was pretty sick. So, very smooth round, no mid control at all for paiN, and it comes back to bite them.
Yeah, they really let go of that this time around. It was a huge fight the round prior. And so, paiN, they're going to be able to keep 3 players alive, but they've kind of just been tucking in this game so far, hoping for the best. And, you know, if you really want to test a Tier 1 team's ability to convert onto a bomb site, you're going to be pretty hard-pressed to find too many rounds. Just not too many angles on either A or B that are comfortable for defenders, especially with the utility that the Ts are likely to throw.
I feel like because of the lack of opportunity sometimes on the CT side, it's not unlikely that we'll see more of this in the future, where we'll see some of these stacks on the bomb sites, 3 on A this time, or 3 on B this time, and 2 on the A bomb side. But maybe that'll happen more, is that you just say, well, it might even be worth at some point just going 4 on one side and trying to push out and do, because if holding the bomb side or spreading out in the middle isn't a viable strategy, then gambling for it might just be better.
I think you should. I think you should be gambling a lot more on Anubis. Like usually, okay, we'll see. This is a cool boost. Wow, OC. I'd love to see that one back. Nice shots to open up this bomb site, and yeah, that's gonna do it for paiN. Cool setup between those 2 players, but OC's just too fast on the trigger.
Yeah, really, really cool peak.
But to get back into that conversation about just how CTs have to play on this map now, we've seen a couple teams really go for these aggressive styles where, like, FaZe at the World Finals, for example, really just did not want to play in the bomb sites. They were starting to push out the A side long. They would push towards middle a little bit, and they had all these different set pieces as a CT team to gain map control. And it looked pretty effective then, but
yeah,
it hasn't shown to be replicable, because even thinking back to Pro League, I mean, FaZe kind of tried that against Vitality, and they lost a 14-1 lead on the CT side. So
Yeah.
This map is getting figured out pretty quickly into how dominant T's can be.
Oh, even coming for them in the bathhouse. Not going to let them be. The Liege out for the hunt. He's going to get 2, and right at the end, Big Zero time is running out, but he did manage to live through it. Okay, okay. Somebody to work with, but this is kind of this is my criticism, I think, in general of maps that are T-sided too much, is that it does become more of a gamble game for the CTs. It's hard to justify almost doing anything else. And I don't think that works in the long term. I kind of hope that it might not have to be some big changes for Anubis, but it might be a couple that are necessary to, I think, remedy just a bit, just a little bit.
Oh,
he sees that.
Yeah, that's free. Nice. Oh, almost a second. Not quite quick enough there, but oh, you know who's going to push through. Yukinder's going to still try to go for that. Good damage inflicted on the neck is... Oh, he's just pushing on through the smoke?
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
That is crazy. You could just play the numbers advantage there. You know, he thought he had the advantage, but just let the round play out.
Here we go. There's that push out of the B-bomb site in an attempt for paiN to try and take some of the initiative back. Really cool flashbang to throw on over. Naf still quick enough to get the headshot onto the Hatzao, so at least there is that. But I like the attempt. I especially like that late flashbang, you know, for the second part of that fight. Looks like a great idea. But the bomb site is under attack. Skulls, before the bomb even gets planted, it's going to be able to take down OC. This is looking a little bit more promising. Every single round right now on the CT side is just going to be so important. Good pick off on the Liege. And Nitro, very uncomfortable down here at the floor of the bathhouse. Nothing he could do to get out. Nekkers will take him down. And that'll tie it up. 3 rounds on the side of paiN now.
Every single round that you get as a CT just feels excellent. So paiN are pretty happy with how things went there. 3-3 scoreline.
You know, because I have a lifelong Diablo addiction, all I can think when I see people dying on the hieroglyphics is that it's going to summon some kind of ancient creature.
Usually it is something like blood that activates those kind of...
It's in the Diablo 4 cinematic.
Oh, okay.
It's one of the again, Blizzard and making cinematics, it's something there's one thing they still know how to do at the moment. I'm going to show it to you later, because it has some of the best voice acting. It's a gate, and blood is the key. Well, Seti, that looked like it should have been a free kill. Might have looked the same way from the other side, to be honest, for OC, but either way, he gets away with a little bit of damage, or a lot of damage. And they don't have the economy to lose this round, paiN. They really have to win it.
Yeah, if they can string a couple together, it'd be fantastic for their chances of closing out this series. But they're playing a bit of a dangerous game. A couple of their players are already tagged up. This time around, though, paiN, they really want to maintain this mid-control. They did a good job at dissuading Liquid a few rounds prior in terms of just counter utility. And Big Azera, yeah, definitely would want to bet that he's going to stick around. With the lack of tracers on that A1S, it's pretty much free. Should just go for a little spam here and there. But Liquid, they're slowly encroaching.
"45 seconds. Still time. Bomb is outside of the B-bomb side, which for those of us who could read the minimap, unlike the teams, makes it very obvious what's going to be coming next. 30 seconds now. OC and Naf have started to group up out there, and it looks like it's going to be pinced from the middle, or pinced from the middle. Elige is making a lot of noise and trying to just distract from this, and Nitro's going to join him, so that, yeah, they're signaling really hard that this is going to be some kind of an A hit, but it will not be. Big Zero goes down, and, well, actually, they're really successful on that side, which is a little bit awkward, because if Hardsau realized they were pushing up behind him, he could have won the round, I think, with one shot on the bomb carrier, but he was already being drawn out, because the potential fake at A was almost just a take of the A-bomb site.
Yeah, it's always weird when the clock is winding down and your fake is actually going so well like that. It makes you want to second guess your play, but now Liquid just held on and paiN rotated right into their crosshairs. Skulls, yeah, I'd like to keep this one alive, but this was just all in all a great round from Liquid. They found that space, they went for the fake, and yeah, once again, I mean, Anubis just kind of showing that the T's are really the ones in the power position.
Yeah, they're putting together something really nice. But if you have memory that goes back more than a couple of minutes, you'll remember the lead that Liquid were in on Nuke.
Oh.
So you don't want to be too excited. Again, I mean, even more so on this map because of how much you get done on the T side. And I'm sure Liquid know it as well. I'm sure they realize just don't get carried away. Oh, Naf. It's a shooting gallery. He could have had a beautiful selection there. But unfortunately, the USPs will best him this time, and they could pick up the AK, I think. Maybe not.
What? I guess they didn't get it.
Maybe a grenade blew it away. It's possible the Liquid just threw one immediately. Definitely will get rid of Big Zero. Okay.
Elige nicely showing us where the AK actually landed.
It's very kind of him.
Yeah. Solve that mystery. Detective Jablanowski on the case. That actually is that just sounds like the name of a detective, for being real.
I just realized that too.
That's some like noir name, like, hey, Jablanowski. What'd you figure out?
Oh man, there's some content pitch for Liquid in the future.
Who would be?
How do we lose the 11-2 lead? Somebody needs to investigate.
I mean, a couple of their names sound like they could be detectives. Canella for Nitro.
That's true.
Take Canella with you next time.
It's the content's writing itself. I like it. They're gonna be able to do it.
Yes, Mr. Markovich. We'll get right on it.
I feel like taking Naf on a detective. He's way too relaxed.
Yeah. Yeah. No, actually, he just kind of looks at one little clue and he's like, I solved it.
Yeah. Yeah. He divines everything from a tiny bit. Like that really obnoxious Sherlock Holmes series.
Yeah, you weren't a big fan of that one.
No, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
Oh,
Neck is, if he could have got away.
Yeah.
It's still a good player from him, obviously. But super frustrating that he can't make his escape there.
It's funny. I think the logic of just kind of CS number theory is kind of backwards on this map. Like going 1-for-1 as a CT isn't bad.
True.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, that's probably true. Okay. Submit presence. Bomb is over on the A side of things. And just slowly but surely making the way there. Does he see it?
Yeah.
Surely he does. Yeah, he's going to test it, and he'll be rewarded. A scary moment for Elige when he doesn't just instantly get the shot, but they still will just clear it all out. Bathhouse is gone.
Yeah, Jablanowski, that guy has eagle eyes. Can't get anything past him.
Spotting all the clues.
God,
why are they bombing the bathhouse on this map? Why is it necessary?
You know, I kind of envision the lore of Anubis to be like the Mummy series, where they're trying to just awaken some kind of demon, like Emotep. Every CT is essentially Brendan Fraser.
All right, and they're using C4 to do it. Is that how it works? Okay, well that makes sense. That's
really good trilogy, by the way.
Yeah, you're entertained watching those, aren't you?
I mean,
even if it's absurd, like most of the time.
It's kind of like a spiritual successor to the not Jumanji, the Indiana Jones series, where it's just action, adventure, comedy. They don't really make them like that anymore.
I'm sure that genre there'll be a comeback at some point. Here we go.
Yeah,
they're pretending it's just a museum, but we know better.
Yeah, what are you hiding?
No cameras, but they foolishly didn't stop people from bringing C4s. Otherwise,
or guns.
Yeah, could have been all over. 6-3 is the scoreline, and paiN are out of money, and just also in the excruciating position of being on the CT side.
They chose this.
They did choose this. But on the other hand, like given the win rate that you were talking about, 100% win rate for paiN on this map, I feel like they know what is happening. They surely... Yeah, maybe on other maps you'd be very frustrated to have this happen. If you were playing on Overpass and you were down 6-3 and it was this one-sided, you'd be like, oh no, this is unwinnable. We're getting blown up. But on this one, surely you must be thinking, we can make it back. Just get to 4 or 5 rounds and things can return to a victory in the second half.
Yeah, so for the win percentages, paiN's T-side win percentage on this map, 69.5 round win percentage. Their CT is 53.
69, you say?
Yeah, it's nice like that.
Keep it that way. Don't try and win more or less. Just...
I don't get why people think that number is so entertaining. Would you mind explaining it to me?
I feel like at this point, if you don't, it's too late. You know, you've made it past the point.
Why are you gatekeeping the humor of this number?
Just what you have to do, you know. You have to be initiated early in life, where it's not funny.
I guess I'll never get it.
No, it's too late.
Just an inside joke I'm on the outside of.
It's too bad. 3 versus 5, and they only have pistols. I wanted them to fight for a rifle somewhere. I feel like, is there a huge purpose in not at least showing up? They can keep these for the next one. They don't have a lot of money, so I guess they can't really rebuy anything, but man.
I don't know why you wouldn't go for exits, if I'm being real.
Yeah, just a little bit. It just feels like...
Like, you could get an AK, you know, and what do you... I mean, Hardzao has armor, so that's the only justification for him, but everybody else, why not? Either way, we'll see what paiN opt to do. I mean, I feel like Nekus has really been the only one trying to kickstart these rounds with his fights towards dark, but a concerted effort from the team would be appreciated. No swimming there, and look at that.
We have got a criminal on our hands.
Yeah.
Where's the detectives when you need them?
I'm not even concerned about the fact that he's breathing underwater. I'm more just mad at he's not following the rules. Yeah.
Clearly. It's right there. Don't even arrest him. Just execute him. Like that. But now the chicken next to kid down.
Here we go. I mean, Nekus again. He's trying to make something happen for the team, but... Oh, okay. A little bit of a push towards long A. Zevi, if you peek this, you are the boldest man in the server. There is an op right there. And 5 versus 3 for Liquid.
I feel like this is the desperation coming out, right? This is where you realize the CT side is just almost indefensible, and they're trying to find a way to do it. They've been pushing out of the B-bomb side. Hasn't really been working. Now they try for some mid-aggression and a little bit over at the A side. I'm going to return to what I said earlier. At some point, you just go for like 4 people in the bomb site, and maybe you even push behind it. I feel like you have to roll the dice.
Yeah, I'd love to see something crazy. It seems like every CT side now on Anubis, you get some crazy play from the CTs. Some crazy mid-fight, some crazy take towards Nile.
Yeah.
This area out of long A. It's just something. Give me something.
We were talking about metal detectors the other day, but do you know there are people who do, like, they do magnetic fishing? So they have these, like, giant magnets.
They're robot fish out there or something.
Robot fish?
Are they robot fish? Why are you magnetic fishing?
I'm sure you could probably catch some of those. They might be worth a lot, you know?
Okay.
Stop the robot fish from taking over the world.
Yeah, okay. Where are you going with this, though? What about magnetic fishing?
I'm just saying you can drag magnets through the rivers, and you can probably mostly find bicycles that have been thrown in there, but every once in a while it's something different. I don't know why, but that sort of stuff does appeal to me.
Yeah.
I could see myself spending some time doing that.
Yeah, you just love on Terraria to just dig down, don't you?
That's exactly right.
Minecraft,
Terraria.
Yeah. You just like digging down.
That feeling when you fall right into the lava.
Uh-huh.
It's beautiful. But yeah, there's something about that. Just finding a little treasure underground somewhere. Just appealing, isn't it?
Yeah.
8-3, Liquid. Predictably, I think, in control of this first half. And paiN struggling to do anything so far. They've got a double AWP setup, but Eli's just going to get the opening. Good flashes around the corner. Bigo Sira, double spray down, but Sevi, he's getting hunted. Ooh. Yeah, he'd need a miracle to get one more kill in there. Nitro to pick him off. It starts out with a pretty decent defense, but it's such a relentless push from Liquid that it still might not be enough here. And now retake, I don't even know how, but you probably should try. This might be one of the better chances, even if it's a 2-on-3. See if you can get the quick headshot, make it a 2-on-2. A little bit of a chance there, but Naf will quickly get rid of him.
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, I mean, paiN actually went for a stack there. They had 3 people on the site. They just couldn't hold on. So not even bad in theory from paiN, but couldn't quite find the kills. Explosive hit. I wouldn't mind seeing a Mahone zone of that one. But then when paiN come back on the T side, we're going to be wondering what we're looking at.
Oh, man. It's... Yeah, I mean, I can't... I'd love to hear some of the pros at some point, or somebody else have like a different opinion about the CT side here. It's hard for me not to... Because this, I mean, I guess also for me, the problem is this is the same criticism that I had of Cobblestone back in the day. Is that eventually you just end up in a position where you just send 4 people to the B bomb side and 1 on A, and you just kind of...
Yeah.
You hope.
Yeah, and people love Cobblestone. They want it back every day. I see it on Twitter.
I know, they're stupid, aren't they?
They don't know what they're talking about. Okay, OC.
Was that was the worst run boost we've ever seen.
It was a failed run boost into a nice little wall bang, but okay, paiN, man advantage. This is looking pretty good for them, and now it's not. 3 versus 3. Still a lot of time for Liquid to play with in this one. You would love to see some sort of concerted effort from paiN to try to bring this one back.
Yeah, again, you probably should gamble. Take all 3 players, try and look for a Liquid player, make it a 2-on-3 before things get out of control.
They're tripling up mid.
Yeah, good stuff.
This is nice.
I appreciate this. Even if it doesn't work, I think the idea behind this is better than stretching out across the map. Elijah's just right there, and they're all going to come fight him. But again, if he has to jump on them, if he gets the right timing here, he might be able to see the gun barrel. Oh, they find him. Skulls. That's important. Super important. Again, now it's crunch time. Every single round for paiN is worth triple of what it would normally be here. They're going to get one more there. Skulls goes down, and now it's 40 seconds. Nitro. Bomb is up there. He's going to try and smoke it off, but he has to go and pick it up. All right. So far, so good. But are they going to respect it, or will they just come running through? Oh, my God. He fakes it. Oh, and they walk right in. A 1 versus 3 for Nitro. He looks ice cold, but that is an absolute steal, and that will be hard for paiN to recover from.
And that was like magnetic fishing.
It was. He's drawing them in. They are wearing helmets like Magneto. So if he had a strong enough magnet, maybe he could pull them through the smoke.
Oh, he did it.
It broke somebody's PC. That's how good it was.
Captain America said, "Get on my back."
Blown up. That's really heartbreaking.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity for paiN. They definitely had a chance there to put another on the tally. Would have been nice to see. Give them a little bit of breathing room going into the second half because, yeah, I mean, this map is actually starting to feel more and more one-sided the more I watch it, actually. Like, it's feeling like reverse early nuke.
Yes.
In CSGO.
Which...
Like, if you get 3 rounds, you're good.
I'll say it again. It doesn't work in reverse is the problem. It works if it's a really CT-sided map, because then you're watching a T-side. The way that I think of it is like, if you had to watch a movie about somebody planning a bank robbery, and they every time they fail, they adjust the plan and they try again. That could be a kind of a compelling story, and eventually they get it right, and you're like, ooh, they got the timing right. It was sick. That's what it is if you have a really CT-sided map. But if you have the reverse scenario, you're just watching somebody try to gamble a lot to hope that they're at the right place at the right time. But there is no real adjustment you can make for some of these defenses if you're just 2-on-3 and, like, 2 on B, 1 in middle, 1 on 2 on A. Like, it's not like there's a really strong setup you could do. It's just the nature of how it works. The way to beat it on other maps, obviously, if you have a hard time defending the bomb site, is to try and push forward a little bit more. Try and stop the T's from getting the positions they need to do the executes, but we've seen them try and fail, and it's not the first time. I'm skeptical. I'm very skeptical.
Yeah, I at this point, I wouldn't mind some sort of tweak to this map. Just give the CTs maybe 1 more rotation point, or make something faster for them. Maybe take away some of the angles at long B. Make that push feel viable. But as it stands, it's just not a lot of options for CTs on this one. And retaking is so difficult on B. A is possible. I've seen it happen more times, at least.
Yeah.
Just anecdotally, but I mean, yeah, if they get that bomb punched in at B, I mean...
It's also one of the things where if, let's say you get a late lurk out at the B bomb side for the CTs, if they start pushing out, if it's possible that even if you find nobody and you could sort of, sneak around to the A bomb side, you're just so far away.
It's so long.
Such a long road.
It takes forever.
You can call it into your teammates over at A and say, yeah, there's nobody outside of B. They're probably coming A. But then you might be 10 seconds late for the fight and they might all be dead. So it's like, it's just hard to deal with.
Yeah, I'm going to admit I was pretty sucked into this map when it first came out because I just think the fights on bomb sites feel fresh. They feel good. The amount of angles, the cool geometry with some of the cover on the sites, it feels really sleek. And but the way that map control works, it's just so T-favored now. People have really refined what it takes to just get space.
It's also the river in the area, the Nile position. The rotation time for the T's to rotate back and forth is, you know, from like that E-box connector to the other side is so quick compared to what the CTs have to do. The CTs have to take this really long route unless they somehow control that bridge in the middle, which they don't, almost by definition. So it's just a really, really long road to, and some huge part of Counter-Strike is about the mathematics behind who has the furthest distance to run. And the whole point of controlling some parts of the map obviously has to do with either increasing that time for the other team or limiting it for your own team, right? That's what it has to be about. So for the moment, I feel like there's something slightly wrong. I don't think it's an irredeemable problem at all. I think it's definitely tricky, right? On Cobblestone, it was probably worse because that entrance into the the long corridor leading into the B-bomb site was so long that if the CTs wanted to push that and they got caught in the middle of it, they're just instantly dead. So going aggressive on the B side of Cobblestone was such a nightmare. This one, I guess it's still hard to push outside of the B-bomb side, but can be done, I think.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more forgiving, but still.
I think one little tweak would do a world of difference. Just giving the CTs one more favorable fight would be nice.
Maybe make it so that for the T's to travel along the river, they have to... This is so...
It's the run boost. You know, OC says, screw it. We're T-side Anubis.
It failed, but I did it anyway. They have to use the gondola or whatever it is, like the little boat.
Oh, yeah.
They have to use that. Otherwise, they can't, like, travel across the river.
There was some great 007 game, Nightfire, and there was this map called, I think, Ravine, and it had gondolas between the two kind of bomb sites. So entertaining. A gondola feature would be hilarious.
Yeah, we go. It's another way to bring back Funk Vehicle and, you know, just watch like an entire team getting ferried across the middle. I think that's the way to do it. OC, all right, he did get shoulder peaked, jiggled a little bit. Smoke's going to be going up.
I'm a little bit disappointed they gave up the run boost, though. Oh.
Sick. They've given up the A-bomb site, too. paiN, that is.
Yeah, and this is actually a way Furia like to play Anubis. They almost give up A, they sack it so that they could really focus their defensive side towards B and middle at the start of rounds. And
respect.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually, because even when K-Serato's rotating back in, he just gets 2 kills every time.
That's a luxury.
It's a skill, yeah.
It's a skill.
Yeah, it's by design.
Again, I think this is kind of what they need to do. They have a couple of people here. 2 rotators from A are really far away. Well, it's the one starting to get a bit closer. Okay. Could almost have 4 people. And even if they're pistols, might be doable. Good shot there. Nitro gets one in return, and look at the pressure that it puts on Hardsau. Skulls are shown up, and a good double. This is huge. paiN every single round, like we said earlier. It's so important. I don't think anyone is thinking about Sevi right now. He's just been quietly lurking at the back of the bomb site, and Nitro is going to realize now. 29 seconds, just deep breath here for paiN. You don't need to get this one up. Nitro, he's really tried. Almost gets the tab on him, but Sevi takes him down in 4 rounds on the side of paiN. It's absolutely critical.
Wow, just a great hold right there. Good stuff for paiN to put another one on the board. See those kills back from the CT's perspective, because this was looking dire for paiN. Even though they had this man advantage, Skulls just doubles up with this A1S, and man, even though it's just 1 round, it feels so good for paiN.
Could easily be what makes the difference. Easily.
Yeah. I mean, we've been treating this half a little lightly, but I mean, this game is still completely on. Neck is, yeah, he tries to go for that again. He's really been testing his luck here, limit testing at that space, but at least his teammate's able to get involved. Nice. Big Azera is able to strike back as well. This is fired up paiN from that last round.
Yeah, and in terms of what's on the line, obviously, if you lose here, you get knocked out, so no second chances is real rough in the showdown.
Oh,
cards. What a time to find that second one. And again, now you want to see paiN take a real deep breath here because you don't want to give this back. It's a 2-on-4 turned into a 2-on-3, but Hafzal just can't miss right now. Nice triple for him. Should give enough space. Naf, always good for the clutch, but he walks right into the AWP on Sevi, and that's great. Another round. This game is still on. paiN can make it back. We'll see if they actually do in the second half.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make some noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike. Saiwu peeks, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead!
OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top.
Goddamn.
Oh, filthy! Absolutely filthy!
The dream team versus the super team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! Na'Vi taking on Vitality.
Sumda Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sumda Young and Sumda again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champion, Na'Vi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
If I die, main flank.
That's A player, they cleared mid.
Ready to peek this?
Yeah,
3, 2, 1.
Oh, I'm somehow peeking.
One more.
Nice!
Nice.
Good shit,
boys.
Give me them four.
Which one? Which one?
The A1, A1.
Nice.
What are they doing? Nice.
What are they doing, Yakinder asks. Well, they're in this game, and they're up a map on you. So no laughing just yet.
Oh, man. That's great. Yakinder. Where's that one? There's some famous interview with Simple where... Is he talking about Liquid? I can't remember what it sounds like. What he's saying, like he's almost crying, saying they play so bad. I don't think he actually said that, but it just it was some epic comeback. I'm gonna have to find that somewhere. One of my favorite moments. Anyway, I think we're one coach short of starting the game, and then we should be going into it on the second half here. This good little voice over there. Obviously, you could tell some brief communication, but a lot of joy on the Liquid side. They should be feeling pretty good, just not too comfortable yet.
Yeah, I'm not exactly certain where you need to be to feel comfortable on this map. I think it's around 11 for T side.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, because Yeah, it really does feel like the reverse early nuke. Like if the other team on CT side wins the pistol and the following 2 rounds, they almost feel great about the half already. That's how one-sided this has been lately. Yeah, at ESL Pro League, this map was 58% favored T side. The most one-sided map.
Yes. In
the pool. And we saw some just monumental comebacks. The Vitality phase 1, the most memorable, 14-1 phase up. Vitality brought it all the way back, winning in overtime.
Yeah.
That's just the power of a properly played T side.
And until it changes, right? That's also why if you're watching this map and you should be excited for every single CT round. That obviously is not normally the case. Maybe some rounds you're like, oh, okay, they won a round. It's not worth celebrating. But yeah, every single CT round here, you really should be thinking that's huge. That's massive. That could make the difference because truth is that it could. So 10-5. I mean, right now, I think paiN, they're probably okay. Similar as to sort of, you know, how maps like Nuke used to play. Winning the pistol suddenly also becomes a pretty big deal because you might not have a lot of runway. If you're Liquid and you're in 10 rounds, if you can win the pistol here, you might be in an absolutely great position.
Yeah, and I think looking at the round history, you see that paiN did win the pistol, they won the following, and it seemed like paiN just turned it up a notch at the last couple rounds there, fired themselves up.
Yeah.
And that was off of the back of Skulls with the multi-frag on the B-bomb site with the A1S, one of the few safe guns they had in that round. And then the following round, round 15, they just started getting aggressive everywhere at the same time, and it worked out in their favor.
With the
and that kind of feels like how you more or less should play Anubis CT side. You should take some risks. You just play back. That's why Liquid had such a huge lead, because paiN were playing more or less default for the first 13 rounds.
Yeah, they were waiting around a lot. I mean, this is another thing that I just don't know about yet, but I'm curious to see how Liquid will play it themselves now that they're on the CT side. If they have a similar opinion. I haven't actually had a chance to talk to a lot of pros about this map. I'm just kind of giving you
I've talked to a couple.
Thoughts, but...
Yeah, I've talked to a couple about it at Pro League and even a little bit at Katowice, and it just kind of rang that it was almost too obvious to them now how to get map control cleanly and safely, and then they more or less know that the CTs have to bite back. They have to do some crazy reaction, and if you're just ready for those, you can really whittle down the clock, or you can just, you know, punish for those kinds of plays.
This guy has the first nuclear power keyboard. It's pretty cool.
I'm looking for the first wave-powered keyboard.
Wave power.
Yeah. Right. Any teams you're interested in at the European or RMRs, Anders, that like the jury's out for you, that you just were like, let me get a little more of this team?
There are I mean, I think right now there are so many teams that I just have nothing but question marks about on some level. But I guess like some of the more obvious ones. I mean, I think a team like Sprout, I would probably like to see a little bit more.
Yeah.
They seem like a fun potential upset team that could kind of like ruin somebody else's day.
Yeah.
In a massive way, I could imagine.
They're one of those upset teams.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of who else. I mean, I think a team like Eternal Fire probably also in that same category for me.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing more 9. Really?
9, obviously. I think, obviously, Forza, the way that they played at Pro League was sick.
Oh,
and
Forza,
they are
yeah.
on people's radar. They are actually a really fun team to watch. Jerry, obviously, everyone loves Jerry.
Jerry's the best.
Yeah.
Sign me up for every Jerry interview.
Result looked like he was also super sick. On the other side, I really love watching Fluxo play.
Oh, yeah, for America's RMR, yeah.
For the America's RMR, they got Lukowski.
Oh, Lukowski is just a monster.
They bought out for quite a lot of money, and I think it's worth it, too.
I think it was like $300,000, rounding to the nearest 100,000th. So,
yeah. It's I think so far as I can tell, that wasn't necessarily a bad idea. He really looks really, really sick, in my opinion. So, there's something to work with.
And there's also, for me, I think I have a big question about complexity, because, you know, going into that match versus Imperial, all of us except for Maniac predicted complexity, just kind of probably based off of recent performances, especially at Katowice, but it seems like under pressure they can crumble just like that. But we're back in this.
Heard Maniac in the green room say, woo! Hyping himself up. Well played, Maniac. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yes, here we go. Thanks for solving the tech issues, whoever has done it. 10-5, and the second half is live. Yukinda is flashed in. That should be a kill. Again, the pistol round is massive. It's so important for Liquid to win this one. It's hard to get those CT rounds. They know it, and now they've been overrun. Big with Zero. That's a huge check from Nitro. I don't even know how he knew, but he did. And it still might not help them. Nekkers has stolen the USB, and he's wielding it to great effect, taking down Nitro. Naf is entirely on his own. He's got some dualies, but they won't keep him warm at night. Nekkers will get that last shot.
No, they don't actually provide much body heat. That is going to be it. paiN, yeah, with the pistol. That's 2 pistols here on Anubis. Usually that results in a map victory.
Yeah.
I'm worried for Liquid now. paiN has simply gotten the better of them repeatedly. This team seems to be their kryptonite.
That flashbang at the beginning is super godlike. That could have been at least the one, maybe even a double opening for Yukinda. That would have been really sick, but we'll see. 10-6, and I'm gonna say my hope here is that Liquid show us that they're gonna be the team that have kind of figured it out, that they're a step ahead of the meta on the CT side, and can come up with enough tricks and enough gambles or enough aggression, grouping up to try and fight. Okay.
That was a nice shot. Yeah, I agree. I would love to see Liquid just impose themselves a little bit more than what we got out of paiN. But I don't know if this is the round to do it. They've got a scout and a deagle left. Heavy still holding down in that lower area. And okay, Elige is able to collect an AK. That's a huge kill to find. Okay, bombs down actually now. Hards out Big Uzera. They're just working with MAC-10s. Elige, head armor, Kevlar, an AK.
Yeah, that head armor is absolutely game-changing against the MAC-10s. And he's not that damaged. 75 health still. Big Uzera is thinking about it. He really wants to take the drop down, but this is what an awkward position to be in. For as much as we were hyping up the T sides and how it's going to be just an easy roll here for paiN, if they let go of this round, it's pretty unforgivable.
That's not a great smoke.
Not good enough. Not going to cover the bomb. Here's the drop down. Big Uzera gets one, and 20 seconds left. Nitro on the other end does not have the body armor. He might be in trouble. He's getting hunted. Low on health. He needs an instant headshot right now. I'm really worried about this. Big Uzera knows where he is. A little bit of a tag, but not quite enough. And it's so close, and yet so far. Big Uzera will take him down, and they survive a huge scare in that round. That's a wake-up call to paiN.
Oh, that could have been one for Liquid to bring it back, but okay. I mean, technically they still have the lead, but it doesn't feel like it with how this map plays out. Wow, 10-7. paiN barely surviving. Elige putting up a great fight there at Dark.
Yeah. Naf helping out as much as he could.
Man, this duel with Nitro, you could tell he just backed himself in a corner, hoped for the best, and it would have had to be just the instant double headshot from his pistol.
Yeah, probably. One flash on OC, and they're all grouped up for a little skirmish, a little mission, a little adventure, a little journey, a little excursion into the center of the map.
They didn't even use the flash.
Not needed.
I was ready for it.
The flash was to bait the casters.
Yeah. Okay, just one kill goes the way of Liquid. Let's see if they can do anything else. Yeah, I was going to see how long you could keep the synonyms going.
Le Voyage?
Yeah. I've kind of lost track of the words you used already, but I would normally chime in and things like this.
It's all good. The moment passed since they're all dead anyways.
Yeah.
Just OC with his flashbang. I guess that could keep you warm at night, but only for a really short...
You didn't say Odyssey, did you?
No, I didn't. That's true.
Yeah, that's one. That's a good one. Shouts out Odysseus one time.
Always remembered.
Or shouts out Kubrick.
I wonder how they make flashbangs. I have to... I'm gonna...
Isn't it like just burning...
Magnesium?
Something like magnesium really fast, like high concentration.
That'd be my guess.
Cool shot, OC.
I bet if we buy some magnesium powder, we give it a test in the studio.
I think Launders has magnesium on him at all times.
Yeah, him and I were exchanging, we're bonding over magnesium supplements.
Magnesi bros.
Yeah, exactly. You just got to.
You're magnesi pilled.
That's exactly right. Quite literally.
Yeah, you actually have pills of magnesium.
It's 10-8, and again, under normal circumstances, maybe this doesn't seem like the alarm bells are ringing. Maybe it just seems like a normal day in the office, but at the current point in time, the building is in fact on fire for Liquid. So you might not be an alarm ringing at this point in time, but you should smell the smoke.
I think we've been really good smoke detectors in this series.
Yeah.
We called it for Liquid right away on Noob that they were in deep trouble. And yeah, they are in trouble once again here. Good map control for paiN. They're able to take away Dark already from OC. This could lead to such a variety of plays. Liquid, they're going to be on their toes for the rest of this. Like to see if they're going to get proactive somewhere on the map, actually decide their own fate, but I think it's going towards Long B, actually. Yeah, okay, Hard's out. He'll be tested. Good flash there. He's blinded. I think Yakinder had to have spotted him.
Yes, and he's in a very awkward position, but he does have some backup behind him, and that might be helpful. Hard's out. Good kill. Yakinder, he's still stuck out there, and he's going to fight to the death. In the meanwhile, OC and Nitro also got a couple of kills, so this is working out in their favor. Huge position right now. A rare 3 versus 2 in favor of Liquid here on the CT side. And what do they do with it? Nitro walking a little bit towards the middle. Probably a good idea. Even in terms of just maybe playing a retake on the bomb side. The spray is through, and Nitro! Massive double. Triple overall in the round, but that last finish is absolutely perfect. Well, that will give them another round. And again, they're hard to come by, so big deal for Liquid.
Yeah, that already feels like Liquid have a great understanding of how you have to play the CT side. It's not even a matter of choice or style. This is just what you need to do. You need to be taking fights on your own terms. They go for that swing out Long B, works in their favor. At the same time, they're pushing out A as well. I mean, that's that kind of chaos you just have to invite on Anubis.
Yeah.
Open the tomb. Let it consume you.
Let the mummies out.
Yes. Emotep is real.
Yeah, you just have to believe enough, you know? Ooh. No real weapons to work with on the paiN side. This could get interesting. Probably going to be a 12-8 scoreline here. Again, that's not enough to celebrate yet if you're Liquid, but it's going to get you a couple of steps closer for sure. Nitro's playing really well on this map. He's got 15 kills. Leading the board.
Oh. Oh, no. Okay.
A little bit scary.
Yeah, they got it. Okay. Rotation was in.
A lot of dinks landing on Elige. It sounded like he was getting hunted.
Yeah, I wonder how many bullets they hit him with there.
It sounded maybe worse than it actually was, but it was pretty aggressive. Okay, that's fine. That's a little bit of a freebie coming the way of Liquid. And they'll absolutely take it. It's a 4-round lead that they have right now. And if you are just joining in the middle of the, or I don't know, yeah, somewhere in the middle of the day probably, this is the second map in this best of 3. We still have a potential third one if and only if Liquid can win this one. They're about 4 rounds already doing that. And then we have a whole other best of 3 afterwards, which could get very interesting as well.
Wow.
Elige going to be catching Big with Zera, who for some reason felt the need to push for the smoke.
Yeah, I've kind of been patient from Big Uzera, but it's actually to set up a B play.
Yeah, they come charging through. Smokes are up, Yakinder. And OC, this is a huge lockdown. Liquid, they're doing such a good job. It looked like OC was confused by the sound of the AK, and he might have thought that was the T behind him. But it doesn't matter. They get the defense in. Super well done. Liquid are proving us wrong about defending on the CT side, and that's good.
Yeah, they're looking good on this one. paiN on the same side. I mean, they just kind of are rushing into some of these plays a little bit quickly. Not really going through all the map control procedures you'd necessarily expect for middle, especially.
Yeah.
Big Uzera just jumping through a smoke right there pretty haphazardly. Definitely have more room to develop the round on the paiN side of things. But Liquid are going to take that. Yeah, they're good to punish in those situations. Player quality is definitely showing on the North American side of things.
I feel like, especially like you said, putting pressure on the middle for the T side is so important because that's what forces the CTs to stay super thin on both the bomb sides. And obviously, I guess Big Uzera tried it running through the smoke, but it's just a little bit wild. Flawless round from Liquid. They don't lose a single player. And even better, they get up to 14. So they're really close to getting this job done.
Liquid are in a great position. Great chance we're going to be seeing Mirage, which is a very curious rematch. Last time around, paiN were the victors on that, and it was actually a very convincing win for paiN at Pro League in the playoffs. Liquid have to right their wrongs, and Daps gave us so much insight in the pregame interview with Heku. So I'm sure that they have done that.
Skulls, yeah, he's thinking about it. The right idea. Very, very aggressive move coming out from Liquid. But again, I kind of following the philosophy of keeping the pressure on and not just defaulting into the bomb sites. Liquid, they trade 1 for 1. Skulls will eventually fall.
Oh, all 4 players from paiN towards middle. And we can see that Liquid, they're staying pretty active on the extremities here. So paiN is going to be a pretty one-dimensional approach. Still has the chance to be very effective, but they... Oh, wow. Okay, you rarely actually see this. There are so many angles that T's have to clear when they actually decide to go through Temple. But this might catch Liquid off guard. They've got 3 defenders, and it looks like they're just completely overlooking this. Oh, no. Liquid, they're going to be bamboozled in just a second. Big Guzera, he wants to go for more. Trigger Discipline's there. 2 kills for him, but Naf with the double spray down.
How does that happen? They were so ready for it. 50 seconds still. Nitro... Oh, sorry, he's already dead. It's Liege coming in from the other side. Maybe able to shoot them in the back just like they did. Yeah, he's got the right timing for it. Nekis goes down, and Hardsau is now on his own. Putting up the smoke. Naf is going to be walking in on the other side. That's actually smoked off as well. That's real interesting. And Hardsau is going to try and relocate his position. They will have diffuse kits, and they'll have smokes as well. Once they realize where he is, he might be in a lot of trouble here. They have a little bit of time, Liquid. I'm sure the communication is on point right now, and Hardsau has to find the time to peek. There's one of them, and now it's up to Elige. She's very low on health already. Hardsau jiggling around this pillar, and Elige, all the pressure is on. He can't find him, and he can't shoot for the pillar either. Oh, there's the headshot, and not enough time. Oh, it's so close. But unfortunately, even with the double kill, Elige will have to run away. That's an unbelievably close round that probably Liquid could have won.
Yeah, great composure from Hardsau, though. Just hanging out right behind that pillar. That is a fat pillar. Never really thought about its width until now.
Thick, as the kids like to say.
They do. They definitely do describe it as such. I'm not talking to kids every day, though, Anders. I don't know about you. Actually, you have kids, so...
Yeah, I have to keep up, you know.
Kind of makes sense.
To be able to speak the language. Yeah. All that stuff. Wow, yeah. Sometimes not fighting is just the better option, I guess.
Well played. Good stuff. Cool mid-round from paiN, though, I gotta say. Don't really see too many conversions towards B through middle. Very tough to breach from that space. But Liquid, see if they keep the pressure on. Nitro, jump spot over his smoke right there. Skull should be able to hear this.
Seems so dangerous, doesn't it?
I think he wants to go for it.
If he does, though, that's an individual risk that might not be necessary. Again, given the idea that we've been sort of saying that the CT side is super underfavored in this, to go for a single fight, like even if you feel like you have the jumper spot information there, it's still, I don't know, maybe just develop the middle a little bit more like they have been. Oh, Nekis.
Oh, it looked like they wanted to breach with that flash, but Nekis recognized that it wasn't actually going to make it through the smoke. Good awareness there. Sometimes players will just charge head-on through. And they actually set up another flash. Oh, Nekis, how does he get that? Looked like he was gray screen for sure, but he's able to find the double kill. All on OC behind the obelisk, and he's able to pick up a second, but it's not enough.
That's so crazy. Elige, the timing was nearly good for that kill. It would have been a 2-on-2 if he had found it. He's trying to get the job done, but Big Guzera easily edges him out in that fight. And now it's Nitro to try and see if he can clutch it. He's done it a couple of times already. This time it's a 1 versus 3. And he's going to try and take the walk out. He's volunteering himself into this crossfire. How do you not get peeked from both players? Well, this might be it. Bouncing it off instead of throwing it down. And that's unfortunate because nobody's in that corner. He's going to go for it and surely going to get shot in the side of the head. Big Guzera will take him down, and paiN. I feel like they're taking more risks than Liquid were on this T side, but I guess it's kind of working.
They definitely are, but that was also very well played in the 2 versus 1. I love Big Guzera's reposition right behind the pillar there. Recognizes that as long as his teammate takes first contact, it's going to be a pretty difficult 90-degree flick for Nitro. He wants to actually find that. And yeah, I mean, that kill onto Yakinder just felt so random. He just shot when he was gray screen and it worked out for him. Clean entries like that really make you scratch your head when you're on the CT side, but it's going to be another round for paiN. And I think that Liquid, they've been exhibiting good signs on the CT side as long as they just don't neuter themselves. As long as they keep up some of that pressure, they've been doing pretty well in terms of contesting for space.
Yeah, I agree. But the scary thing is obviously also if they run out of the money. At 14 to 10, if they lose this round, Liquid, paiN probably bounce more or less to 12. So the gap could probably close a little bit quicker than Liquid would want at the moment. Still playing a little bit forward on the A-bomb side, but not by much. So this is more of a standard kind of a defense on the Liquid side that we're seeing. Gone are the tricks of pushing outside of B or A or anywhere for that matter. It seems like paiN just want to rinse and repeat over at the B-bomb side.
Yeah, very default hold, actually, for the side of Liquid. OC's presented an interesting angle. They're able to take down Nekaz. This defense becomes a lot easier. He's the only person coming from dark right now.
Yeah.
The rest of the crew coming from long, and Skulls is kind of hanging out in mid. He's pretty far away from the play.
Go. Nekaz already out, but Yakinder is forced into it with a Molotov. OC flashed for a minute, but not for long. He's going to get one kill there. They're right on top. Oh. Great flicks are coming out. OC, he's found a double, and now he's a little bit patient. He wants for somebody to peek into him, and actually, they're going to plant the bomb on the other side. They're just going to ignore him and pretend that he's not even there. That's a bit rude. Oh, the timing! He almost got himself killed. Nitro wanted to help out OC. That's not a connection either, and now they're inside of the smoke. What a play from biguzero. It's another very, very close round, but paiN will pick it up. 14-11, and that's the last bit of cash expended by Liquid.
Yeah, really good patience from OC, but even better movements from biguzero. As soon as biguzero has been getting onto this B side, he's been showing such mastery of the angles and what's available to him. As soon as he heard that shot, he knew he could tuck into that smoke right there.
Yeah, that was really cool. Okay, 14-11. Some upgraded pistols, a couple of smokes, just in case. Maybe you run into a slow round from paiN. Maybe they make a mistake. You put it down to 20 seconds. One of those smokes could be huge.
Yeah, really heavy lean towards B. Glad to see Liquid are going for a gamble play here. And Nitro, yeah, he's juggling two different spots right now, middle and A. And best case scenario for Liquid in this round is that Nitro kills an A lurker in Skulls, and then paiN just start moving to B. That is the dream round for them. But it really means that Nitro does have to get that kill.
Yeah, he's quite far away from even that being a possibility at the moment. It's very much the same kind of setup, right? Nekaz here on his own. They trust him to do that. Skulls on the other side and the other three working as a team. Here we go. Oh, that's the magic source. That's what they need.
Only worry is that that might force him to A, but no, biguzero's still hanging around here. 40 seconds left now. He's going for a wide swing. Wow. Okay. Felt very un-NAF-like, but...
Got some great info.
Yeah, exactly. They saw the bomb, too.
Because they were actually rotating back to the bomb site. So the fact that NAF did that, even if it looked like a suicide mission, it's still worth it. biguzero, good shot. Yakinder spins around. Or if he would have had that one, it would have been real interesting. Elige, can we get 3 headshots? There's one!
Oh,
yes,
no
we
way.
can! You must be kidding! He can't believe it himself! Elige! What a monstrous performance!
What a huge explosion! Oh my! That's exactly what Liquid needed. A shot in the arm coming in from one of NA's greatest.
This is an absolute miracle.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, nobody could believe that.
Just 3 shots, 3 kills.
Actually speechless. Oh my god. Well, that's how you get a third map. That's what you need. Liquid, they're close now. They can feel it.
Oh yeah. That was just beautiful. paiN, they go for the timeout after it, but not sure if it's going to be enough. Liquid, they're fired up. They realize that They can bring this to a third. They can bring us to Mirage. Liege very timely on those shots, just playing right there on the edge of that smoke, and huge pop-off moment for him. And look at the buy from paiN. A few Tech 9s. They've got great utility. They can get that map control, but converting and actually finding those frags, that's going to be the challenge here.
They really have been running the same default over and over and over again on this T side, which I'm just really curious about. That's a good idea for the booster. And could have nearly caught Liege, but he realizes what's up. We're gonna need to just see that replay again. We have to go and watch that a couple of times. He's 24 kills right now. Godlike performance. Now the pressure is on. They're getting a bit close, flashed around, and they also take down Nitro. So yeah, this A bomb site's got to get wiped out. I don't think OC is gonna be able to hold it. They're coming in from every angle, and even if he would have got one more, they would have pushed up behind him as well. Yukinder and Naf, time to save, and paiN are on 12.
Just swarm OC just like that. Yeah, Liege, you know, he did so well in the previous round, but just simply run over this time. Couldn't hold on to mid, no forewarning. OC just caught a no man's land on that site. paiN, keep the pressure on.
Yeah, and they're gonna, I mean, the economy is everything to Liquid, right? In the last 3 rounds after this one, the amount of rifles that they're gonna have is probably gonna determine a lot about whether or not this goes to overtime, or whether or not Liquid can move past that and win it in regulation. That's what they need.
Yeah, I'd love to see Liquid do something interesting again. Even on that pistol round, when they just had a couple deagles here and there, they still went for the heavy B lean, just trying something different. And it does seem like they more or less settled into a more default approach in the last one. All right, let's see. All right. A1S's. No serious investment from the other players from Liquid.
Well, the timeout being called.
Still very possible for paiN to bring this one back.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. I'm very curious about why they are so insistent on that one default, with Nekkers coming through middle and Skulls outside of the A-bomb side, and the other three. It feels like it's also becoming very predictable now.
Yeah, it's true. Usually you'd see teams really focus on middle. Opening up that A split seems to be a hallmark of a lot of teams' T sides here. At least putting that pressure on, because getting dark isn't generally the hard part. It's usually keeping the CTs guessing. Forcing him into some sort of reaction is ideal.
I'm not worried. Liege has a deagle. It's all going to be fine. We're good to go. He's locked in. Just another couple of good headshots, and they can fight for Mirage. All right, a little bit more of a lean to the A side from paiN's point of view. Nitro's been playing this on his own, and it's been probably kind of a dull task for him over here. There's not been much happening.
I'm going to be honest, I actually watch Nitro demos to see how to play this side if your mechanics aren't that good, at least compared to other Tier 1 competition, and I just got owned every time I've tried playing like it. I could never make this work. This jiggle peek it's pretty hard. I mean, it's a left eye jiggle, and if they just do a crouch wide swing on you, you just get dumpstered.
Right.
So I don't know how he makes it work.
He's got that timing. Smoke is up. He's going to try and get a bit close. P2 50 in hand.
Oh, there's a big rotation from Liquid, though.
There is. They're walking in behind. They got a Liege on the other side. When that smoke fades, you got to wonder. There's one flashbang left on Yukinder, and he's quite far back on the site. He's going to pop it in, and they're going to go for it. Oh, what a great flash, but they can't find the kill behind it. Still, that kind of confirms that everyone is out there. Yukinder's spray is real good. He gets a double, and Liege, he's spinning all over the place. They're both going to be going down. Naf, the only one that can save the day now. 1 versus 2. It's tempting, and he had the dink. He had the headshot on Sevi, but it still is not enough. They had the stack. They had the right idea. They even had the pop flash at the perfect time. I mean, Liquid, you can't really ask for much more. That's a good defense.
So close. If Naf had an AK, he wins that. Just going to put it up to that. Yeah, would have wanted a little bit more value out of that flash. Nitro had a great opportunity to find some kills, but just couldn't actually complete any of those. So, paiN, they keep it going. Even though that was more or less figured out, just not enough firepower on the Liquid side there. Not something you usually say.
No, not typically the problem, but I mean, yeah, the whole theory behind how to play that obviously was, I don't think it gets better than that. Just the flash for the information, for the potential kill, everything about it was good. Last time I'd been used by paiN, they're real close now to getting into the overtime. They can taste it. Liquid are probably dreading this exact scenario.
Love that OC's getting on the mic, though.
Yeah, he's having...
If he's calling his own play, I have hope. I have hope, Anders.
Okay.
OC calling the shots, going for something early.
That's what you need. If you're going to be running for it with the AWP, you've got to call it out at spawn, right?
Yeah. If you can get a pick, turn the tides in the favor of Liquid, gives them a real chance to close this one out. Nitro, once again, playing this jiggle game.
Yeah, like you said, it's not necessarily easy. Oh, Molotov, he realizes what's coming. He puts out a smoke to try and widen that defense down there.
Oh, no.
But they are all over him. He's got no shot at it. Skulls has run him down already, and Liquid can save.
That's the one saving grace here. Just the single casualty on the side of Liquid. If they're able to keep all these guns moving into round number 30, they're not in a terrible position. That's a big death, though.
Yeah.
That makes things much more difficult for the next round.
This round, this kind of attack to the A-bomb side has been so much easier for paiN than the split they were trying to do on the B-bomb side with Nekkers in the middle. At least for now, but obviously it's also because Nitro's been playing it on his own. It's a huge risk for Liquid if they want to change that defense. Because again, the extreme...
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That's tough.
I smell overtime.
Smells like overtime, doesn't it?
Yep.
The problem with the extremity of that A-bomb side, right, is that if you push out, if you put another player with Nitro, so now they're doubled up in that position, they're so far away from everything. They're just so far away. If the call comes in, oh, it's a quick B push, then it's like, oh, great. Well, then we'll just wait the next round, I guess. We'll see you on the other side of this.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, just certain teams' philosophies for what sort of player they're putting as their A anchor. I mean, Furia, for example, uses K Serato there, and it's not even arguably, he is just flat out their best rifler, because you want to make sure that guy gets 2 kills every single time.
Yeah.
Liquid are using objectively their weakest rifler, and you can see how it's really actually punishing him. Not able to find any kills, no even chance or shot at a retake there, and you just move on to the next round.
Hard life if you're playing that solo position, as we can tell. The scoreline, it is 14-15.
Oh, it's all OCs.
Wow.
Okay, we're back.
For a moment, we were excited. There was a dream. That would have been the winning move. Clone OC and have him play all the positions.
10 ops. All right. Yeah, Neck is taking the space so early once again. Just licked by the flame. Little taste. Nothing too worrying.
Water's right there behind him. It's all good. Round number 30. Liquid. What a relief it would be if they can just make it through here without too much worry and get to play the third map. That's going to be a mental reset. Mirage will be a very, very different affair, I have no doubt. But if it goes into overtime, then all of the horror of what was happening on Nuke is going to come flooding back into their minds. Double setup this time.
Yeah, they're already doubling up.
They see it coming, don't they? OC, I think, is rotating the other way in the middle, though. So Elige back here. Is it going to be enough to push forward? Oh, that's a nice find with the Molotov behind him as well. Nitro, and he makes it back with the AK. He's optimized this. The smoke is up, and Hartzau beats him in one frame, I think. He just managed to get that AK shot off, but the bomb is committed to this. They know what's coming now, Liquid. They can make the rotation. Yakindar is about to trap somebody here, but yeah, he's going to find it as well on Biguzira. This might be it for Liquid. This might be their shot at it. 27 seconds. Sevi, he's going to find one, but OC will not miss the shot. I think they've done it. I think they've managed to pull through. Nekkers is way too far away. Liquid This was almost certainly going to be overtime the way that his map is structured, but instead, they've managed to beat them. This is sick. No chance here. 16-14 for Liquid as they bring down paiN on Anubis and push it onto a third map. It's going to be Mirage, the final battleground here between these two teams. It's very, very well played. Some real strength on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, good stuff. Liquid, they break the streak. That was 4 in a row for the side of paiN, but Liquid, they punch back. They bring us to Mirage. We're going to find out how that goes. First, a break, and then the desk.
Probably like in the gap. Yeah, in the gap on the bottom. And one top. Two, they're sleeping.
Nice.
One more.
Yeah, resmoked house.
One more B main. One more B main.
The other guy was top main.
And the other guy should be Cheetah, I think.
Okay. So, going triple. Can you look at my B main?
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh is the cross. Just don't be seen from.
I have it now. I have all of your B-man.
Got it. Good now.
Just watch Cheetah.
Minute. One more. Nice!
Good fucking shit.
Sick,
bro. Sick!
Well, that moment may have been sick, but for some of it, it was definitely not. It got so close again for Liquid and paiN, and my, oh my, there was one point there. If it wasn't for that magic deagle round from Elise, I'm 100% sure we'd be sat there saying paiN just won and they're going forward to the grand final, yada, yada, yada. What? But my God, why is it so close every time?
I was going to say, why does it got to be so complicated? Why does it has to be so long drawn out, stamina driven? That's crazy. Look at the round history. Listen, if it weren't for the both pistol rounds and conversion, I will make the statement that Liquid was the better team here.
Sure.
But why is it so complicated for them to close it on the CT side? They were so passive, so unlike Liquid. that they allowed paiN to go through all of the motions, the executes they had. How many times did we see Nitro being caught off guard on the A side? Because the connection between he and Elish towards mid is a little bit complicated. He gets executed on, gets 1-for-1 traded. That's it, moving to the next round. And the comeback was definitely happening. And if it wasn't for a bunch of crazy moments, it could have been a 2-0 very realistically.
And I'm saying, without that Elise round, I think, do we have the Elise round? Can we get that up? Because that was some monstrous Deagle plays where I just felt like at that point, oh my God, that's it now. They surely should be fine.
That was the turnaround. That was the round that decided it all. We see it right here. Again, it's a good opening by Elise, of course, with the Deagle. Then a bounce back coming here from Big Zero. And you think to yourself, at the scoreline 14-11, there's a possibility for paiN. That T-side up until this point has been very, very good. Again, the trade coming in, and now Elish finds himself in a 1v3. It shouldn't be possible. They get ahead of themselves. They give him all the options, and he's hitting every single shot. Even the little thumb coming out right there, Elish was excited about himself, as he should be. He was the reason. He was the reason why they won.
That's the beauty of Counter-Strike. And I say the beauty of Counter-Strike because I cannot even fault paiN. I don't think paiN played it wrong.
No.
I just think every once in a while, in the beauty that is Counter-Strike, which we love and adore, there is a spark happening, and 3 just goddamn bullets of Deagles, and they put you to the cemetery.
Well, let's hope it's done some inspiring in the Liquid camp, and let's see what their mic'd up moment was like for that.
I'm flanking B main.
B main one. Hit.
Opping flank, opping flank.
Oh, cheetah one.
B main opping deep. Nice, dude.
Sick, bro.
Holy.
The ending there as well with Pornekis. Oh no, we had him and it's all gone.
It's the moment when this action, this one-man action happened as well, because yes, Liquid is in the lead, but by watching the game, you're starting to get this feeling that they don't know how to win the CT round. We've already had 3 in a row from paiN, and they're very meticulously taking map control away, and then they're basically checkmating him at chess game. That's what's happening. You know what? I'm taking this part of the map, I'm taking this part of the map, and then I'm going to execute on you. You're trading, it's not favorable to you, and I'm closing the round. And it's all happening without Liquid being able to do anything about it. Although, even though I should say, in spite of Elish's very good performance.
And when we're talking about Elish's very good performance here, if we go to the previous events this year with Liquid, we've been looking at NAF, we've been looking at OC, we've been looking at Yakinda. Elish hasn't been quiet, but he's not been like this. This is the Elish you want to see.
Yes, this is exactly the Elish you want to see, and I want to add context to his game here as well. Of course, the Deagle round is in particular the one that changed the game, but overall, over all the 30 rounds, he was the best performing player for Team Liquid as well. He found impact on the T side, he found impact with the Deagle on the CT side as well. And as you were talking about, James, coming into the tournament, he was statistically speaking in one of his worst periods in many, many years. His rating was down there. He wasn't really finding his individual form, and something tells me that Elish is slowly but surely ramping up for the RMR, slowly but surely ramping up for the major, and that's where you want to see him peak, because he is in fact one of the best players in North American Counter-Strike.
And he took a whole lot of responsibility on that map of Anubis, I have to say. Towards the middle side of the map, on the T side, he was taking duels, he was taking timings, he was taking map control with the rest of the crew behind him. Some might argue when he couldn't find the entry kill, that's a bit complicated, but he was doing it. And same on the CT side. And that is a weakness that paiN sort of kind of localized. They realized that he was getting in a whole lot of very committed duels, not necessarily with people behind him, not necessarily with help or utility. He was facing people because he was feeling confident, and that was also a bit exploited by paiN.
Well, we're going into Mirage next as the decider, and this could still go either way. There is no easy game for Liquid going up against paiN, but what are we thinking about this? Because paiN is not ranked as high as Liquid. Liquid has all these names. We're talking all positively about this is bad for Liquid, but is it actually an even matchup now, Pimp?
Yeah, I would argue it is an even matchup. One problem for me is that paiN has one player missing on the server right now. We talked about Sevi a lot coming into the game.
Yeah.
He's played 30 T rounds so far in this game, and he's had 9 kills. The AWP player, the star of the team, the guy that we labeled the best performing player for paiN Gaming coming into the game, has been missing completely for this game so far. If he's not gonna recharge, if he's not coming back on Mirage, then I think Liquid has more than enough firepower and more than enough experience to win this. If paiN, on the other hand, is firing on all cylinders, I can see paiN winning this game still. It's still an open matchup. Liquid are still not playing the best brand of Counter-Strike, but it will requires paiN Gaming to show up in full force. Otherwise, there should be too much experience winning Liquid.
Yeah, you talk about experience, and I think it has to be the key word. Remember, in Pro League, this is where paiN spanked, literally, Liquid 16-7 on Mirage, right, with very good starts on both halves. And if you are Liquid and if you have all that experience we've talked about, you know how you lost. You know what happened. You know what were the main assets of paiN. You know what timings they beat you to, what strategies they used the most. And you have to make a statement here. You have to prove that when you play that ever so-called rematch, you have learned more than them and you have adapted more.
You talk about good starts, right? paiN have had a good start in every single half so far. They won 4 pistol rounds in the game, and they converted 3 out of the 4 pistol rounds. So Liquid will have to win a pistol at some point in the game, and it may as well happen on Mirage. They need to make sure they're not getting off to a good start. They need to make sure Sevi is not getting off to a good start as well. And I think, personally, believe Liquid has enough right now. I believe Yakinda is a fantastic Mirage player as well. We haven't seen him much so far in this series, but there should be enough firepower, within Liquid.
There should be enough firepower within Liquid. That is the story we continue to talk about here. But the question for me is that can they get over this hurdle in their minds, especially with how much they want Washington here, Maniac?
I think they can, because I think this right here, they've just avoided the absolute trap card on that map of Anubis. I think if paiN was to actually go and succeed in that upset, that would have been in 2-0. That would have been when Liquid had their backs against the wall. Now that they have survived it, a sigh of relief, you move on to Mirage, and I kind of disregard the result that happened in Pro League. I don't think it's going to be 16-7 again. I had Liquid at the start. They've avoided catastrophe right here, and they're cruising towards the final.
Is there more pressure, though, on Liquid right now than there is for paiN, or do you think it's still even?
More pressure on Liquid for sure. It's about a spot going to Washington. We could end up in a situation where there'll be no North American team heading into Washington for the finals. So yes, right now all the pressure is on Team Liquid.
Well, let's see who can survive that pressure. Let's see who can get the win when it comes to Mirage. We're going to a quick break, but when we come back, it'll be time to decide who will have a chance of going to Washington and who will be eliminated between paiN and Liquid.
Series has gone the whole distance. Third map is coming up. It's Mirage. The Unicorn odds are telling us that Liquid are the back as the favorites now. to win the whole thing? Does it make sense? Do you agree, Mirage, for Liquid? How do we feel?
I mean, the last time these two teams faced off against each other, paiN won 16-7. It was incredibly convincing. Liquid could get nothing done on the T side.
Right.
paiN were just stopping Yakindar over and over and over again every time he wanted mid control. It was some new way that paiN were stopping him dead in his tracks. Today, Liquid, they have to show that they went back to the demos, that they actually learned from those mistakes, and that Daps isn't just full of it. This is for Daps' reputation.
I was going to say that's what they're playing for. They have to maintain that. Liquid on the CT side, paiN on the T side, and with everything on the line. It's been a grueling match, this one. A real roller coaster of emotions. Obviously, Liquid looked like they were scheduled to win that first map on Nuke, no problem, but a huge comeback for paiN, and they ended up taking it. And now, 16-14 on the second map, leading into Mirage. Here we go. Nitro already being tested. Grenade to force him back. Yakindar sees some shadows just jumping past, and he actually can call it out to tell Nitro at the very least that, yeah, they're running into CT spawn, so he doesn't really get overrun, but it's a bomb plant and a 5-on-5 for the retake. Big Azira holding the flank, and now a huge ace-up Liquid sleeve is gone.
Yeah, this is just going to be a really tough crossfire for Liquid to breach. There's 3 players towards CT. And first player to challenge will be Nitro. There are so many T's on the other side right here. Liquid, I don't know how they're going to breach this one. It's got to be all headshots. Yakindar, Naf, they're able to find a couple, but still 3-on-3. Naf's deep into the bomb site already. It's leaving just Skulls in the 1v3. One headshot is not enough. OC takes him down, but no, the kit was in spawn.
That's super rough. If they had that, they would win the round, but they don't. Oh. Skulls, he even turned around and saw that there was someone in, but he was reloading while he was doing it, so he couldn't even do anything. They still win the round. paiN, they'll take it. Good pistol round win. Kind of an odd scenario when you get the 5-on-5 after plan there.
Feel like that's almost always so good for the T's. Yeah, if you see that sort of after plan unfold, it was actually more or less a miracle that Liquid were able to get in. It's so hard when it's planted a side triple like that. There's players CT spawn, T ramp on the site. That is a wall of bullets you're going to have to pass, and despite breaching it, Liquid not able to find the win.
How do we like this buy from Liquid? That's pretty aggressive.
Yeah, I kind of like it, though. I think that it's underrated.
They had the right idea. Halsau covered by that wall, maybe more than Liquid were expecting. Good shot. Straight banged out by OC. Naf looked like that was a winnable fight. Look at how low he is. Still a 2-on-3, but with Sevi being that low, all it takes is a misstep, and maybe it could be turned into a 2-on-2. The bomb being attempted on the other side, and OC not able to see anyone that he could pick off there. Shot not connecting, and yeah, now in the afterplant, it's a little bit more tricky.
Okay. Well, that opens things up. They have a kit as well. They have a smoke on top of it. And Zevi, oh, he's going for the big flank. This is a really bold play. I'm not sure if he's going to have time for this. If a Legion of OC hurry up here, they might just get this bomb defused, but Skulls is holding the line, doing a great job. One tap onto OC to close it out, too.
That's with style. You have to appreciate that. What a baller. Okay. So they were put to the test. You're right, that probably could have ended really badly. If he flanks through the middle and they already have a smoke up on the bomb and everything, it could be tricky.
Yeah, now that investment from Liquid feels pretty bad, though. Not going to have too much to work with in this one. Last bullet from Skulls.
Yeah. Wonderful. All right, so the force-up from Liquid, it kind of almost worked, so I guess that does put it into context a little bit. It didn't just get wiped out.
But that went about as well as it could have for Liquid. They had a pretty heavy A lean on that last round and still couldn't lock it down. So maybe an indictment in a different way. Depends how you look at it. It's all about perception.
Now all they have is the Deagle. What can we draw from that? It is Elige. We've all got our hopes up.
I think Elige has his hopes up too. That's why he bought it. Could have had a really comfy buy with a lot of utility next round, but the flash mid is there. Liquid were really hoping that somebody was going to get caught out by that, but everybody from paiN was tucking. It seemed like they were really waiting for this kind of ambush play to come out. And Yakindar, picking up the deagle from Elige's body, is going to take down Big Azera, but this feels like more or less a formality. It'd be cool if NAF is able to get something done, but not going to expect that.
Yeah, this is, I mean, in spite of, obviously, you want that second round bye to work out for Liquid, but this is kind of par for the course now. You wouldn't be too worried. I don't think Liquid are going to be too worried. You lose the pistol, you have to just live with it, and, you know, you wish you did some more damage, but at the end of the day, this is going to be about the real bye round that's coming up for Liquid and how much they could do there. And especially if, you know, you said last time they kind of shut down Yukinder and some of the mid plays. I'm sure that's something that Liquid would love to change.
Yeah. Well, they didn't have a great T-side start. They kind of clawed it back, 9-6. But actually, their CT side, they only found 1 round out of 8. So a lot of things that they actually had to go back and look at.
Yeah, something that has to change for sure.
Really concerning in terms of Liquid's chances of making it. This doesn't even get them to Washington, doesn't actually get them to the spring final. This is just still for a chance. They're going to have to face off against the winner of Imperial and EG Black. Not 2 names you would have expected I'd be saying, but here I am.
Yeah, and that battle is happening later on today. You've got plenty of time. You can still catch more Counter-Strike. That match, I imagine, is going to be a real mess as well, so I'm excited for that. NAF and OC, fantastic defense to start off with. This B push has been completely muted already. 3 versus 5. The bomb didn't get committed to it, but still, how do you pick this round up right now? Surely the experience on Liquid will tell them not to take any risks here.
Yeah, if paiN even got a player out of apartments, there would be some justification to prod around, but because they were stopped right there in the apps, they have no information about the spaces that Liquid could have taken, and, well, paiN, they're going to give a crack at it towards middle, but OC is already here holding with the op. And now if you'd have to give Zevi a gift, this would be a huge slip up for Liquid to let this one go. And I just can't see it happening.
Yeah, NAF's very, very patient back there. To do the jump, probably not necessary ever. Bomb is in middle, and you can up.
Oh no.
Get spotted. That's one opening.
no.
A big 0 with the spray. He's taken down OC on top. Oh dear God. What is happening?
They're going to be though. They're going to go to NAF.
He's hiding back there. If he just stays put, it's possible that they might just run out of time. They're going to get there, and there's going to be like 8 seconds left. And then what happens if he takes the bomb down? Oh,
what?
Right on top. And Sevi checks it, not just with the Molotov and the headshot on top for Elige. A 3 versus 5 that they just completely win like it was nothing.
My jaw is on the floor right now. I can't believe what we just saw there.
That's so devastating. That's obviously mentally one of those rounds for Liquid where you probably don't even feel like you did a lot of things wrong, really. It's like we were pretty conservative with the setups. We had the double hold in middle just to make sure they couldn't sneak through connector. And then they're like, we're just going to win all the fights. Every single one.
I mean, the little 2-man between Yukinder and OC did really overlook the bottom con push, though. That angle was just not watched whatsoever. All right, it'd be nice if Nitro stays alive, but yeah, Skull's just going to swing on him from Cat there. That is where it all unravels. Put so much pressure on the site players at that point. Elige wasn't able to obtain any information safely. He was playing around that toll booth area. And then NAF just left to his own devices at the van, and just the perfect molly from Zevi. I mean, he had 1 molly, and he had 1 idea where to throw it, and it was perfect. And on top of that, he just shot him anyways.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, it makes the fight much harder for Nitro. That's... Even at the end, if Nitro doesn't get checked in that fashion, he could win the round just for timing alone. Hardzao, okay, he actually stays to take the fight. I was going to say, sometimes, you know, maybe you don't need to. They don't have anything to work with here. Don't give them the AK. But he is pretty confident. A 4-0 beginning for paiN, as this T side is shaping up pretty good for them right now. More than anything, the mental distress of losing that 3-on-5 has got to be felt throughout Liquid.
Yeah, this is where you would like to see a couple more timeouts used for Liquid. I feel like they're pretty sparing. They've used pretty sparingly on this roster. Sometimes it would be nice to just collect themselves, reset things.
Yeah, especially because I mean, you have a feeling from the outside like there might be this might be one of the weaknesses for the lineup. When things start to spiral down, they can be really hard to turn around again.
Yeah, we've just talked about it so many times, I think, in the history of Liquid, that sometimes it's not really about the strats or the skill, the individual ability. It's just sometimes the mental game, and when it slips away from them, it's just an avalanche. There's nothing. There's no way they can even put it back together. And we'll see. I mean, still a little bit of a fight here from Elige. If he's able to get this kill on Zevi, things get kind of interesting. So it's hard to justify this with their HP, though. That's the only...
Especially, and with the money maybe as well. Yeah, Kinder doesn't really have that much. Yeah, you have an AWP.
AK and an AWP is just... You want to keep that moving forward. But that'll be a 5-0 start for paiN. And that puts them 11 rounds away. I would say that either team that wins this, huge favorites to win the grand finals.
That's what it feels like right now, for sure.
You look at Imperial and EG Black, and sure, Imperial have that veteran leadership, the way that they can hold their nerve in situations, but paiN are such a solid team now. They proved that at Pro League. Got some real heavy hitters that are up and coming, along with their own veteran presence in NECAs. Like, this team is pretty well balanced in terms of its composition.
Yeah.
And the fact that Big Uzera, I mean, Pimp is just gushing over this guy. He's just that fragging in-game leader. And it feels like the leading isn't dropping off, nor is his fragging ability. That's what's so impressive about it. When PKL left this roster for paiN, kind of thought they'd probably take a step back in terms of tactics, but they didn't seem to lose a step.
No, they definitely are they're a scary team. Liquid are feeling that right now. And not for the first time either. Or it's just a gap in the smoke. That may be a little bit lethal. Sevi, though, was actually looking somewhere else. It's NECAs to go down. OC will find that shot. They were not expecting it. They really thought that window was completely smoked, and it wasn't. So, 4 versus 5 start, and with Sevi almost dead, it's another good beginning here. Naf, easy pickoff. They didn't even check that. That's a little bit interesting. He comes back for seconds, and he'll take down Skulls on top. Need to follow through. Not going to do a lot there. He hasn't really reloaded yet. I think he's got 5 bullets left, so that's some confidence. And he's got Yukinda behind him as well. So this round, even if they try, they can't lose it.
That's the NAF classic. Just anchoring the bomb side. If he dies, it would have actually really opened things up, but he just holds the line. And what I always find so funny about his anchoring is that it's so frequently just all body shots. That was just 8 body shots on those 2 Ts. Just really clean and consistent. If your first bullet hits and you're body shotting, I mean, it's pretty unlikely you're going to lose the duel. And that's seems to be NAF's mechanical philosophy.
Yeah, he is a really consistent player in that sense. I still think, obviously, in some ways, he's often put in a role in this team where he's not going to be the one to shine. I've always been very curious about what happens if you did, though. I mean, I don't know if it... I feel like you could put him in a more aggressive role and he would also do really well.
I mean, it's definitely capable. But Liquid, they went for a pretty heavy mid play here. But this puts a lot of pressure on Nitro, and there are 3 Ts right behind the smoke. As soon as it fades, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, especially with a nade in hand. How does he live? I think he was standing there with a smoke or a Molotov in his hand as they pushed him, but he still managed to get out the rifle in time to get the kill. That's something. And they're pushing it. 4 people about to be on the bomb site. OC, he's waiting for it, but a smoke. That's a CT smoke. Is there going to be a gap underneath? Was that really designed that way?
I think it hit a Molotov and bloomed a little bit early. So it's
real interesting.
It's actually working against them.
And look at, I mean, Nef's not even moving out of the B bomb site.
No, yeah, they're not even going for it. This is so weird. I mean, they're going to see if they're given anything with these mollies, but with no opportunities presenting themselves, you'd expect the save. Okay, wait, they might be going for this.
That's really, really late.
Wow, yeah.
They have the smoke on top of the bomb. They're going to try and see if they can just defuse inside. This is so risky. They might lose every single rifle. They will give it all up. Naf, absolutely no shot at doing this. He's going to make a run for it now. Oh, wow. I can't believe that they left it for so long. I guess they have the money to buy, so maybe they just think, whatever, but...
That's the one thing, is that they had money. It's almost like they made that decision 10 seconds after the bomb ticked down.
Yeah.
They just wanted to see what they could get, and then they just pressed on forward. No resistance, but then all of a sudden, paiN met them. That setup though from Nitro, very curious. When you have so many players dedicated toward taking mid control, a lot of the time, if you're that A anchor, you're just trying to stay alive. I think the common way that most teams would play that is a guy just jump spotting toll booth, maybe play behind triple and just be ready to smoke yourself out. But he was just in a full committed position, and going 1-for-1 there is not good enough when the rest of your team is so far away.
Yeah, you could even be jiggling the corner with a grenade in hand if you're not scared of the silent drop that people are using now. You could do that.
Yeah.
Problems in the land of Liquid right now.
I say that, but I mean, I've also seen people like JKS just still play under Balk. Would G2 do something similar? So it's not unheard of, but we're talking about two completely different players.
Yeah. What a start for paiN. 6-1. The saving grace for Liquid is that they still had the money to buy into this one. But they really need to find a way to turn this around. Not the best of grenades on the T side, funnily enough. So they're in a position where they probably can't throw any really, really deep fakes here, where it's, you know, a first round of nades and then a recommit. They're probably going to have to go a little bit more straightforward. Nice shot from OC to begin with. But Bigusira comes up with an opening towards the connector. Bomb is dropped over the A ramp. So this is a hard one to recover for paiN, no doubt about it. Bigusira is trying for the smoke, but he's guessed wrong so far. And he's running out of time as well. That smoke, when it fades, he's going to have to get out of there. Now, yeah, if you want to plant the bomb, it's right now. When those smokes fade, then I don't think they can do it any longer. So they're going to be able to. Thinking about the flash to try and go for the peek and jungle. Bigusira, the timing is right, and he's going to take down Naf. Oh, this is, again, a defense that looked fine for Liquid. They were in a good position, but now they need the kills, and it has to be pretty quick. There is a flank coming in from Yakinder, and that might be the opening. Nitro's going to get one there, but spray from Yakinder taking down Hardsau. That's good enough. Now it's all Bigusira. He gets one, and nearly the follow-up. But the bomb was going to always be defused on that side, so good retake, even if it was a bit sketchy along the way.
Yeah, that felt a lot more composed for Liquid. Just the players in the right position, staying alive when they need to, letting the flank activate, everything coming together exactly how they drew it up. Different style for Liquid, but it seems like paiN are trying to pick on Nitro a little bit. They're just kind of walking out of A ramp. They feel like they're given this space for free. Wouldn't mind seeing an adjustment from Liquid, just sticking OC on the off, just holding that spot down. But no, they just keep him mid. And actually, it's just pistols for paiN actually. So maybe don't need to run that setup just yet.
I mean, if you have a feeling that there is going to be a player that could be the weak link on a team, trying to bully them relentlessly is actually a pretty legit strategy. And it's obviously very frustrating individually, too, if you feel like they're just showing up all the time. They had no respect for me in this position. They just keep coming. We'll see if it's going to pay off.
2 flashes.
Yeah, that's all they have. Not much else. A chance to talk, maybe, though. They can discuss some of the upcoming attempts. We haven't seen Liquid, I don't think, go very aggressive at all, right? They had one round early on with the FAMAS trying to flank into Palace. But even in middle, it's been a little bit quiet.
Yeah, they've sent Yakinder top mid once, but it was more or less the round where Nitro just got caught under Balk right away. So we didn't get to really see that one play out how we would have hoped. But looks like it'll be the B pop. Naf, actually the lone defender right now. Yakinder's close, though.
Good kill on the first one. Naf, a little bit scary. Like you said, Yakinder not that far away. The taps, I don't know where they went. It looks like he couldn't have been anything else.
No.
And now the check comes in. Hardsau with a pistol shot to take down OC. I don't know how. They had nothing in this round. Absolutely nothing at all. And somehow they've managed to get the bomb down now. He's picked up the AWP Hardsau. He's going to go and smoke it off. You almost have to push it. Nitro, he gives it a shot and a bullet. If he would have hit it, that would have been the opening. But now they're in trouble. Waiting out there. Flick comes in. Hardsau's back for it, but they're going to get the remaining kills. They recover the round, but what an absolute nightmare for Liquid.
Oh, it's so stressful. Why are they doing this? Every single North American watching right now, their heart rate is at an all-time high. It's like they just ran a mile. Actually, No, it's like they ran 5 miles. We're more fit than that.
5 miles.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do that. You just
1.61.
All you have to do is become a fan of NACS, and then you don't have to do any running at all. You can just stay home, watch Counter-Strike, and get all the workout you need.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's just as good. It's like you're in the sauna after watching Liquid.
Yeah.
You're just sweating.
7,000 calories just evaporated.
Okay.
Oh, Leash. That is a really dirty play, but making the escape is not easy. And they can find him. Hard Sal's testing everyone out here. It looks so crisp. Yakinda is unimpressed, though. I gotta say, most people would have probably stayed away from that, but not Yakinda.
He says, you're just panicking, actually. Good hold from OC. Yeah, just good awareness. Felt like it could have gotten pretty chaotic, but Liquid just slowed it down, held their angles, and that's all they needed to do. Skulls trying to make something happen here. He might actually catch Nitro off. Wait, Kinder seem to be clearing this area, but okay. Things are getting a little interesting. Nitro, don't want to give anything up for free in this window. Still a real chance for paiN.
There is, because of the time that's left, right? If this was 20 seconds, it's such a different round, but it's still 50. So a mistake from Liquid could cost them a lot right now. If they win this one, though, especially if paiN don't get the bomb plant, they're not going to have really any money to play around with. So we'll see. Bomb is on Sevi, and he's going to make a run for it right here. They're just going to trust that no one is in Palace or anything else. Nitro looking on top of the smoke. It's not a bad idea. Got to be careful, though. That is a scope that's looking his way. Sevi can't see a thing. He's not wrong. Naf is struggling through the middle. And he's going to get the shot. That's actually an AWP. I didn't even realize, but Naf had picked that up. Sevi goes down, and Skulls, yeah, it might be better to just give up the round.
He wanted to do this play before. Okay, he's going for it. He's not going to have time, but yeah, this is the second time Skulls wanted to do this. So yeah, you just know this guy plays a lot of retake servers, because that is just the most fun play to do in those.
It can really work. It can really work.
It's not even that bad in that situation. I'm kind of clowning him a little bit, but I mean, you're either saving your gun or you're hitting a highlight 3K spray. So
yeah,
it's one or the other.
And when they already knew where he was. That's the other thing, right? There's no element of surprise. It's not like he can hide somewhere. They get the bomb plant. They save the AK. They can upgrade some deagles along the way, and that's about it.
Yeah, a little late out of spawn, but okay.
Oh.
Whoa, Skull. Okay, with the saved AK, Skulls actually make some magic happen.
Back to bullying Nitro.
And it seems to be a central game plan here for paiN.
6-4 scoreline. I mean, in some way, paiN have already got enough rounds in the first half that they at least can feel a bit safe. But I think still mentally, if Liquid just make the full comeback and make this a 9-6 half, it won't feel that way. It'll probably still feel like, man, if we start out with 6 rounds, why didn't we get anything else? So I think there's still something to fight for here if you're on the paiN side. Yakinda surely going to get this kill eventually. Deep HE. Oh! I think that didn't kill anyone. Hard Sal will get the return bullet. Nobody knows how. 3 on 2 as Elige will pick up that one. About 50 seconds on the clock, and they're not really worried about the bomb plant, it seems.
Now, Yakinder's on this flank right here. Totally fine letting paiN just creep up. They know that they have the win condition right now. And, whoa, okay. Big Ozera. Nice flick around, but no utility to cross. It's got to be all headshots right now. 35 seconds. He could make it to B, but he has not opted to do that. He's going to be pressing on forward and doesn't go for the fake. Oh, okay. Now he does. Actually, Elige pretty late there, but good flash. No, it's a team flash, actually. Okay, things are getting a little bit weird for Liquid, but they should be able to close this one down. There it is. Shot from OC, and that's that.
You could tell he was commanding a fair bit of respect, Hard Sour, in that 1 versus 2. Once he got the kill on Yakinda, you could tell that they were a little bit, at least cautious about fighting him. And I think for good reason. Looked like he maybe could have done it. Okay, Liquid. They're on a slow little comeback here. Leading into the middle of the half. paiN's going to use another timeout. And we're going to get to see if they can come up with something new and exciting.
Bullying Nitro has been exciting. Not necessarily new, though.
No, but if it works, if you can keep it up, why not do it?
It's interesting that Naf is picked up another off, actually. I'm not sure what they read about paiN's default to make him think that was the right choice. It feels like they've had to retake A a few times, but if you just stick Naf at A2 with the op, I guess that works. Yeah, double op again.
Yeah, they're really insistent on it. Mani started to look a little bit more respectable on the Liquid side. Should give them some confidence to continue this march back into the game. Scoreline's almost tied up. Yakinda, very aggressive. Not far away from that one. This is interesting, though. Naf and Savvy on opposite sides. A battle of patience at the moment over at the B hallway.
Patience fans reveling right now.
They love it. They've been waiting.
They're hooting and hollering. The Patience fans are winning this round.
My favorite position, this one, on Mirage.
Cold Zero?
Yeah, you shoot people and they fall back into the couch right there.
Oh, that, yeah.
Something about it that just feels right.
Very satisfying, yeah.
It's literally putting them in their place, you know.
Take a seat.
Yeah. Chris Hansen playing counter. Take a seat right here. All right.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Naf. Oh, made it way to past the couch. Great flick as he takes down Skulls. Yeah, he's done plenty enough. 5 versus 2. And about 30 seconds in the round. So this is going to be Liquid tying up the scoreline. Make it 6-6. And paiN kind of hitting a brick wall at the moment.
Yeah, nothing really working for them. This will be 5 rounds straight for Liquid. Despite the 6-1 start that paiN had on this, Liquid have quite nicely recovered. Yeah, that double op from Naf actually paying off right there.
Yeah, and the recommittal to the second fight is obviously, that's where things can go badly, but Naf had it under control, it seemed. It's still, I'm not seeing a lot of really change, like, you know, there's no attempt, I think, to try and change the pace of the game right now for paiN.
No.
They're trying different strategies, but all of them sort of have the same tempo.
Yes.
And that'd be interesting to try and mess with, just to see, because Liquid, if they're comfortable playing like this, then why allow them to live in that comfort? Why not try and change it up?
Feels like paiN just are so used to being pushed by Yakindar that they're just holding for the first 30 seconds of nearly every round. But now, okay, they're going a little bit faster. Okay, Yakindar right on cue, though, finally pushes, and it felt like paiN wanted to speed it up, too. You see that they're already in top mid, and Yakindar, this is a pretty tough task for him, but a good flash to support him as he's able to get out. 5. Oh, no, he keeps going. What? All right. Just wants to make this round as chaotic as possible, and he's still looking for some more fights here. Elige there to join him, and Skulls, last man from Underpass, and this is exactly what paiN seemed to be avoiding for the entire half.
Yeah, maybe this is why they wanted to try to not fight in the early start of it, but... Ooh, Skulls. Should be a free kill, but somehow it's not, and he's going to go down. That's one you want back. You want to have another crack at that one. But yeah, classic Yakindar stuff, pushing that underpass with a flashbang to set it up, and they seem to throw the grenades to try and save him, but he was like, oh, but these grenades also work to stay aggressive. Sick.
I couldn't believe he just burst through the smoke right there. Oh, it's just Yakindar things. But there was team support. A lot of people from Liquid were there, either throwing support utility or just also throwing their bodies at mid. And now paiN, Tech9s. Can't wait to see this play. Something fast, something with speed, something vicious.
I feel like we deserve that. I think we've been patiently waiting for paiN to come up with something interesting, and now it's kind of looked a bit flat once Liquid have really started to pick up the pace. So yeah, give us a good old Tech9 rush. We all love those.
Been really...
Nitro's far enough away that he probably isn't going to get overrun, though.
I should be able to clean him up pretty well. But yeah, we've been really practicing our delayed gratification throughout this map. I want the payoff.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. A little bit scary, but I think it should be under control.
Yeah.
Nitro's still getting bullied, unfortunately for him. But the team as a whole should be fine.
They'll get a bomb plant. So... Did I speak too soon? No, all right. They're going to be able to clean this up, and Liquid find an 8th round. Continuing their streak.
What a great walk back.
Liege looking really good. 13-6 right now.
This, I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but if this is going to be a full comeback for Liquid, if they actually win this one, I feel like it's, you know, that would, again, sort of test the character of the team a little bit. I've seen Liquid lose so many maps just to tilt from whatever's been happening in the first couple of maps. So if they can stay on, they start down, what, 6-1 at the start of this map, and if they can still just say, all right, we trust in the system, we believe we have a good enough CT side, and start to walk it back, I think that's pretty important.
Yakinder's just holding mid with an AK.
Because he's a boss, isn't he?
I like that. Oh no, they're bunching up. Okay, things are getting a little bit awkward. Neck is, wow, he's so hungry for this kill right now. Nitro's able to put him down. Just a flurry of frags on the A site.
Skulls somehow comes in to disrupt this whole thing. Yakinder's still just holding middle with the AK. He's going to get spotted by Bigozera. 2 versus 3 here in paiN after a really long break with a very good shot now at getting a 7th round, which again would still be pretty good. Hartzau will clear out Yakinder, and now Naf.
Why is Naf still at B?
He was just hoping for Yakinder to do the job. He's like, it'd be better if I don't have to do anything.
The bomb was planted and he held it for another 5 seconds. That was crazy.
I think that must be prep, right? He's expecting for there to be a late flank through that part of the map, and he's going to walk right into Bigozera. 8-7. They cut the first half right down the middle. Let's see how it plays out in the second half after this. We return once again. It is the final half, unless there's overtime involved in this, which there could be, honestly, at this point in time. It's 8-7 right now. It's a very close affair on Mirage, and whoever loses will get sent home and packing, and whoever wins will be one step closer to making the finals. That could be really exciting.
Whoever wins this is going to be the favorites in whatever matchup that they find themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Feels like this is the hard part for Liquid or paiN.
Yes, that really is true. paiN had a blazing start on Mirage. 6-1 in their favor. It was looking like they were actually just going to slap Liquid out of this map, but Liquid found the strength, something that they don't always do, so I'm really impressed by that. Now they're running down Nekkers. He cannot find the headshot. Ambiguous Zero, what do you do here? P2000 in hand. He's already sent a bullet out. That's strong. Oh my god! It looks like he's just absolutely deleting them. Sevi in the back. Skulls have started to show up, and Liquid are going to have to just walk away. That looked violent from Ambiguous Zero.
Oh, just crisp shots. But now, yeah, he can win this. That's for sure. He's going to be given a lot of space here.
I've never seen Naf lose these.
Should be able to get a plant down for triple. He might even want to just take the fight right to him. Okay, yeah, now he wants to thin the numbers first, but Skulls, the first target, actually finds him. 8-8. I want to see actually that hold back. As soon as that flash came into the apartments, every single player from Liquid just vanished.
Yeah.
They all just disappeared off the screen of the first person fighting, and Bigazera was able to help out after, but yeah, that was...
The shots from the P2000 just looked so brutal.
And we don't get enough P2K highlights anymore. It's always USPs.
Yeah, I don't think I've even tried to equip the P2000 in like half a decade. I don't even know if it's... They could have secretly made it good and I would never find out.
I don't think most people would even accept it. Even if they, in every update, just started pushing damage values, accuracy values, I think CSGO players have shown that they're so stubborn that they don't care.
It's not happening.
They're just sticking with the USP. Yeah. Because no one's even going to test it.
Nobody will.
Even though this game has millions of players, just nobody's even going to test it. It's like, yeah, it's going to be the same.
It is funny. I mean, when the Krieg obviously was super insane, even then there were people on pro teams who stubbornly were like, no.
Rain never switched.
We're not doing it.
I don't think Rain ever switched. I don't think Nico took forever to switch also. I don't know if he really ever did. Yeah, there we go. Those are the frags for paiN to even out this third map. Semifinals here are at the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. Winner moves on to the grand finals. We'll find out their opponent after this. Scrawny and Launders will be bringing you the action for Imperial versus EG Black. EG Black. Hilarious story. Just incredible. Everything that's happening for EG right now is just subverting all expectations. They made it to the RMR suddenly. They beat Furia.
It's so
What's going on?
I mean, you just have to accept it, don't you? Yeah, I think Scrawny and Launders showed up to work like 8 hours ago, expecting to try and cast some Counter-Strike, you know? That's what they're here for, but...
That's because they're overachievers. They just arrive early. Goody two-shoes over there.
What are we seeing? 3 MP9s, a couple of M4s, and all pistols on the Liquid side.
Deagle for Elige. That's the one win condition for them here. It's got to be him. We saw him pop off earlier in this series with this weapon. Hope that one made Reddit.
Surely. Surely did. Nekkers. Okay. Catching Elige, so the Deagle Dreams... Unfortunately, subdued in this round. And he's just trying to farm on.
Yeah.
Get some more in there.
Their dreams are becoming memes, Anders. And that's it. 5 alive for paiN. They feel pretty good about that. Bye coming up for Liquid, though. And this round is going to be really telling. Last time these two teams faced off, I'm going to reiterate that paiN had a very comfortable time on their CT side. They really stopped Yakindar in his tracks. Took Liquid quite some time to adapt to what it was that paiN were doing. I think this was, to start things off, actually, last time, paiN were up 7-1. They just completely anti-stratted Liquid for the first 8 rounds.
You know, people sometimes say that reality imitates art. I feel like reality imitates memes nowadays. That's happening more and more, if you notice.
It's just that everything can fit a meme format, actually.
Yeah, but I'm starting to worry that it's actually true, you know? You make a meme of it, it's just for fun, but then it actually becomes real. We might have more power than we realize. Sevi. Oh, it's a lineup there, but he only gets the one. This is very forceful out of Liquid. Look at how quick they're on the bomb site. They just step right into it, no warning at all, and blow up a couple of players. 4 versus 3. It's pretty exciting, but to paiN's credit, they've made a quick rotation. Grenade, Molotov. Again, they're back bullying Nitro for some reason, but he will smoke it off. He's found the cure. That's good. OC. He's pushed forward. He wants to find this. He feels like surely somebody's going to be here, and he's not wrong, but instead of finding the Zero, it's the other way around. 3-on-3 for the afterplant. Smoke is up. One at Tetris. That's a really decent smoke. Biguzira quick with the headshot, and he reads it perfectly. Nitro in the corner, and they jump him quite literally. They have got the kit as well, so they're not going to be in any trouble. They're just trying to find the weapons. paiN up to 10.
Wow. 4 versus 3. OC wants a little bit more space. Gets caught behind him. And then everything falls apart for Liquid. The retake utility was good for paiN. Really actually made Yekindar think that he could play around that smoke, but that just played right into the hands of the retakers. Oh no.
Yeah, I think Biguzira realizes right when that smoke goes up and he sees the Tracer come through that he has an isolated fight against Tetris. Like, he's so quick to react to it. Really smart. Okay. Gap.
That's big. No one coming from Liquid. Yeah, they're all hightailing it through their own spawn right now. And it looks like they're just setting up for a pretty standard A exec. Hope that Liquid emphasized taking some space. Last time they had A, I mean, they were all just tucked in so far back. Love to see them try to press on forward. Take jungle, take CT, take something away from the CTs. Make it uncomfortable.
Yeah, sometimes people even do that before even planting the bomb. You just decide, let's fight first and then worry about the bomb plant. Because planting the bomb on A is not always the most tricky thing. Usually holding the site afterwards is really what is the problem. So, Skulls, it's a beautiful lineup for him. Elige and OC, they don't even think they realize what's happening. They're just, it's the M41 at the edge of the smoke.
Oh.
Naf, really clean headshot right there. And Sevi, he's got to be careful. Yeah, okay, good read. That's really careful.
Yeah, really smart from Zevi. Hard's out. I think he saw Nitro there. This should be... Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, wow, okay. Well...
There's a chance.
Yeah, Nitro still keeping himself alive, but Biguzera instantly snuffs him out. Yekindar on a solo mission, though, to B. Opportunity for him to find something, but he's actually making his way to mid now. 30 seconds left, and it looks like Nekus is just going to peek him outright. There it is. Yeah, the chase has been given up, and paiN up 11-8. Liquid not able to find anything on that one. paiN are looking pretty good in the second half.
Yeah, they are.
This is very worrying for Liquid. It feels like in this just kind of roundabout we're getting in Tier 1 CS right now, it seems so matchup dependent. Like, Liquid have been so good against Cloud9. Cloud9 have been so good against FaZe. And then we get paiN is good against Liquid all of a sudden. Like, what?
Yeah, I think it just says something about like the overall skill of teams that you maybe could have run down in the past. Like, everyone is improving so much individually that it's very hard to count some of these players out. Biguzira at 18 kills. He is definitely showing up to knock Liquid out of this one. And they're just 5 rounds away from doing that. It's... yeah, reality is going to start to set in for Liquid right now. They need a win. They need to stop that economy that's building on the CT side. It already is. And they don't really have a lot of rounds to do that with.
Oh, okay.
That's not a window smoke.
Miss smoke, yeah, I don't... And it doesn't look like it's intentional. If it's intentional, you're usually not taking mid with it. Okay. Liquid maybe losing a little bit of composure. They still have a lot of nades. They still got a minute left. And paiN, relatively default setup.
Yeah, there is some space for them to take middle. And if they win the right fight, if they can get out of connector and maybe take down Biguzira on the side, then it could be a little bit interesting. Sevi all the way back here. That's an easy take. OC has gone down in the middle. They're going to find Skulls. It's a start, but they are running out of time. 27 seconds. Long-range fight there from Nekus. He takes 2 of them out. Nekus with the spray, and he maybe could have continued. Still 20 seconds. Bomb is not planted, and Nitro falls. Nekus, great relocate. Now it's all on Naf, and he's tapping away at the back of the site, but eventually it'll be too much even for him. Another round on the side of paiN as they're up to 12 and still marching towards that finishing line.
Instant reaction from paiN there. They were able to triangulate the positions of Liquid. They were able to just pounce on them from so many different angles. And this round for Liquid, it was all Naf or nothing. He was the only one to find any kills in it. Doing a great job on these duels, but nobody else from Liquid able to chime in. Yeah, just Nitro desperately diving into the bomb site, trying to get it down, but now paiN, they're looking so confident right now. Great opportunity for them to put their stamp on this game. Liquid, it feels like they need some kind of round, some kind of miracle to just break this heater that paiN is on.
That is exactly what they need at the moment. A miracle, and who is going to be the one to step it up and deliver it? Nekus has moved forward. Was very aggressive. They're going to try and peek him 3 at the time afterwards, so at least they get the return. And they can pick up the AK. That's definitely going to be worth it. He did get a lot of info. Oh, and you can this is interesting. Oh, unfortunately, he was occupied. I think he saw that one player on the A-bomb side, and it drew all of his attention. So, yeah, they know that there were 3 people in the B hallways, and they know that Yakinda was on a solo mission. paiN still well in control of this round.
Yeah, it looks like they've got an iron grip on it. And Skulls looking to tighten the vise. Great chance here for him to find a double. Nitro, even with 11 HP, finds the instant headshot. That's going to make paiN second-guess their positions. You can see that Zevi's rotating on in to CT spawn. Naf, he has an opportunity to find a backstab here. Big Uzera right there on the stairs. This is a huge fight. Has to go Naf's way if they want a chance. Okay, now things can get interesting. Zevi is still playing CT now. And with 30 seconds left, Nitro, I don't know how he's even going to get to this bomb site. There's a flash, a smoke, some damage inflicted, and it looks like he's going to be able to find some way there. Naf with the kill, but Hard's out here at jungle. Naf, you got 18 seconds. You either got to get this bomb or get this kill. Looks like he's opting for the fight, but 13 seconds. He knows he can't keep playing this game. Hardzow is going to play hardball himself, and Naf finally punching in the digits.
Down to 5 seconds. He does get the bomb planted out in the open, and Naf able to find him. A quad kill as he's up to 21 overall, and he saves Liquid in this round. It was all on him.
Wow. Okay, that might be it. Liquid need to use that round as a springboard to get back into this game. This has been all paiN, all half, and finally they find something to break this one open. Feels like it was a huge individual effort from Naf, but sometimes that can open the floodgates for Liquid.
It's been done before. You could go on a losing streak, and then you just get that one round, and it changes everything. The first timeout used out of form, that's also kind of late, but I guess they haven't really felt the need to yet.
That's just the Liquid way. They barely seem to use their timeouts. It's interesting, given how many brains are on this team that you think could always come up with some sort of plan, but, you know, if it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it. But it kind of is broke. So
if you don't acknowledge that it's broke, then there is nothing to fix.
You're just in denial. It's okay. Zevi with the op, though.
For you.
1 win condition for paiN in this round. Everybody else just on pistols. They're looking to buy into the upcoming round. And so it's going to be all Zevi. Just give me this Zevi cam.
I like the fact that he's pushing up. It's a bit mad that he doesn't have a single teammate with him just to save the AWP, but I appreciate the fact that he's not just staying way back.
They're all crunching him.
Right.
They're all coming.
He's got them right where he wants them. Oh,
no!
Push up! That's the bomb! He spun around! Oh my god, Elige! He wasn't even around the corner. I think he just put his AK around that corner to shoot. That's wild.
That's a disgusting pre-fire from Elige. I think it might have been a one-tap, too. And that's going to be it for paiN. I mean, they've got some pistols. Triple flank through the ramp. I mean, this would have to be a complete disaster if Liquid dropped this one.
Yeah, things are looking good right now. Elige, he's reading it very well. He knows they can't go down below. He's just funneling them up into his AK, and he will take a 4th kill. Yeah, get rid of all the guns. Don't let anyone walk away with anything. That's a great recovery from Elige.
Yeah, Naf lit a fire under this team's ass in the previous round. Elige popping off in this one. Just need a couple other players to chime in with some heroics themselves, and Liquid are going to make this really competitive. Elige hand delivering that one gun, but paiN we're going to be purchasing into it anyways, and yeah, I mean, it's some damage, but Liquid are still pretty happy about that round victory. 12-10, both teams entering double digits.
This is really impressive work from Sevi. It looked like any other day of the week he would have got the shot on Liege as well, but...
Look at that!
Get the... What is going on?
Oh my god.
And actually, he just destroyed his life.
Oh my... That was nasty.
Okay, well... I do that all the time myself, by the way.
Big swing round here, though. Economy for both teams in tatters. A push from Big Guzera to kick it off. I mean, paiN, they want to keep exerting that pressure. It's gotten them this far.
Yeah, the pressure is really on now. OC's expecting, hoping that someone will underestimate him down here in the underpass. And they're going to try and take the middle. Got the flashes and the smokes up. And Big Guzera pulling right at the edges. If anyone was going to be sneaking through, he's got his eye on that. Nobody over in the B hallways at all. For paiN, two-man defense at B is about to be pretty redundant. And they're making their way through the middle.
Oh, looks like it's going to be a big fight for Connector.
Yeah, but paiN know it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Liquid, they're posturing. They're throwing the molly. Top con smoke. Is there going to be a flash here to set him up? Oh, it actually misses the mark. It actually hit Big Guzera. So Elige is still able to find it. Zevi on the bomb site now. They've got 3 players here, and he's standing pretty tall. 2 kills for Zevi. This is now so tough for Liquid, and this is where everyone from paiN activates.
Yeah, they're just all fighting it. Deep breaths, because there's only 20 seconds, and it's a 2-on-3 with OC almost dead. Yakinder is the only one that could save this round for Liquid. I don't think OC is going to be able to do much here, and that's a good start. He gets 1, spins for it. It's a headshot. Why are they out in the open? They just needed to wait for the bomb. Trying to crush the Yakinder. He'll save the team. They are taking turns. It was Naf, then Elige, now Yakinder, and they're bringing it back.
Oh, the heavy hitters from Liquid keep it going. Felt like paiN delivered a knockout blow on that hold, but Yakinder got up. What a beautiful sequence from him.
And obviously, the first guy in Sandwich can't do much to get out, but the rest of them, they end up fighting with like 13 seconds left.
Yeah.
That is probably, it's definitely not the right move of your paiN. And that's going to be a round that they're going to go back and review and think, why did we let that happen?
Oh, big
11 to 12. Oh, okay.
Oh no.
And we got headshots to follow it. The 5-7s are running wild in the A-bomb site. It's a 2-on-3 still, but Liquid reeling. They have no idea what just hit them. The instant Sap comes out. And Skulls is going to take the kill. It's all on OC, 1 versus 3. Well, it's his turn to bat. Everyone else is trying to clutch it, and Skulls will stop that from happening. paiN steal the round right in front of their eyes.
That's unbelievable. Felt like knockout blow after knockout blow.
This is pure disrespect.
Look at this. It just starts with that. Are you kidding? Oh, no. Just labored spray. Just the full send into A on an anti-eco. Felt like Liquid were completely ready for it. They even had the MAC-10 right at the front. They knew what they were running into.
The Seuss sound in slow motion is just so much funnier.
Oh, it's so satisfying.
Oh. It's just like a long moan for no reason. I love it. Well.
It's gold.
Speaking of moans, shout out to Flom. It's complicated. Second time out use from Liquid. They are in a precarious situation. Listen to this.
Yeah, it's looking dire for Liquid.
It sounds like someone shot a dinosaur in like Jurassic Park, like a sad dinosaur.
Yeah. Like Land Before Time, something's getting stuck in the tar pit.
That's exactly what it sounds like. Oh, the childhood memories. The pain still hasn't gone away. It never went away.
Oh, is that a Miss Window smoke again?
I think it just might be.
No.
He was expecting that to be blocked off, and now they're running into the spray pattern of skulls. Able to take a couple of kills there, leaving OC on his own with the Glock. Not exciting at all.
Not really. This will put paiN up to 14. 2 rounds away from actually getting to the grand final. And once again, that'll be either Imperial or EG Black. Man.
Yeah, we're not going to be getting used to saying that.
EG Black. Evil Geniuses Black.
That's exactly right. And they could win against Imperial, I think. They could beat them. I'm ready for that to happen. I put it in predictions and everything. To hell with it. Now that we're here.
Yeah, we're here. Another timeout. Liquid really mulling over their options in the upcoming round.
As Yanko would say, if it's a wedding, sleep with the bride.
Would you like to explain that one?
No. Serbian idioms are my favorite, but that's what EG are thinking at the moment. Third timeout being used here from Liquid to try and discuss what on earth is going on and how to stop it. I think more importantly.
I'd say start with a window smoke that hits. That seems like a good place to go. Okay, let's see the buy, though. Oh, no, it's not pretty at all.
No.
Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Yikinder on a Galil?
They need to I would suggest they start hitting that window smoke in the middle.
They got it.
Okay, good stuff.
I don't know who's throwing the bad one, but they fixed it. Oh, no. What? Are you kidding me? This has a gap.
That can actually be even worse, right?
This is not great, yeah.
At least if you fail it and you see it, you kind of realize someone is up, but if you just think that's a good smoke... Sevi.
Oh, no.
Scary, but Skulls and also Neckers. Wallbang on Liege, and they're just getting absolutely chewed up here. No entry onto the B-bomb site. And OC, fire and smoke everywhere. And he's completely on his own. Shot at the back by Bigozera. And that is another step in the right direction. paiN, they've almost done it. They're almost at the end of the road.
Yeah, comprehensive takedown from paiN there. Good mid defense to take out one pincer on that attack. And then everybody from Apartments was focused on. paiN are doing such a great job once again. This CT side is looking so strong for them. And look at this. They even set it up. They had a Molly top mid to force that fight out. Neckes is able to take down a Liege, and then he rotates back on over to find the 3-piece. Man, Neckes, he is worth his weight in gold right now. 20 and 19, but that was so great from him. Liquid, 4 chances to actually, 4 times that they need to actually win to bring this to overtime, but paiN on the other hand, they're the ones with the chances.
4 chances to get into overtime is the most positive construction you could have put on this current scenario.
Yeah.
You're really like the ultimate salesman. Let me give you this great picture. Liquid, they get 4 rounds to impress us with. paiN, they only have 1.
They only have to impress us once. Yeah. One more time, that's all paiN need.
Artsao looking for the pixel spot here.
Oh.
Sarah's moving forward. If he wins this fight again. Oh, actually, they might be running a little bit. Yikinder might be able to hear that. Oh, they're still walking.
Whoa.
The pressure is on, and Artsao, he cannot stand up to it. Gets crushed by the MAC-10. Neck is a very awkward battle here as he's hoping, he wishes there was a little bit more swing that he could get to find one of them. He's finally going to get the kill on the Liege. It's still a 4-on-4, and there is a flank coming in, but also one of the A-bombs. I don't think anyone even knew that Yikinder was here the whole time. He shoots Skulls in the back, and now Sevi and Bigozera are going to walk away from this one. They cannot win the round. Liquid are going to get to 12.
This is just crazy. Why is Yikinder there? Is Yikinder a lurker now? Well,
apparently. He's doing everything. Why not?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's 1. 12-15. Money is still very good for paiN, though. Yeah, it's not even really about breaking the money at this point for Liquid. You're just going to have to win these rounds full force.
Yeah, almost 10,000 skulls. That's pretty troublesome.
Yikinder still has a Galil. Are you really? You couldn't find a better gun?
I guess no.
Okay, well.
He's happy with it.
I mean, he got a kill with it. But yeah, just full-on B-send right there. I'm not even sure if Liquid did anything too special. I think there were some flashes to help them breach, but seemed a little bit lucky that paiN were playing a light side B defense.
I mean, that might be something that they felt for a couple of rounds. They tried to do it earlier when Nekus got back into position, so maybe there just is a sense on Liquid that they might be a little bit light on that bomb site to begin with. Nekus, speaking of which, instant charge down, and if they would have kept going, elige, he nearly sacrifices himself. Coming back out of it is sometimes tricky, though. You need some teammates to flash you into it. He goes for the fight raw instead, and Nitro will dispatch of him.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to assemble some kind of one-way, but the push from lower was too much. Never had a chance. But Skulls and Big Azera, they're still trying to hold on to Connector. Actually, all of paiN is going for a mid-fight right now. Okay, they might be able to take down a few of the Liquid guys if this works out. Good molly to stop the underpass play.
It's actually really sick if they do a mid-crunch.
Yeah. Oh, they're going for it. They want it.
Nitro. Definitely know that he's there. Walk right into the shot. That's an easy one to pick up. It's a good return. Yakinda with that kill heal. It's still doing work, and with a grenade to follow it, Naf will get the kill. Instant double dink to take down Hardsau and Sevi. 1 versus 4 as he gets that kill. But I'm not even sure it's worth it here. Oh, he's looking at the right spot. He's going to get elige. This is a little bit scary now. From a 1 versus 4 into a 1-on-2. They tap the bomb. He's going to run for it right away. He gets OC. How is it possible? Naf is on the other side, and he holds Liquid's life in his hands at the moment. And Sevi smartly falling back. This is torture. What a nightmare for Naf. Now he has no idea where he's gone to. He can guess, but he will never be 100% sure. 10 seconds left, and Naf, he's looked everywhere, but he can't find him on the bomb side. And now Sevi is going to try and just wait. He's expecting a fake, but now he goes for it. A little bit wide. He sees it, and that is a magnificent clutch. It sends Liquid out of the tournament. Sevi, an absolute god in this round.
paiN do it. They send Liquid home. Liquid will not be in Washington for the spring finals. paiN will continue to fight on. We're going to find out who it is that they're going to be matching up against, Imperial or Evil Geniuses Black. But to break this one down, of course, we've got the desk.
Did it once again to Liquid, and it's heartbreak all year round. Not just once, but twice. Not just an easy victory this time on Mirage, but still, the way that just ended, that'll sting, as Liquid will not be going to Washington. NA's main team, NA's best team, the 5th ranked team in the world, gone.
I know.
Upset City, baby.
It hurts, but at the same time, it is representative of this whole series.
Yeah.
If there wasn't any better way for paiN to send Liquid home with a 1v4 that is absolutely and utterly unwinnable. When he finds the first shot, he is out of position, he is known, everybody is in place, but Sevi doesn't care, he sends Liquid home.
paiN must be looking at this now and thinking, so I'll play EG or Imperial, and I'm going to Washington then.
Yeah, honestly, paiN is right now the best playing team left in the tournament. Obviously, that can still change with Imperial and EG coming into it, but now they are to be considered the favorites in this tournament. The way they just beat Liquid right here, as you said, that was fully deserved. No doubt paiN were the better team this time around. They won 6 out of 6 pistols. They converted 5 out of 6 of those. They were the better team here in Mirage, and it was only fitting that this guy, this man right here, managed to win this, yeah, as you said, unwinnable 1v3, 1v4, call it what you want. He played it to perfection. The fact that he's walking in here, getting that kill, then drawing all the way back, playing the time, and he's almost outmaneuvering Nafly, who also played it very cold. This is not a clutch where one of the players made a mistake. That is just Sevi doing absolutely everything he had to do to win.
To be fair, I don't think elige needed to give his life away in that 3v1. I don't think he needed to take so much space, right? The bomb was going to get planted anyway. You can replay that 3v1 later, but Sevi did absolutely amazing. And also, you have to add on top of that full USP round, a literal Zeus round. I mean, Liquid are going to hate themselves.
We're going to say one thing, though, right, is that you spoke about it in the previous game. You felt like Liquid at times were just having to do too much to close out these rounds. You know, there was not this confidence in it. Maybe that's why elige was sat there in that position.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it's something that you can feel when you watch Liquid play, is that they don't have, or it feels like they don't have the core, this very strong core of confidence that protects them from losing these types of rounds, because people are just taking it easy, taking a deep breath. We know how we're supposed to handle this. They get themselves in some of these situations in games where their backs fully against the wall, and so they overcompensate. They go for the extra duel, they go for the extra meter, the extra second. And, you know, we say the perfect is the enemy of the good. They just had to play a good 3v1, not a perfect one. That's why they're out.
And you pointed out, Zevi, before we got into this game, right, saying he needs to do a bit better. Yeah. Okay, maybe not the best on terms of scoreline and stuff like that, but in this game, he did have some great moments.
For sure, on the third map, he came to fruition. He was underperforming on map number 1, map number 2, but here on Mirage, he's saving his grace, saving his position, and saving the fact that paiN is winning the game based off his 1v3 clutch. That was nice to see. We talked about him coming into the game, as you said, being probably the best player of paiN Gaming, one of the ones to look out for. And that's also a nice story. The fact that paiN is able to beat Liquid without their star player, so playing well. There's a lot of depth within the squad. There's a lot of quality within paiN, and as we spoke about already, they're now the favorites to make it to Washington. I don't think any of us would have said that just a couple of days ago.
What does this make us think for Liquid, though, right? Because people will say online and be like, oh, okay, they've got the RMRs coming up, for example. This isn't so important to them. But I think for Liquid, we know especially, because of how they spoke about it even to the groups, that Washington is very important for them, and especially for Liquid as an organization.
Yeah, and it's now back-to-back losses to paiN in best of 3. At some point, you're going to run out of excuses and just admit that, you know, you were inferior to paiN, and you should never be in any position like that. Now, beginning of halves have been once again problematic on map number 3. We're talking 6-1 and 5-0 coincidentally lead for paiN. That's part of Counter-Strike too. I mean, when you talk about full gun rounds, full resources, Liquid were decent. Liquid were not out of this game. They definitely had a say in it, but maybe just put some emphasis in having a good start you goddamn have. Not waiting until you were 0-5 or 1-6 to start playing. That's the feeling that I had watching this entire series. Things had to get complicated before they got easy. It was never a good start immediately from Liquid. There was a diesel engine, if you will.
It's a lack of quality within Team Liquid right now. I'm honestly very, very disappointed in how they've conducted themselves, not only at Pro League, but also coming into this tournament. You said it, of course, mega important for Liquid to make it to Washington. That's not going to happen. Now you have the RMR coming up. Maybe there's a world where they don't qualify for the major. And then again, let's look at the long side right here. If they were to make it to the major, the way they're playing right now, you're talking about slow starts. We're talking about them losing 6 out of 6 pistols. Sure, a lot of people will argue that pistol rounds are random, but no, they're not as random as you're losing 6 out of 6. And then you have a good strat for the second round, or you have a force buy. You have something you can rattle your opponent with, but it feels like Liquid has a plan A and their plan B doesn't exist right now. The mid-round calling is piss poor, to be completely honest. The T-sides and nuke was abysmal. There's a lot of problems right now within Team Liquid, and I'm for once not happy with it.
Well, we're not happy with Liquid, but we're certainly happy with paiN, and I know the Big Uzera must be incredibly happy as he's talking to Heku.
Big Uzera, congratulations! paiN will play in the grand final. You managed to get another big W against Liquid, and you had a really successful series. How did you manage to do it this time?
We are very happy. I mean, we are expecting for a good game, of course. We know about the great team, and but we know about our talent as well. So it was a great victory, I would say.
Mm-hmm. And on Mirage, like on the second half, you were really successful at denying those bomb plants. Was this the result of a really good anti-strat?
Yeah. I mean, we play against them in the last tournament at Pro League. So I studied a lot about them, about what they do, what they used to like to go. And these kind of things rotate, and these kind of things. So I think this helps a lot for my game. I mean.
And prior to this series, your team had the 100% win rate on Anubis. Were you surprised by the fact that Liquid actually decided to pick it against you?
Yeah, a little bit. To be honest, we are not expecting this pick coming from them, but. I think they made a good job against us.
I mean, they did manage to take it away from you, but they didn't manage to take away the series from you, which means you're going to play in the grand final. You'll play either against Imperial or EG. Which team do you think you're going to face?
I think we're gonna face Imperial, and we want to play against them as well. Brazilian Storm, I would say.
The Brazilian Derby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have people watching us on multiple broadcasts, and one of them is on blast.tv, and there our viewers can actually vote for a question. And there's a special question that they want to ask you, Big Zera. They want to know, which pro player has the best haircut?
I know who has the ugliest is Coase, my mate.
He was the ugliest.
Yeah. We used to say he had like a silly face, you know? Like.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it makes sense in English, but I don't know.
Yeah.
And I have no idea. Maybe.
What about Halzerk from Complexity? You know, he has a mullet. He has like this American hair.
No, hell no.
Not the best one.
No. I think it's Nico, I think.
Okay,
has,
Nico.
The traditional haircut, you know.
All right. I'll take that as an answer. Because thank you very much for the interview. And one more time, congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Poor Skulls. I feel bad for him. I also have a silly face, so I understand.
No. Not Holzer.
Yeah, he was not having any of that. But paiN right now are feeling pretty damn good. We're going to take a look at the brackets, right? Because this is where the dream scenario is for these guys. They knew it was going to be hard. They knew they were going to have a tough run, but they've already done away with one of the toughest teams, and now the easy ones remain.
And what is also quite romantic about paiN is that this wouldn't be the first time they qualify for a regional final through the showdown. They've done it already. They went to Lisbon, and now they're on track, one best of 3 away for Washington.
And all this more experience they're getting against international teams, then a better scenario. This is the dream for a team that wants to level up, that's not part of your blast circuits and your ESL circuits and stuff like that. But we have one more game left for today. It's EG going up against Imperial, coming up after the break. It is time for us to roll into the last best of 3 of the day. And we've got EG going up against Imperial. This will decide who the final team is that'll make it to the finals for the Americas and have a chance of going to Washington. On one side, we have EG that surprised us yesterday in beating Furia and eliminating them. And they did it in a very good fashion, coming back from a game that looked like it was lost for them, that Furia should have won any day of the week, and making the magic happen. While Imperial, they faced off against, I guess, their kind of like a rivalry, you would call that, right, in Complexity, but Complexity were wounded. They had 4.5 players, as we're discussing. But Imperial right now, they showed us that they could play good CS.
They showed us depth, not only in the map pool, but depth in the roster, right? And that is something that is an extremely good sign for Imperial. Of course, both carries in the name of Joda and Cello had side-by-side good maps. Aside from the first one, the Awakening was very impressive. Joda had more than 2.1 rating on Ancient, which is completely stupid, and Cello was lights out on Overpass. So these are good signs as well. Strong T-side 2 for Imperial, that's 8 rounds on Ancient, and 11 on Overpass. That's a weapon that Fallen is going to yield against EG, and maybe, arguably, a lack of experience over there.
And what did you make of seeing Imperial now, Pimp? Because we looked at this team, we broke down each of the players, we were kind of worried about them being able to have a fight here. But actually, in general, when we look at these two guys that we say are the young ones or the newer ones to the team, they actually lifted right up where we want them to be.
I think there's interesting elements in Imperial. 2 of the players you see on your screen right here are doing a great job. Cello coming in from MIBR, Jota coming in from MIBR. Of course, you know, they're the ones coming in and carrying the ship that now is Imperial. No longer the last stands, no longer the legendary lineup with FNX, Fur, Form, etc. So yes, they're trying to reinnovate themselves. They're trying to once again find their footing. And yes, they have interesting elements, but I wasn't that pleased by their win yesterday against Complexity. With all the respect, they played with Haltech with 120 ping. I don't want to take anything away from Imperial, but they're in a situation right now where for them to make the final of this showdown, they have to beat Complexity with a player with 130 ping, and they have to beat EG Black, who pulled up one of the biggest upsets we've ever seen in this tournament so far. So their route right now is laid down for them.
Well, Pimp, you always say this to me, you can only beat who's in front of you.
Sure.
And they may not be the legendary lineup to Pimp, but they have a legendary coach in Zach, who we're going to hear from now.
What do you think about this EG?
Well, to be honest, I don't know very much them. I don't study a lot of NA teams, to be honest. But from what I see, they are very unpredictable and very aggressive. They remind me of the Brazilian teams. Like they like to get space on the map. Like they don't respect who they're playing against. We can see that the match against Furia. We can see that in Mirage on CT side. They took a lot of gaps and a lot of opportunities, and it was a cool match to watch. So I think they're going to be over-aggressive.
And did you ever prac against this lineup?
We did prac one map, and it was cool. It was a different play style.
It was a different play style in comparison to what you saw in the Fury game?
I think a different play style from what we were bootcamping in Europe for like 9-10 days before coming here. So it was very different from what we were used on that bootcamp and the teams we faced. They seem like they're not afraid of anything. So I think it's going to be a good show.
And do you see yourselves as the favorites for this series?
I think so.
I love Zach because he's so chill, he's so calm. But for some of the newer viewers within Counter-Strike, they might not remember that this was a major finalist coach, right? When we're looking back at the Luminosity lineup, we're looking at what he managed to have in success where he was with them and pushed this team. And then he's been very dedicated. He's been in 9Z, which didn't really make it far into these international rosters. We didn't see too much from him. But for him to say, we're not really practicing against NA opponents, that's a telling sign.
I think that's very, very telling. I think that's a testament to where the two scenes are at right now. I think we discussed it coming into the tournament that South American Counter-Strike right now is better than NA Counter-Strike. Let's be completely honest. There's a lot of potential within the Brazilian scene. There's a lot of competitive teams, and there's a high likelihood we'll have paiN going up against Imperial for a spot in Washington. So why would he? Why would he look towards EG? Why would he look towards Liquid right now, who are not playing well? I completely understand that sentiment, but it's kind of like a reality check for the NA scene. Nobody's looking at them because there's nothing to learn over there.
Well, there is some learning to be done, at least on this EG, though, because this is a new-faced EG that we have in here. Now, you may know the likes of Rush, Hext, and Junior, but both George and Walker have moments of their own. And I would certainly, when it comes to looking at Junior, say that yesterday was more than just a revenge game. He was showing up in a big way. And the most impressive thing to me, Maniac, and I could be completely wrong, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but this looked like a team that at least were together compared to the EG that we see with the normal roster.
Yeah, there was a lot of solidarity in how they were playing Counter-Strike. I could agree with you. Look, you mentioned Junior, and I'm anticipating this game for a very simple reason. I need to know if the series against EG was just an astronomical coincidence and everything just lined up for Junior to turn into a Super Saiyan, or if this is the actual level that Junior is capable of playing on a consistent basis, because that changes the whole dialogue around EG. He was so incredibly strong against Furia. And when you know the history, when you know the fact that he was in Furia for a while, deemed insufficient, pushed to the bench, probably an uncomfortable stay in there, and he did them so dirty. And now he has another chance to show us what he can do. And to me, this is the most enticing aspect of this game.
And talking about having another chance to show us what you can do, right? Junior did this yesterday within this game, but Hext is another one I have to touch on. He had a go on the main EG roster, and he had a few international events under his belt, and then we thought, okay, now what will happen to him? Well, he's come back into the mix, and he actually looked good yesterday.
Maybe this is a better environment for him to be in, to be completely honest. There was a lot of pressure on the main team, and there will be a lot of pressure on the main team. Seems like these guys are coming together, you know, in a bit of a rough circumstance, but yesterday they played the best possible Counter-Strike we could have expected from EG. So yes, for Hext, for Junior, for all these players involved right now, another great opportunity to showcase himself. Yesterday, they did us proud.
Well, let's see how Hext is finding that opportunity that he now has as he spoke to Heku.
So, Hext, I need a really good explanation. How on earth did you manage to win against Furia yesterday?
I think we just played really well, honestly. I think they kind of played... I think they were scared to lose to us because they see themselves as such a better team. So I think they played a little bit differently than normally how they would, which kind of played into our hands. And I think we adapted really well and then monopolized on the fact that they were scared to play us.
Mm-hmm. And you've been a part of the main EG team for a very long time. Now you're kind of playing in the academy team, but you managed to win against the best South American team. Did it give you the needed confidence now?
Yeah, I mean, we still don't have a lot of practice underneath our belt. So right now we're kind of just using these matches as reps and for our practice. And I think definitely beating Furia definitely gave us a lot of confidence to take on Imperial today.
And probably one of the reasons why your team was successful yesterday was because of Junior, because he was absolutely crazy. Do you think he's maybe the best operator in North America?
I'm not sure if he's the best, but I mean, if he keeps playing like yesterday, then I mean, he's definitely up there.
But do you think he's better than Fallen?
Better than Fallen? Career-wise, not a single chance. But I mean, right now, I mean, maybe. I mean, if he keeps playing like yesterday, then I mean, yeah, I mean, definitely.
Yeah, and what should we expect from your series against Imperial?
I'm not too sure. I mean, we've only played them one time in a scrim, and I mean, it was pretty interesting.
Was it close?
It was. I mean, you know, that's you know, who knows? Who knows? But yeah, I mean, I think we should be. I think given the fact that we beat Fury yesterday, and I think Fury is better than Imperial, I think it'll be a close game. I mean, we're kind of riding high on the confidence, so if we can stay that way, then you know, it'll be a really close game.
I do love what you got to say there, Hex, but yeah, honesty is always key. But before we get any further into this, Vertigo was picked into one of the maps, so let's see what Danny's got here, and I'm sure it's going to be super positive.
Super positive indeed. So EG, they picked Vertigo once again, and one of the reasons why they actually had some success against Furia was because of their T side and just the way they were able to abuse rotation. So I have this round here where it first starts off with George finding this kill onto Quesarado, and there's going to be a trade back onto Rush, but what we'll see here is that EG, they're actually going to push more towards this B site, or they're going to put a bit more pressure onto drop, so much so that the rotation over here from Furia actually comes in towards B. Pay attention to these people who are rotating in towards that B site. The one thing about Vertigo, though, is that it's a map that has multiple levels, has 2 levels. So as a result, Junior, who's down here, he can actually hear the rotations of these players moving over towards that mid position. Because of that, he can hear the footsteps above him, and as a result, he realizes that the A site is more open. He understands that the A site has more of an opportunity. So he goes over towards this A site, not using any utility. And by the time that R actually comes back to peek towards the A site, Junior has the drop on him. That allows EG to now come back towards this ramp position, understanding that now they can group up in a 4v3 situation. They have a man advantage here. What you'll see next is that they're going to fight the A site. Walco, he finds his kill into Yuri, but then EG, 2 of their plays get taken down here, leaving Hex in this site to get this one trade. Now, the one thing here, though, is that if you look at the radar, you'll see that George, he's actually found his way into this mid position. Now, typically, whenever you're in a man advantage, you have the option to place one player as an insurance, and that is to ensure that even if this fight at A goes wrong, they still have an option to go back towards B. That's what George has done here, and when this fight goes wrong at A, he is now in a position to cut off the rotations at B. As a result, now Hex, who's alone here towards the site, he can pick up the bomb and go back towards B, while George gets this last flank kill, and that is it. So right here, clear example of why EG were so good against Fury on the T side is just their ability to exploit some of these gaps. The question is, can they do it again?
And that is the question we are trying to answer. Can they do it again? Even Hex was laughing. He was saying about their practice, didn't want to tell us what actually happened in it. To me, that wasn't a good sign. He didn't even try bluff. He was just like, not going to talk about that.
I don't know. Maybe they just smacked the head out of them and he wanted to play it cool. You know, that false...
No, he's American. If he was going to be sat there saying like he won the game, he was like, yeah, we just... game over.
All right, fair enough. Listen, yeah, Mahone was talking about the gaps that were exploited by EG against Fury, and there were gaps in Fury's defense. But the problem for EG was to handle the individuals. That's where they struggle. We saw Quesarado dig his team out of holes and have some moments where he was absolutely destroying everybody. Now, do we think that Imperial can have the same kind of individual power? That's where we're looking at Joda, and that's where we're looking at the likes of Cello.
And when it comes to that, though, this firepower that we saw from the Imperial side yesterday was very strong, but it was only complexity. How would you rate this, though? Because now we're in an upside down of, was it just Furia? Was it even 50% of Furia? Was it 20% of Furia? And how much of it was EG?
I think Hex was spot on when he said that I think Furia was afraid to lose to us, right? Furia played a bit scared and didn't play well enough in that game. And, you know, EG can only beat who's in front of them. And I think EG impressed all of us. I think they played way, way better than any of us would have thought were possible. So for Junior to have a good game, for George to have a good game, that was positive. I do think they'll face a wall today. I do think they'll face a team that as a team is too good. You know, Imperial has been together for a long time. They're trying to qualify for the major. They have a core. They have Fallen. There's a lot of experience in there. I don't see EG winning this game, but I said the exact same thing yesterday, so God knows.
How the turntables. After people laughed at me in Imperial versus Complexity, here are the songs of Imperial the Incredibles.
Dude, they played against a dude with 130 ping yesterday.
Well,
now
let's
you believe in
see
them.
how the game's going to go, boys. And you two can be quiet, because I got two amazing commentators to throw to. Scrawny and Lawless, can I get a yeehaw?
You can... Yeah! There you go, James. That one's for you. Yeah, it's time to get a little NA action back at it, because somehow, someway, we are casting EG Black or Evil Geniuses 2 days in a row. They're still here. They're still fighting. And so as they fight, we keep a close eye on them. Versus Imperial, of course, they will not be the favorites based on the Unicorn betting odds. Safe to say, obviously, Imperial have a wealth, literally decades of experience over top of the EG
majors
guys.
And experience and
you know,
but this is obviously a lot closer than the Furia game. Like that was 15 odds on the second map of Mirage or something like that, and EG won. So this it's true on paper. This is technically an easier team. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's necessitate that that's going to be a victory for EG. But we know that EG played well, so we're just going to see if they can do it again.
Why not? Let them surprise us. I can only assume that there's at least X amount of people who are tuning in again tonight because they were convinced by Evil Geniuses yesterday. Newfound fans for these players as they took down Furia. Y'all ready for round 2? Hex gets 3. And he was still up. Those dual Berettas.
Wow.
Man, Joda just unleashes, and it looked fantastic with Hex 3K, but look at the carnage, the gore, the mess that's left on this ramp. All those, that's Joda.
Still a very possible round here, though, from Junior. Not just because he put up great clutches yesterday, or because he had, you know, multiple 180-yard maps yesterday, or because he's just been the most consistent opper in North America for the past few. Those are some reasons why he might win this clutch, but the other is just the amount of time, the amount of health he has left over, and Jota's already a little low, so it's not going to simply be a layup for Imperial. So let's see if Junior can piece it together, at least search out one kill. And they've already gone below, which means they can try to beat him to B. But this is actually a really smart play from Junior, because if they re-clear ramp and try to chase him, this is the least likely rotation. Man, Junior has been very smart in these 1vx situations. So it looks like he's already guaranteed himself a bomb plant at the very minimum. Maybe he's positive right now that he should find a player, so he might take some extra time, but can't help but feel like that's about to go down.
And he's going to go clear short again, but that extra clear just now, which I understand why he wants it,
like
probably doesn't feel safe without it.
He's got a smoke too, so.
Really let them get that much closer. Jota's just going to spam through, doesn't find a single contact. And Junior's still worried about that other player, but now he goes back for that gap. Where'd they get off to? They're both to his right. Junior's pressing around them.
Oh my
They've
God.
lost track of him. They're going to assume that he's gone either short or ramp, and the bomb's on this side. Do they expect it now? They turn back around. They're going to try to push him. He takes the head off Vinny. A gush as well to Jota, but it's just not there. Not enough.
God damn.
Another close clutch from Junior.
Played it so well.
But Pistol Imperial.
And he was just certain that they may have been, you know, they could have been 2 on the ramp, 2 on that late re-clear, but even pushing the smoke back to give himself the best chance of the clutch and a chance for a flank and a 1vx. Very nice attempt. Doesn't overshadow the actual victory here from Jota, but even securing the plant allows for a better buy on this one. And the coolest and craziest part about Junior and his transformation as a player is that he's really slowed down his pace. Used to be known for chaotic off frags and getting out there, looking aggressively for opening kills when he was a Triumph player, and now he's really playing a lot more of an optimized style and also making it look like his natural style.
I think it's only fair to paint Junior as the talking point of this evening.
The double molly.
Works wonderfully.
Wow. Yeah, it's double molly to say, obviously, for the uninitiated, it does do double damage. Those are 2 mollies in one place. Man, they're treating this like an anti-eco.
Flying in close. Ooh, Vinny, close smoke dies out. Sketchy one, considering the better buy of Imperial. Cello catches Walco on that little gap in smoke. Victim of the util. Cello then gets rushed. Here comes Junior, dead at the hands of Fallen. Considering how sketchy it looked for a second, I think Imperial did a good job of just containing control of the back of green, waiting out smokes, rolling forward easily.
Yeah, they handled all that chaos. Did look good. The amount of utility that came into this round, considering it was the bomb plant, you know, they came in with a game plan that wasn't just buy as good guns as you get 3 AKs and try to win the round that way. They really made it look as if the CTs were the ones saving. So 2 bomb plants in a row, good for the economy. Good couple of kills, but it'll have to be another save. Nobody knows who's going to win this match. People still perplexed, dazed, confused about yesterday's results. Rightfully so. I don't think Evil Geniuses themselves know exactly where to place that confidence. You know, they should be impressed with themselves. They know that this is also not going to be a layup just because they won yesterday's game, but they at least are continuing their confidence from all their NA games where they have been winning a lot. Damn, that nade actually could have done a lot of damage to him.
Yeah, let's praise him for how well he got away from it. Or maybe for the easy kills he'll pick up right after. Vinny, kind of under fire, I think, for the Complexity series. Put up the most amount of impact, and I'm ready to see it here on Vertigo now towards the B site. That will be his responsibility all map long.
And they were wisely waiting out the smoke. Still enough time to do so. Jota getting to a better position.
Clean one there. Still a comfortable amount of space between him and his enemies to fall back, reposition, and not be afraid. But Rush gonna send a shiver down their spine. Jota looks the wrong way. And Walco's Tech 9 connects. Vinny goes over top, a little bit more damage, cleans up Walco. Even 2v2. Fallen comes over.
Oh, they're the smoke down.
Oh, Molotov.
That's rushed by Vinny.
Fallen trades back. Junior wraps his back around towards the top ramp.
Because he left so quickly.
Fallen's not looking the right direction yet. Has a smoke to cover bomb, but then that Deagle's gonna spam away. And before Fallen can even see him, he takes a shot to the chest, 59 health. And Junior with the Deagle, no armor.
Wow. You got to give him so much credit. The way they played that whole round, again, with such low utility, they kept playing safely. They respected the lurk smoke on A-ramp. They tried B at the beginning of the round. They even got a kill over there. Imperial tried to start the pace off in this round like they were definitely going to win. Took some extra peeks, got punished every way. Some of the sprays didn't look that great. And what was crazy was in that map versus Fury on Inferno, when it started out, you know, it's Fury running down mid. But then EG did establish respect. They started getting some Deagle kills on those anti-ecos and stopped them from taking over the map totally. They showed that they've got really serious aimers on this team. And I think the big advantage here for Imperial is that they're just going to take this team more seriously. You know, they got to see that fresh game tape from yesterday, a very big result, and overlap in some of the maps they're playing now, so they've got some info. But it doesn't change the fact that, well, the aim is still there. The good decisions are still there. That was not an easy kill either. And another clutch for Junior.
As he has been posting them one after another so far this event. Again, if you're only joining for the second potential Evil Geniuses upset and you didn't see that game yesterday versus Furia, Junior is the talking point. Across each of those maps, star-studded performances.
Yeah, this team goes something like Junior, George, Hext, then Rush, then Walco. And Walco was the real late bloomer, but got it together for the last half after, you know, on map 3.
Yes. And a arguably map-winning 3K from back B site as well on Inferno.
He had his Stewie moment right there.
There was indeed clay.
The pyramids were built.
But by who? Yeah.
Walco, no? Or aliens?
We still don't, I don't know.
Yet.
We don't know how they were built, dude. Up until today, we still don't know how they were built. People have dedicated their lives. Egyptology, they still can't tell us. Just saying.
Did they name a whole discipline after it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Egyptology.
Wow. They just be naming everything.
Labels, man, it's how we work.
Well, these are some names that people are going to start talking about now.
Labeled the biggest upset of the showdown so far.
20 seconds, actually.
Inviting smoke. They're going to go ahead, charge 2 players past it. Third guy dies. Vinny, killer instinct, comes back through smoke, does more damage onto Rush. This sets up Bolts perfectly because with that little amount of time, now they're scrambled. Jota just shoots through him. Vinny, with an ambitious push, cutting off the third player from the first 2 with the double back frag on the reload. Vinny just went all in.
Vindigo? Vintigo. He gets every map named after it.
Vinturgo.
The shark in the smoke. Yeah, he does. I mean, it's his smoke. It's his sight. It's his smoke at 20 seconds. It's his push. It's his MP9 kills. He delays. He does that all by himself. Makes EG look silly. What a move.
Couple big moments from Vinny already this map. That one sets up Imperial nicely here at the start of the CT side. That frag has Hex's name written all over it. Oh, it's a flash. It's in bullets instead. Nice, clean util usage here. Active plays out of Imperial in a round like this. The jabs down ramp we've been getting. Vinny throwing himself between smokes. The mid-pop flash. This is just Imperial making sure that they're playing actively and not just responding to EG's plans.
Vinny sent them a lifeboat, and they take this next round and they crush it. 5 up, some great flashes, some great re-aggressions. Nothing gets punished. Now money's solid here for Imperial. Another buy comes in. It does already feel like we're still going to get the same EG. We're just seeing, you know, how Imperial are playing. Small flubs by them, but overall 4-1. George hops to Molly. With the pre-flash, no one's actually taking control of B, so he can skip a couple of steps here if he holds on to it. Always nice to be able to cheat map control like that. Spam's just off the mark here for Cello. Oh, there we go. A little bit of justice. Barely missed those, but the incendiary tag will tell him. They want to make EG feel like they haven't done enough there on the ramp. And I'm really wondering what Fallen learned watching the game yesterday. So I think definitely it's that, you know, EG oftentimes do not commit to the first piece of map control they get, but they've been quite varied, you know, not easily read just based on that fact alone. So I wonder if there are any specific nade tells that he found that EG don't know about yet. However, we can pay... Oh, what?
What's Walco?
Oh, they've used Walco as a lurk in the past, but this time 2 kills.
Yeah, not usually that successful in the frag department. Vinny loses his head to Rush. Off peak does stop bomb.
But I think they're giving this up. Wow, that's a
save.
Massive play from Walco.
Who doesn't get to survive the round, but arguably wins it.
Easily.
Again, the lurk's always a consistent thing, but he usually just distracts players with smokes and flashes and his presence, and then eventually dies. You know, keeps them as busy as he can away from the B site. The fact he just picks up 2 kills, huge shining moment. Probably the best round we've seen from Walco on that A ramp lurk so far.
Yeah, he didn't have a good vertigo map last time. You know, could have definitely been nervous too, as we saw him get warm when it mattered. Like, I feel like if it was truly nervous, you wouldn't have got that 3K in the most pressured moment at the end of map 3, so. Ultra solid play here from EG. Oh. Oh. Just as they were turning back. I was wondering when he came back up the ramp, since there was no one there for so long. But that is the thing right there. You know, they're punishing the reclears, and the Imperial were trying to pretend like they were taking back A ramp control. Wanted to try to get over towards B side, but EG just playing well.
Just been a sea of utility here.
Oh, yeah.
The last 25 seconds, it's just nades popping constantly.
Walco dodges 90% of it and then eats 1 nade at the end, of course.
Look at the presence here, top middle for Imperial, and then check the radar for that A play.
That was something that was definitely underplayed by Furia, you know, when in mid control, and the flanks that it opens up, and the really, really slow ones, especially through spawn, where Evil Genius's rounds are quite slow, so you can actually make use of those. But, oh, this is an explosion.
Yikes. Joda almost caught on the hot swap. Still picks up 2. And Cello comes around from Orange to make sure that they get no closer to that bomb site. Solid double kill coming out of Joda. 10 and 3 is his start at the moment. Smoke into the site. Bolts. There's that lurk you're talking about. Oh. Junior doubles back, stops it. However, it's all on George. Picks up 1 in the 3, and Fallen's Deagle gets it done. Another nail biter that comes down to the final player, and yet another Imperial round win regardless.
Wow. Loving the emergent storylines. George is definitely a problem still. When we saw him play on Inferno and Mirage, he took over Mirage entirely. He's the best player on the map. Actually, maybe Junior is still better somehow, but Jota as well. He took some time to warm up, but he had a great map versus Complexity yesterday. And now he's just starting off hot. But look at George, though. He had a Galil right there. He had it locked up. 5 extra bullets.
You don't need to sell me on the Galil hype. It's even better in Source 2, by the way. I don't know why, but it is.
Yeah, you mentioned that. I didn't buy a single one. I was just abusing the bug where if you just spam D at the end of the round, you get your gun back.
We really are different types of people like that. Like, if I knew about that bug, I'd be like, I could never use that. That's just...
That is immoral.
That is immoral. That's unfair. Mo's out here just on the E key.
Trying to figure out how to guarantee it every time.
Yeah.
Well, if no one used it, they wouldn't fix it, right? So...
It's true.
I call that my contribution.
Well done.
Thank you.
You're helpful.
That's my service.
5 on the board for Imperial. And Fallen's going to go check out middle. Feels like with that flank that gets caught, Bolt's getting to the top of ramp by Junior. I mean, that could have gone swimmingly for Bolts. That could have been the round end right then and there. So I feel like EG are going to be a bit more cautious about these mid flanks. Especially, again, like you said, the nature of their rounds being slower.
Thing was that could have been a B push flank, so they don't know if it was mid necessarily. But yeah, we're seeing that Imperial are trying to do what Furia didn't last time. But EG are keeping eyes on this. Let's see how this goes in the Mac 10. Okay, there it is. Last bit of awareness from Fallen.
Finny just playing back.
That's nicely done from Fallen.
George is already clambered over top of the wood wall, so tucked on the left side. His teammates leave him. Remember the consistency in those A ramp lurks from Walco. George, clean headshot, but there's no teammates to follow this up just yet. They are coming back because of that entry. Jota's not too far away and teammates inbound. Fallen trying to get that op in. Molly lands on Jota. That gets him off his position while he's blind. Really good usage of the Molly and the flash. And George going above and beyond at the moment. Fallen almost dead. Here comes the flank yet once more. Walco's not able to hold it. We've got 3 players down to just 2. Man advantage goes back to Imperial, but the health advantage not so. And Bolt buys time. Spam not far off. Rushes Tech9, pops up, dies. And now we're gonna have to get George to go above and beyond. Somehow, someway, Imperial, with the finest of margin left on Fallen, are able to get this B site back under control.
Yeah, that really slipped out of their control. And the sad thing is for EG, all their utility was beautiful. It's just that the peaks were not warranted. Obviously, peeking from quad back there from Junior, that gave Fallen a chance. They had 2 mechanical failures to try and kill Fallen while he was blind, but they got this kill on quads and they knew they could take the site. Then they had a proper attack, and they had the molly down on Jota, who tried to stand in it and swing after a flash, but they also flashed with the attack. We saw how good they were at scaling into the B site versus Furia. They kept that into today. But, yeah, a couple of small moments where, well, they're holding a good angle, they don't hit the shot.
Back to a fast one. Cello's okay in this heated situation. Got support. Uh-oh. He'll take another little bit of risk stepping outwards. Second player's Cello.
That's smoke.
Tech9's a warning sign. Will keep eyes on it. Good thing he does. George decides to run the risk. Junior and Rush V4.
Unlikely, and it looks like done. Junior will go down, and when all the dust settles here, after this Eco Imperial up 7-2, doing just fine. Seeing some glimpses here that show EG could potentially win more rounds for sure, but in this more kind of even-faced battle, Imperial are just better right now. So, well, EG have their work cut out for them. Glad to see Inferno, or sorry, Vertigo.
Vertigo Mirage, Newbies Inferno Ancient.
Vertigo
Canals.
once again. And we'll actually get a chance to see Nuke picked up next, but this is EG's pick.
Chlorine Mutiny.
Wow. Vinny getting pieced up here inside the B site once again. George wasn't even totally ready for it.
Shut him down, though. Little solo play here from Hext.
It's a lot of info, however. I think they know that B is open now.
Yes.
That kill.
A lot of damage, however, the other way, right? And what do you prefer to have? All of your health?
What's interesting is they're taking speed towards A site.
Walco gonna try to get closer. Ooh. I don't even know if that flash blinded Walco. I think he just straight up won the duel. Bogdan. Cello's got the op. Rush is already standing on the crane, and we've got 4 players here for EG.
Yes, and there is no plan to re-clear short, so we're looking for utility right now. They've got wall smokes ready. 1 single flash to scale. No mollies for jump up. And I think the boost is going to come in. It looks like they just want to pick first. They don't grab that. Oh, the Fallen chops him down at the knees.
Low health, right? Doesn't help. Hext gets cleaned up real quick, and Junior had his chance at the pick. When that op first jumped across, won't be able to take a second shot because Cello body bags him. George 1v4. Time's not on his side, but a nice clean headshot will give him a chance to save that AWP, so he thinks. Fallen through the tarp.
Damn, he's played long enough to know how far you can walk. He can sense ya. That's George down. Another really well-handled round. And, you know, Cello getting his kill on short consistently is massive. After Walco got that lurk round off, and he's kept his awareness about that at 100%. And even though Imperial didn't have a plan to re-clear the ramp, which is very, you know, in meta at all parts of the round basically at the moment, they had the boost up in the back of the site, and they were ready for something to come A. Tomorrow's matchup in the finals will be the winner of this versus paiN, which is just going to be awesome no matter what.
Yeah, paiN's starting to become a little bit notorious at showdowns. Last season in 2022, denying Furia in Lisbon, where surely the Portugal crowd would have turned out.
Portugalese.
And now denying Washington from Liquid, where the North Americanese would have been excited to see their hometown.
They're actually called Washagillians.
Oh, Washagilladorpians. 1 for Vinny.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, man, these pops into the B site, they do look good for EG.
Got more flashes, too.
But Fallen does a good job of staying alive behind green, working with the little that he is able to control. George, down to 38 health, places the Tech 9 point blank, spam through smoke, no contact. And Fallen, well, he's real damn good. Misses the last shot on Hex, but that'll get swarmed by the Cello. And Imperial rack up another.
Fallen said, Junior's the best opper in North America only because I haven't moved back.
Mm-hmm.
He has been doing fantastic as of recently. This is not a flash in the pan from Fallen.
It's just the whole question of can he do it outside of Brazil? And right now, yes, 15-2. Vintage Gabriel Toledo. What an amazing career.
Unparalleled, really.
Yeah. If CSGO ever has a Hall of Fame, there's no doubt on anybody's mind that he occupies a place in it. We should do that. We should start a Hall of Fame or something.
I'm going to do a top 20 CSGO players of all time list.
Ooh.
Yeah, because that was brought up because I've been doing the top 20 every year.
How do I get involved?
But now this is a...
How does this include me?
This is going to be...
I'll be like Bruce
want help.
Buffer.
I want help. I want help.
I'll Bruce Buffer ring, you know, I'll announce him for you. Little jump up to try and keep eyes on construction. Third player in the background. That's the one that elicits Fallen shot because you know he would have just kept crawling out. But Hext has 1 health. Junior's on 5. It's a 4v4, but barely. They're going to try to get that walk back into the B site. Vinny's not here as he usually is. Joda comes back, could very well get caught off by George. Sure enough, Flash finds its home. George catches Joda, and the CT's a little bit out of position there because of all the presence in middle. Vinny decides to throw himself forward, gets caught by the Flash. Walco can't capitalize right away, but still gets his in the end. So those two players on such little health, not a problem. Walco and George coming through instead. And that may just extinguish the flames of Imperial's hot streak. A deep smoke to keep this one locked in. EG with a third, at least, on this T side.
They've had a ton of close successes trying to get into the B sites. You can see why they have such an affinity for it. They've got good utility. They're able to oftentimes take Vinny out if he's solo in the site. And once they do get the quad clear, I think they feel very good. They're super easy at clearing on default, and the B takes are just getting stronger every day. I think where Imperial have found success in stopping the attacks is keeping generator control. Every time they try to get behind that, that's normally where they've died. We've seen Fallen get multiple kills in the site crosses. He knows when to re-peak where they feel like they've stopped him from having that confidence. But here, yeah, once they get this default and quad kill, getting to this spot right here has always been the trouble for EG. But it's not too late to make a half of this, even though they would like more T rounds, of course. And here is a chance to at least break the money a little bit. Fallen has been relegated just to this Deagle. With 4 rifles. Oh, no, sorry. He's actually got an op on the ground. Someone's dropped that for him. So, and there are a few $1,000s left on a couple of players, so maybe they scrounge together another buy. We'll see.
Fallen turned away for a second, but felt comfortable enough to just extend out. You know, Rush was right here on the right side of Fallen's peak. Could have made contact as Fallen went deeper, but the timing works out to Imperial's favor. And they edge ever closer to their 10th.
16-2. What a map from Fallen. But EG, they play 4v5s in a dignified fashion. They squeeze it for every bit of time. They believe they can clutch at the end if things call for it. They don't simply start taking risks that you see teams take in 3v5 and things like that too early. Oh my god, the adjustment from Junior. Jota comes right underneath this scope. I don't think Junior could have seen anything. The pure audible reaction. And that makes it a 4v4 with 40 seconds.
Majority of EG starting to work back up that ramp. Fallen is over there. And it's going to take something to get him off this position. Will that something be Walco? Feels like sometimes EG don't really play short side when they approach the site. And now Fallen just switching out to the Desert Eagle as Bolts also connects with that mid lurk. So it's just these last two players. They try to come at Fallen a second time, and Rush meets the same fate as Walco. Fallen gives chase, trying to deny Junior this AWP save. The whole camp's coming for him. Run. Run, paiN, run. He should be fine up here. Woo! Quick one.
It got scary. Fallen in control right there on short.
Look how hard he's thinking.
Yeah, 2 easy kills. How does he not run out of stamina, this guy?
Vegetables.
He's eating his greens. I thought you called him a vegetable. These old ass vegetables. Keep going.
No.
Timeout called. But it's a tour de force here by Fallen. I don't really know how they get back into it now. And it's not like he's just babysitting one site. He stopped them on the B takes. He's been pushing through mid to catch lurkers, and he's rotated to 8 in time. I want to say every round they needed him. So I don't know if EG will be able to come up with anything new at this part of the round. But maybe they'll have better success just beating him in a duel. That'll probably be on Junior.
Junior pounds shots through the wall. Walco finds Cello. But Cello decided to take an initiative. Cost him.
Yeah, there's been this tacit understanding that Cello is going to play around the short, but he actually hasn't been that aggressive recently.
So Joda, he's happy to keep on fighting. Double off the A1S.
And he's got a favorable smoke there to slow him down even more.
Definitely a retrievable situation here for EG, but again, short is always their problem, I feel. And Fallen, he'll get traded out by George immediately, who, because of his own team's molly, can't go out. He's just burning. But because of that, Bolts never suspects that George is going to be coming running through on fire. Nade, though, for George. Down to 9. Vinny with the double spray. Lines them up as they just want to exit. 22 health makes the difference. An op saved, and EG still stuck on 3.
Excellent from the B rotator here, or sorry, the B anchor in Vinny to come over and have to pull off a clutch, but fantastically done. And he's the one who put the nade pressure on to get the guy to jump out and then hit the beautiful spray transfer to grab both. Love the play from George, though, in between 2 mollies after he trades out Fallen, and then he throws 2 flashes in a row to make it seem like he's delaying for the mollies to come out, but doesn't simply wait for the molly to expire before aggressing. Takes a few extra points of damage for any little bit of, to make it seem like it's like unlikely the trade would swing out at that moment, and back turn, he actually makes the round possible.
Streamline flashbangs. See if they can take short for once. George kind of crazy, man, running through that molly, but
that was smart.
Never saw it.
It was really smart, and he used the flashes to do like a couple of things at once. And I just feel like he did such a good job of like seeing very far into that play. I think he always had the idea to run through the rest of that molly. He also had the flashes because he knew he had to delay in some way, and it served as a fake at the same time.
Here's Cello. Holding on jump up. George plants bomb. We've got a 5v5 retake to finalize this first 15. EG have had their moments. They've had their opportunities, but it has been Imperial with real resolve in some of these retakes and some of these close quarters B holds. This one seems like maybe it's asking too much, though. Final utility comes out of Imperial for the retake. Walco up close on sight, falls to Vinny. We've got man advantage here for Imperial. Bomb, it's ticking pretty quick, and Fallen's just gonna try to stick it. No, not like this, don't take it! He robs them of just one more measly round. It is 3 only for EG Black on this T side. Catch you in a second for their defense.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Ish.
Let's try. He's older than Short1. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors. Cold Sarah, let's go. Cold Sarah, we got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiberg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try.
Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats us for some point. Lost it.
Not quite the awe-inspiring performance that we got out of Evil Geniuses versus Furia yesterday, but that's mostly because of one man, Fallen, with an absolute world-class performance in the first 15 on Vertigo.
We still saw some of the good ideas coming out of EG, but this Fallen carry was extraordinary. I mean, in terms of, if you look at a heat map, his map presence, whether it was AB or middle, on top of Clutch's op shots, hit a rifle clip or two, he was the problem.
So now a pistol really could spell disaster for Evil Geniuses. Oh, Hex can't make his Berettas look quite as good as Joe does. Remember, we had that nasty 3K from him last round down on ramp. Well, not meant to be this time. So an easy 13th queued up unless Junior and Rush come through with some miraculous moment. And as much as we can talk about Fallen's op impact for Imperial, we didn't get the Junior of yesterday for EG, who, even despite some of their more difficult
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, Cello, no, Cello. Okay. At that point, I'd take a bullet to the back of the head before a knife inside the spleen. Let it go. Let it go.
So is the spleen in like a part, is that a real thing in your body?
Yeah. I don't really know where it is, though. I think it's like, it's back here somewhere.
Around the liver.
I think it's around the liver. It's like, it's like a small, where is the spleen? Where is the spleen?
I thought it was like Italian slang for...
Oh, it's a tiny little guy.
Oh, yeah?
It's a fist-size organ in the upper left side of your abdomen, next to your stomach and behind your ribs. Huh?
Fist is pretty big, no?
It's pretty big. Yeah. Well, it depends on how big your hands are.
Well, for something I didn't know was in my body, it's pretty big.
Right. Oh, wait till you know about your brain.
That's pretty small.
2 fists. USPs. EG. Good luck. I wish you good luck. 2 kills, 3 kills. That ain't half bad, but it's not enough to stop Imperial's tear here on Vertigo.
Yeah, we're a bit far past the point that little economic damage means much. 14-3. Round score almost impressive as Fallen's individual score. Actually, not nearly even somehow. I don't think he's died so far this half. Oh, yeah, he is. 22-4. His rating is going to be 1.8, 1.9.
Wowza.
Wowza. 2? 2.0? 2.10? I'm just going to say all the numbers. We'll get there someday. Okay.
Guns up. Potentially for the only round of EG's CT side, but Hex is going to be fighting tooth and nail to make it more than one. His 2K is what keeps things even here on A. Imperial have wasted no time, no antics, no gimmicks, no guises to what they're up to.
They know that EG have a limited amount of utility they could have approached on a round like this, so fast up the A ramp. 2 trades mean this is a very T-sided affair suddenly. And now they're looking to punish the re-aggression. Let's see if the shoulder peek is good. No, misses the timing, but he doesn't die.
Comes back and is traded. Fallen still just sitting back. Bolts is dead. Fallen next. We've got a round on the board for EG.
Nicely done from Malco. Would have loved to see what Fallen work in that clutch, but they kept tabs on him. So no matter how this series goes, it's always good to have dignity in the map. Oh.
That was dramatic.
Well, yeah, it was super dramatic. I wonder what the kill was that elicited that reaction. I never noticed the dice on the forklift.
What's your lucky number?
2.
Oh, 2. Interesting.
What about you?
5.
That's that one sucks.
No, it's a good one.
So what's the story with 5?
You got 5 fingers, you got 5 toes on each hand. Well,
not Prius.
Most of us, yeah. Poor guy. Rush falls away from this. Don't die to pistols, Rush. Also, I just like multiples of 5.
Okay.
Very easy to remember.
Okay. Does it actually have to do fingers and toes and stuff? Or just like,
well, you know, like
the
high
amount of
five.
times you see five.
You know,
Yeah,
five. It's a nice shape. Five is one of those numbers that has straight lines and a nice rounded piece.
Right.
You know, it's
I get that.
Visually stimulating.
Like that. So does 2.
Oh, true. Yeah, but I think the straight
We're actually
part
quite close in terms of the typography of those two numbers.
Yeah, that's very true. The straight part should be on top, though. I think that's the natural. The way of George, spamming away through smoke as Hex gives cover. Sorry, boys, pistol's not enough, Imperial. EG ain't no chumps. Then he's gonna keep fighting though. His 15th.
Yeah.
He right up there with the pack. Not a slow day for him. He had some very instrumental success at that B site early. Some shutdown rounds that really, I think, painted the picture for Fallen's comfort before he got active on the op. You know, Vinny's the one who pushed the ball down the hill, and Fallen's the one that kept it rolling.
Vinny and Jota coming through early on their series today. Looking for finals, and looking for finals fast here. Our Imperial. And, you know, underscored by the fact that this is Evil Genius's map pick. Getting the touch sloppy here on the CT approaches. X dealing with him on short.
Oh, that nade.
Great pressure with the nade.
Excellent utility, but will it be enough? George going to take to the top of sandbags only to die to bolts at the distance. But damn, that utility was immense.
Now they've got to worry about a flank because they have 2 here both spotted. CTs have also actually just waited here towards A, not working on any kind of flank. This is the kind of round you want to fast forward about 30 seconds just because there's no incentive for Imperial to go A right now. The only question is if EG will split up now or later.
Maybe not at all. Got a Molotov to prevent the deep CT peek, and that's exactly where Rush comes in from. Dropping that bomb forces Jota to walk back. He'll waste no more time, though. Punches it in quick. Oh, that nade could have just won the... Oh, a second! Double dunk. And EG retake for a 6th with 2 players standing.
Nice. That pays off since they both stayed close to the site. No chance for Jota to attempt the 1v2.
I wonder how long that grenade was over there. A little cache of... Where'd you get that? How'd that get back there? Nobody died back there.
Oh, it was Rush throwing both of them?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, they could have just left it there for the retake at the beginning of the round.
Pretty cool. Yeah. Artillery barrage. But of course, spirit's still high here for Imperial. They've had openings and chances already and 2 rounds away. Plenty to play. And while we do have the George performance so far here on Vertigo, gonna need more than that. He is at bat though here towards ramp. Teammate right behind him. He gets the first, loses Hex. Ooh, Rush. Caught diving back behind sandbags. Now that's going to be 2 low players here on A for EG. They don't have to commit Imperial. They could just back up. These smokes make things weird, but they're going to keep up with that pressure. CT's come through with another couple kills. Junior's op on the rotate and Rush from inside smoke. So health advantage in the 2v2 belongs to EG. And now, just like last round, we get that pause where anything becomes possible.
It is like Groundhog Day here on the ramp again. But this time, they're going to assume EG try the same play and stick around. Rush this time instead of Junior. Or the reverse. Good amount of utility to try to retake, of course. B is sometimes fun to retake. In a 2v2, we'll see with the time on their side. I'd still rather be the T side probably, but you know, we're looking at 2 players that are basically half HP. Now, these smokes could actually play a big factor. So they're trying to do something interesting here, keeping one player ahead of it. No pressure in from Heaven just yet. And HE maybe coming out late, but it goes
too far.
Yeah. And Jote has the re-smoke. Okay. All in an effort to simply delay for time.
Yeah. Gives up his forward position, playing behind green instead. Looks like Walco's going to throw his smoke out. That creates a pocket between the two that Walco could take over. Imperial very happy to just suddenly disperse, right? Considering how far in they were, they just go all the way back. Now trying to play that time. Walco finds a headshot. They're not on the defuse till now. Walco down to 2 seconds. Joda has to get him off, and he's just not on the money.
Wow, that's a nice retake, man.
Clean.
There was a lot of protocols right there. I mean, the retake smoke was great. The patience was really good. And they just gave Imperial no safe chance to take a fight as they approached. That was Junior back there with a flash to support Walco. But the flash was simply to get them back.
Are you surprised that Imperial pulled back as much as they did?
I think they felt the pressure. They did feel the pressure from the flash that came out. I think Jota doesn't... If Jota had more HP, I think if they both had more HP, I think they'd play closer to Generator for longer. But then what killed them was the retake smoke that just blocked off ramp a little bit. Very awkward to fight around.
Crazy we get 4 smokes in that 2v2 as well.
So I think if they swing Generator, you're probably going to take damage when you take that fight.
Felt like a sequence of smoke grenades created a sequence of repositions. And in that positioning battle, Imperial the pawns, EG the queens.
Trying to reach that dignified territory of around 10 rounds here for EG. Only got 1 AK to get through on this one. Proper explosion here up into heaven, but it looks like EG are actually quite aware and ready for this. They rotate 2 into B. And off watching late from mid.
A little busy though.
Yeah, the elevator molly, they don't respond accordingly to it, but they don't get through the heaven.
Picks up pace fast enough. Flash is great. I mean, man is still blind. Walco doesn't know how close he just came to dying if it wasn't for his teammate to save his life, but everybody here for Imperial gets completely stuffed on the approach. That's 5 up for EG, 5 straight for EG.
Yeah, I mean, they actually figured out that the strat was coming. I don't think they had any vision on mid either, so they organized properly to defend against heaven. The elevator molly made Junior look uncomfortable, but they still had enough pieces on the other side of that they were fine. They're just very good at like not flashing themselves when they're trying to make these rotations in to try and fight. Everything's very well placed. And Imperial are actually burning through their timeouts. I mean, they are very close to just simply winning this game, but it's also been a couple rounds since they've seen success.
Still keeping it fresh though. This round much faster and very much within the pack. It really was
Max
when I saw
always laughing.
He's just having a good time.
Yeah, I've actually not even really seen him talk during tack pauses, but maybe just because I just thought of a joke. He just tells a joke. I think Fallen was like 24-3 at one point. Got him neutered here on this T side.
Careful though, Walco on his own as Rush rotates to the back of sight. And it did feel to me like throughout that series from Furia, they started to target Walco. If you were going to try to knock down the weakest link. He'll be left alone on B. But that's the beauty of, I think, Walco's playstyle. He's alone so often. For better or for worse. he does take on a lot of responsibility of map control and information. And when the stacks that we see from Evil Geniuses go well, that's because Walco is willing to be the guy with this burden. He's back down those B stairs. George takes a bit of damage. A lot of players here. He's just tucking behind Xbox.
There's no pressure, though, you know, anywhere else. It feels like EG, it's a foregone conclusion in their heads that eventually this goes A. And Walco's going to take one last peek and the rotate's coming out. So, yeah, they got good info. Not really working the map here, Imperial. So, 20 seconds. They're a little slow on this exec, too, honestly. But they're going to try it now.
It's going to get stacked up. We'll see if any individual can shine from either side. Nades well-timed towards top ramp. They just walk straight into the shooting gallery. Hex gonna swing. Dies. 5 seconds, which means Rush can just stop that bomb in its tracks. And even though Walco, this whole entire round, hasn't seen a soul, he is the last remaining survivor, picks it up, and keeps EG Black's CT side rolling.
And can I ask you, you ever see EG try round like that on their T side?
No.
No, they've always done a good job of making sure to, like, clear pressure everywhere else. Yeah. So, like, again, that's why I think we were, praising them a lot versus Furia, and they did the same today. Yeah, they didn't have a great of a T side, but they put in the right steps. Yep. Whereas that was just such an obvious round to Evil Geniuses because they did such a good job of, like, making sure things were clear. And Imperial grouped up as 5 and got punished heavily for it. So that one's starting to look a little bit desperate now. Running out of time is obviously a sign of weakness. Ooh, last thing you want is one lucky kill to go your way. George gets clipped.
Because it only takes 2 round wins, and Imperial close this out.
And this will be very telling now. 5v4 advantage. They've got their buy-in. However, when we look at who has utility, we've got 1 smoke on Cello and a full kill on Fallen. That's it. He's got bars of gold in his pocket. If he dies, they're likely going to get crushed. They don't have much counterplay to an op.
Feels like it has to be one concise swoop. One follow-through with that wave of nades, or dry peek from Vinny. And he's not looking away from Quad. He does not believe this is clear. He doesn't believe it one bit. Flash comes out. Walco doesn't move a muscle. And the fact there's no response off that flash. Oh, Walco. Substantial damage, no kills. Oh, perfectly timed over the top of middle. And Junior doesn't clip him. Concerned about the potential A play. There's nothing there. Just wants to get the hell out. Imperial with a 5v4 felt like they could confidently just fixate on one site. The added benefit of bolts. 2 kills for him in this one. Imperial will take 15.
Yeah, well played, but no one could answer back. To be honest, Imperial, they had to make plays like that. They didn't have enough nades for a full exec, so they had to look for individual fights, and a great spray from Vinny into good patience here, denying Walco from getting this 2K spray down, even though he did a lot of damage to both players. So many close moments where EG definitely could have allowed for potential for a retake or anything like that. And you can see the frustration, because we're starting to get a retake in place, or sorry, a comeback in place, but now they've got no money.
Not a lot left between them and a loss here on map 1. Rush gonna try to hold on for dear life. Can't get away from Fallen, who sure enough has been muted in the last few rounds. Beauty of a dig out of Walco to kick it off, but he just can't get the multi-kill. So it's gonna need to be Hexed and George.
Also, that was a nice lurk that they actually got off in that last round through heaven.
Molly goes far beyond. Oh, yeah, the util goes behind Hexed. He slides out, catches Vinny. At least this one's been evened out. But EG's still playing the dark.
Fallen. He was the carry throughout the first half. He's now started to collect some kills here in the second. Could be the full closer. The CTs will be left guessing a little bit, and the bomb is looking in the exact right location at the moment. Looks like Fallen is just a few seconds away from joining Cello and walking into an open site. We've got, if you want to count this as retake utility, a decoy for George, and maybe a gun that he can find along the way. I'm not even sure, but they would definitely rather it be A in this situation. So let's see if they can close it out.
Got the nades to take the site, that's for sure. No defenders here for EG. No flashes to even get them through it. Cello safely plants this bomb. Not gonna be grabbed either, but Hext, he's just gonna get the quick kill. Straight up duel versus Cello. Is Fallen gonna take this from them? He's the reason this was so lopsided. And he gives up that angle. Hex shows a little skin. Both CTs closing this distance. Where the hell have they got off to? George plays on top of orange boxes. And a very swift, retake from EG.
Nicely done, Hex.
Nicely done. They finished the job on that retake. And now just within 5 of OT.
That was actually, yeah, 2 key play. Inside the B site, Hex is a guy who does come up with creative solutions to tricky problems. And right there in the B site, when they smoked behind him, he came up with a swing, stayed alive later into the round. Good job not dying to Fallen. And then they took both. They basically had a chance to kill him both ways here. They figured out where he was going to peek from and then waited out the situation without getting off. Well, 10 to 15. Last round that Imperial won was a creative low buy. The delayed attack towards the B side after getting an opening kill on the ramp. Here it looks like decisions have not been made. But the B attack looks imminent. Going forward with the boost at the same time as the smoke lands. Couple players tied up over towards A. There it is.
Same engagement that won them their last round.
Got around the molly.
Then he sees the shadow. Walko backs up right into his own death. And Vinny's just gonna stay tucked in here. That's a quick movement from Rush, and that's exactly what opens up the timing in middle. It creates a pocket. Because Rush moves over, bolts, then gets a chance to strike with no resistance. Hex comes back around from elevator as Fallen plants bomb on A. Junior's been preoccupied this entire time, and Hex dies immediately after. Same engagement to kick it off, but this time with a layer from Imperial over towards that A site. Protocols in place, backup plans ready to go, and no desperate move needed because each of those kills goes smoothly the way of Imperial. So after an excellent, a dominating first half that made us think EG didn't have what it took to go toe-to-toe with Imperial, this one will get closed. They had to work for it those last few rounds, and unfortunately for Evil Geniuses, we did not get a junior top performance as we did every single map versus Furia. This one shifts the favor of the Brazilians, and we go, of course, to map 2 to see if Evil Geniuses can keep this dream alive.
Blast Premier is coming to North America. NACS is back, baby.
NACS is back on home turf.
People have been waiting a long time.
The Blast stage is something that they've never experienced. CSGO has come to the nation's capital.
Blast Premier, Washington, D.C.
Well, we saw Imperial come into this with absolute style and Fallen leading the charge. We touched on what Imperial could do within this game, but we had a doubt around what EG would show. This time, they weren't able to show much. They fought back into that second half, Maniac, but that was about it.
I actually don't think that EG played that bad. They just weren't able to convert post-plan situations. It was just impossible for EG to defend their bomb plan in the first half. I'm just going to give you a number. Out of all the rounds that Imperial won on their CT side, 6 diffuses. 6 diffuses in their defensive half. They somehow always had the right move. They always had, either would it be being aggressive or being a little patient. EG could not convert any of these situations.
No, they couldn't at all. And I would say also that, like, if you pick into Vertigo, yes, it can be a tough map. And yeah, you're going up against the Fallen who came alongside the rest of the Imperial squad, but you need more than 3 T rounds. That should be possible.
You need way more than that. I just wanted the scoreboard to be brought up once more, because how often do you see the bottom fragger of your team in the top of the scoreboard according to ADR? Bolts had 17 kills, the least on Imperial. He had 14 assists in this game. I don't think I've ever seen a dude with 14 assists in my entire life. That is crazy, but that's the point, right? You need more. If you want to beat a team where your worst fragger is the highest ADR player on the server, you know it's a well-rounded performance coming in from Imperial, and I agree. EG didn't necessarily play that bad, but this is more like what we expected from yesterday.
We should look at Fallen in some more detail, though, because Fallen was lights out.
Hell.
And we don't normally expect it anymore. You said he was doing better. I didn't expect this.
Oh, no, I mean, who could have expected that kind of a performance? Sure, we've said Fallen's on an upward trajectory very recently. His numbers have been picking off, but the amount of impactful kills in these retake situations that I was talking about that he had here, look at this. His close distance with the AWP on the B side. He was being aggressive as well. He played that here, short position as well. He had the flicks, he was hitting the shots, and the problem, if you're EG and you play against Fallen who's catching on fire, is that he's got the best of both worlds. He's got the flicks and he's got the experience. He doesn't make mistakes and he was in the zone. And Junior, someone that we hyped a lot against Furia, well, Fallen just, he taught him a lesson. Presente, profesor.
It hurts to see that. It hurts to see that right there. Of course, Fallen having a fantastic game. Junior couldn't live up to what he did yesterday. And when you have the comparison, them standing next to each other, you see the difference between the two teams.
Yeah, that's painful. And we put Junior on a higher pedestal because of what we saw yesterday.
I mean, this doesn't take anything away from yesterday. That's not what we're doing. Yesterday was amazing, but today...
I just expected the Junior at least a bit better.
We expected more. Yeah, we definitely expected more. Listen, my brain is freezing just a little bit about the Vertigo. Did we see Junior pop off on Vertigo yesterday? I have Inferno in my mind, and I just cannot move away from that. Mirage and Inferno. That's where Junior took over. Now we played Vertigo. Definitely more complicated.
Yeah, this tougher for those AWPers out there, but it was a nice game for Jota coming in. We spoke about Jota, we spoke about Shadow. Jota has been an absolute monster from start to finish here. This is what we're looking to see from these two players.
Yeah, I love this new iteration of Imperial, you know, moving away from the old guard and moving a little bit more into the MIBR players, or the good of the MIBR players they managed to steal away, and Jota has been coming off to a good start with Imperial. As a player, he's aggressive. He has that Brazilian flair to him. He reminds me of the player that is always willing to fight, and he does that both on the CT side and the T side. Jota right now, sure, you know, we've been seeing him around for quite some time, but he's starting to make a name for himself, right? He's starting to break through with an Imperial and being one of them that can be the difference maker as well. But that goes back to my point I said when I had the scoreboard up. It felt like everyone from Imperial in this game were up there. Vinny, we don't even talk about Vinny, right? He went 7 for 7, I believe, in opening duels, or close to it at least. So there was just so many positives to take away.
But it's not all negatives for the EG camp, though. When we look at George again, this guy continues to be sharp, continues to be consistent.
Yeah, he keeps on delivering, and he was one of the main reasons why this game actually kept on going.
Yeah.
Because I thought personally that Imperial would put it to bed in a 16-4, 16-5 matter. Wasn't meant to be. It was a little bit complicated for Fallen and his crew to close out. I guess for EG, usually the story that we tell viewers when something like that happens is it bodes well for the second map. It bodes well for the second map to get into the rhythm, to find a couple of them kills, find a couple of easy rounds when suddenly things start being automatic again. And I think EG have reached that point. But let us not be fooled. Imperial are now moving on to Nuke in a very commanding and confident position.
Oh, yes. But Nuke is still a map that EG can play.
Is it?
Now, is it?
You're supposed to answer the question for me.
I'm asking you. Do you think they can play Nuke?
Host, analyst.
Yes, thank you. Pimp, do your job.
I think they're gonna be. I think they're gonna be struggling massively in Nuke. I'm not gonna lie. It's a map that we haven't seen this iteration of EG play. We haven't seen them play at this tournament, and I would argue Nuke right now in modern days Counter-Strike probably is the most demanding map in terms of communication, in terms of practice, in terms of synergy between the players. All these rotations that are going on when you lose control over ramp or you lose control over secret. You need to know your protocols, you need to know how to react, and the players need to know each other and communicate in very chaotic situations. Nuke is tough, especially for a team that, you saw Hex coming into an interview with Hecko as well, almost laughed when we asked about the practice, right? I think it's going to be super, super tough for them, and I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. It's going to be a 2-0.
Ooh, we have a 2-0. Listen, Imperial played it against So in Pro League. They lost in overtime. That was a tough affair. I didn't see the game. My question is to the level of finesse tactically of Imperial. That's the only one question that I have. Because I feel like throughout this showdown already, we've seen different phases for Imperial. We've seen them on Inferno being a bit basic for my money, a little bit shallow in, I guess, the protocols they were using. And then we've seen them now on Vertigo, which things looked very polished, very refined, nice retakes, nice executes, and then you have the skill just sprinkle on top, and then it's dangerous. I don't know where we're going on Nuke. That's their map pick. I have to assume that there is a tactical mastery and there is that finesse, which is why we'd go 2-0.
But what are we looking for here from the EG camp in terms of we're starting on the CT side? Is there something they can gain on it? They didn't do too well on the pistols either side when it came to Vertigo here. I'm looking for someone to be the game changer.
Yeah, and I guess we're looking towards Junior once more with the AWP on the CT side. If he can activate himself, if he can allow himself to be free, move around. I love when AWP players go inside hot, go for an opening, rotate away. They can go yard, they can go ramp. You can basically move wherever you want to if you're Junior on a map like Nuke, and I think he is needed. One thing I would like to see from EG, instead of playing the basic 101 Counter-Strike where you're trying to react whatever's coming from Immortal, I would love if they took charge of the game, do some ramp pushes, go in and take lobby control, see if you can read it and play a little bit with risk right here. I doubt EG have played much Nuke. I doubt they practice much Nuke. So instead of just waiting and seeing what's coming to them, try to take charge, and at least then you get to win or lose on your own terms.
They play a fair amount of Nuke, but I will say the level of opposition can be discussed, right? It's ESL Challenger League, it's the qualifier from Melbourne as well. But on the point of being aggressive, this is how EG kind of fought back against Furia. If you go back to that series on Mirage, CT side, super aggressive, super out there. We heard in an interview they said they didn't respect them. Zach said they seemed like they didn't respect Furia on their CT side. So sure, take a page from that book. Be aggressive, be out there, put them out of their comfort zone.
Don't allow yourself to just get rolled over like we saw at the beginning of Vertigo. That's what's going to be key here for EG if they want to bounce back and take us to Inferno as a third deciding map. But before that, we're going to Nuke after the break.
Nobody can take away from EG what they accomplished yesterday versus Furia, but it does seem like Imperial could very well just stomp out the embers that they were able to light here at the NA Showdown. Unfortunately for EG, now one map away from elimination, and Imperial, based on that Fallen performance, looked like they had it in control the entire time. 1-6, 6-1 odds from Unicorn.
It didn't look quite as good in the second half and allowed EG to show that they were still some of the team that we saw versus Furia, but they set themselves up so well with how well the first half went that it was fine. They could trip over the finish line, and there were even a couple of great calls at the end of that map from Fallen to organize the flanks into Heaven and the B splits that made it look like, okay, they were going to finish it eventually. And so here we are on Nuke, the map pick of Imperial, where you would assume that they should be able to take it. Less info here on EG Black, especially versus this team. They've played one scrim against each other. Both parties that were asked about it, Zach and Hex, refused to give up any information. They said it was an interesting one, which I couldn't figure out whether or not that meant that EG played well or if Imperial played well. They both made it seem like they played badly.
They've got secrets. And I want in on said secrets. Rush Walco, CT side for EG, of course. 3 kills in already. We've got the CT setting themselves up. Nice Fallen. He reacts fast enough to clap back on Hexed. Only 3. And Vinny, during all this wild engagement, has managed to get into ramp room.
The bomb gets spotted when it could have gone ramp. So Fallen has actually created a meal for himself here. Having to go outside. And, well, that does mean there's maybe a little bit less attention on Vinny. Got a good clear right there. Kind of hard to rotate out of. Jordan will come in. This is nice, I think, from the CT side. But it buys a little time. And it looks like they're going to try to split towards upper. With Vinny, I'm assuming. Coming in late Squeaky would probably be the best way to clear this out, so... Got enough time to do so. One guy upstairs.
It's been real quiet, man, but it's going to have to be Vinny in the kill department, surely. 8 health on Fallen. Rush starts to back up a bit. Catches a glimpse of Vinny. As expected, Fallen dies easily. And so will Vinny, in fact. Evil geniuses pick up CT pistol.
It's a good read on where that would end up. There was a chance, of course, that Fallen crosses towards Secret, but he didn't feel comfortable crossing Secret because they had hell control, so instead taking it through Mini. Well, slightly obvious, at least gave him a good chance to have like a 2v1 for a second. They just couldn't find that duel. Good free push here from George in that mini smoke to make this even easier. Good organization from EG all around. So a pistol round to kick things off for the defense.
Whoa. See ya. Vinny's dead real quick. Junior's got Berettas, man. This is brave. Mind you, they don't have armor, so at the end of the day, it's a good round to have said Berettas.
It's also got a person behind him to help out.
Boom! 4 kills off Berettas.
That one's for you, AZ-esque.
Like it's nothing.
You were asking, where's Junior? There he is.
God, these things are nasty, dude. Between Jodas 4K back on Vertigo and Junior's here now.
They are an amazingly strong pistol.
In those situations, I feel like they look almost broken. But then sometimes at longer ranges, it's like, they're still technically as good, but they just don't shine like that, man. Nothing competes to that. Like, you're telling me those Glocks ever had a chance? Nah.
Yeah, 5.7 absolutely gets 2, but like it's not necessarily getting 3. You have to be. It would have been a more insane clip. It's more like expected that the dualies can do that on a regular basis.
Junior fries bolts.
Late squeaky 3v5 is always the best play to make. See if you get the double entry upstairs. If not, you have the vent drop possible. Don't alarm any rotations downstairs so you can maybe use that for something quick, but then that also makes it somewhat obvious. So the CTs usually keep an eye on it or rotate preemptively. Either way, 5 up, and Rush taking the space back outside.
It's going to be Walco with the jiggle from the heaven. Any assistance here? No, not yet. The Hex comes flying up the ladder, but for now, they get that entry that they needed. There's that slow crawl behind them in lobby. Gonna have to be careful not to give that angle up to their flank. Hex, no, excuse me, it's George that swings out with the MP9 and dies. Hex picking up the FAMAS. Rush revealing himself on that flank. Fallen looking to get off the bomb site. Junior's just gonna patiently hold it. Beautiful here for EG. Very controlled state even after that bomb goes down.
Yeah, very much. They had that all locked up. They took the exact space they wanted back. So I think Zach said something like they're sort of like reminded them of Brazilian gameplay, the way they took backspace on map control. I didn't really see that same parallel. I think that what defined that makes sense, but that's just something all good teams do. I think that something that defines Brazilian map control was re-aggressions on CT side specifically, but when it comes to T side as well for EG, they do a good job just on map control across the board. There was a good example.
George not shying away from quick little hut peek, but hello, as he falls back into the site, he's met by 2 Ts. And then just as fast as they manage to get out lobby, they find themselves flying into the ramp room. So quick redirection here. Potential for the B plant, perhaps. High potential, in fact. Nobody down here to stop it from Evil Geniuses. A win is a win in terms of bomb plants here for Fallen and Co. Can they miraculously hold off the retake?
This is not a good retake. You know, they don't have control side, they don't have decon, so they're just, it's not that they can't take it back, but they have to go so slowly. So a few things have to go right in terms of the kills right now.
Doesn't look like Imperial are going to give them anything yet.
They have no vent either. They're worried about everything.
Ooh, and a 1D rings out from the bomb sites. Close corner here from Joda. Door swung. No way. Unarmored. Oh, excuse me. No, they do pick up armor.
Yeah, just a half buy.
It's the pistols that were really lackluster.
Yeah, that's bad rotations there from EG. You know, even if you're not going to have the other 3 out of 4 players ready for lower control, you don't give yourself time to deal with situations like that if you don't have control side or decon or vent to hold just for a second to make sure they can only take so much space. Ideally, they have entirety of control, and then you have like a really good chance you can smoke decon. But control side, there's the doors and the windows you got to worry about that these can play into the post plant. And the vent as well, if anybody's in there, that can cause you problems. So, nice find from Imperial, but problem here for Evil Geniuses if they let lower be a problem again.
Really, really fast pop out squeaky and insta rotate back out ramp, right? I love that left-right hit. Love the fact Junior's that fast to drop Fallen, but he gets blinded, can't really escape fast enough, and Cello returns the favor. They've got Hex down in secret, Walco behind smokes. Definitely a couple bodies here to try and engage with Imperial. They flash over, make some sound. Hex on high alert. No gun out for the first one. Walco follows, misses his chance. Gonna get punished for that. Cello takes him down. Man advantage, Imperial.
Yeah. And with Vinny inside of Squeaky, they have an escort back here into Mini. So George is spotting for this smartly, but Vinny finds his timing. And George had the right idea. But idea is only half of it. Actually, it's like a third. It's like idea, execution, and timing. Is probably the pie, I think. Timing is something you can't get away from, right? Like there's never a perfect position where you can watch one choke point and guarantee the win. You've always got to watch between 2 things, or sometimes you have to. And in that spot, well, George had the right idea. Probably had the aim, but didn't have the timing.
That kill as well. You know, Junior fumbling to get away.
I feel like, well, obviously, you know, he dies, but it looks like Walco probably should have let that one go after he alerted him. nervous situation here for EG. Started off pretty good, but whenever I see a round like that where there's no rotations lower and a T team takes the lower site like that, I think that's going to get exploited again for sure. So that's what I think in the past when we've casted games like this, I'm immediately like start secret, because that's like your first easiest band-aid to like, now you don't have to worry about making the smart rotations. You know if they're going to get secret and you have someone lower already. And the other thing is get band control. Deny Squeaky really, really early on as well. But we'll see how Fallen's going to think about it. I think something that's definitely important about Fallen is like he's not going to... I'd say Glaive is the kind of player to find a way to abuse... We're talking to Strawless era versus, you know, SK Luminosity era. Glaive was the kind of IGL to, if you found a problem, you would find a new way to exploit the same problem over and over and over again. You know, that 2017 Atlanta E-League Major VP final on Train T-side comeback, that was the perfect example of that. The SK Luminosity era with Fallen, it was, I think, it was still killing your best player, not being afraid of any part of the map, and kind of proving that you can crush you in every fight in your arena, wherever it was. Make your best player move, trick you out of into a rotation when you really won't believe it.
Oof. Rough spot here for EG, huh? Nice to see Junior lighting up the scoreboard early, though. A absent factor on Vertigo that was sorely missed compared to the Furia matchup, where, again, he finished all 3 maps on top of the board for EG. Cheeky Hexed.
No shame getting stabbed by that knife.
Stat track Ruby Karambit.
That's a pretty one.
Could have bought a house.
Or a Ferrari.
Oh, come on. Oh, he's tingling with anticipation. Comes up ladder, keeps it clean with the USP. Oh, hold up. George also got one. But Joda's over towards Secret. He's going to get pressed at this point. Fallen dies to rush. These pistols are actually working as they've dropped bomb over towards Mini. Cello disconnected here from Joda, but at least they're able to pick up kills apiece. Hex has disappeared in the meanwhile. 13 health, 1 bullet gets the job done. It's Cello and Joda to keep them in this with 4 of these kills versus pistols.
It was a little scary there. It was the atmospheric horror. It wasn't exactly alien isolation levels of fear, but...
You're telling me.
Yeah.
Yeah, my trick, I can only play horror games on airplanes.
Because someone can save you.
It's a public place, but everybody's so involved in their own world that nobody can see me getting jump scared.
True, true.
Although I do feel for the people who sit next to me and presumably watch my screen.
They're out there. That's me, the screen. I watch the guy watching the movie 2 rows ahead of me.
Try to figure out the plot. Junior's got deep vision here through lobby, but remember, Vinny is just to his left. Ooh, Vinny. It's being held by George. Yeah, he finds him. All right. And Junior can still just sit on this angle. It's basically a beckoning call for somebody else from Imperial to come join lobby.
Oh, no.
But he gets smoked.
Oh, it's
all right.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, he just lost his angle because of his teammate's smoke. It was just a little too deep.
And Junior knows exactly when to be patient. He has shown that the last couple days. Huge value out of that play.
Gorgeous little 5v3 here set up by EG, and then they throw Junior in the rafters so he can stay mobile. Go towards heaven, peek outside if needed.
Yeah, I think also doubling up on ramp and letting your ramp guy get lower is an option, since they have someone back big garage, and there's the vent drop attempt. They don't get through, and now they actually, I don't know if they cancel plans. What happens? Junior's still in heaven.
Bolts does get downstairs, could just go for the desperate plant. Money's money. And this is the only place that it's safe.
Yeah, no nade in hand. Plant will be respected.
But Rush is right there with a headshot. So all things considered, EG keep 3 up. And a very active play, setting Junior up to succeed, right? Now that he's back at the top of the board, get him into the action. And in the thick of it, within Squeaky, even with that smoke disrupting him for a second, keeps it cool, gets his kill. And that's after George had the presence of mind to make sure he cleared that corner.
Yeah, they double pushed that properly. You know, I think Junior knows when he's being set up well, and he has full trust in his teammates. He's just not flicking around, you know? He knows what he's set out to do in this specific pick, and he doesn't doubt it for a second. Can even read the rotation coming back into lobby right there. He's just looking like a whole different guy. Feels like he's gotten a makeover. Been really fun to watch this arc for Junior.
But it's even better than a makeover, because he's changed what's happening on the inside. And that's real change, Launders.
Transplant.
Yeah, yes. One of them spleen things we were talking about. If you got one, get 2. You're not really rich until you're buying organs.
He's got a big heart and new ass.
It's not just those stats getting a padding. I've already got CTs downstairs, so even with numbers here for Imperial, there is a response team in place. No SOS needed yet. Although George is burned off his initial setup, they're going to go fixate towards Decon. And we do very much have a pack of Imperial players here. Rumblings from evil geniuses, though. Putting Rush behind Silo. George, yeah, drops down into Dark. So insurance policies in place. Still a couple players up on A floor. Smoke goes out into the middle site. Rush reacts a little slow there, and Joda gets the better of him. Fallen's planting, tucked away from George, so at least he can isolate the fight out versus Joda. Fallen tries to chase, knowing now that George is pinned, and they can't really do anything about each other, but Cello's gonna use this as a chance to slide out. He's been called, but Cello still kills George. Maybe he wasn't spotted. Junior connects with the nade. Vinny holds off on the flank, made a bit of sound, so the op looks up towards the skies and strikes Vinny down like lightning. Cello, quick trade, as yet again, he wastes no time getting closer to those players, right? Trying to get towards Dark to deal with George, going back and dealing with the op of Junior. I feel like Cello, very active moments to get himself to 12-4.
Still a couple problems here in the basement, and you know what? Even though Rush's spray and reaction's a little slow, that was a weird flash, wasn't it? I think it fell maybe in the water and didn't pop, but that would have caught Rush for sure. So maybe it was just meant to go this way. Really good attack through Decon and good trades overall. Good job dealing with George as well, who you know, launched himself into quite an annoying position that they didn't have a molly for, letting him only get a single kill.
Excuse me, but do flashes pop if they fall in the water downstairs?
They do, but they don't blind you, I don't think.
Yeah, what? I have no idea about that interaction.
I wonder, I think it's because if a flash pops behind glass in general.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know what would happen in real life.
Interesting indeed.
What would happen in real life, actually? Do you know?
I don't know at all.
Like you could look through a glass and see a flashbang go off? Well, I'm sure the glass would break, but...
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Well, the next time we're in a nuclear facility, we can test it out.
Yeah, no problem. I got some time next week. Actually, I don't. We're going to Mexico. To cast more NACS.
Uh-oh.
Get your guns out. Oh. Remember, there's an AK downstairs here on Hexed.
Yeah, already a winning position, but okay, lots of information, right?
Yeah.
So they just molly the vent.
Good call. Keep one gun on it.
Now they just need HUD control. Watch for a lobby rotate. This double flank here, but it gets shut down by Vinny. One picked off, however. And then they forget about the second.
That could be the moment here. It's Rush.
He's coming.
Vinny comes back, dies to the P250. Fallen. Whoa. Swapping out like that. Firing shots in both directions. Rush just trying to stay tucked, trying to keep this guy distracted. And he's going to take a dink to the face. Fallen sits on 9. It's going to have to be bolts. And he finds his peak perfectly. George hands on the AK, stuck between the T's. And he can't finish off bolts, man. Pistols for the majority and still that close.
Yeah, another real scare. And we've seen some ingenuity here from EG. On the ecos, they're getting a lot out of these. Lots of pistol kills coming down. But not the rounds won. Imperial staying calm in the mid-round. Fallen was right. Every time he crossed the doorway and, Rush was delaying an extra second, he realized there was a mini threat coming in, but he did a good job of avoiding that hazard entirely.
Yee. Walko catches one. This feels like the most forward we've seen any kind of CT setup outside. But Vinny.
That's the entirety of a ramp right here. Rush.
And no B rotate.
Yeah, he rushed in transition. I think Imperial jump on this. They've seen what happens. Again, the rotations are quite slow from this point. And even if you were a fast rotator, okay, Walko gets downstairs, you're still, outside the site. So we'll see if they cover control. They do a good job. And that's almost the odds of the retake going down with that attempt.
Yeah, both doors get completely covered. That one was fallen back on ramp. So nice protocols in place from Imperial. Feels like they sense that they have the better timing when Vinny gets that opening pick. Damn, and from 5v4 as well. EG, they won their outer duel.
I want to say Walko, if he doesn't try that, that's 4v4 with control side and decon, and they're really close. They tried a 4v4 in the past where they weren't even in those positions, so maybe if he doesn't jump on it, they have an opportunity to try to go for this, but 5v4 for Evil Geniuses into Imperial winning the round.
Now posting a 6th on this T side. Money is not great for EG, so these 2 saves will be quite valuable, but it is going to be lesser weapons. We saw that get close just 2 rounds ago with a single AK, so there's definitely legs on it, but...
Yeah, somewhat of a frustrating half for Rush, I think, with a few of these small opportunities. And obviously right there, I think he's planning to take it, but he's not perfectly comfortable in his spot as he's looking into ramp and 2 guys peering back. No surprise they win that duel. Doesn't feel good.
Whoa, that's fast, man. Holy hell, Cello. But
Junior.
Again, look, they tried to swarm. They tried to just smash right through. Remember, 2 weapons saved and basically only 1 needed. 4 frags from Junior, his highlight round so far on Nuke.
Well, that wasn't an ace? Oh, Top Hut got 1 kill? Oh, yeah, okay, my gosh. Well, let's watch that back. From a minute 42.
George 5-7 comes out.
Jesus. This is about 5 seconds. With the flash dodge on top of it. Beautiful play from Junior. Hectic protocols dropping into the site. They get the job done.
Axe just laughing again. And a contrast in Coach's expression.
I think there is always this temptation for Imperial to do an anti-eco fast. Get it out of the way. Well, sorry, that was a mixed buy for sure. There was 1 op, 1 rifle saved, and I think 3 pistols.
Yeah.
I think Imperial knew that, but they've gotten eco'd a few times in the past few months doing that.
It's just sketchy that obviously you try to skip protocols, you try to throw that out when...
Oh, was it? Wait, it wasn't ace? Is that what I just heard?
No, 4K.
Oh, okay.
Who told you that?
Some magic man in my ear. Oh, not me.
I'm the only man you listen to, all right?
Oh.
Sorry, that got a little toxic.
Oh, no, I wanted to make you feel weird about that.
Okay. Nice reverse power trip. Well done. But point being, Imperial, they try to skip protocols, but what does it leave them in? This is a full investment. Joda on a Tech 9. It's like, damn, you really just offered over a momentum shift. Now, obviously, Junior with a crazy 4K, but still.
Amazing.
Still. Y'all be popping hut real quick. Here comes another volley of util. This time CTs do scramble. And yet, it's still unsuccessful. For a second, it looked like they were going to get this, and there is a chance at the recovery. Junior then slides out, offers a helping hand to Hext. Fallen, up next, dead. Falls to Junior Sob.
Yeah, they were just fish food right there. So they just tried the delayed exec with better guns. Well, same guns versus better guns. Same result. Couldn't dislodge the Mustang player and fell victim to that. 3 upstairs. Again, not working much map control, just trying to go for it. There's always like a mixed bag of good rounds and bad rounds from Imperial from the T perspective. Like, I think at their strongest, you know, they put a lot of skill points into mid rounds, right? 2vx's, 3v3s, that kind of thing. The full execs, they don't work hard every single round. Sometimes they try to go quick.
Oh, they get 2 down secret. That's the bomb down there as well. Three sets of eyes, making sure nobody else goes over. There's a free bomb plant to be had. Go ahead. Grab it. Just walk out.
Yeah.
Press those buttons.
Wait, what?
That, how? He's in CT spawn.
What?
Bolts is behind red.
And it was a no-scope wallbang. Wait, what? I'm just looking at this mini-map and trying to figure out the geometry here, but it looks like...
How?
Someone give me a protractor. I don't think that's possible.
I want everybody on the case. Oscar, right now. Screw the rest of this round. The retake's gonna happen, right? Surely. Fallen's Deagle, just one additional. Joda's too far from the bomb. Vinny doesn't even have eyes on it. The only thing that matters is Junior's no-scope from CT spawn to red. Through a wall.
He must have been like by his box with that sliver angle, right? To the back of, and someone's defaulting on the opposite side of red.
No.
Yeah, it's right here, yeah. And then he unscopes and...
What?
Wait, what? We get the junior pog in the chat. So I guess he, you know, officially he unscopes and is about to leave and just shoots. Okay. Well, 18-4.
Wow.
Oh, they're coming for him.
But Joda doesn't go for Vinny.
No, they don't even look.
Junior would have been just stood in the open.
Even took a shot right there. He's just got the... He's got the God Aura right now, but they cross lower fast.
Joda too afraid to take a swing at him.
Rush gets the telegram a little late, but he still manages the spray.
But then we get Vinny out from ramp again, looking for his impact.
There
Rush double kill as Bolts puts bomb down. A 4v2 here. EG kicking it up towards the tail end of this CT side because Junior 19-5. Why do I have a feeling that all of a sudden people could line up, that one spray here from Bolts could be a massacre? Ooh, Fallen catches Walco, closes the doors in front of him, creates a porthole, which gets a little too wide, and Hex sticks that defuse all the way through 5 seconds. Here comes Fallen trying to clear them out, close the door, survive. Oh, he's back behind it, and Fallen manages to get away.
Butthole has never been that small. Ever before.
I mean...
Look like Patrick Starr. Wow. That's the kind of round he wins normally. But a good retake anyways. 4v2. Should have never been that close. Kind of wasn't. 3v1 in the end. Okay, last round of the first half. 8-6 here. I'm going to say, you know, whoever wins this is the better team. Okay, despite EG already being at 8, they both played pretty well so far this half. Oh, the shadow. Not Walco's friend.
Nice spray from George.
Oh my god.
More to be had as well. Bomb still needs to get picked up.
Uh-oh.
Smokes fade. Weird.
Uh-oh.
Nope. Not allowed.
It's junior time.
Access denied.
And that's 20 and a half.
That bomb's just sitting in a sea of smoke.
They could go get it with the guys crossing from red, but they are just terrified. This man right here, finally, he misses.
But if he doesn't, that's Fallen dead. Bomb dropped again, so it's just desperate.
Yeah, they take the bomb on the way back outside, right? So they know the one guy that crossed didn't get down secret. There might be, they thought there could be another one, but okay, this creates a lurk. Interesting rotation. I wonder if they're going for lobby control off of this slowly. Because if they stay on site, yeah, they leave heaven open. Oh, and now this mid round's getting really crazy.
The hell?
But I don't exactly love the adjustment so far with Rush coming in from lower. However, Junior finds his kill.
Yeah, it looks like he gets aggressive into lobby.
Oh, he does do it. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense.
Fallen then has to double back up.
Junior, man, he's been so smart.
Yikes. Fallen caught outside. Rush gonna rotate right to Vinny. Now he's gonna take a peek at A. Oh, clean headshot. Junior still though behind the blue box, is caught out in the open. Vent player comes up. Oh, time. 7 seconds. He goes for the fight. Now he can't get the plant. It's simply not there. He needs to rush the kill. He knows he's close, but up the ladder George goes. Snorts. He gets away. And just like that, a recovery from EG.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
What they have? Glock? Something else, Glock, yeah. Could be outside.
I'm gonna phase the smoke.
Gonna phase it?
Push, yeah.
I'll see the outside.
Might be grief, but I'm doing it.
I think they were maybe grouped ramp.
kidding.
All right, paiN.
paiN, you're still in my eco.
I saw that.
Bro, yeah, I'm miffed right now. Not really, but.
Playing ramp, that's your round, you know? And their junior is stealing the show. Early on, he had those 4 kills, but look at him, 22 and 6.
Yeah.
Completely took over the map. That was
is-
what Fallen did on Vertigo, but honestly, Junior's done that almost every single map so far. Last
Every
game,
map
we didn't
this
really get
event until Vertigo.
Yeah, until
of this
Vertigo.
series.
So 4 maps basically.
So he's back. You know, that's the
Overall
junior.
consistency. It's nothing new. He's actually done this for some time now, so pretty amazing.
That's the junior that brought everybody back here for Evil Genius's game tonight, after the upset just yesterday. So 22 and 6, a comfortable 3-round lead for EG to kick off this T side. Very doable. 6 rounds on a T side. Imperial are oh, George, nasty, but Bolts also fancies a set of Berettas. Jota from the heavens gonna rip away with his, and nobody's even looking upwards.
Wow, okay.
So Beretta's stocks all-time high.
Seriously, I mean, 2 Berettas on CT pistols just seems like a lock these days. Like everybody is doing it, and everybody who's doing it is winning. Don't know how T-side has won a pistol in current year. Jota loves him. So we'll see about that T-side here for Evil Geniuses. But for now, this is about Imperial evening up.
And he's got the cross covered. Vent dive, very doable.
And we see the rotations already a little bit faster.
Right, but long range ump shot. Rush just going for the bomb plant.
No HE on him.
Cello gets it. No survivors.
Yeah. 1 death here for Imperial? Or none?
None, I believe.
None, okay.
I think all 5 guys with fries.
It's an MMMR, massive money-making round.
Yeah, okay. So I was counting the M's. paiN Jr. Johnson.
The Bostonian.
Bruising up the Brazilians. But they're close to tying this game at 9 apiece, and that CT side is what they've got ahead of them. So, you know, we did see Furia, when they were able to beat Evil Geniuses on a map, it was them switching to their T side and not being able to stop it. Maybe we'll get some of that here from Imperial. Just get to their favored half. Stop the one-man show that has been Junior above all else. Attempted dunk back sight. Nobody home.
Those are the RPK nades.
Bolt sees that as a chance to push lobby.
Ooh, he doesn't get the kill. Okay, the trade is instantaneous, and Vinny gets out through another exit.
So many players that were back throwing grenades that there's nobody else inside lobby. He had 3 T-spawn. 4 T-spawn.
And Imperial smartly pushing forward the SMGs to just give it a shot. They have spent all their money, but yeah, these are just the best advantages right here. So trophy room control. Could stunt Evil Geniuses, and Jota will look over top of the smoke. This is not a bad situation for Jota, but George wins it. Fallen finds a kill, 3v3. And with some material exchanged, it creates for an interesting situation because George gets the secret, but there's still, again, trophy control. However, trophy control might end up turning into a lower rotation. It depends where this bomb is going. Very hard to read the map right now. 2 players still upstairs. Okay, they're coming to him.
Oh, half-ass clear, though.
They didn't clear that properly.
Welko doesn't give it the full effort. Bomb picked back up by Junior. Fallen with Berettas because it's an op on his back.
Seconds, they have to go lower, so yeah. Honestly, it's not a bad situation here for Evil Geniuses. They've got George and Junior, J&J still alive. An op rotating down. Fallen, last thing he wants to do is have to retake with his gun, but they want to win the round.
Molly's back site, but that's not where it's planted, nor where anybody holds. Smoke in the middle of the site. Fallen starting to figure this out. Junior back behind Dark. George plays the open floor. A good amount of damage, but it didn't look like he got that glimpse on Vinny. Turns it back. Here comes Vinny running down ramp. He takes one to the forehead, and Fallen doesn't want to sacrifice his op, so we got EG back with winning ways. A 10th. As Junior picks up a kill and runs that bomb down B.
Is the bomb planted closer, really close to Fallen?
Maybe close enough.
Yeah. I don't know what the damage is like from here, but we'll see. Oh, nothing. Wow. Been watching too much Inferno.
Well, nuclear facility, they need thick walls, you know, in case things go nuclear.
Yeah. Nice defense. Real active. They probably wouldn't expect two people to be close up like that, but ready for the ramp clear. So 10-8 now after a rough spray from Jota. Junior taking advantage of that outside. That was a good play both ways, I think, you know. Some good ideas coming in from both Imperial and Evil Geniuses. This fight is slightly better in the rifle department for Imperial, but slightly less in terms of the utility. Secret Start pays off. That's a full kit of utility down.
Didn't see that one coming. Oh, God! George just slips in through Mini. Vinny Bolts never saw that coming, but bomb could be cut off. Fallen's on the angle. They throw util. Nicely done to just make sure. Good insurance policy. Exactly what they needed, right? You skip that step, maybe bomb gets dropped and CC swarm it, but man, they really didn't expect Mini.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad mistake because they started Secret. That guy in Secret does not have a vision outside, especially playing on the top stairs. So they know that like someone could run over Mini at any moment. They could even walk around Mini from outside. That wouldn't be spotted. And just because they killed one crossing doesn't mean that there isn't multiple lurks. So that was a big mistake. Now, the thing that they did right there to allow George to get off Mini is they put pressure on Squeaky. So the guys upstairs are throwing nades in response and spamming back through Mini, or spamming back through Squeaky just for a second. That's definitely by design. It's just that that is such an obvious thing to do these days that you got to be a little bit more ready than that. You see what I mean? They're throwing some default utility out, and then Bolt's starting to get worried about the vent drop and things like that. Too preoccupied.
Caught slipping.
So not a flying start on the CT side here for Imperial. But not a serious cause for alarm just yet. Still 11-8, and actually another bye somehow. Yikes.
Not the best, man. George.
Ugly approach, you know, coming.
Yeah. A couple times George has made Jota look pretty bad, honestly, outside.
Yeah, because, George not even like one bulleting him, but still just comfortably winning that duel.
When Jota jumped up on blue box, couldn't kill George behind red. This one now back from garage. I think if you want to play outer, you should play with an A4. That's my take.
Honestly, maybe you shouldn't be spraying at that range.
Also correct. Now they're going to pop B, and there's going to be nothing other than Cello to try and stop this. And if they pop when he's not ready, he's just a sitting duck.
I'm still waiting for some pieces to get in place. But he's got minimal support down here. So I know there's going to be someone. Cello will have to go above and beyond. And no one coming in from ramp gives him the best chance to at least, you know, maybe get a 2K. See what he can do. Now you typically come out of control. Oh, simultaneously with Decon. Rush wins his duel. That's clean. There's no retake going to take place at this point.
Damn, they don't even get to save that extra gun. Vinny caught, so EG, nice slow squeeze. This to me is reminiscent of the T side that we saw on Vertigo versus Furia. Because you asked me earlier, did we ever see EG do that when Imperial didn't play the starting steps of a round, but then still played the clock? We did see a lot of EG play the clock down to the final 10 seconds versus Furia.
Yes,
but they did it so meticulously, step by step, informed.
They never just like took map control and then just hit something right away. They haven't done that on any map, any of these series, and they've also maintained, you know, doing that and also making it unclear as to where they're going to go. They've never been obvious.
I think this is a really good example of what worked versus Furia. And Fallen cleared away, so it's just Bolts on the AK that gets saved in the end.
Yeah, that's a great hunt. This is Imperial's map pick. They're looking to do better than this. Maybe they weren't ready for it. EG showing range on a few different maps now. The reason that EG are finding success is because they have a star carry in Junior, and they also have really good protocols and a very, very solid team around them. So just the one AK here on Bolts. Got one person watching lobby just to see if Imperial want to try to take it over. They go for lobby controls a lot, of course, and you don't want to get too many T's in here waiting because sometimes you can just get run over.
Wowza.
First steps in place. At least feigning lower, so then you get some drops. That's the idea, is just pull them through the floor, as many as you can, and then just figure out where you want to go after that. And for the CTs, try to conceal as much of that information as possible. But with these pistols, you know, got to be worried about stacks. 40 seconds now. Just a bomb on secret steps.
Yeah, it must be. It was a little odd.
Oh, they go back and grab it.
It's on Junior's back.
All right, taking advantage of Heaven. That's a very sound idea.
AK's trying to go up, though, to get ahead of it.
I'm sure this will be heard, if even slightly.
Doesn't actually get in.
There it is.
He'll stop the second. Bombkins still come through Mini, and yeah, it doesn't stop the first guy, so Rush will very much be the insurance policy. Fallen point blank, though. Rush didn't hear it. Oh, bomb stop! Bomb stop! No round! Joda from the backside. Oh, that's soul crushing.
Wow, the
Fallen.
Second guy. Fallen coming up the ladder second. They didn't expect it, and he had no other play to make, but he did it quietly and with a gap in the time, and Rush got preoccupied with helping them clear the site. And that was the risk. You know, when I said 40 seconds, I was like, the complexion of the map control looks good, but they are making it scary versus pistols who could be anywhere at any time. To have a play like this take place, and it happens, their worst nightmare, that's frustrating. And if Rush had simply held the ladder, they had the backside plant guaranteed.
And he was turning right before he dies. Half a second difference, and maybe he stops Fallen. Or just gives the bomb planter that extra bit of time to put it down. Nicely done from Fallen as well. Target priority there. Skipped the guy on vent, didn't bother with the other who could look. He went straight for that bomb planter. True. And we would see lesser men make that mistake, but not Fallen. Ooh, that's a lifeline for Imperial here. Money now in their back pocket. We've got to see more than something like that. It's a one-off round, no doubt, but one AK. One AK, all they had to set up their 9th round win. An inspiring type of round. That's like Rush getting a 2K spray through smoke on a fadeaway, and then Evil Geniuses winning every single round from that point forward.
Oh, this is huge. The pickoff from both Fallen and Cello.
God forbid if Imperial do something like that to EG.
Oh, no smoke there for Vinny playing opposite vent and late support. So nice find from Junior. What's their out, however? You know, Fallen, yeah, smartly should be worried about Heaven as maybe a point of attack, but past the 30-second mark once again. 3v4, they got to make something happen. I feel like this can only end upstairs, but they won't find an opportunity.
Whew. Fallen dive sight. Trying to hold him back from that mini entrance. Down goes Junior. And Fallen wall bang through the back sight.
Wow.
Fallen's starting to get into his groove.
He is, yeah.
And I think that should make EG nervous.
Yeah, he's got a lot of good activity here on CT. Well, off the half buy. Fallen picking up the AK, getting in heaven, stopping the bomb plant. EG losing a time into a slower round. 2 fast opening picks by Imperial. And then no chance at the end. And now I think the money's gone as well for EG. Almost certain we won't see an off, at least here for Junior on this next attempt. No investment, really. No investment at all. No flash. No P250s. Imperial back in the game. The first T side I think we've seen where it still looks good. I mean, they still, again, they're showing that they're a sound fundamental team, but they don't have the pace, I think, for the T side figured out exactly here. The chemistry in terms of how fast they can go. Been a little bit slow to it. Maybe using this as a pseudo attack on the full Glock round to discuss next round, because this game isn't over for EG as well, even though it looks like Imperial, oof, they're about to stage a comeback.
Glocks to ramp it is. Easy for Cello, triple headshot. Joda slides wide. Little Glock dink for Rush. Drops down into the M4. Could very well get a second kill. Want to probably keep that economy low, but he won't be able to get it. Joda doesn't run away from the challenge. Imperial close it to a 1-round gap.
We've got a 1-round game. So Cello, when it came to complexity, we looked at Overpass. That's when he really started to light it up. He's been fantastic on ramp so far. Saw a few struggles out of Rush in the first half. Really confident on this angle. So what is going to be the play from EG? And we don't know if they're ever going to go forward with a full-on upper hit, but gotta have one per half. This one might be a little bit too obvious. We'll see what they feel like. Well, they're all in lobby. No plans to go back outside for the moment. Yeah, they're busting upstairs, but they eat their own flash.
Yeah, and Bolts right there to hold off on it. Cello may have missed a shot. Has to concede control of the ramp room. I also don't see anybody up above on Heaven.
Yeah, because Fallen started outside.
Yikes. Joda starts to come back. They know this is compromised. He's going to get split from both ends. At least takes down Hex right before George kills him. And then George takes it up to stop. We've got Bolt's back sight tucked down.
Bolt's in a really interesting spot because they're not in lobby anymore. So if he plays back at this box, he actually might be relatively safe.
Vinny's climbing on top of Hut. That could catch George off guard.
There's still time to think.
George gets into the fight and dies. Bomb in Heaven.
Oh, and they molly their self out of
Bomb in Heaven.
Yeah, Bomb in Heaven that's simply that's 46 seconds away.
If only he had died moving forward, then maybe it slides down. There is still a slight chance. But I mean, this is an around-the-world situation. Bolts is still locked in, gets the headshot, and finishes off the little left of Junior. So, Bolts locked behind that position for what felt like eternity. And with that bomb in Heaven, it felt like that was their hands tied. EG never able to get it back.
Yeah, if anything, this is a good demo for them. But there's a couple of threads loose now for EG. Stuff to work on a map that, of course, Imperial they're very comfortable on and are showing far fewer problems now on CT side. Great round from Bolts. And a flub on the execution when they were trying to get outside of Squeaky with that flash.
pistols here. A few of them armored.
Very oppressive smoke grenades, so they don't even have squeaky control at all.
So welcoming hut play. Vinny reacts nicely though. 2 kills, both assists, and this one comes to a grinding halt. Shredded piece by piece as EG think maybe they can smash outwards. We've got Imperial back in the lead. Off the back of a CT side comeback. 5 straight, they're on fire, and 3 away from locking in grand finals here at Showdown.
Yeah, they're making it look very real. And, you know, okay, so if it's Imperial in the grand final, any team right now, the 3 teams, right? No Liquid and paiN, or sorry, no Liquid and Furia as the 2 most likely teams to get out of the Showdown here to anybody's tournament at this point. Anybody who makes it to the grand finals absolutely has a chance. I think paiN are probably the favorites versus either of these teams, maybe slightly. Imperial probably thirsting at the chance for an opportunity to play against them. And EG may be happy to be here, but after taking out Furia, why not shoot for the stars at this point? So they'll actually call a first timeout in a game that is this close. But they made good use of the ecos and things like that to talk, so see what their idea is. They're sort of one-track minded about map control on T side, but you can see when they get a certain amount, no kill or not the right amount of space, they don't know how to just converge at the same time on this map as comfortably as they have on others.
This one's fast. Down the vent they'll go in an instant. Hex gets downstairs.
This is a nice way to take the edge off in the beginning of a round, even if you don't have a plan at the end. This is fast map control into lower. It does jog the rotations a touch. The 2-op setup gets a little bit uncomfortable.
Oh, but fallen. And Hex gets hit by Cello.
There's pressure on him to try to take a peek. Things are looking sketchy now for EG.
Right, just getting that player downstairs one thing, but Cello with that double op felt very confident that he could just wait for the contact. Ouch, Junior. Loses half his health to the silo drop. It's gonna prime those rifles very nicely for Imperial on the hunt for 14. And Fallen versus Junior caught as he tries to just reposition. Junior's looking to go join the pack. Cello's op connects to Hex for the 2nd time. And with the pack of players still that much further behind him, Cello has space to work. He slides down to control. Junior looking for this contact. Another op battle here from Junior. 28 to the clock. Cello has to clear, but Junior in with another critical kill. He's the only player to connect them so far for EG. Retake needed on B.
Wow, great patience there from Junior, and that's around where, like, I mean, he doesn't have to go much farther. He has control side, so they can plant anywhere in the site comfortably. He doesn't need to get up to the window at all. Now, Cello could have peeked from the window to try to fight into the site. That was one option, but Junior, he read it correctly. Took it slowly downstairs. Got a nice timing on Fallen. We'll have to point that out as well. He was watching outside, and then he jumped over the railing to get out of there. But a little bit of fortune here in a real sea of losses as Imperial were on fire up until this point. 13 all, and a chance for them to renew themselves, try some new things. And it starts off with a Hex vent drop. It's complemented by the Junior play outside to kill Fallen. And even though Hex goes down, he brings some good info, fresh info to Junior as to what he has to be worried about as Cello rotates into control. Actually a very brave angle to hold right when you're up against that wall. That's a rifle flaring with you, but those are the kinds of shots that before you'd see Junior put himself in the situation on purpose.
Right.
And really like them.
What?
Oh, that's a fine.
Aye, Hexed is just floating. And Joda's got a one-way. No, 5v3. And Joda doesn't even leave. He sticks around, gets a second from the same position. Walco never sees it coming. 2 incredibly flat situations here from Walco and Hexed. Both down on 9 kills and 20 or more deaths. Right after Junior gets 2 critical kills to get EG back to a tied game. By a minute 20, it's a 2v5.
Two tactics go perfectly. Set Imperial up for the lead. Fallen has to do nothing but wait.
Just going to rely on Junior again. How much heavy lifting can he manage before the knees give out?
They're just thinking about the next round here. The money is just so desperate at this point, and they're going to have to think about defending against match point. It sucks, but they got no kills off 3 players that crossed outside. I mean, it's a really forced hand. Trying to go for a 2v5 in this situation is something you might do in a pug, but in this situation, defending against tournament elimination with that Junior 28 and 13 op, you're going to want to give him the best chance to bring you something in the future. And that means saving now. And Jota wasn't doing the best outside, but there's a great round from him.
Undeniably. On the smoke, just a little gimmick play, right?
Yeah.
One of the probably many tricks in his repertoire. And this one, I mean, what a weird way to open the round.
How did Benny even
like
find
Benny goes looking for that, right? What demos are you watching, Benny?
Hex demos, I guess.
And also, like, why is Hex doing that? Couldn't he just be standing on the ledge with a gun out, though? Like, you know, on ladder with knife or on the metal flooring with gun? Obviously, I don't know. Who runs in and clears that? Vinny. Apparently.
Very frugal with their timeouts are EG. It's their first or second official one. But it's not looking good, bruv. It's not looking good.
Not for the Evil Geniuses' miracle run. Taking down Furia, no easy feat. An accomplishment no one can take away from them. Now we're team knifing. Rush gets sliced down to 92 out of spawn. Imperial 1 away from 15, trying to lock in a spot in the grand final versus paiN, an all-Brazilian matchup to qualify for Washington as paiN seek to go back-to-back Showdown champions. Something that seems so impossible for everybody else. Cello over towards ramp, gives up his initial angle, throws a flash through the smoke.
Now, this is one avenue that's been explored, but not kind of full rifle, full attack on the ramp. And Cello's done well so far. See if this will be a repeat or not. Flash just above his head. Rotation is so fast here from Fallen. They need a molly on the turnpike. They're not going to take this fight just yet. Fallen will fall back, assuming it's an off clear maybe. So getting away from that, they'll take ramp now.
Damn, he would have just been given a chance to drop Hex.
This is interesting.
Yikes.
I mean, they're clearly playing off a read right now because Fallen just leaves without full clearing.
Is that 2 missed nades? The flash doesn't go in the door and the smoke doesn't block off Hut. I haven't seen it yet, but also Hex is just hiding behind Orange Box. They get him back here. He didn't actually get his kill. Instead, now he's down to 10 health. I mean, Hex, that could have been a freebie. Fallen gets the wall bang. We've got the double Hut push. He drops down. Fallen robbing them. Almost a chance at that fourth, but the ops caught on cycle. Bolts comes away from the vent drop and Imperial. A single kill. Now a single round away from finals.
Okay, that was an absolute jungle gym of a round from every single point. How did... Why's Hex laughing? How did he get there? He was lurking through. I guess he just sat in that position. They came to reclear ramp late.
Yep.
Fallen through the wide side of the box into the drop into the site. Another beautiful play from him. Attention back on Fallen as an opper who has been consistent through the series. Fantastic stuff. And now at the 10-yard line. It's not been a great match from Hex. Individually struggling here. But there have been other problems. Outclassed, I think, as a team so far. Even though they got this close, it feels like if they were a little bit more practiced on Nuke, like, you know, we could be talking, but you can see the problems from a mile away.
And if it wasn't for a lights out first half on Vertigo, that one could have been closer. If it wasn't for these super impactful CT rounds from Fallen's op, then this one could have been closer.
We're missing, you know, any kind of ramp hit or missing any kind of fearsome upper hit. We haven't seen that at all.
Yeah.
They have been pretty good about, trying to take outside control, but even that previous round, they've been out-gimmicked by Jota, so on almost all fronts towards the end of the game, it's like, even though it's this close, Imperial have shown that their experience and expertise has been the difference maker. Now, I don't know. Back to ramp. Cello up in hand, no boost coming through.
The second dop's been good as well.
Little tag.
A leg shot on Hex to just make his life all the harder.
They do like to just make sure that he goes back. There haven't been any trophy pushes recently. But there's still more than enough members here upstairs. George takes some damage.
Trusty vent position. He's been impactful from here. Lots of targets coming out from Hut. There's still a live wire on this one. Fallen back up to heaven. We saw what he did when he swooped down into this site. Walco plants on the other side, and Hex is just staring upwards, holding this exact angle. They're going to lean on that lobby wraparound. And it's low health for Walco and Hex. Junior doesn't have the op, but he could still have his impact. He could still very well push this one to round 30. Hell, maybe even OT. Flash out from Vent. Fallen gets dinked. Doesn't make his life any easier. But these ops in a combat position start to close the distance. Hex gets away with his kill. Cello trying to round the bomb site. Pinched and popped. As sure enough, we go 30.
Yeah, a little redemption here for Hex to close this one out on the upstairs take. It's a staggered attack. They get in slowly, but they make it happen. And this one's a step better. They do take a tag when they're trying to approach the ramp, so Cello gets a little bit in, but outside of that, they get him downstairs, and then they get him into the vent. So they make that as difficult as possible. And then Junior, very important, on the lobby hold. Again, patient on the right angle, stops the rifle from aggressing off that rotation. The 2-op retake's impossible. Imperial onto a second timeout. Themselves, both teams, very sparse about these. And it's a 30-round game. No telling what happens next. Still honestly feeling good about Imperial overall based on how the half has ended in these last few rounds. And even these kind of clear situations are getting close, so, well, important that Hex turned up when he did. One up now here for Imperial. That might actually be a boon. We'll find out.
Junior's back on his, looking for that coveted 30th kill. Looking to make up for the slack left on Vertigo. George is going to look to wrap Mini. Hey, we've seen some setups on this A site fall victim to the Mini play. And this one's another one. Look, back behind Vent and sitting on Silo. All of a sudden, Bolts runs out. He's going to try to press close up to Squeaky. Player comes out. Double kill from Bolts. An immediate run up from Jota. And Rush? Has he heard this? Cello, he just dives out from heaven. He takes the fight straight to them. And there it is. Round 30 goes the way of Imperial. Pushed to the distance. But finally, a series that doesn't go the distance. This one 2-0. A sad shortcoming for evil geniuses, EG Blacks, the stand-ins, meant to take a beating in the main team's place, and instead, they leave us impressed. No one can take away that Furio win, but Imperial will take their spot in the finals.
It was the Americas showdown, but now it's an all-Brazilian final. As Imperial take down Evil Geniuses, and EG they tried, they fought. It was much better here on Nuke than what we saw on Vertigo, but they will now be eliminated. It is not your usual main squad from the EG side, but it was a side that put up an effort. It was a side that had fight within them, and it was a side that generally showed that they could compete. But this is the only two teams we got left. Everyone else has been sent back home, and it's paiN and Imperial that survive.
Talk about an unexpected grand final for this Showdown Americas with paiN against Imperial. Quick touch on EG. I think there is nothing to be ashamed of.
No.
I think they have exceeded the expectations coming into this showdown. Even on this last map, they were able to turn around a situation that looked very grim at the very beginning. Remember, it was 6-4 T-side Imperial. We thought, well, this is it, wrap it up. That's going to be a quick one. And actually, they pulled together. They put Imperial's backs against the wall. And if it wasn't for Fallen and a couple of crazy moments with the AWP, we might just be here until the end of time.
And you mentioned Fallen, but he had a bit of a slow start onto the second map, which was the worrying sign. We were waiting to see who else could do some damage.
Yeah, Cello was doing damage in that first half. His T side was absolutely amazing. The two of them, Cello and Fallen, they did the dirty stuff. They got a lot of those rounds that Imperial won in the first half, and it was great to see, again, Cello coming in, being this aggressive element with the AK-47. Take nothing away from EG, I fully agree. Fallen played well, Cello played well. I think Imperial played a good game of Counter-Strike overall, yet EG remained competitive throughout the entirety of this game. It was a good game of Counter-Strike with the right winner.
Look at this. Some of these kills reek of experience.
Yes.
Reek of experience. A couple of moments where we're looking at the round unfold. There is a flank coming in from under heaven, and we're thinking, Imperial don't realize they're about to be flanked. They're about to be flanked.
Yep.
And who actually thinks of looking down? Fallen punishes Hext. Immediately sweeps around. He's the one coming up, grabbing the AK, having that double kill that stops the plan at 12-8. These are the moments where EG could have just flown away with the game, but Fallen was presente. Sorry, I just had to say.
You just wanted to
my
get
favorite
it in there.
word now.
Yeah, you're just getting all the Brazilian followers as much as possible.
I mean, I walk the walk. You know, I put my money where my mouth is. Called Imperial again and again.
Sell out.
Shameless.
Yeah. But we did say one thing in the green room, right? That there was a moment where we were worried where Imperial on their CT side looked a bit lost, you know? They were starting to let EG come into it and just kind of walk through them.
Yeah, and all the credit to EG for that. Again, I don't think Imperial played a bad game of Counter-Strike by no means. I think EG applied pressure. Junior applied pressure. Junior had another fantastic showing. Got to talk about him. We got to give him credit for the entirety of the tournament as well. Had a couple of maps where maybe it didn't work out for him, but overall, he was the star of this lineup. He once again got to showcase that there's some hidden talent within Junior that we didn't see in Complexity. We didn't get to see in Furia. So, no, I don't think Imperial, should be too worried about this performance. I honestly think they faced a well-playing EG, and at the end of the day, sometimes you do get put under pressure.
Yeah, that was great from Junior. Once again, very glad that he was able to have a relative similar performance to the one that he had against Furia, because now we can actually say this wasn't a one-off. He is capable time and time again to provide with very aggressive, very carry-like performances, and that was one of them right there. Quick touch on Imperial. I do think they took a few rounds to wake up on their CT side.
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe they saw themselves already too close to the sun. Maybe they thought it was done. We had a few moments where the defense looked like they weren't really communicating. There's a flank coming in mini. People on A side don't realize. That was the beginning of the CT half. But then once they started putting some rounds on the board, that was it, Imperial.
Junior ending with 30 kills still wasn't enough.
Damn.
But we've got someone talking to Heku right now. Do you know it might be your favorite person, Maniac? Do you want to say it?
Is it Fallen? Is it Fallen?
Yes.
Fallen, congratulations. We're gonna see you and Imperial in the grand final. But I do need to address the situation that happened on Nuke, because, I mean, you barely had any guns, and that play in heaven, did it not only kind of like reset the economy, but also the team's morale?
It was a great game, and yeah, there was many deciding moments that made the match go our way, including an equal T side. But I'm happy with the result overall.
And tomorrow you're going to play against paiN, and I mean, both of the teams are from Brazil. Does it mean that it's going to be actually a fight not only for the spot at the Spring Showdown, but also for the title of the best Brazilian team?
Maybe for the day, right? The team who wins today is going to be the best team in Brazil, at least for the day. But I think paiN Gaming has been increasing their play performance lately. I think their change was absolutely great for their team. The change on the leadership, PKL stepped out and Next came in, and they have been playing some good CS. It's great to see Schools and Zevi and Big Zero play some very good CS, and we have seen them playing some European tournaments. They have done great here again, and now we have to clash between ourselves. It's going to be a great game, and overall, I think both teams have a good chance to beat each other, so it's going to be very exciting.
And I'm sure that we have quite a lot of viewers that are watching this broadcast right now because of your team and because of you. Is there anything that you would want to say to your Brazilian fans, to your viewers? Of course, you can do it in Portuguese.
All right. Fala, galera. Espero que tenham gostado dos jogos que nós fizemos nesse campeonato. Estamos conseguindo vencer alguns jogos aí, também apertados, né? Dessa vez estão indo para o nosso lado. Agradecer o suporte de vocês, o carinho de quem torce por nós. Parabenizar o time aqui pela performance, pela dedicação, por tudo que faz pra gente poder chegar aqui e jogar um bom game. E amanhã vamos ter um grande duelo contra a paiN. Vai ser um duelo difícil, o paiN tá jogando super bem, então vai ser muito legal esse confronto. Espero que vocês assistam e gostem também. Vamos que vamos.
Super bem. Muito obrigada, Fallen.
I do love it with Fallen every time, though, because he is making sure he's setting the expectations. He knows how good paiN is and what they've been able to do. He knows he didn't have to meet Fury on the way here thanks to EG, so he's at in that situation where, yes, we're one game away, but it's still definitely not going to be easy.
He knows how to handle such situations. And also a quick shout out to Heku flexing at the end.
Oh, yeah, she's been practicing since Rio, man.
Yeah, she's got that language going on. Let's go.
So here are our results for ending out our 4th day, and we've only got one more to come your way. Big did manage to take down 9. paiN came in with, I don't even call it an upset anymore. It's just, they're not even part of the upset city. That's just the way it goes. And then we just saw Imperial take out EG. And this gives us our finals for tomorrow. Over in Europe, Cloud9 taking on Big, and then paiN against Imperial. But let's take a look at our unicorn predictions and see how well we did. And I'm ignoring myself in this one. God damn.
Can we all laugh of Anders maybe?
Oh yeah, Anders.
Where's Anders?
Anders tried some upside down magic backwards, whatever he does normally.
Yeah, he did try a simulation move.
Thank God, I thought I was going to be the worst. Nope. Thank you, Anders. You took the shine away.
You're good, you're good.
Maniac, though, you're still sitting pretty. How have you got away with that?
How have I gotten away with that?
Pimp.
He knew about Holzek.
Ah, yeah, that was cheated.
You really have to stop with this. We
Stop
work
cheating.
in the same room. We get the same information. This is not possible that I am the only one having an information,
man living
which I didn't have.
Denial. It's embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie.
Man, we're really fed up with this. We are actually fed up with this. We've got to sort it out. We'll talk to the production stage back into it. You know what it's time for us to do, though? Look at our CS Money Player of the Day and see what we got coming out of day 4.
I thought it was time to annoy me a little bit more. CS Money Player of the Day, yes, indeed. First option, we have who else but paiN, actually, with the Deagle. 3 one-taps, incredible, but at the time, not enough to win the round.
All bias aside, this is my play of the day without a doubt. Elish coming in for Team Liquid with a saving Deagle. We thought that could have been the comeback for Team Liquid. It wasn't, but this shooting is absolutely stellar from Elish. Look at that reaction as well. Even him with all that experience came out surprised. 1, 2, 3, boom. Elish, play of the day, no doubt.
Beautiful. And finally, one of the fallen hero of this end of the night, it is Junior. This time around with the dual Berettas, just absolutely spamming in the trophy room. Beautiful, Junior. You like that noise?
Can we get that one more time? One more time?
No.
One more time?
You gotta stop treating me like a jukebox.
Go.
No, you don't put a coin in me.
Just pay money.
They just think they can put like a coin in my ear and it's gonna make noise. That's not how it's. That's different. I'm not gonna dance for you. I'm being harassed over there. Please, someone get me out of the studio.
Someone help him. But you know what? Heku can help us because we've got our MVP check-in.
Thank God.
Do a
She's lost
quick
it.
mask MVP check-in. Let's check if we have some changes in Europe or in the Americas, because some teams unfortunately left us, but when it comes to Cloud9 and Big, no, they are still strong, they're still fighting. Crimbo moved from the 2nd to the 3rd position, but tomorrow everything can change because both of the teams are playing in the grand final. Now, when it comes to the Americas, now that's where the big change is, because we had Elish in the #1 spot and we had Junior in the 2nd, but now it is Cello and Bolts. Joda managed to keep his 3rd spot, but tomorrow, again, they're gonna play in the grand final, and who knows who's gonna be #1.
Well, maybe having a look at that, we might not be thinking it's paiN all the way with it, mate.
I think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to follow the trend of what has been the showdown so far. It's going to be 3 maps. It's going to be all the rounds, and it's going to go down to the wire. I think the 2 teams are very close.
Yeah, well, if there is one day in hell in this entirety of the showdown where I'm going to take all the maps and all the rounds and all the ecos and the clutches and the sprays and the aces, then it's going to be tomorrow. 2 games, grand finals, 2, let's put it, 12 tickets to Washington to be won. And this is what we've been fighting for this whole week. So let's get it on.
Let's get it on.
Well, let's go to bed.
Well, yeah, let's get to bed first. I don't want to get it on right now, but I do want to get the schedule on so you guys at home know what time your favorite teams will be playing tomorrow. We're kicking things off with Cloud9 taking on Big. It was the predicted final coming in here. Will it be Cloud9 going all the way? They want to be back on American soil because actually being an American organization, they get the chance no matter what nationality they're from. Then going on to Imperial versus paiN at the end there, it is the Brazilian matchup. Pimp thinks it's going to be a little bit close. We'll have to wait and see. Predictions, boys, quickly.
2-0 Cloud9 and 3-mapper open-ended America's Showdown Grand Final.
Imperial's going to win.
Imperial's going to win. Cloud9's going to win. But you guys, you'll be the real winners when you join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then.